This world is resplendent and vibrant, where martial artists traverse rivers and seas, shattering mountains and cliffs, and sorcerers manipulate the balance of yin and yang, unraveling the secrets of destiny. The three teachings and 9 streams each exhibit their brilliance, while the halls of power and the rivers and lakes echo with a cacophony of voices. Moreover, remnants of demonic sects return with vengeance, and foreign tribes lurk with predatory intent. A killer system guides Lin Yan onto the path of assassination. From a destitute assassin in Huaiyang County to a flying sword master at Yanyu. From Yanyu to the vast expanse of the rivers and lakes. Armed with a breathing technique, a secret tome on swordsmanship, and a set of light-footed skills, Lin Yan traverses thousands of miles, casting a chilling light across the 9 provinces. Chapter 1. Taking Orders. On a gloomy day, in a dilapidated tea house on the outskirts of Huaiyang City, 2 figures sit facing each other in a corner. By your appearance, you seem to be in your 30s, Lin Yan observes, his voice low as he gazes at the middle-aged man across from him. For the past 30 years, certain events have made you reluctant to speak or even think about them, and there are individuals you wish never to encounter again. The man's eyes flicker. Some have hurt you in the past, and perhaps you have contemplated killing them. Lin Yan pauses slightly, stirring his emotions. Yet you do not dare, or perhaps you lack the capability, or you deem it not worth the effort. In truth, killing is quite easy. Lin Yan lifts his teacup, taking a sip. I have a friend, a killer. He is in dire need of money to support himself. If you happen to provide him with funds, I believe he would be most willing to assist you. With that, Lin Yan quietly awaits the middle-aged man, hopeful to finalize this business deal. For 2 months, this is the first time someone has taken the initiative to sit across from him. The middle-aged man remains composed, responding slowly. Be honest with me. Is this friend of yours you? Lin Yan leans back slightly, lifting his teacup. A youthful face, marked by a hint of hardship, breaks into a smile. The man chuckles knowingly. I have no one I wish to kill. Yet I know someone who is in great need. Who? Lin Yan's interest is piqued. Outside Qingtianjin in Huaiyang County, a torrential downpour rages through the night. An old man forcefully pushes open a creaky wooden door. Leaning on his cane, he limps through the rain into the house. He removes his dripping raincoat and tattered hat, which leaks water. Despite the pain in his legs, he struggles to reach a broken wooden stool against the wall and drops onto it, breathing heavily. Encountering the rain on his journey home proves exceedingly challenging for a crippled man. Are you seeking a killer? A sudden voice pierces the darkness, youthful in tone. The old man leans against the wall, squinting towards the shadowy corner from which the voice emanates. A vague silhouette stands forth. The old man speaks, I want to kill someone. His voice is hoarse, like a windbag losing air, fragmented and intermittent. But I have no money. I cannot afford the expensive fees. Lin Yan had anticipated this. The house is drafty and leaking, devoid of wealth, with an empty front yard and no livestock in the back, a typical abode of the impoverished. Fortunately, he too is a fallen assassin and charges modestly. Who do you wish to kill? The old man's eyes blaze with fervent anger. To the west of Qingtianjin, the son of Zhao Yuny. Zhao Yuxing. Is it for your leg? Lin Yan discerns the truth. The old man's limp is not an old affliction, but a recent injury, sustained from an assault. The old man takes a deep breath. No, it is for revenge, and to rescue someone. Lin Yan fell silent for a moment, stating, to kill, the deposit is 10 won, and upon completion, 100 won. To save a life, there is a different price, an additional 100 won. Is it feasible? The old man cautioned. The Zhao family is a prominent household in Qingtian town, and Zhao Yuxing is also a disciple of the Qinghe gang, at least of a third-rate status in the martial world. Can you manage? Lin Yan's eyes brightened. I can. He added, I can also help you save the person for free. The old man, though puzzled, saw Lin Yan's confidence and replied, all right. With that, he laboriously stood up, dragging his lame leg to the bedside, and unearthed a rusty iron box from beneath the floorboards. He twisted it open with both hands and selected 10 copper coins, spreading them on the wooden table with a crisp clink. Count them. In the darkness, Lin Yan slowly stepped out. He possessed a well-proportioned figure and wore plain coarse linen garments, a straw hat concealing all but his chin, adorned with a hint of youthful stubble. In his right hand, he held a sword, though it could hardly be called a sword. It was 2 bamboo slats clamping a piece of iron. The old man's pupils slightly constricted. Was this truly a weapon? Could take a life? The 10 copper coins were unmistakably visible. Lin Yan did not give him a chance to reconsider, swiftly collecting the coins from the table with a rustle. Medicine, food, sleep, he stated, retrieving an item with each word and placing it on the table. A box of ointment, 2 steamed buns, and a stick of calming incense. Don't die in the night. I will return soon to collect the payment. As his words hung in the air, Lin Yan pushed the door open and melded into the torrential storm outside. The old man stood in a daze for a moment before reaching for the ointment on the table. The rain poured down, washing away the impurities of the world. Lin Yan moved swiftly through the rain, like a shadow merging into the night. Raindrops cascaded from his hat, yet his coarse linen attire remained scarcely damp. Name Lin Yan. Inner strength Guiyuan Tunin technique, proficiency 30. Traits: rapid chi recovery, fast recovery of internal energy, no risk of losing control. Swordsmanship traits: wind whisper, quick sword, elusive as a whisper of the wind. Lightness technique Qingshun Taizong technique, proficiency 30. Traits: like a shadow, speed as swift as a shadow, silent as the night. Assassin achievement initial insight 3/5. Remarks: 2 more contracts are needed to unlock the next stage of achievements, with valid targets required to be above third-rate status. Indeed, Lin Yan is a time traveler with 2 lives. He has been in this world for over a year, accompanied by the assassin system. By fulfilling assassination contracts for others, he can earn corresponding martial arts rewards. Committing murder himself or hiring others does not count. His current achievement is initial insight, granting him a set of internal skills, lightness skills, and swordsmanship, each with an accompanying trait. However, in his previous life, Lin Yan was a law-abiding citizen. Despite acquiring the system and skills, it has taken him over a year to adapt, cautiously embarking on the path of an assassin. From his understanding, this is a high martial world, where those who attain divine mastery can shatter the void. The rewards from the system are currently sufficient only for him to survive as a down-and-out assassin, barely making ends meet. Qingtian Town is not far from Huaiyang City, a place he has visited before. He is aware of Zhao Yuanwai's youngest son, Zhao Yuxing, who is arrogant and oppressive, taking advantage of his status. His first contract involved killing one of Zhao Yuxing's servants, and it was during that encounter that he unlocked his first achievement, initial insight, receiving martial arts rewards. Today, however, he initially intended to earn some living expenses. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yuxing turned out to be a third-rate master. This piqued his interest, as it presented an opportunity to advance the stalled progress of his achievements. To the west of Qingtian Town lies a vast estate. Lin Yan followed his memory to the entrance. In the heavy clouds of night, the rain danced like a veil, and the estate resembled a massive beast lying in slumber. Lin Yan had come to awaken it. He circled to the side wall and looked up. The high walls of the estate towered several zhang. Yet, this posed little challenge for Lin Yan. The Qingshan Taizong technique rendered him as light as a swallow, his legs slightly bent as he surged upward. With one hand gripping the rubble, he nimbly vaulted over the wall and landed steadily on the ground. In the rain-soaked night, the entire estate was devoid of wanderers. Lin Yan moved as if he had returned to his own home, gradually seeking his target. To kill and to burn, the best time is under the cover of night. The night stretched long ahead. Chapter 2. The murder on a rainy night. Li Tiangang, a soldier for 10 years, returned home after serving in the military during the 23rd year of the lunar calendar. He devoted his meager military pension to support the families of his fallen comrades, with a piece of land to cultivate. He also earned some silver by working in the town during the agricultural off-season. A brother who had enlisted alongside him perished on the battlefield, and to assist in caring for the brother's wife and daughter, he settled his home nearby, thus becoming their neighbor. In his daily life, aside from sustaining himself, most of his earnings were directed towards supporting the widow and her child. One day, Zhao Yuxing, returning from a hunting expedition with the servants, chanced upon Yang Qin, who was playing in the fields near Li Tiangging's home. Yang Qing, the daughter of Li Tiangging's deceased brother, called him uncle. Possessing a beauty that was both striking and ethereal. Enamored by her beauty, Zhao Yuxing sought to forcibly take her home for his own amusement. However, her mother fiercely resisted, leading to Zhao Yuxing, in a display of brute force, ordering his servants to restrain her. Subsequently, he lashed her to death with a whip. Hearing her anguished cries, Li Tiangging rushed to the scene, but as a lone individual against 4, he was overpowered and left with a shattered leg, discarded among the rice fields. Had it not been for Zhao Yuxing's awareness of Li Tiangging's military status, the latter would have surely met a similar fate. Under the influence of Zhao Yuanwai, the local authorities chose to turn a blind eye, merely dispatching 2 constables to collect the body, documenting the incident before shelving it indefinitely, allowing it to fade into obscurity, a common practice. Fortuitously, Li Tiangging's military experience had imbued him with a certain resolve. With no hope of redress from the authorities, he turned to alternative means. He discreetly inquired about assassins in tea houses, relay stations, taverns, and among the common folk, seeking a resolution to his plight, a definitive end. Regrettably, lacking funds, no substantial assassin organization was willing to entertain his request, leading him to be introduced to Lin Yan by a middle-aged man. For Lin Yan, there was no hesitation in accepting this contract. Within half an hour, he silently traversed the entire estate, ultimately focusing on a particular side room to the east. On that dark, torrential night, two young servants stood guard at the door, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings as if on watch. Such vigilance indicated the presence of illicit activities within their own courtyard. Moving stealthily along the shadows of the corridor, Lin Yan blended seamlessly into the night, becoming nearly invisible. As he approached within 10 paces, the path ahead lay unobstructed, and he could faintly discern the breathing of the two servants. In a sudden burst of motion, he leaped forth like a gust of wind, drawing his iron sword with a soft hum, a thrust, a slash, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Akin to raindrops striking floating duckweed, the eyes of the two servants suddenly filled with terror. With a thud, one collapsed to the ground, his eyes forever unblinking. The other found a dull blade pressed against his throat as Lin Yan stated coolly, "You will do as I command. Should you scream in chaos, this shall be your fate." Lin Yan's gaze, sharp as a sword, slowly emerged from beneath his hat. The surviving servant, gripped by fear, nodded vigorously. "Whose chamber is this?" Lin Yan inquired, his voice trembling. "Young Master Jiuzhou? Where is he?" Though the room was illuminated, no figure was present. Otherwise, Lin Yan would not have dared to be so brazen. In a hidden chamber, Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. "Let me there." Grasping the servant's throat, he deftly slid his sword into the crevice of the door, carefully dislodging the beam. With a creak, he pushed the door open. Lin Yan lifted the lifeless body from outside and again pressed his blade against the servant's neck, gesturing slightly. "Enter." Inside, the room was lavishly adorned. Every piece of furniture, from the bed to the tables and chairs, was crafted from fine wood. Unlike Lin Yan, who still dwelled in poverty beneath the mountain deity's temple or beneath the Xianxia bridge, living a life of destitution. A hidden chamber? Lin Yan discarded the body and spoke, reminding the servant that he knew the method to unlock it. They frequently assisted Jiuzhou in bringing women inside and later helped remove the battered corpses, burying them in a mass grave. The porcelain vases on the bookshelf could be turned 3 times clockwise and once counterclockwise. With a thunderous sound, the bookshelf and the back wall suddenly shifted apart, revealing a narrow entrance, as dark as a beast's maw. Lin Yan felt a sense of caution. The noise of the hidden chamber's opening echoed distinctly within the room. He was unaware of the chamber's depth or size, but as a killer accustomed to bloodshed, he always prepared for the worst. Jiuzhou might already be aware of the intrusion. "This hero, my master, is right inside," the servant stammered. "Could you possibly let me go?" "Move," Lin Yan commanded, one hand resting on the servant's shoulder while the other kept his sword at the man's throat, pushing him into the hidden chamber. "Let him go. My heart is not so merciful." The stone steps led downward, each few paces illuminated by an oil lamp, though the light was dim, allowing large shadows to loom. As they descended, a faint sound resembling weeping echoed eerily, amplifying the dread within the sinister underground. The servant trembled, too frightened to proceed. Lin Yan rolled his eyes. "You are the ones who brought him here. What are you afraid of?" The underground chamber was not expansive. Lin Yan, pushing the servant, moved slowly, yet soon arrived at the dark chamber's end. Inside, only 2 oil lamps flickered on the walls, revealing an array of torture instruments. Both hung and scattered across the floor. In the center, a scantily clad young girl hung from a wooden frame, her hands bound, head bowed. Her once smooth back bore numerous lacerations, and the faint sobs emanating from her were heart-wrenching. Yet where was Jiuzhou? A sense of alarm surged within Lin Yan. Suddenly, a gleaming blade sliced through the darkness from the side, accompanied by a fierce wind. Unperturbed, Lin Yan pushed the servant forward into the path of the oncoming knife. With a sickening thud, the servant's head was struck, consciousness fading instantly. A mediocre fighter, trained in internal strength, Jiuzhou's forceful strike cleaved the terrified servant in 2, blood gushing forth like a torrential downpour. At that moment, a silent, shadowy sword light surged forth from the cascading blood, whispering softly as it swept through the air. Jiuzhou felt as if his vision was momentarily obscured by a dark flash, and, in the next instant, A sword was pressed against his throat. A gentle push, and it pierced through him. Perhaps it could not even be termed a sword, but merely a shard of iron. Zhao Yuxing recalled his master from the Qinghe gang stating that if a sword was swift enough, a person would not realize their own demise until it was too late. Although his body felt cold, his mind remained astonishingly alert. He observed the shadow in the darkness drawing closer, becoming clearer, a figure clad in coarse linen, adorned with a conical hat. Beneath the hat was an unexpectedly youthful face. "Who are you?" Lin Yan chuckled softly. "I am an assassin. Someone seeks your life." With a thud, Zhao Yuxing collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Chapter 3. Rescuing a life. Lin Yan tore a green garment from the servantess body and approached the wooden frame, slicing through the hemp ropes with his sword. The young girl tumbled into his arms. Wrapping her battered form in the silk, he beheld a strikingly delicate face, gaunt and haggard, with swollen eyes that only heightened her tragic beauty. "Do you know Xianxia?" The girl stammered, suppressing her sobs. "Did Uncle Li send you to rescue me?" Lin Yan nodded. "Then you are Yang Qing'er. I am here to kill. Rescuing you is merely a side task, no payment required." Yang Qing'er bowset, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features, and sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Her eyes conveyed a fierce determination and profound hatred. Struggling to her feet, she staggered towards Zhao Yuxing's lifeless body, attempting to grasp the long knife on the ground. However, Yang Qing'er was too weak, her frail strength allowing her only to drag the heavy iron blade with great difficulty. She wept bitterly in her rage, summoning every ounce of strength to raise the blade and strike at Zhao Yuxing's head. With a sickening thud, the blade struck flesh yet became ensnared in his neck. Yang Qing'er pressed her foot against Zhao Yuxing's head, exerting force to wrench the knife free, and raised it again to deliver another blow. Lin Yan stood quietly to the side, refraining from intervention. An innocent maiden, her mother had been brutally whipped to death, and she herself had endured humiliation and torment at the hands of her adversary. It was entirely natural for her to wish to rend her enemy to pieces. Had Yang Qing'er displayed a stoic expression, calm and unperturbed, Lin Yan would have felt a sense of unease. When Yang Qing'er finally exhausted her strength, casting the long knife to the ground with a clatter, Zhao Yuxing's body was left in a state of disarray. Lin Yan spoke, "Let us depart. The night is still long." He approached Yang Qing'er, gently taking her arm. A steady stream of internal energy flowed from his hand into her frail body, nurturing her weary form. "Thank you," Yang Qing'er said, her eyes reddening. In her darkest hour, Lin Yan had brought her hope and rescued her from despair. Although Lin Yan remained unaware, Yang Qing'er silently resolved to repay this kindness with her life in the future. Upon returning to the chamber on the ground, the rain outside had ceased. The entire estate had fallen into a deep slumber, save for the solitary lamp still lit in their room. Just as Lin Yan was about to escort Yang Qing'er away, he paused at the doorway and rushed back to the bedside, rummaging through the area. "Yang Qing'er, Buzlet, Asked. Benefactor, what are you searching for?" "Money," Lin Yan replied, having thoroughly examined Zhao Yuxing's bed without uncovering any hidden compartments or drawers. For Lin Yan, money was as vital as the advancement of martial arts. Having entered this realm, he had come to understand the truth of the saying that without funds, one cannot move an inch. His earnings as an assassin barely sufficed for sustenance, and he had no place to call home. Thus, he adhered to a principle, to gather as much as possible, provided safety was assured. "I shall assist you," Yang Qing said, her intelligence shining through as she grasped the situation. Dragging her weakened body, she began to search through the cabinet step by step. Through their relentless efforts, they finally discovered 50 taels of silver and a silver note hidden within the cabinet's partition. Lin Yan broke into a grin. With this money, he could at least secure a place to stay in Huaiyang City. "Store the silver well. Discard the note," he instructed. The note posed a significant risk of revealing their identities if exchanged at a money house. Lin Yan would not sacrifice the greater for the lesser. He only sought tangible currency. After securing the silver, Lin Yan extinguished the oil lamp and quietly led Yang Qing'er out of the room. At the fourth watch of the night, Li Qiangyang, having applied ointment and eaten buns, lay on the hard bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. Throughout the night, he was consumed with worry over whether Lin Yan would succeed and whether Yang Qing'er still lived. Li Qiangyang was filled with remorse. His brother had sacrificed himself on the battlefield to save his life, yet now he could not even protect his brother's wife and daughter. Had it not been for the uncertainty surrounding Yang Qing'er's fate, Li Qiangyang would have longed to take his own life to personally apologize in the afterlife. As he tossed and turned in bed for the third time, a faint creak of the wooden door pierced the stillness of the night. The sound, though subtle, resonated sharply in the quiet. Li Qiangang jolted upright, limping toward the door, gripping its edge tightly. He opened it to reveal two figures emerging from the shadows. One was a young swordsman clad in coarse linen and wearing a conical hat, while the other was a pale girl, draped in a green cloak, her steps faltering. Uncle Xianxia's melodious voice, tinged with suppressed sobs, called out uncontrollably. Li Qianggang's pupils dilated in sudden shock, and a wave of joy surged over him, overwhelming his senses. He rushed out, taking 3 steps at a time, his arms outstretched as he enveloped her in a warm embrace. "Qing'er, you're safe. This is truly wonderful." In the arms of her loved one, the emotions Yang Qing'er had held back finally burst forth like a flood, and she wept uncontrollably. "Uncle Li, Zhao Yuxing is dead. I avenged my mother." Li Qiangang, with his rough hands, gently stroked her head, repeatedly saying, "Well done, my dear. Do not fear. It is all over now." Just then, a young voice abruptly shattered the tender moment. Lin Yan interjected, "The matter is not yet resolved. Zhao Yuxing is dead, and the person has been saved. It is time to settle the remaining debts." Li Qiangang snapped back to reality from the joy of their reunion, quickly responding, "Yes, yes. Please wait a moment, benefactor. I will fetch the money right away." The old man and the young girl assisted each other back inside. Li Qiangang rummaged through a hidden iron box and poured its contents onto the bed, the clinking of coins echoing, though in reality, they amounted to little. Lin Yan stepped inside, leaning against the doorframe. "And one more piece of advice. In 1 hour, the Zhao family will discover that their youngest son has died in the secret chamber, while she has escaped." He pointed at Yang Qing'er. "So if you wish to live, you must gather your things and leave at once." Li Qiangang held out a handful of coins to Lin Yan, nodding earnestly. "You speak wisely, benefactor. We shall depart tonight." Having served in the military, he felt no sense of false hope. He understood that their only chance lay in fleeing from Qingtian town. Only by departing from Huaiyang County could one hope to escape to a realm of safety. "Qing girl, go home and change into a fresh set of clothes. Gather all the provisions and fill a container with clean water. We must leave tonight," urged Li Qiangang. Yang Qing'er nodded and hurriedly departed. Her home was just across the street. She had been abducted the previous day, and her mother had tragically lost her life, all occurring so unexpectedly. Fortunately, her home remained intact, with some leftover supplies available for emergency use. Assassin achievement, a glimpse of mastery, 45. Note: one more business transaction is required to unlock the next stage of achievement, with the target needing to be above a third-rate realm. Li Qiangang settled the payment. Lin Yan's achievement progress had already been refreshed, indicating he had completed another valid commission. He produced a silk pouch filled with coins and handed it to Li Qiangang. "Qing'er and I scavenged 50 taels from Zhao Yuxing's room. This is 25 taels for each of you. Take it," he said. Li Qiangang, taken aback, hastily waved his hand in refusal. This money should rightfully belong to the benefactor. Lin Yan chuckled. "You are in dire need of funds for your escape. Besides, without your commission, I would not have had the opportunity for such a profitable job." Li Qiangang felt a surge of trepidation. Chapter 4. The Conclusion. Morning dawned at the residence of Zhao Yuanwei. A piercing scream shattered the silence. The maid attending to morning preparations discovered 3 cold corpses in Zhao Yuxing's room and secret chamber. Among them, Zhao Yuxing's body was horrifically mutilated, his visage unrecognizable, with his head and neck a gruesome mass of flesh and blood, barely held together by his spine. Zhao Yuanwei was engulfed in a tempest of grief and fury, and the entire courtyard erupted into chaos. After a quarter of an hour of investigation and inquiry, Zhao Yuanwei swiftly targeted Li Qiangang outside Qingtian town. According to reports from the servants who accompanied Zhao Yuxing, a young girl, abducted and confined in the secret chamber, was now missing alongside Zhao Yuxing, who lay lifeless. The multitude of stab wounds on Zhao Yuxing's body were clearly indicative of a posthumous act of rage. The perpetrator was weak and unskilled with a blade, which could easily correlate with the vanished Yang Qing. Thus, Zhao Yuanwei pieced together the events of the previous night. A skilled individual had infiltrated the residence under the cover of rain, swiftly assassinating a servant, and subsequently abducting another into the secret chamber, where a struggle ensued, resulting in the deaths of both the servant and Zhao Yuxing. This assailant wielded their sword with remarkable speed. Even the young master fell victim to a single thrust through the throat. It was evident that this individual was no less than a third-rate expert, the head of the guard concluded. Zhao Yuanwei furrowed his brow, deducing that this individual must be a capable ally summoned by Li Tiange. Coldly, he commanded, bring along 100 taels of silver and summon the Qinghe gang. No matter the circumstances, Ah Sheng was still their disciple. The chief steward clasped his hands and acknowledged, indeed. As the steward departed, Zhao Yuanwei was suddenly beset by regret. He was aware of Zhao Yuxing's lax discipline and his brazen acts of bullying. Even knowing of the incident where Zhao Yuxing had ruthlessly whipped a woman to death on the outskirts of the city just days prior, an event he had facilitated through his connections. Yet, he had only offered Zhao Yuxing a token reprimand. He had always perceived the Zhao family to be the dominant force in the small town of Qingtian. Zhao Yuxing, still young and mischievous, would surely mature with time. He never anticipated that a fierce dragon would come to wreak havoc, leaving him without heirs. Although the calamity stemmed from Zhao Yuxing's arrogance, the blood feud over his son's death would not go unavenged by Zhao Yuanwei. 2 hours later, a throng of over 30 house servants from the Zhao family marched resolutely through Qingtian town, arriving at the residence of Li Tiange in the countryside. Leading the charge was the chief steward, a robust middle-aged man wielding a familiar bronze staff. Beside him was a middle-aged gentleman clad in a blue satin robe embellished with patterns of green wheat, his hooked nose and narrow, shadowed eyes giving him an imposing presence. At his waist hung a long sword in its scabbard. He was the leader of the Qinghe gang in Qingtian, and Zhao Yuxing's martial skills, both internal and external, had been imparted by him, making him a mentor of sorts. Is this the place? The leader inquired, his tone measured. Before them stood a dilapidated earthen dwelling, surrounded by a fence made of branches, the gate in disrepair. In the yard, 2 jujube trees, battered by last night's storm, drooped pitifully, their leaves withered. The sight was so disheartening that even passers-by would hesitate to linger. The guiding servant whispered, this is indeed the place. Yang Qing'er's home is across from Li Tiange's. The chief steward gestured, you few, search the house across. The rest, accompany me to search Li Tiange's residence. The 30-odd guards split into 2 groups, with the leader and the chief steward walking side by side toward the earthen house of Li Tiange. The chief steward reached out to push the door open. With a creaking sound, the old, worn door slowly swung inward, revealing a figure seated in the center of the hall, garbed in coarse linen, a bamboo hat shielding his face. The individual's head hung low, obscuring their features. Yet cradled in their arms was a bamboo staff that bore an uncanny resemblance to a sword. You have arrived a tad late, came a soft murmur. The bamboo staff was indeed a sword? The chief steward felt a chill breeze brush past his ear, followed by a rustling sound. He instinctively lowered his gaze. A crimson mist enveloped him. It was the sound of his own blood gushing forth. With a thud, the chief steward collapsed backward onto the ground, and the wooden doors slammed shut with a resounding bang. The leader beside him was suddenly alarmed, having only caught a glimpse of a shadow seated in the grand hall moments before. Then, the steward met his demise. He did not witness the process of the attack. He merely felt a narrow line of blood seeping from his neck. It was a wound from a blade, as delicate as a cicada's wing. The injury mirrored those sustained by Zhao Yuxing and the house servant, confirming that this individual was undoubtedly the assassin of his disciple. The hall master, seasoned from countless battles and imbued with confidence in his superiority over both Zhao Yuxing and the steward, hastily drew his sword, channeling his inner strength through its edge. The 2 wooden doors were cleaved apart by the sheer force of his strike, crashing into the very center of the hall. Who dares? He bellowed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Suddenly, a figure appeared, light as a feather, landing upon the flying door, bending his legs to launch himself forth like a shadow. Dressed in rough cloth and a bamboo hat, he looked up to reveal a youthful face that smiled brightly at the hallmaster. Lin Yan was suspended in midair, his long sword already unsheathed. With a swift motion, 2 beams of sword light shot forth, indistinguishable from the wind, whispering as they sliced through the air. The hallmaster's gaze shifted from shock to terror. The assailant moved with ghostly agility, his speed rendering him nearly invisible. The hallmaster's thoughts seemed to stagnate, leaving him with no choice but to instinctively block with his sword. In an instant, the 2 beams of sword light arrived. One deftly deflected the hallmaster's blade, while the other, from a diagonal angle, pierced his throat. Indeed, the hallmaster possessed greater strength, managing to block the first strike. Alas, he could not fend off the fatal second. The steward and the hallmaster are dead. The guards in the courtyard shrieked in horror. With a resounding thud, Lin Yan kicked the hall master's lifeless body, sending it crashing into one of the screaming guards, killing him instantly. Lin Yan smiled indifferently. Save your strength. You all shall perish. With that, he stepped forward, transforming into a shadow as he plunged into the crowd of guards. There were no earth-shattering roars. The swift sword light fell like a gentle rain, fluttering through the throng, gliding past throats and sending droplets of blood cascading, reminiscent of petals falling in spring. Yet, the terrified screams of the guards added a haunting and chilling layer to this tragic tableau. The guards who had previously stormed into Xianxia's home to search suddenly heard the anguished cries from across the way, causing them to react with alarm. They quickly regrouped and rushed to provide support. Bang! A group of them shattered the wooden gate and surged into the small courtyard, only to find a swordsman clad in coarse robes and a hat darting among the crowd, akin to a wolf among sheep. This individual moved with astonishing speed, his sword casting fleeting shadows. Wherever he went, blood spilled, and lives were extinguished on the spot. The guards, accustomed to mere patrols, had never witnessed such a gruesome spectacle. A chill ran down his spine, and he felt an overwhelming urge to flee. However, the swordsman suddenly halted, fixing a chilling gaze upon him, and revealed a sinister smile. Since you have come, do not leave. In the next moment, the swordsman lunged towards the door, and screams echoed once more, relentless and haunting. Chapter 5. The Misty Rain Tower. Outside Xianxia town, blood flowed like a river. Lin Yan stood amidst countless corpses, casually cutting a piece of rag to wipe his blade clean. With a resounding clang, he sheathed the sword. He began to crouch beside the bodies, searching them methodically. Any copper coins or silver fragments he found were tucked into his own garments, leaving everything else behind. Thus, Lin Yan brazenly scavenged for a quarter of an hour, satisfied as he dusted off his hands. He raised a hand to his forehead, glancing at the sun. Time was slipping away. The second wave of Zhao Yuanwai's men would likely arrive soon. Lin Yan etched a message into the ground with the sword sheath. The killer. What should he name himself? He fell into contemplation, and suddenly, inspiration struck him. The flying swordsman. I have indeed shown mercy. Lin Yan had assisted Li Qiangang and the others in dispatching a wave of pursuers, diverting Zhao Yuanwai's attention towards himself. In doing so, Li Qiangang and Yang Qing would have a comparatively ample opportunity to escape. However, the journey ahead was fraught with peril, with mountains and rivers stretching endlessly and the potential for bandits lurking in the shadows. To survive would rely 70% on fate and only 30% on one's own efforts. Yet, Lin Yan was not their guardian. He had done all he could, and the rest was left to their fortune. Lin Yan departed from Xianxia town, proceeding northeast along the official road, while Li Qiangang and his companion ventured westward. Xianxia town was not far from Huaiyang City. With Lin Yan's pace, he could reach it within an hour. On the road, the hour was still early, and the official path was sparsely populated. Suddenly, Lin Yan halted in his tracks. On the bend ahead, he spotted a familiar figure, the middle-aged man who had introduced him to business opportunities. What was the man's identity, and what purpose did he seek in approaching Lin Yan? He knew nothing of the man's intentions. However, given that the man had facilitated business for him, Lin Yan deemed him a potential ally, at least for the time being. After all, for a down-and-out assassin who had not managed to find work for 2 months, such an intermediary was akin to a benefactor. Lin Yan approached the middle-aged man, ready to speak. Lin Yan, you appeared in Huaiyang City a year ago, the man interjected. For the sake of survival, you began clandestinely accepting assassination contracts at the tea houses outside the city, taking on jobs from scoundrels at fish stalls to petty ruffians in the countryside. Regardless of how trivial the business, you welcomed all comers, but your nature is pure. You only kill evildoers. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. You have been investigating me. Upon hearing the latter part of the statement, Lin Yan's tone intensified. Do you look down upon me? Killing is a means of livelihood. Slaying evildoers is a passion. The middle-aged man chuckled softly, before continuing unabated. 6 months prior, you accepted a contract to eliminate the tyrant of Xia County, a martial artist who had trained at the Divine Fist sect, albeit a third-rate practitioner. He routinely bullied the villagers, usurped their lands, and extorted taxes, instilling both hatred and fear among the local populace. They pooled their resources, seeking a killer to rid them of this scourge, and thus found you, who offered your services at a bargain. The man gestured towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan scoffed. I provide exceptional value at an affordable price. The middle-aged man remarked. Not only did you execute the task efficiently by eliminating the tyrant, but you also emerged virtually unscathed. Lin Yan merely curled his lips in response. The man continued. 3 months ago, you took on a contract to deal with the Taoist Yunji from the Chuyin temple outside the city. Yunji delighted in deception, particularly in masquerading as a divine figure to swindle the impoverished out of their hard-earned money for cures. His so-called elixirs and talismans had undoubtedly claimed the lives of countless innocents. Yet, unbeknownst to many, Yunji had indeed once been a Taoist. Having received genuine teachings in swordplay and Taoist arts at the Changchun Temple on Misty Mountain, Lin Yan nodded slightly. He had ambushed Yunji, who wielded a talisman in his left hand and a sword in his right, chanting incantations while conjuring thick clouds of smoke. Seizing the moment when Yunji's gestures faltered, Lin Yan struck like the wind, swiftly severing his throat with a single sword stroke. The middle-aged man added, "Last night, you killed Zhao Yusheng, and today you have eliminated over 30 guards and the leader of the Qinghe gang with remarkable efficiency. You are indeed a natural-born killer." Lin Yan scratched his head. "Enough with the rambling. What exactly are you trying to convey? Do you intend to arrest me and hand me over to the authorities?" The middle-aged man chuckled. No. You are still quite young, with strength surpassing that of typical third-rate masters. I am here to extend an invitation to you, to join us at the Misty Rain Tower. Lin Yan was taken aback. The Misty Rain Tower? He recognized the name. A notorious assassin organization renowned throughout Huaiyang County, and one of the foremost powers across the entire 9 provinces. The only other groups that could rival it were the enduring Tang sect of Sichuan and the newly emerging 7 Absolute Hall in the north. Why would such a top-tier force wish to recruit an inconspicuous individual like himself? The Misty Rain Tower? How can you prove your identity? The middle-aged man casually tossed an object, which flew towards Lin Yan and landed in his palm with a resounding clap. It was a waist token, crafted from an unfamiliar material, neither gold nor bronze. The front bore an intricate carving of a tall building, soaring amidst ethereal clouds. Prominently inscribed, near the bottom were the characters for Misty Rain. The reverse side featured several small bronze characters embedded vertically. "Dear Shadow," with the words First Class inscribed in yellow. Lin Yan examined the token closely, feeling its smooth texture and admiring the exquisite craftsmanship, discerning that it was certainly no counterfeit. "Dear Shadow?" Lin Yan inquired. The middle-aged man smiled calmly. "That is my code name." Lin Yan gazed at him with suspicion. A grown man had chosen such a delicate and effeminate alias. Yet he discerned no flaws. "Since you have opted for honesty, might I glimpse your true self?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before letting out a melodious laugh akin to the sound of silver bells. "You're quite perceptive." He fumbled at his neck and, with a sudden pull, tore away a mask of human skin, revealing the visage of a woman. With an oval face, willow-like eyebrows, and eyes that resembled pools of spring water brimming with emotion, her beauty, while not unparalleled, possessed an alluring charm that was captivating in its own right. Lu Ying, as her name suggested, embodied an ethereal elegance. Curiously, Lin Yan inquired, "The Misty Rain Tower looms high above, seemingly unattainable. Why choose someone as inconsequential as I?" Lu Ying covered her face with a playful laugh. "It seems you harbor some misconceptions about the Misty Rain Tower." Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. "I would be eager to hear more." With a gentle voice, Lu Ying elaborated, "The Misty Rain Tower is a vast enterprise, tasked with countless business ventures, ranging from the most esteemed masters to the trifling figures of the martial world. Within the tower, there exist 13 chief operatives, along with the celestial and terrestrial tiers, categorized into 16 ranks, each responsible for managing various business undertakings." Lin Yan cast a glance at the yellow insignia of her waist token, suddenly enlightened. "So, you oversee the yellow tier business, which is why you are recruiting an unknown like me." Lu Ying regarded Lin Yan with a look of approval. "That is essentially correct. Each assassin associated with the Misty Rain Tower has a logistics officer and intelligence gatherer, forming a complete team. Having just arrived in Huaiyang County, I find myself alone. While I have already selected my intelligence gatherer, I currently lack any assassins. You are my first choice." Chapter 6. Establishing a home through Lu Ying's elucidation. Lin Yan grasped the concept. The Misty Rain Tower functioned as a colossal platform for assassins, providing comprehensive logistics and intelligence. Each assassin group operated as a relatively independent organization reliant on the resources of the tower, while still maintaining a degree of autonomy. However, the enjoyment of these resources was contingent upon fulfilling the business assigned by the Misty Rain Tower. Failure to do so would inevitably tarnish the tower's reputation, leading them to hold responsible parties accountable. Lin Yan stroked his chin, finding this organizational structure hauntingly familiar. Yet his interest was piqued. He possessed an assassin system, but had only received a handful of low-paying, low-skill contracts over the course of 2 to 3 months. Why was this? The crux of the issue lay in his lack of fame and connections. No one sought him out. The genuine assassin business had flowed to grand organizations like the Misty Rain Tower and the Seven Absolute Hall. As a solitary operator, he could only scavenge the meager leftovers that larger organizations overlooked to scrape by. The business opportunity presented to Li Tiange was deemed insufficiently rewarding, leading to a lack of interest from others at the Misty Rain Pavilion. It was at this juncture that Liu Ying introduced Lin Yan to the venture, simultaneously extending an invitation to him. Liu Ying's intentions were becoming increasingly transparent. Lin Yan, in a forthright manner, inquired, "Misty Rain Pavilion? What are the terms?" Liu Ying promptly replied, "For each transaction, the Misty Rain Pavilion retains 20%, while both I and Liu Air take another 20%, leaving you with 60%. Liu Air will serve as your intelligence liaison." Observing Lin Yan's composed demeanor, Liu Ying smiled and added, "I shall personally invest in acquiring a modest residence for you in Huaiyang City, thus sparing you the discomfort of sleeping in the Mountain God Temple or the Qingshui Bridge Cave. You will have a proper place to stay." Lin Yan felt a stir of interest. The conditions proposed by Liu Ying seemed favorable, yet he sensed room for negotiation. Once Liu Ying finished speaking, a brief silence enveloped them. Liu Ying's expression transitioned from confidence to calm, and then to impatience, prompting her to speak again. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yan stated directly, "As for killing, I will take the lead. 60% is too little. I require 70%. The other terms remain unchanged." He was acutely aware that Liu Ying, being new and eager to establish her team and make progress, would likely concede. As anticipated, Liu Ying furrowed her brow slightly, then nodded, "Very well. I see potential in you. Consider this my early investment. Do not let me down." Lin Yan smiled subtly, "Certainly. Not for you, but for myself." Liu Ying beamed. "I appreciate honesty." Lin Yan continued, "I have one more request. The decision of whom to kill and whom to spare rests solely with me." Liu Ying chuckled, "Of course. The Misty Rain Pavilion is not the Seven Absolutes Hall. We fully respect your wishes. If you desire to wield your sword in the martial world and eliminate evil, I shall facilitate the assignments you wish to undertake." Lin Yan stroked his chin, pondering that the Misty Rain Pavilion seemed rather humane, or perhaps Liu Ying was simply of a similar disposition. "Are there any other issues?" he asked. "None," Liu Ying replied, extending her hand. "Welcome to the Misty Rain Pavilion." Lin Yan nodded and clasped her hand. "May our collaboration be fruitful." An hour later, on Baiwa Street, in the depths of Liu Yan Alley, Lin Yan stood before a residence, his expression somewhat peculiar. "Is this the little courtyard you procured for me?" Liu Ying, appearing unperturbed, nodded in affirmation. "Behind the brothels?" Baiwa Street is the red light district of Huaiyang City, drawing countless gallant gentlemen and literary figures who indulge in elegance and revelry night after night. Lin Yan had only heard of it before, never having ventured here himself. Lacking the coin to partake in such a blood-sucking locale had kept him away. Liu Ying remarked, "With music and beauty, what a delightful place." Lin Yan pushed the door open and stepped inside. This was something he had never envisioned. The courtyard was modest in size, comprising a main hall, a kitchen, and a storage room. The barren courtyard, devoid of flowers or grass, vividly illustrated what it meant to be utterly impoverished. However, when compared to Li Tiange's earthen dwelling, this place could be deemed a mansion. Moreover, having previously slept in a dilapidated temple and under a bridge, Lin Yan felt quite content with his current accommodations. Liu Ying opened the wooden door of the main house. The furnishings included a table, chairs, a bed, and a wardrobe, even providing 2 or 3 sets of bedding and clothing. Lin Yan chuckled. "You are quite confident, preparing the house in advance." Liu Ying replied, "In the profession of assassination, no one can refuse the requests of the Misty Rain Pavilion." Lin Yan responded, "Then I shall tidy up and move in." Liu Ying displayed a look of surprise. "You have possessions?" Lin Yan turned to Liu Ying and slowly uttered 2 words, "None." It was merely a habitual response. Liu Ying continued, "Every assassin of the Misty Rain Pavilion holds a code name. We refer to one another by these names. Do you have any thoughts on yours?" Lin Yan smiled. "What a coincidence. I have already assigned a title to Zhao Yuan. Why not use that?" Liu Ying inquired, "What have you chosen?" "Flying Swordman," Lin Yan announced. Lu Ying silently repeated it twice, then glanced at the young swordsman before him, clad in coarse linen, whose demeanor was as graceful as the wind, truly fitting. Lin Yan paced within the room, feeling a bit surreal. Lu Ying said, "The first assignment for an assassin of the Misty Rain Pavilion serves as a trial. Only upon successful completion will one gain true recognition." Lin Yan contemplated, realizing it was indeed not so simple. What are the specifics? Lu Ying, seated comfortably, elaborated. Being an assassin involves more than just personal martial prowess. It encompasses intelligence gathering, disguise and concealment, analytical judgment, and the ability to assess situations comprehensively. But worry not. I have faith in you. Lin Yan smiled faintly. When will this be? Lu Ying replied, "It will be soon. Trust me, your days ahead will not be as leisurely as before." Lin Yan recalled the arduous times spent cautiously seeking out business in the bustling streets, tea houses, and taverns, and could not help but respond, "That suits me well. There was nothing worth clinging to in my past." Thus, Lin Yan settled in. In the mornings, he practiced swordplay, prepared his own meals, donned the clean garments provided by Lu Ying, and strolled along Baiwa Street, observing the throngs of passers-by and the vibrant atmosphere. It felt as though he was rediscovering the city of Huaiyang as he walked through the streets. As I strolled along, a familiar call resonated in the air. An elderly beggar sat against the wall, resting his chin in one hand, with a tattered bowl placed before him. He called out intermittently, attracting the attention of passers-by, who rarely glanced his way, occasionally tossing a few coins into his bowl. Yet, the old beggar remained undeterred, savoring each contribution with a knowing smile. He would carefully lift the coins from his bowl, wipe them with a ragged cloth, and tuck them deep into the folds of his sleeve. A distinct clink echoed as a piece of silver struck the bowl, its sound sharp and clear. The old beggar's ears perked up, immediately discerning the difference from the usual copper coins. His reflexes were swift. With deft hands, he seized the silver coin before anyone could notice. Lin Yan blinked, taken aback by the beggar's swift motion. "Ah, young Lin, you seem quite generous today. Where have you found your fortune?" Lin Yan settled beside the old beggar, chuckling. "I found a means to make a living, just enough to get by. The Mountain God Temple and the Clearwater Bridge are havens for the destitute." It was at the Mountain God Temple that Lin Yan had first encountered the old beggar, and they had become companions of sorts. The beggar had even taken him to the streets to beg for food. Based on Lin Yan's experiences from 2 lifetimes, he sensed that this old beggar was far from ordinary. Chapter 7. The Southern Charity House. The old beggar remarked, "Your profession is perilous. It would be far more comfortable to join me in my humble beggary." Lin Yan felt an inkling that this might be a fateful opportunity. Were it not for his system, he might have considered it. However, the notion of becoming a beggar was utterly inconceivable. What good is it to endure the elements and the disdain of others? Lin Yan countered. The old beggar chuckled. "Ah, youth, you are too young to lay beneath the heavens, with the earth as your bed, the gentle breeze as your blanket, and the bright moon as your lamp, is true freedom. Life is meant to be lived freely. Why confine yourself to such a small space?" Lin Yan feigned indifference. "Perhaps you simply cannot afford an inn." The old beggar immediately turned away. "Enough of this conversation. It has grown tiresome." Lin Yan laughed. Why this sudden irritation? He stood and continued to wander through the city, providing assistance to familiar faces along the streets before returning to his small courtyard. In the yard, Lu Ying awaited him, having disguised herself as a woman. Carrying a basket on her arm, her smile radiant. "I brought you some seeds of flowers and herbs. If you have time, you might enjoy tending to them." "Ah, thank you," he replied. There was another figure in the courtyard, a slender, slightly stooped middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance, one who could easily blend into a crowd. It was Lu Air, responsible for gathering intelligence. "It is better to meet than to hear of someone." Lin Yan nodded slightly to Lu Air. "Is there something you need?" "There is a business opportunity," Lu Air responded. The shadow of the deer brushed lightly against the scene, stirring a subtle emotion within Lin Yan's heart. In just a few days, new business had arrived, and the efficiency had improved significantly. The target? With an elegant gesture, the deer's shadow pointed ahead. Beyond the small courtyard, a distant tall pavilion reached towards the clouds. There lay the Drunken Flower Pavilion. Lin Yan's brow furrowed slightly. The Drunken Flower Pavilion was the most opulent establishment in Huaiyang City, frequented by extravagant patrons who squandered fortunes. Lin Yan had never contemplated taking a life in such a lofty setting. The deer's shadow smiled. "Are you afraid?" Lin Yan smirked and shook his head. The deer shadow emphasized, "This is your first assignment, and it serves as your trial. The difficulty of this task is incomparable to the lowly targets you have previously dispatched, and it will determine your fate. You may choose to accept it or wait for the next arrangement. But do not worry, I and Lu Er will assist you. Where are we going? Lin Yan inquired, intrigued. To the south of the city, to the charity house, the deer shadow replied. Leading the way, the deer shadow and Lu Er moved ahead, while Lin Yan followed. Their attire was deliberate, resembling an ordinary couple among the common folk. Lin Yan followed behind without a sword, dressed in a green coat, appearing more like their junior. From this, Lin Yan deduced that Lu Er must not be revealing his true identity. This was understandable. In the profession of assassins, those responsible for intelligence work risk their safety by exposing themselves. The greater the air of mystery, the safer they felt. Although the trio walked, their pace was swift. Lin Yan was certain that both the deer shadow and Lu Er possessed skills above the second tier, though he could not gauge how much higher. The charity house of Huaiyang was situated on the outskirts to the south of the city, specifically for housing the remains and coffins of those who died far from home or could not be buried temporarily. Upon exiting the city, they navigated through mountain paths. Walking for another quarter of an hour, descending a slope, a vast courtyard appeared before Lin Yan. White sails hung, and white silk adorned the entrance. Joss paper fluttered across the ground, and as far as the eye could see, there was no sign of life. Lu Er's voice was steady and calm as he spoke. The gatekeeper is in the front yard. We will enter through the back. Reaching the rear wall, Lu Er leaped gracefully, using the side wall for leverage, akin to an agile monkey vaulting inside. The deer's shadow lightly tapped the ground, her form resembling a soaring swan before gently descending. What remarkable lightness, Lin Yan marveled. He bent his legs slightly, mimicking Lu Er, and with a push against the wall, landed steadily within the inner courtyard. Your skills surpass mine. Why do you not become an assassin yourself? Lin Yan queried. The deer shadow shot him a glance. The ceaseless cycle of violence is utterly exhausting, and one misstep could easily cost one's life. It is far more prudent for me to remain in the rear, counting my riches. Lin Yan instinctively touched his nose, pondering, why do I feel as though I have boarded a pirate ship? Lu Er turned around ahead, signaling for the two to hasten their pace. The trio moved stealthily, avoiding disturbance to the gatekeeper in the front yard, and arrived at the side room in the back courtyard. Upon entering, Lin Yan beheld a pristine corpse laid out upon a long board in the center. It was a woman, her visage weathered and hair streaked with gray, bearing the marks of a life filled with hardship and toil. She wore a tattered cotton coat, patched in numerous places, almost entirely covered in mints. By Lin Yan's estimation, even the rags of an old beggar seemed more presentable than what adorned her form. The woman bore no wounds apart from a delicate, almost imperceptible gash around her neck, a knife wound. Having comprehended the secrets of swordsmanship, Lin Yan had also gained considerable insight into the scars left by various weapons. The cut, executed from below and at an angle, was fatal. The blade was thin and precise, revealing the skill of a proficient swordsman. Lin Yan deduced this. Moreover, the assailant's speed was remarkable. Was this the work of the target? Lu Ying cast a glance of appreciation towards Lin Yan, responding, no, but you cannot evade him. Her voice took on a somber tone. Do you know where this woman hails from? Where? Lin Yan asked. Jiuzhou, Lu Ying replied, her nod affirming the gravity of the revelation. Lin Yan was taken aback. Jiuzhou lay thousands of miles away. Lu Ying continued, according to information gathered by Lu Er. This woman journeyed from Jiuzhou, traversing various regions in the 9 provinces for 2 decades in search of her long-lost child. Recently, she passed through Baiwa Street, where she chanced upon Miss Chun Tao from the Zuihua building, flaunting herself on the loft. The woman, in a frenzy, rushed into the Zuihua building, shouting incoherently for her little Tao. Lin Yan was suddenly struck with disbelief. 20 years? The world changes and faces alter. How could she possibly recognize her? Lu Ying's tone was melancholic. Perhaps she truly could. In a remarkable turn, Miss Chun Tao recognized her mother as well, and she too dashed towards the loft, causing quite a commotion. Lin Yan pressed, what happened next? Lu Ying let out a cold laugh. What kind of establishment is the Zuihua building that would permit a madwoman to create a scene? The proprietor, Yanyu, had her forcibly removed. Subsequently, she was sent here, while Chun Tao was confined, barred from receiving guests for 3 months. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes. So, Yanyu is truly ruthless. Lu Ying elaborated. The Zuihua building is part of the Angry Tide Gang's domain, a significant faction in the Chang'e River region. Yanyu is the lover of the gang's deputy leader. Besides being adept with hidden weapons, she is never without her 2 loyal bodyguards, which underscores the importance the Angry Tide Gang places upon her. Jinyu, in private, frequently associates with local traffickers in Huaiyang, particularly favoring the acquisition of young women from impoverished families. Once confined to the cellar, they undergo a period of training for 6 months before being released to gradually entertain clients. Should any show defiance or disobedience, they are cast into the charity home. Lin Yan's eyes glimmered with a cold light. Truly despicable. No need for further words. Is the target the shopkeeper? Lu Ying nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Lin Yan declared without hesitation. I shall take this job. Chapter 8. A visit to the brothel. Lu Ying remarked. Chun Tao has secretly contacted Yanyu Lu, intending to confront Jinyu in a life-or-death struggle to avenge her mother. She has pooled all her savings for her ransom, offering a substantial reward. Lin Yan replied. That is of little consequence. I am merely a passerby who cannot ignore injustice. Lu Ying added, 100 taels of silver. Lin Yan paused, astonished. How much? On the way back to the city, Lin Yan muttered in frustration. I never imagined the brothel business could be so lucrative. When I risked my life, I earned barely 2 taels of broken silver in a year. Lu Ying cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yan and said indifferently, at least if this deal succeeds, you will earn 70 taels. This thought eased Lin Yan's mind somewhat. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Lin Yan, Lu Er, and Lu Ying squeezed into the little kitchen, each preparing a dish while cooking rice, and soon sat at the table with a bowl each. As Lin Yan picked up his chopsticks, he stuffed food into his mouth, mumbling, How am I to kill? Lu Ying, with a bright smile, countered, That is a question for you to answer yourself. Me? Lin Yan pointed at his own nose. Generally, he would stealthily infiltrate, taking advantage of his opponent's inattention to deliver a swift strike. However, he realized that Jinyu was accompanied by guards day and night. Such reckless infiltration could easily alert the enemy. The county city is not like a rural town, with the presence of the town protector's office. If the Xianxia guards catch wind of him, he would not only meet his demise, but also suffer greatly. I cannot save you, Lu Ying added, formulating a plan. Executing it and completing the task are essential qualities for a killer. We are merely here to support you in fulfilling your mission. Lu Ying gestured towards herself and Lu Er, who was engrossed in his meal. This is your first legitimate job. You must devise your own strategies. Lu Ying emphasized once more. Lin Yan stroked his chin and then raised his chopsticks. Then I shall visit the brothel. Lu Er, observing Lin Yan's somewhat naive countenance, spoke up for once. He is still quite young. You won't lead him astray, will you? Lu Ying elegantly picked up food with her chopsticks and replied, Then it seems I am blind. Lin Yan was true to his word and went to Jiuzhou Lu that very night. However, before he departed, Lu Ying insisted on crafting a human skin mask for him. What kind of mask shall we create? Lin Yan leaned against the bedside, illuminated by the slanting rays of the setting sun, as he perused a stack of stationery in his hands. This compilation was meticulously arranged by Lu Er, encompassing all pertinent information regarding the Jiuzhou Lu and the esteemed Jinyu. He sought a handsome, middle-aged scholar, one who exuded a carefree and unrestrained charm, with a flowing beard reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Lu Ying tilted his head, remarking, Your taste is rather unique. Lin Yan shook the stack of papers in his hand, replying, It is not my taste. It belongs to Jinyu. The proprietor, Jinyu, is known for his libertine ways and his penchant for poetry and song. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the lanterns began to glow. On Baiwa Street, amidst the vibrant revelry of fish and dragons, the street was adorned with lanterns shimmering like a river of stars, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. A striking man, clad in a scholarly robe of azure, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, and a graceful beard that danced in the breeze, approached Jiuzhou Lu with an air of elegance. Along Baiwa Street, taverns and brothels were plentiful, with young attendants beckoning from doorways and enchanting maidens peering from above, all casting their eyes upon this ethereal figure. They enthusiastically called out, some even brazenly issuing a luring invitation from the street or balconies. Young sir, come and indulge. Our sisters are skilled in flute and song, and we assure you an experience beyond compare. The sultry voices blushed the faces of men in the vicinity, who cast envious and jealous glances at Lin Yan. Wherever he passed, the scene teetered on the brink of chaos. Of course, those bold enough to express their desires so openly were often merely gaudy and superficial. The truly refined courtesans possessed an elegance that was either subtly graceful or opulently lavish, each with its own distinct charm. Lin Yan strode confidently, a smile gracing his lips as he navigated through the whispers of flirtation, heading straight for Zui Hualu. He proclaimed with a resonant voice, "I have heard that Zui Hualu is a gem of Huaiyang, a splendid place for composing poetry, enjoying wine, and listening to melodies. Today, I, a wild scholar of Chu, have come to witness its grandeur." His voice reverberated, echoing through the crowd surrounding Zui Hualu, making his presence unmistakably known. The attendant at the entrance of Zui Hualu brightened at the sight of him and hurried to greet Lin Yan, saying, "Sir, you possess discerning taste. All the maidens in our establishment are unparalleled beauties, well-versed in music and the arts." The attendant guided Lin Yan into the establishment, adding, "Our proprietor holds great admiration for virtuous and talented individuals, and the ambience here is most delightful." Though Lin Yan maintained a composed demeanor, it was indeed his first visit to a brothel. Seemingly casual glances belied his astonishment as he took in the surroundings. Elaborate carvings and painted beams adorned every corner, complemented by inlays of gold and jade, along with literary treasures that exuded an air of opulent grandeur. Furthermore, the women in attendance are elegantly attired, their fragrant presence intoxicating and captivating, leaving one entranced and reluctant to depart. Lin Yan selected a spot to sit, his posture upright and confident, embodying an air of nonchalance while, in truth, he was fishing for opportunities. On the second floor, a captivating woman draped in a golden threaded gown leaned against the railing, fanning herself with a round fan. She was the proprietress of the Drunken Flower Pavilion, Yanyu. Her gaze was fixed intently upon Lin Yan, who had just entered. As if he were prey. "This gentleman appears to be a newcomer," she murmured to her companion. "The master, it seems this young man has come to Huaiyang for leisure, having caused quite a stir on the street," replied the attendant. Jinyu's eyes glimmered with intrigue as she lightly waved her fan. "Let's see what he is made of." The attendant, understanding her cue, inquired softly, "And what shall be the topic of poetry today?" Jinyu, swaying her slender waist, turned her gaze towards the night outside, a sly smile gracing her crimson lips. "The moonlight is splendid tonight." The attendant inclined her body slightly and whispered, "Indeed." Lin Yan ordered a pot of huadiao, wine along with 2 small dishes, with a charming young woman in light attire nestled beside him, exchanging cups and conversation. He could not help but reflect on his journey over the past year, which had been fraught with struggles for survival. Finally, he could indulge himself. Yet, Lin Yan did not forget his purpose. With a few playful remarks, he had the young woman giggling uncontrollably. "Young master, our proprietress is particularly fond of poetry. Every evening, there is a poetic challenge. If one can craft a brilliant couplet, not only will the cost of food and drink be waived, but one might also gain the attention of the courtesan, and even our proprietress may accompany you." Feigning indifference, Lin Yan replied, "If the courtesan is truly a paragon of beauty, I might consider a meeting. However, the proprietress, being an older woman, surely pales in comparison. I find drinking with you far more delightful." The young woman's expression shifted abruptly. Her fair hand quickly covered Lin Yan's mouth as she exclaimed, "Sir, you jest. The proprietress is stunningly beautiful, possessing an allure that surpasses even the courtesan. How could we, mere willows, dare to compare?" "Oh." Lin Yan's tone rose with a hint of curiosity, evidently intrigued. Just then, a clear voice rang out, capturing the attention of all present. "Gentlemen, the topic for tonight's poetry has been announced." With a flourish, a large scroll descended from the second-floor railing, unfurling prominently above the central wooden stage. On the white Xian paper, a single bold character was inscribed, Moon. Chapter 9, The Poetry Champion. Let all gentlemen showcase their talents. The crowd of distinguished scholars erupted in cheers, calling for ink and paper. The Drunken Flower Pavilion had, of course, prepared for this moment. A host of maidens emerged, bearing the 4 treasures of the study, fluttering like butterflies and distributing them to each table. Naturally, Lin Yan's table was no exception and was presented with a complete set. The young lady gracefully extended a cup of wine towards Lin Yan, her voice soft and inviting. "Young master, would you be inclined to compose a poem?" Lin Yan smacked his lips, aware of his inability to craft poetry. Yet, he could draw inspiration from a couple of verses. For surely the literary predecessors of his former life would not hold it against him. After all, in this unfamiliar realm, he relied solely on the foundation he had built at home. There was no need to rush. One poem would suffice. With an air of nonchalance, he displayed a hint of arrogance. The lady in his embrace gazed at Lin Yan's exquisite visage, her eyes sparkling with youthful admiration. At a nearby table, an ordinary-looking scholar sipped his drink alone, having declined the lady's company, instead focusing intently on Lin Yan. He muttered to himself, "What a rascal. Spending my money to flirt with young ladies." This was none other than Lu Ying, who had followed Lin Yan out of concern. The funds Lin Yan was using to revel in the brothel were merely in advance from Lu Ying, who was living a life of empty pockets, with no intention of repayment. On this night, the moon hung like a wheel in the night sky, casting its enchanting glow. The atmosphere was thick with the essence of poetry and wine, inspiring a flurry of creativity among the gathered literati. In no time, a multitude of literary works emerged. Each exceptional piece was celebrated by attendants reciting them from a high platform, while others below savored the verses, exchanging praises. Should inspiration strike anew, they would eagerly return to their writing. Jiuzhou leaned against the second floor, observing the lively scene below, reminiscent of a grand literary gathering. A faint smile gracing her lips. Attendants meticulously transcribed the poems for her consideration, ultimately to be judged by her discerning eye to determine who would claim the title of champion. "Has that young man written anything?" Jiuzhou inquired, extending her delicate, jade-like finger towards Lin Yan. The attendant shook her head slightly. "Not yet, my lady," with her hands elegantly folded on the railing, revealing a glimpse of her fair bosom. Jiuzhou's voice carried a hint of disinterest. "What a pity it would be if he possesses only a handsome face." As the evening progressed, and the title of poetry champion remained unclaimed, murmurs of impatience rippled through the crowd of scholars. "What is the delay? Why is it taking so long?" they questioned. Indeed, according to tradition, the victor should have already been decided by now. Was taking the Drunken Flower Pavilion so long? The attendant hurriedly ascended to the second floor, her expression anxious. "Mistress, the guests are growing restless. Shall we not announce the results?" Jiuzhou, resting her chin on her hand, replied, "There is no rush. He has begun to write." Following her gaze, the attendant observed Lin Yan's table, where rice paper was unfurled. The young lady ground the ink, while Lin Yan, gripping the brush in an unusual manner, dipped it into the ink and wrote fervently, showing no signs of pause. Lin Yan's calligraphy, though not ugly, lacked the finesse of a practiced hand. He wielded the brush as one would a pen, splattering ink across the pristine paper. In an instant, the space was adorned with an array of peculiar fonts. The cacophony around drew numerous literati, who gathered to witness the spectacle. Lin Yan, while writing, was softly recited by someone. The spring river's tide connects with the sea's expanse. The bright moon above the ocean rises with the tide. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. The only sound that resonated was the increasingly fervent recitation, imbued with an anticipation that seemed to burst forth with delight. Generations of life are endlessly recurring. The river's moon appears similar year after year. The eerie stillness persisted. On the second floor, Jiuzhou, seemingly unaware, stood upright, gazing intently at the ink-splattered figure amidst the crowd. Her ruby lips gently bit. Her gaze, like flowing water, brimmed with emotion. Though the time was brief, the audience's wait for a transcendent poem felt like a decade. They fixated on Lin Yan, fearing that the audacious brush strokes of the scholarly rogue would cease abruptly, leaving the work incomplete. Finally, as Lin Yan laid down his brush to conclude, the tremulous recitation echoed the final line, uncertain of how many returned by the moonlight. The setting moon stirs emotions among the riverside trees. The crowd erupted in exclamation, as if they had just emerged from a vigorous battle, now reaching the pinnacle and cascading forth. Their souls soared with the exquisite verses, touching the zenith. A nearby maiden cautiously inquired, "Sir, would you consider any revisions?" Lin Yan tossed his brush aside and declared, "Not a single word shall be altered." Instantly, the venue resounded with applause. This poem, renowned for overshadowing all of Tang's works, was undeniably his triumph. Lin Yan surveyed the raucous assembly and then raised his gaze to the enchanting figure leaning against the railing. With a faint smile, he lifted the wine cup from the table and toasted from afar. Proud and unrestrained, his talents soared to celestial heights. Jiuzhou felt her heart race like a fawn, a sensation she had not experienced in years. The deer-like figure stood in stunned silence, having envisioned countless scenarios, yet none had prepared her for this unfolding. A man who lived daily in the mountain deity's temple and under the clear water bridge turned out to be an extraordinary poet of unparalleled genius. It was simply unfathomable. A beautiful maid navigated through the bustling crowd to Lin Yan's side, slightly bowing as she spoke. "Mr. Chu, the courtesan and the proprietor await you at the elegant residence," hoping for an intimate discussion. She then turned to the crowd and proclaimed loudly, "Today as poetic champion is this Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu's verses are a marvel. I, at the Drunken Flower Pavilion, shall ensure they resonate across the 9 provinces, leaving a legacy for centuries." The assembly showed no dissent, breaking into applause. Lin Yan maintained his aloof demeanor, feigning nonchalance. "It is merely a poem, nothing of great significance. If one could behold the exquisite beauty of the courtesan and the graceful demeanor of the innkeeper, it would indeed be a night well spent under the moonlight." "Lead the way," Lin Yan remarked nonchalantly. The maid nodded, swaying her figure as she made her way toward the staircase. Lin Yan cast a fleeting glance at Lu Ying, revealing a barely perceptible smile, which was, however, captured by Lu Ying's keen eyes. He then turned and followed the maid's footsteps. "Did he recognize me?" "That shouldn't be the case," the middle-aged scholar mused, stroking his chin. Drunken Flower Pavilion. The 3rd floor. This level lacked a common hall, consisting solely of elegant chambers for receiving esteemed guests. The maid guided Lin Yan into a private chamber located in the southeast corner. The light was dim, illuminated only by a few flickering red candles, producing a soft, rustling sound. It felt less like a space for honored guests and more akin to a bridal chamber shrouded in intimacy. "Mr. Chu, please come in," the maid said, standing at the door and gesturing for him to enter. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Is this the style of your Drunken Flower Pavilion?" The maid smiled gently. "Your talent is unparalleled, sir. This is a special arrangement prepared by the innkeeper just for you." Lin Yan raised an eyebrow and stepped inside without hesitation. With a creak, the wooden door closed behind him, leaving only a hazy glow illuminating the space before him, where a carved pearwood screen stood. As he rounded the screen, sheer silks danced lightly in the air. Through the faint light, he discerned a stunning woman draped in golden threads, reclining gracefully upon the bed. Her features were obscured, but her alluring curves were unmistakable. "Mr. Chu, a moment in spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces." Her voice was sweet and intoxicating, stirring the senses. Chapter 10. The Capture and Pursuit. Lin Yan's heart was resolute. The figure moving behind the curtain was undoubtedly Jinyu. Yet, he had not anticipated that Lu Ying's craftsmanship, combined with a captivating poem, could yield such an astonishing effect. Jinyu had entirely bypassed the customary pleasantries, seeking to engage him directly and thoroughly. It was, of course, out of the question to ascend to the bed. Lin Yan was on the lookout for an opportune moment to act. He took a seat at the table, his voice dry and strained as if he were striving to restrain himself. The courtesan brews wine, while the innkeeper keeps her company. "May I ask which lady you are?" Jinyu laughed melodically. "Who would you like me to be, sir?" Lin Yan surveyed the lavish chamber adorned with flowing silks and flickering candles before responding with a bright smile. "I fear only the innkeeper would possess the audacity to invite a guest to her own bed." Jinyu's laughter rippled through the air. "The courtesan is merely an inexperienced girl. What she knows, I know better, and what I know, she may not fully grasp. Are you truly certain you still wish to meet the courtesan?" With that, Jinyu loosened the ties at her waist, lifting the hem of her golden gown to reveal an astonishingly fair leg. Lin Yan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. One must admit, it was indeed captivating. The enchanting maiden Jinyu possesses a beguiling allure that penetrates to her very core. A mere glance, a smile, or even the subtlest of movements can ignite fervor within the hearts of onlookers. According to the intelligence gathered by Lu Air, this woman may have cultivated some nefarious techniques for drawing vitality, for despite nearing 40 years of age, her skin remains as smooth and tender as that of an infant. Each of her private lovers has met their demise, consumed by her charms, discarded in a forsaken burial ground, unrecognized even by the charity of the righteous. As Lin Yan gazes upon Jinyu's subtly revealed skin and form, he cannot help but feel a surge of heat within him. It seems Jinyu intends to add Lin Yan to her collection of admirers, and at this moment, she is determined to flaunt her allure to its fullest extent. Lin Yan steadied his mind. "Such grace and charm, dear proprietress, there is no need to seek the company of courtesans. The long night is upon us, and wine shared with a kindred spirit is far more pleasurable. Pray, let us share a few cups together." Jinyu, taken aback, did not expect that despite her disrobing, Lin Yan could maintain his composure. This only stoked the flames of desire within her. Indeed, A man capable of penning such exquisite poetry is truly exceptional. Rising, she declared, "If you consider me a confidant, I shall willingly accompany you in all matters." With her dress wide open, her fragrant shoulders partially exposed, and her alabaster bosom revealed, she approached Lin Yan with grace. The golden hem of her gown trailed upon the ground, gradually being pulled away, leaving her nearly bare as she neared him. Her skin glistened like the finest jade, her curves pronounced, and her flat abdomen inviting. Lin Yan found himself swallowing hard, the heat rising within him. Suddenly, a sharp sound of a sword unsheathing pierced the air, disrupting the previously charged atmosphere. In its place emerged a chilling tension. Jinyu's sultry gaze shifted to astonishment as she beheld the gentleman, crowned in elegance, drawing forth a crude bamboo-handled sword from his bosom. A killer? In an instant, he unsheathed the blade, its iron-like body slicing through the air with a flurry of overlapping shadows. The speed was such that you could only perceive the whisper of the wind. In the face of imminent death, her fury mixed with the instinct to survive erupted within her, unleashing a formidable force that surged forth like a tempest, shattering the furnishings around her. Lin Yan's expression hardened as he swiftly retreated, his form as fluid as a willow in the breeze, effortlessly evading the debris hurtling towards him. In the blink of an eye, he found himself several paces away at the entrance by the screen. Though Jinyu's internal strength was formidable, it faltered in its pursuit, dispersing just an inch before reaching Lin Yan. A vivid crimson blossom erupted at her throat. She had succumbed by the time she sensed the impending counterattack. It was already too late. Lin Yan had deftly plunged his sword into her throat. Jinyu's golden eyes widened in shock, her jade-like visage gradually stiffening. Her graceful, bare form collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Lin Yan approached with measured steps, retrieving the golden gown from the floor and draping it over her body, preserving her dignity in her final moments. The pressing concern for Lin Yan now was how to extricate himself from this perilous situation. Suddenly, a change flickered across Lin Yan's countenance. In the next instant, a thunderous crash erupted at the door. The wooden barrier splintered, accompanied by a sharp clang as the pearwood screen unexpectedly split down the middle. Two figures, one in front of the other, burst forth like a tempest from behind the screen. The foremost figure glared fiercely, a glimmering blade held menacingly before him, which he spun with lethal grace, directing a vicious arc of light towards the retreating Lin Yan. "Thief, do not flee." The second figure rushed towards the fallen Jinyu, swiftly gathering her into his embrace, attempting to salvage the flicker of her spirit. Both men were robust and formidable, elite members of the Fury Tide gang, tasked with safeguarding Jinyu's safety. Typically, they remained at her side, inseparable. It was only when Jinyu sought out a companion for her pleasures that they would momentarily distance themselves. This arrangement had maintained their safety thus far. After all, apart from their protection, Jinyu herself possessed a martial prowess that ranked her among the second tier of the martial world. Though she lacked practical experience, she could hold her own long enough for her guardians to arrive in times of danger. Just moments ago, the two men sensed an ominous surge of energy and knew something was amiss. Yet, they never anticipated that Jinyu would succumb without even a single move against Lin Yan. The blade's radiance surged forth, enveloping Lin Yan in an instant. He recalled the admonition of Lu Ying: strike swiftly and evade immediately. In Huaiyang City, the true threat did not lie with the skilled members of the Fury Tide gang before him, but rather with the imminent arrival of the town patrol. He narrowly sidestepped as the blade whizzed past, its fierce edge shattering the wooden window into fragments. With a swift motion, Lin Yan propelled himself through the shattered frame. Leaping lightly, with a deft push off the debris at the edge of the loft, he transformed into a shadow, racing toward the distant buildings. She cannot be saved. Quickly, pursue. The first man immediately vaulted through the broken window in pursuit of Lin Yan. The second, having relinquished Jinyu's lifeless form, moved even faster. With a leap, he covered several meters in an instant, crouching low as he bounded through the window, closely following the two figures. Under the night sky of Huaiyang City, the two skilled men from the Fury Tide gang raced across the rooftops, their practiced movements echoing with a resounding clamor as they dashed forward. As they traversed the street, the commotion roused the townsfolk, prompting many to emerge and voice their grievances. The two individuals ran for a while, their pace gradually diminishing, until they coincidentally halted at a certain spot. They surveyed the vast, murky night that enveloped the city, searching in vain for Lin Yan's silhouette. In silence, one finally spoke. "We've lost him." The other replied, "This person possesses extraordinary agility. Who could possibly wish to harm our angry tide gang?" The former shook his head. "Let us depart. We must return to address the aftermath. The gang leader will surely be furious." The two leapt from the rooftop, still suspended in midair, when suddenly a silent glimmer of sword light surged from the ground like a fierce wind, resembling a gentle rain, encircling their vital points. Lin Yan had not fled. Chapter 11. Eliminating Future Threats. Given Lin Yan's nature, he sought to eliminate any potential future threats when taking a life. The two members of the Angry Tide gang had not only witnessed his prowess, but also resided merely a street apart from him at the Drunken Flower Pavilion. The proximity posed a significant risk of exposure. To safeguard against this, after evading the two, Lin Yan resolved to return and catch them off guard. Both members of the Angry Tide gang were seasoned warriors of considerable renown, their skills and battle capabilities far superior to those of Jiuzhou. Had it been half an hour earlier, Lin Yan might have found himself at a disadvantage against them. However, the circumstances had shifted. After fulfilling the assassination contract on Jiuzhou, he had achieved a new level of mastery, unlocking new skills and enhancing his martial arts proficiency. His internal energy, sword techniques, and agility now exhibited novel characteristics, elevating his strength to unprecedented heights. Moreover, Lin Yan struck from the shadows, the swiftness of his blade akin to a tempest, arriving unexpectedly. The two adept members of the Angry Tide gang, suspended in the air, found themselves with no means of evasion, revealing their disadvantage. They could only respond with a fierce shout. One drew a sword while the other brandished twin blades. The air erupted with a flurry of dazzling sword lights. The sound of metal clashing resonating. The descent to the ground felt fleeting, yet for the two, it seemed as if time had come to a standstill, stretching infinitely. Lin Yan, wielding a single sword, danced with grace, as swift as the wind. In an instant, his blade could multiply into myriad forms, transforming into a torrential downpour. This was the essence of the swordsmanship he had recently comprehended, known as overcasting rain. Legend has it that a swordsman who observes the rise and fall of tides grasps the true meaning of the sword path. When the blade is drawn, it falls like a relentless rain, continuous and unending. Whereas his previous strikes were swift as a whisper pursuing pure speed, he could now embody the tempestuous nature of wind and rain, introducing boundless variations. Ultimately, one of the two skilled members of the Angry Tide gang found himself grounded, collapsing with a thud, his body riddled with countless sword wounds. As if struck by raindrops, blood flowed in rivulets. He had already succumbed to death. Another survivor's condition was equally dire, his body riddled with countless sword wounds, garments soaked in crimson. The moment he touched the ground, he exerted himself with a powerful kick, and with a resounding crack, his form shot forth like a crossbow bolt, hastening away in the opposite direction. The man understood in his heart that the opponent's swordsmanship was divine. He was no match at all. The only chance for survival lay in desperate flight. Suddenly, a sound akin to a fierce wind tearing through the air came from above. The fleeing man glanced back at the source, only to be seized by terror. A figure in azure descended from a height of several dozen feet, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Characteristic, cloud soaring. With the grace of a ladder, one can ascend to the skies, reaching the ethereal heights. Lin Yan transformed into a swift shadow, his sword extending forward, and in an instant, the tempestuous rain of swords fell once more. The man drew his blade, erupting in a flurry of light, attempting a final, desperate resistance. Alas, he could not withstand the relentless downpour of swords. As Lin Yan landed, the man collapsed to his knees, his long knife clattering to the ground. He gazed blankly at the descending figure in azure, his eyes utterly devoid of life. Lin Yan exhaled lightly. With a resonant sound, he sheathed his sword. This long, drawn-out night had finally come to an end. He could return home for a restful sleep. Suddenly, Lin Yan's ears perked up. He hastily leaped away, melding into the vastness of the night. Just as he departed, 3 figures soared down from the eaves, landing gracefully on the ground. All 3 were clad in black embroidered garments, adorned with silver-threaded crane cloud patterns on their shoulders, and each bore a long knife at their waist, exuding an air of stern menace. These individuals were none other than the Xianxia guards of the town patrol. Jiuzhou had perished at the Drunken Flower Pavilion, and 2 skilled members of the Angry Tide gang were in pursuit of Lin Yan. The guards and servants within the pavilion were not idle. They promptly raised alarms. alerting the patrolling town patrol. Unlike the city defense forces and officials, the Xianxia guards were established to oversee the forces of the martial world, aiming to prevent rogues and bandits from wielding their power unlawfully and disturbing the lives of innocent civilians. This night, Ding Qing was on duty in the northern part of the city. Upon hearing the commotion at the Drunken Flower Pavilion, he immediately brought 2 subordinates to inquire, and then followed the trail of Lin Yan and the others. At this point, the bodies of the 2 angry Tide gang members lay before him, yet the trail of pursuit had come to a complete halt. "Boss, the assailant has vanished without a trace," Ding Qing gestured dismissively. The 2 men on the ground were robust and evidently skilled in martial arts. The marks of their pursuit on the roof were likely left by them. He crouched down, meticulously examining the wounds of the deceased. The individual's sword technique is astonishingly swift. Observing the myriad of wounds resembling sword marks scattered across their body, it is as if they had been struck by 1,000 sword shadows in an instant. The assailant possesses not only exceptional swordsmanship, but also remarkable lightness of foot. Ding Qing rose and calmly remarked, "The opponent has fled for some time. We shall not catch them now. Let us retrieve the body and deliberate further." The 2 attendants in dark garments respectfully acknowledged his command and proceeded to carry away the lifeless form. Under the cover of night, Lin Yan returned to his small courtyard. He removed his disguise and concealed it within the stove, intending to incinerate it along with the morning-esque cooking, erasing all traces. Once everything was in order, it was already the 4th watch of the night. Lin Yan lay down upon his bed and swiftly drifted into slumber. On the following day, as the sun ascended high in the sky, its warm rays streamed through the window and illuminated the edge of Lin Yan's bed. He awoke to the comforting warmth, stretched languidly, and glanced at the time. It was nearly noon, suggesting it was time for lunch. To his surprise, Lu Ying had not yet arrived. In truth, Lu Ying had come early, but upon knocking and receiving no response, had departed, perhaps considering Lin Yan's fatigue from the previous night and allowing him to rest. Lying in bed, Lin Yan began to assess his system status. Name, Lin Yan. Inner power, Guiyuan breathing technique, proficiency 40. Traits, rapid recuperation. Remarkable healing effects. Inner strength can swiftly mend internal and external injuries. Swordsmanship, secret record of the sword path, proficiency 40. Traits, whispers of the wind, shrouded in rain. Lightness of foot, light body technique, proficiency 40. Traits, like a shadow, cloud traversing. Assassin achievement, entering the threshold 05. Remarks, 5 more successful contracts are required to unlock the next stage of achievements. Valid targets must be above the 2nd realm. With all martial arts, proficiency elevated to 40. Lin Yan's understanding of the heart method, swordsmanship, and lightness of foot deepened significantly. The reserves of inner power within his dantian transformed from a trickling stream into a flowing river, coursing freely through his limbs. If the initial stage had afforded Lin Yan an advantage over 3rd-rate experts, allowing him to ambush 2nd-rate opponents like Jiuzhou successfully, then the current stage of entering the threshold firmly established him within the 2nd-rate tier. Even when facing 2 skilled members of the Angry Tide gang, Lin Yan could engage and emerge victorious with relative ease. After rising, Lin Yan washed up briefly before kindling a fire to prepare his meal, simultaneously incinerating the evidence of last night's transgressions. He cooked 2 simple dishes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried green beans, accompanied by rice. As Lin Yan plated the food, a knock resounded at the courtyard door. Raising an eyebrow, he opened the door to find Lu Ying, resplendent in a striking red attire, standing there with a cheerful smile. "You certainly know how to choose your moments," Lin Yan remarked. "Of course," Lu Ying replied with a beaming expression. "Otherwise, why would I be here?" Chapter 12, The Dormant Period. Lu Ying did not arrive empty-handed. She brought a flask of wine, a jade-green porcelain bottle, lush and vibrant. Just a few cups down, it could be emptied completely. Exquisite bamboo leaf liquor to celebrate your successful mission and your formal induction into the Misty Rain Pavilion. Lin Yan settled into a chair, lifting a bowl of rice and placing a piece of egg into his mouth. It was an honor. Lu Ying uncorked the wine and poured 2 cups. The liquid shimmered with clarity, exuding a delicate verdant hue and a fragrant aroma. Lin Yan raised his glass and lightly clinked it with Lu Ying's, tilting his head back to drain it in one gulp. The liquor flowed smoothly down his throat, leaving a refreshing aftertaste that was not overly fiery. Lin Yan found it quite agreeable. Observing Lin Yan's hearty drinking, Lu Ying pursed her lips, such a treasure of hers, wasted. She picked up the chopsticks and bowl Lin Yan had prepared, hastily devouring her meal, realizing that if she did not hurry, there would be nothing left. A quarter of an hour later, the platter was spotless, not a drop of oil remaining. With a clap, the cups clinked together. Lu Ying took a small sip, visibly pleased. You sleep well here. Outside, it's chaos. Lin Yan slumped in his chair, mumbling a vague acknowledgement. First, a lengthy poem that shocked the literary world. You have been heralded by the scholars of Huaiyang County as the poetic immortal of our time. Then, our poetic immortal, on the very same night, kills the manager of the Drunken Flower Pavilion and 2 adept members of the Rage Tide Gang. The current situation is that the great scholars from various academies in Huaiyang, the local magistrates, and the Rage Tide Gang are all searching for you. Your venture has truly shaken the heavens and the earth. Even the pavilion master has been stirred. Lin Yan was somewhat slow to grasp the gravity of it. I shouldn't have revealed my whereabouts, should I? Lu Ying shook her head. Luer is already gathering information and tying up loose ends for you. It's not a major issue. If the magistrate were to come for you, I would have come today. Lin Yan chuckled softly. How very pragmatic. Lu Ying remarked indifferently. Being an assassin is like this. You are playing with your life. You must adapt swiftly. For now, take a break until the storm passes. Lin Yan responded with a slight nod. The two fell into silence for a moment. Lin Yan stifled a large yawn, feeling drowsy after lunch. Lu Ying gazed at him with a knowing smile. I've found that despite observing you for a whole month, I still know very little about you. You compose poetry to the level of an immortal. Your strength can easily vanquish 2 skilled members of the Rage Tide Gang. They could at least protect Jiuzhou, demonstrating their second-rate caliber. What else is there about you that I do not know? Lin Yan's lips curled into a smirk. Guess. If I told you everything, it would lose its intrigue. Lu Ying scoffed dismissively. During this period of idleness, come lend me a hand, and I shall also bestow upon you an identity to facilitate dealings with the town suppression office. Lin Yan was slightly taken aback. What do you intend to do? Lu Ying waved a piece of paper in front of Lin Yan, who, with swift reflexes, snatched it from her grasp. A land deed? A restaurant, a tea house, an inn? Or perhaps, Lu Ying smiled mischievously, a brothel. Lin Yan sat up in astonishment. You wish to open a brothel? After just having dealt with the demise of a brothel owner, another one comes along? Lu Ying's cheeks flushed as she finished the last drop from a small cup. The Drunken Flower House is finished. The town suppression office, while investigating your case at the Drunken Flower House, discovered a hidden chamber beneath, filled with abducted virtuous women. Consequently, the town suppression office has begun to unravel the chain of trafficking. The Drunken Flower House has been thoroughly sealed and shut down. While this may bring satisfaction to many, the girls, cooks, and servants within the establishment have been left without a place to go. Lin Yan suddenly realized, you intend to take over the staff from the Drunken Flower House and recruit them for your own establishment, thus simplifying matters greatly. Lu Ying nodded slightly. When one whale falls, all creatures thrive. The colossal entity of the Drunken Flower House has collapsed, and the remaining establishments cannot sustain such a number. Supporting one newcomer is more than sufficient. Lin Yan inquired, is this your private property? Or is it of the Misty Rain Tower? Lu Ying playfully scolded. Of course it belongs to the tower. We need to establish a stronghold in Huaiyang County, facilitating the exchange of information and personnel. Lin Yan understood. You must have anticipated this when you arranged for this property, waiting to open a brothel for ease of interaction. Lu Ying smiled subtly. I had considered that. Lin Yan couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. This woman truly had a long-term vision. Where is it located? What role shall I play? Lu Ying replied. East of Baiwa Street, by the Clear Water River, directly across from the Drunken Flower House. I will be busy recruiting, while you oversee the new construction and decoration in the establishment. A permanent position will be reserved for you. Lin Yan asked, have you decided on a name? What shall it be? Lu Ying declared with enthusiasm. Let it be called the Qinglu Fawn. Lin Yan thought it sounded like a zoo, and just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Lu Ying pointed at him with a fierce gaze. This is not a request for your opinion. This is a decision. Lin Yan raised his hands in surrender. I was merely about to say it sounds pleasant. After finishing her meal, Lu Ying stood and made her way towards the door, then suddenly recalled something. Outwardly, I shall be known as Lin Lu. You are the cousin of my second aunt's maternal nephew. Do not forget, this is how we shall present ourselves. Lin Yan found himself momentarily stunned. What? What is this? A cousin, is it? Outside, the world was tumultuous, while within the small courtyard, time flowed serenely. Lin Yan rose late in the morning, indulging in meals, practicing swordplay, and occasionally daydreaming. He would take a leisurely stroll around the construction site, merely to aid digestion after meals. Towers rise majestically from the ground. Yet Qinglu Fong was not to be a towering edifice. It was to be a 5-story pavilion where one could stand high, gaze upon the river, and admire the moon, truly a breathtaking sight. Days passed, and Lu Ying visited the small courtyard, presenting him with 2 items. One was 70 taels of silver, his reward for the initial business transaction, which suddenly elevated him from poverty to wealth overnight. The other was a waste token from the Misty Rain Tower, crafted from a material neither gold nor copper, intricately engraved. The front bore the likeness of the Misty Rain Tower, while the reverse displayed flying swordsman, Huang character. According to Lu Ying, ordinary assassins from the Misty Rain Tower typically commence their careers at the Huang character ding level. However, due to Lin Yan's exceptional performance in his first assignment, he was specially promoted by the tower's master to Huang character E, a leap of 2 ranks, allowing him to undertake more lucrative contracts. Naturally, the challenges accompanying these higher rewards would also escalate. Yet this was precisely what Lin Yan desired. For only tasks of 2nd tier and above could be counted towards his achievements as an assassin. A month slipped by swiftly, and the uproar caused by Lin Yan gradually subsided. The poet Xian Tanhua made a fleeting appearance, leaving behind a remarkable verse, and his swordplay swept through the drunken flower tower, unveiling a dark conspiracy and etching a tale of heroism into the annals of the martial world. The town suppression office used the drunken flower tower's trafficking case as a thread to dismantle numerous gangs involved. Even the Rage Tide gang had to sever its ties and offer a scapegoat to resolve the matter with the town suppression office. Seated amidst the dust on the construction site, Lin Yan gazed at the emerging form of Qinglu Fong, filled with immense pride. It was akin to watching his child grow from nothing into a flourishing entity. On this day, Lin Yan returned to the small courtyard. Upon pushing the door open, he noticed an inconspicuous scratch on the doorframe. 6 ears had visited. Approaching the bed, he retrieved a small wooden box from beneath it, unlocking it with a brass key. There were 3 keys, one each for Lin Yan, Lu Ying, and 6 ears, used for message exchanges. Inside the once empty box lay 2 letters and a book. The first letter was from Lu Ying, bustling with preparations for the upcoming venture. Noticing Lin Yan's idle demeanor, he had found him a job outside the city, an opportune escape to avoid the turmoil. He assured Lin Yan that he needn't worry about supervision, as he would arrange for someone to take over. At the bottom of the box rested a book, a standard possession for members of the Misty Rain Tower, encouraging Lin Yan to peruse it often, as it would enhance his skills as an assassin. No need for further contemplation. The second letter, naturally, contained mission intelligence from 6 ears. Lin Yan did not hasten to open the box. Instead, he first glanced at the book nestled at the bottom. The prominent title on the cover read, "How Assassins Are Forged." Below it, a smaller inscription declared, "Mandatory reading for disciples of the Tang sect." Lin Yan was taken aback. The smoke in Rain Tower had made its intentions unmistakably clear. He finally unfolded the letter from Lu Air. As expected, it consisted of a stack of stationery, each sheet densely filled with small script, containing all pertinent information, clues, and rumors regarding the current task. Lin Yan read swiftly. After merely half a page, he found himself captivated. It appeared that he was destined for a journey afar. The following morning, Lin Yan arrived at the marketplace, where he procured a fine steed and equipped it with a complete set of gear. He had prepared provisions for several days, along with 2 sets of rugged attire. With everything in readiness, he mounted his horse in the afternoon and rode out of the city, heading west along the official road. His destination was a small village at the foot of Jiuzhou Mountain, over 200 miles from Huaiyang County. As he traveled the official road, astride his spirited steed clad in green, a conical hat atop his head, and an iron sword at his waist, Lin Yan's previous disheveled appearance, marred by hardship, had been completely shed after more than a month of recuperation. At that moment, he appeared youthful and radiant, resembling a spirited young wanderer. On his journey, the passage of time was uneventful. In truth, the great Jin had enjoyed a century of peace, and the local authorities were well respected in the martial world. On the official roads, it was rare to encounter heedless bandits. Most were affable rogues closely connected to merchants and officials. These individuals typically collected tolls from caravans and were not overly harsh on solitary travelers or the impoverished, unless one veered into the mountain paths. In the deep woods, where the imperial reach was limited, bandits and ne'er-do-wells were more likely to flourish. Thus, Lin Yan rode during the day and rested at relay stations at night, lighting a lamp to read. His reading material was How Assassins Are Forged. Although the title seemed somewhat absurd, even reminiscent of a certain renowned work from his past life, the Tang sect, with its centuries-old legacy, exuded profound depth. From the text, Lin Yan could sense the rich heritage of the Tang sect as a family of assassins. The principles and techniques outlined in the book proved invaluable to him, igniting a realization within. So this is what it means to be a true assassin. Moreover, the latter half of the book contained newly added sections detailing essential skills and techniques for assassins, such as bone compression technique, breath control technique, and thousand gene fall, among others. This portion was evidently compiled by the Smoke and Rain Tower. Lin Yan immersed himself in reading as he traveled, losing track of time as the days slipped away. The young man remarked that they had arrived at Zhuozhou Mountain. The escort accompanying him pointed towards the distant landscape. Lin Yan raised his hand to shield his eyes, gazing into the distance. A lush green mountain gradually emerged from the mist, stretching endlessly towards the horizon. Finally, he thought to himself, they had arrived. The journey had been arduous. 2 days later, Lin Yan truly found himself at the foot of Zhuozhou Mountain. On that bright morning, under the radiant sun, he bid farewell to the escorting travelers he had accompanied along the official road. He mounted his horse and veered onto the mountain path, proceeding alone along the narrow trail. After traversing for half a day, a resonant and powerful mountain song echoed through the forest. The voice was rich and robust, unmistakably belonging to a strong and vigorous individual. Lin Yan called out loudly, "Friend, I am entering the mountains to hunt, but have lost my way. Could you kindly reveal yourself and offer guidance?" After calling out, Lin Yan stood still, quietly observing his surroundings. Perhaps taken aback by the presence of another, the melodious song abruptly ceased, and silence enveloped the forest once more. Within moments, a rustling sound emerged from the thicket to his left. Suddenly, a woodsman appeared, clad in simple attire, tall and with an honest, unpretentious demeanor. He bore a large bundle of firewood upon his back, towering over others, yet appeared remarkably at ease. "Where do you come from, young man? Where are you headed?" the woodsman inquired. Lin Yan casually replied, "I hail from Huaiyang County, intending to reach Wuling Prefecture." The woodsman scrutinized Lin Yan's attire, which seemed more befitting a wandering knight than a mere commoner. He gestured towards the direction Lin Yan had come from. "Follow that path, and you'll reach the official road. Circumvent Zhuozhou Mountain, and you'll eventually arrive at Wuling." Lin Yan smiled and replied, "Taking a detour seems rather cumbersome. I wish to traverse Zhuozhou Mountain directly." The woodsman expressed surprise. "The deep mountains are perilous, teeming with wild beasts. Though we reside at the foot of Zhuozhou Mountain, we have never ventured deeply into the woods. Young man, I advise you to take the safer route." Raising an eyebrow, Lin Yan responded, "Good sir, I have journeyed far and wide, enduring the elements. I am quite fatigued. Might you lead me to the village for a respite?" The woodsman hesitated, unsure of Lin Yan's intentions and unable to ascertain whether he was friend or foe. Lin Yan produced a coin and pressed it into the woodsman's hand, saying, "I am not short of money. After 2 days of dry rations, I find myself unable to eat another bite. I yearn for a warm meal." The woodsman weighed the coins in his hand and replied, "Very well, I will take you back to the village. However, if you wish to stay overnight, you must seek the village chief's permission. Understood?" The woodcutter, bearing a load of firewood, turned and, accompanied by Lin Yan, ventured into the adjacent, overgrown mountain path. Along the way, Lin Yan learned of the woodcutter's village, named Zhuozhou, which boasted a modest population of 200 to 300 souls. The village thrived on the resources of the mountains, maintaining a self-sufficient existence, only occasionally venturing out to sell their mountain goods. The woodcutter was named Li Ping, a solitary man. As they conversed, the pair emerged from a hillside, revealing a cluster of low houses nestled in a valley, wisps of smoke curling upward, filling the air with a homely warmth. Li led Lin Yan into the village, immediately attracting the curious gazes of passers-by. Visitors to their village were a rarity, and those who did come were often itinerant merchants collecting mountain produce. A young wanderer like Lin Yan was indeed a rare sight. However, with Lin Yan's handful of copper coins, there were no obstacles to be faced. The village chief, an elderly man with graying hair, welcomed Lin Yan with a warm smile, offering him a place to stay and instructing the elderly woman of the household to prepare a sumptuous meal. The feast featured the delights of the mountains: sautéed mushrooms, roasted mountain chicken, and 2 fried eggs. After 2 days of consuming nothing but steamed buns, Lin Yan was instantly invigorated at the sight of such a lavish spread. "I shall not be polite," he declared. The village chief, his eyes twinkling, urged, "My young brother, please eat to your heart's content. There's plenty of rice." The elderly woman emerged from the kitchen wielding a spatula, her voice resonant. "You all eat first. I have also prepared a pot of soup." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan eagerly picked up his bowl and chopsticks, relishing the meal. After satiating his hunger, he lifted a bowl of water and drank heartily. The two engaged in light conversation, Lin Yan inquiring about the local customs and the village chief asking about the changes in the outside world. Their dialogue grew more familiar. Lin Yan, with an air of casual curiosity, remarked, "Old sir, Jiuzhou village is a haven of peace and prosperity, much like a paradise. Are all the inhabitants locals? Or are there outsiders who have settled here?" Chapter 14. Inquiring for information. The village chief paused slightly before responding. "No, all are long-time residents who know each other well." Lin Yan furrowed his brow at this. The chief's demeanor was natural, appearing truthful. Observing the village chief's assured expression, Lin Yan discerned that answers would not be found here. The chief offered Lin Yan a vacant room in his home, and thus Lin Yan made his stay in Jiuzhou village. That night, Lin Yan retrieved a stack of intelligence gathered by Lu Er and began to peruse it once more. The opening lines read, "In the 23rd year of Jianan, the Qing sect of Maoshan issued a commission to the 7 Absolute Hall, Yanyu Tower, and Tangmen to secretly search for and eliminate the rebel sect's outer disciples, Lucideo. Ordinarily, such matters of purging 1's ranks would fall under the purview of the Qing sect itself, which would be more fitting. However, Lucideo was exceptionally cunning, evading capture throughout the 9 provinces and ultimately vanishing without a trace. The Qing sect, unable to locate him, was compelled to turn to various assassin organizations with broader networks for assistance. The reasons behind the purge were yet to unfold. The practitioners of the Xianxia sect are equally reticent, reluctant to divulge much. This particular case has circulated within the Misty Rain Pavilion for over a year. Yet due to a lack of information, it has remained unattended. 3 months prior, a band of mountain bandits attempted to raid Jiuzhou Mountain, but were swiftly repelled by the villagers residing at its base. Among them was an individual who had previously been a disciple in a Taoist temple, and he recognized that the villagers were employing the internal martial arts of Taoism. This seemingly trivial clue, amidst a vast sea of documentation, initially appeared insignificant. However, while organizing intelligence concerning the Huaiyang area, Lu Er inadvertently stumbled upon this piece of information. A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, linking this matter to the Xianxia Commission located 1,000 miles away. By consolidating all available clues, he formulated a hypothesis. The wayward disciple, Lucideo, likely sought refuge in Jiuzhou village. As Lin Yan gazed out at the somber night, he pondered the whereabouts of Lucideo. With the crow of the rooster announcing the dawn, Lin Yan rubbed the sleep from his eyes and rose from his wooden bed. The village chief's modest courtyard lay halfway up the mountainside. Upon opening the window, he beheld that the entirety of Jiuzhou village had awakened. Farmers, bearing hoes, strolled along the ridges of the fields in small groups, engaging in jovial conversation as they took advantage of the cool morning to tend to their crops. Hunters and gatherers also ventured forth in clusters towards the mountains. "Good morning, Master Li." "Morning, Master Li." Lin Yan greeted a familiar figure traversing the fields. The men and women by the roadside warmly acknowledged him. This was the woodcutter, Li Ping, whom he had encountered the previous day. He too carried a large bamboo basket and wielded a sickle, heading into the mountains to gather firewood and hunt. "Young brother, have you awakened? Come, have some porridge," called the village chief's wife from outside. "I'm coming," Lin Yan replied as he made his way to the main hall. In addition to the village chief and his wife, there was a young man present, the village chief's youngest son, who had yet to reach adulthood and establish his own household. His physique was well-proportioned and upright, brimming with vitality, suggesting he was well-trained in martial arts. Lin Yan smiled and remarked, "You've trained well, young man. Who has been your teacher?" The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The young man glanced at Lin Yan, his expression devoid of surprise, yet tinged with an undercurrent of wariness. The village chief quickly interjected with a chuckle, saying, "What is our young brother talking about? We can't seem to grasp it." The village chief's wife also chimed in kindly, patting Lin Yan on the shoulder. "Hurry and eat your porridge, or it will get cold." Observing the persistently aloof demeanor of the young man, Lin Yan felt no discontent and began to enjoy his porridge. After breakfast, sensing that he could glean little from the village chief, he decided to venture outside for a leisurely stroll in search of clues. Passing through the rice fields, he noted that most of the farmers appeared robust and strong. especially among the youth. They are remarkably akin to the village chief's youngest son. Their vitality is abundant, and their strength is enduring, clearly honed through the refinement of internal martial arts, having indeed entered the realm of mastery. Ordinary bandits and robbers are truly no match for this group of villagers. Whenever Lin Yan converses with the villagers, the dialogue inevitably circles back to two inquiries. First, whether there have been any new additions to the village in recent years. Second, how is that every villager possesses such robust health and vibrant energy, whether there is some secret to it. The answers Lin Yan receives echo those from the village chief. Yet he can almost ascertain that the villagers' expressions and demeanor betray that they are concealing something from him. Casually, Lin Yan picked up a blade of dogtail grass and placed it in his mouth, stretching his palms and yawning. He initially believed that coming to the village would allow him to uncover the truth easily. However, he did not anticipate such a challenging start. Approaching the riverbank, he observed a few children engaging in the art of skipping stones. Among them was a slightly taller boy, encircled by the others, tossing a pebble with a casual flick of his wrist. With a swift motion, the stone skimmed across the water, creating a cascade of splashes. Wow, Liang Yi, you're amazing. Your progress is remarkable, the children exclaimed. Shoo, Liang cautioned, noticing Lin Yan in the distance, clad in green, smiling at them. There's an outsider. Don't speak carelessly. The other children nodded vigorously in agreement. Lin Yan offered what he considered a warm smile and waved amiably. Hello, little friends. Suddenly, a chubby boy behind Liang piped up. We can't talk to strangers. Liang shot him a stern look, causing the boy to hastily cover his mouth. With a gentle smile, Lin Yan remarked, I see you fine young lads possess exceptional talents and robust vitality. You are truly rare martial arts prodigies. As he spoke, he observed the children's expressions closely. Upon mentioning martial arts, a palpable curiosity ignited in their eyes, particularly Liang's. As anticipated, children are inherently competitive. A group that strives to excel, even in stone skipping, would certainly yearn for a future beyond mediocrity. I possess a unique sword technique and seek a successor. Who among you is interested? Lin Yan inquired, tapping the iron sword at his waist with a nonchalant tone. Liang immediately scoffed. Do you truly have the skills? Lin Yan smiled slightly. Very well, allow me to demonstrate. With a crisp sound, the sword was unsheathed in a blur, resting in Lin Yan's grasp, a strip of iron with two bamboo handles. Is this what you call a sword? The disdain in Liang Yi's eyes intensified. The iron piece in Lin Yan's hand was far less exquisite than the wooden sword he had crafted himself. I declare it a sword. Thus, it is indeed a sword. With a firm step, Lin Yan's strength resonated through the ground. Suddenly, a stone the size of a head was propelled upwards from the earth by his inner force. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the long sword transformed into a blur of sword shadows. Initially, the shadows coalesced into a single point, and in an instant, erupted into a torrential rain of blades. From one came many. The round stone emitted a muffled thud, instantly besieged by countless sword shadows. Then, before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, it shattered spectacularly into myriad tiny fragments. As the stone debris floated down, carried away by the wind, the children, including Liang, watched in awe. Chapitre 15, Conversationnel technique. Clang! The sword returned to its sheath. Lin Yan was met with a chorus of admiration from the children, their eyes brimming with reverence. Only Liang, he wore a furrowed brow. He suddenly scoffed. This is nothing but trickery. Let us not be deceived. We must leave. Lin Yan fell silent, offering no rebuttal, merely smiling as he stated, I shall practice my swordplay here today. Liang Yi, accompanied by the other children, hastily departed, ignoring Lin Yan's words and quickening his pace. The once boisterous scene fell into silence. Lin Yan gazed towards the distant left hill, where the clear river flowed, shimmering with golden ripples, and a gentle breeze carried the fragrant scent of blossoms. Setting aside thoughts of violence, this truly was a picturesque paradise. Lin Yan did not wait long. In the distance, a sneaky figure returned from another direction, jogging furtively. Lin Yan looked closer, and to his surprise, it was the timid little chubby boy who had been hiding behind others. The boy was panting heavily, his round face flushed from exertion. Hero, I wish to learn your sword technique. Lin Yan chuckled, finding it easy to manipulate the child. Clearing his throat, he adopted an air of profundity to learn my swordplay. You must first take me as your master. The chubby boy with a thud knelt down, exclaiming, Master, I bow to you. It seemed he had practiced this gesture many times. Lin Yan gently urged, "Rise." The boy, brimming with excitement and waving his small hands, asked, "Master, when shall we begin our sword practice?" Just as Lin Yan intended to extract useful information from the child, he suddenly noticed a movement in his ears, his expression shifting slightly in surprise. "Not so fast. You have a friend approaching." As he spoke, a lithe figure sprinted from afar, calling out loudly, "Li Pang. How dare you sneak back without me?" Bai stood there, utterly astonished, as if caught in a nefarious act, his expression swiftly transforming into one of sheer terror. "Liang! Liang, please allow me to explain." Liang strode forward with purposeful intent, seizing Bai by the collar and pulling him close, his voice laced with menace. "If I were to inform your father that you wish to take a foreigner as your master, he would undoubtedly break your legs." At once, Bai burst into tears, grasping Liang Yi's shoulders tightly, pleading, "Liang, please don't tell my father. I cannot bear the thought of losing my legs." Liang let out a heavy huff. "Then why don't you hurry back?" At that moment, Bai, thoroughly frightened, nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "I will return immediately. Please, don't inform my father." Lin Yan observed this noisy spectacle, a wave of amusement washing over him. "Hey, little fatty, you've returned to learn my sword techniques. But what about you, Liang Yi? What brings you back?" Lin Yan pointed at Liang Yi, and in an instant, Liang Yi found himself at a loss for words. It was then that Bai came to his senses and murmured, "All right, Liang, you just told us to go our separate ways. Yet you snuck back here, just like me. Do you secretly wish to become my master's disciple too?" Though the little fat boy was timid, he was far from foolish. In fact, his mind was quite sharp as he deciphered the underlying message. Anger sparked within him. Liang Yi stammered, uncertain of how to respond. Although he was genuinely awed by Lin Yan's swordsmanship, his pride prevented him from admitting it. Lin Yan inquired, "Do you know what is most essential in the pursuit of martial arts and swordsmanship?" Bai quickly replied, "Dedication," while Liang Yi added, "Talent." Lin Yan chuckled softly, shaking his head. The most crucial element in sword practice is sincerity. Whether towards others, oneself, or the sword, one must maintain a pure heart and genuine intent. Bai exclaimed, "Indeed." Lin Yan then turned to Liang Yi and asked once more, "Now, can you reveal to me why you have come?" Upon hearing Lin Yan's persuasive words, Liang Yi's eyes revealed a struggle, but ultimately he resolved, "I wish to learn your sword techniques." Bai patted Liang Yi on the shoulder. "Liang, you must bow and pay your respects. I was here first. I am a senior disciple." Having made up his mind, Liang Yi immediately knelt down and earnestly bowed 3 times, so fervently that his forehead bled. Observing the fervor of the 2 young boys, Lin Yan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Initially, he had only sought to extract some information, but now he harbored an unshakable guilt for deceiving these children. Clearing his throat, he found a flat stone on the shore to sit upon and stated earnestly, "Very well. I see that you possess robust vitality and a solid foundation. Have you practiced any fundamentals?" Liang Yi hesitated, aware that he had been cautioned not to disclose any matters pertaining to the village to outsiders. Pang, however, was straightforward, and perhaps in his heart, Lin Yan had become akin to a mentor, thus not considered an outsider. Without hesitation, he declared, "Indeed, Uncle Li has taught the entire village a set of martial arts and breathing techniques, which leave one feeling invigorated all over. Among the village children, Brother Liang practices the best, as he shares the closest bond with Uncle Li." Lin Yan stroked his chin, inquiring, "And who might this Uncle Li be?" With some difficulty, Liang Yi repeated, "Li Ping." Lin Yan's expression shifted to one of realization. Li Ping, in both movement and demeanor, exuded a robust vitality, clearly having mastered the martial art to its very core. He should have anticipated this. Lin Yan, with a tone of speculation, asked, "When did this Uncle Li arrive in your village?" Liang Yi looked at him in surprise, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. "Uncle Li has always been in the village. My parents told me that he was already there when I was born. He even held me as a child." Lin Yan was taken aback. "What?" Liang Yi's demeanor was natural, devoid of deceit. If what he said was true, then the most suspect individual, Li Ping, was absolved of any suspicion. He could not be the nefarious disciple of the Qingyang sect, Lucideo. Lucideo was another matter entirely. An epiphany struck Lin Yan. "Then from where does your Uncle Li's martial art originate? Are you aware?" Pang quickly responded, "Uncle Li received the mountain god's blessing a year ago." Liang Yi abruptly lunged behind Pang, covering his mouth with his hand, and whispered urgently, How dare you mention that? Do you wish to endanger your life? Pang, the quintessential, slow-witted individual, turned ashen, and Lin Yan could see his body trembling slightly. It was a visceral, profound fear. Although Pang's words were abruptly silenced, Lin Yan had heard clearly those two words, Mountain God. A sense of clarity dawned upon Lin Yan. The use of esoteric methods to conjure deities and deceive the gullible populace was indeed a common ruse among rustic sorcerers, often yielding successful results. The more insular and simple-minded the community, the more susceptible they were to such supernatural beliefs. Lucideo, perhaps, had exploited the name of the mountain god to siphon the villagers' faith for his own sustenance. Lin Yan quickly grasped why the villagers held such disdain for him, an outsider. It was certainly Lucideo's fear of exposure that compelled him to strictly forbid the mountain folk from revealing the name of the mountain god. With this understanding, Lin Yan felt a wave of relief wash over him, prompting an involuntary chuckle. However, Liang Yi, who was already visibly anxious, and Pang, now pale as a ghost, found their moods only further deteriorating. Do not be anxious. I shall refrain from further inquiries. As promised, I will impart to you a set of sword techniques. The extent of your understanding will depend on your own aptitude. Chapter 16, The Mountain Deity. Liang Yi and Pang, being but children at heart, instantly perked up, their previous worries dissipating like mist. Let me first assess your physical condition. Lin Yan grasped the shoulders of the two, a surge of internal energy coursing through their bodies like a roaming dragon before returning to the Dantian. His expression bore a hint of surprise. Perhaps it was to captivate the hearts of men. The internal boxing techniques passed down under the name of the mountain deity by Lucideo are the orthodox methods of the Qing dynasty sect, devoid of any hidden dangers. Both Liang Yi and Pang possess commendable martial talents, and through diligent practice, their vitality has flourished, laying a solid foundation. Among them, Liang Yi's inherent gift is somewhat greater, having nearly reached a proficient level merely through introductory techniques. Should he receive guidance from a master, it is not inconceivable that in the future, two martial arts masters could emerge from the rivers and lakes. Lin Yan rose to his full height, slowly drawing his long sword, preparing to demonstrate the sword techniques. Observe closely. Lin Yan's sword danced through the air, his movements deliberate, as if traversing through thick mud. Each stroke seemed to dismantle numerous obstacles, embodying an unparalleled strength and will. Slash, thrust, lift, parry, strike, stab, point, collapse, stir, press, cleave, intercept, cleanse. What Lin Yan practiced were the foundational 13 sword forms from the secret records of swordsmanship, the very roots from which all sword techniques evolve. Liang Yi and Pang, one mimicking the sword with his fingers, the other wielding a withered branch as a sword, watched intently as Lin Yan executed his moves, attempting to replicate the techniques. Lin Yan guided the two through the entire routine 3 times, subsequently deconstructing some variations for explanation. Naturally, the two young lads lacked a systematic understanding, and Lin Yan did not expect them to master it in a single day. Before long, the sun began to dip in the west, indicating the afternoon hour. Lin Yan's ears perked slightly at the sound of distant voices. Someone was approaching. This shall suffice for now. Liang Yi and Pang, upon hearing this, reluctantly ceased their movements, clearly yearning for more. Master, will you be here tomorrow? When will you depart? Pang asked with a candid expression. Lin Yan replied with a smile. I have other matters to attend to. You have already grasped these 13 sword forms, practice diligently, and contemplate their profound meanings. Should fate allow us to meet again in the rivers and lakes, I will assess your progress. Liang Yi and Pang nodded solemnly, their expressions resolute. Return now. The fact that I have imparted sword techniques to you is a secret. Do not divulge it. Upon hearing this, Liang Yi promptly pinched Pang's arm, solemnly stating, Master, do not worry. I will keep a watchful eye on him. Pang hurriedly covered his mouth, shaking his head in a manner reminiscent of a rattling drum, signifying that he would never speak of it. Lin Yan offered a faint smile, and with a swift motion, he vanished from his original spot. In the distance, a chorus of shouts echoed. The figures of the two families emerged on the hillside, scolding the two young ones incessantly. A woman muttered, all day long, you only know how to run around. Even when it's time for a meal, you don't return home. A man, with a serious expression, inquired, have you seen that outsider? Liang Yi and Pang shook their heads. The man's demeanor softened slightly. If you see him again, quickly steer clear and do not engage in conversation, understood? Liang Yi and Pang exchanged glances, a sense of urgency dawning upon them. They nodded slowly. As Lin Yan strolled through the village, a palpable shift in demeanor ensued. Villagers whispered among themselves, making a wide berth around him, as though he were a harbinger of misfortune. Lin Yan acutely sensed this hostility. The villagers' animosity towards him seemed to have inexplicably intensified. He initially intended to gather more information, yet no one would acknowledge him. Even as he approached one villager, that person let out a startled shriek and retreated 100 paces, hurriedly scurrying back to their home and slamming the door shut, leaving Lin Yan bewildered in the breeze. In resignation, Lin Yan resolved to have a meal. Although legends spoke of martial artists at advanced stages who could sustain themselves on mere wind and dew, it was evident that he still required sustenance. At the dining table, the quality of the food had significantly declined from the previous day, consisting solely of a plate of greens and a plate of sautéed mushrooms, lacking any seasoning and flavor. The village chief and an elderly woman maintained their affable expressions. "Little brother, we were unaware of your whereabouts earlier, so we began without you." Lin Yan understood the underlying message. This was the village chief's subtle way of bidding him farewell. Fortunately, Lin Yan was not picky about food and swiftly consumed the meager offerings. "Little brother, when do you plan to depart?" the village chief inquired. Lin Yan, seizing the moment, replied ambiguously, "I have no immediate plans to leave. This place is picturesque, with pure-hearted folk, and the villagers speak so pleasantly. I genuinely adore it here. I was contemplating renting a room to settle down." The village chief was taken aback. Had he not just advised everyone to refrain from conversing with Lin Yan, who dared to disrupt the established order, unafraid of the mountain deity's wrath? The village chief chuckled nervously. "Our humble village holds little of worth. A young hero like you should venture out into the world." With a soft thud, Lin Yan placed his empty bowl on the table, a wry smile gracing his lips. "Village chief, please do not dissuade me. I see that brother Li Ping lives quite comfortably. I have harbored a dream since childhood, to be a hunter, scaling the mountains for firewood and game. He must be quite experienced. I would love to seek his counsel on hunting techniques." Although Lin Yan's tone was calm, yet there lingered an air of resolute intensity, as if a sharp blade were pressed against the village chief's throat, rendering him incapable of uttering any rebuttals. Upon Lin Yan's return to his chamber, the amiable expression of the village chief gradually faded, transforming into a somewhat sullen and unpredictable demeanor. At dawn the next day, Lin Yan awoke early, leaning against the window, observing the villagers traversing the hillside below, all within his sight. According to Air Pao's words, Li Ping was a pivotal figure in the communication with the mountain deity. To locate the divine being and ascertain whether it was indeed the target he sought, Lin Yan realized he must first approach Li Ping. The village scene remained unchanged from the previous day, with farmers tending to their fields and hunters pursuing their quarry, while children frolicked nearby. Li Ping hurried past, a bamboo basket on his back and a short axe in hand, his expression betraying a sense of urgency. Even when greeted warmly by the villagers, he merely nodded slightly before turning away. The village chief had mentioned the previous day that this outsider posed a potential threat. Thus, Li Ping felt compelled to consult the mountain deity for guidance on how to proceed. Navigating the rugged mountain path, Li Ping exhibited remarkable agility, akin to a monkey, effortlessly leaping among the ancient trees and steep cliffs. He traversed paths seldom trodden by human feet, where a moment's inattention could lead to a perilous fall into the abyss below. Unbeknownst to Li Ping, a shadow trailed silently behind him, matching his every movement with uncanny precision. It was Lin Yan, who could not help but admire Li Ping's prowess. In terms of sheer physical capability, Li Ping surpassed the mediocre standards of the likes of Jiuzhou. After half an hour of swift travel, Li Ping slowed his pace upon reaching a secluded valley, where crystal-clear springs cascaded amidst lush greenery, presenting a picturesque scene. He halted before a cave, flanked by two towering banyan trees that formed an archway with their expansive canopies, resembling a grand entrance shielding the depths of darkness within. This place appeared to be a portal to another realm, a paradise of sorts. Lin Yan perched lightly atop a distant giant tree, gazing at this enchanting vista, where the supernatural seemed almost credible. With reverence, Li Ping knelt before the cave entrance and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Great mountain deity, I, your humble disciple Li Ping, come to pay my respects." Chapter 17. Waiting for the rabbit, Li Ping remained kneeling on the ground for a moment. Eventually, a distant and ethereal voice echoed from within the cave. "The day of offering has not yet arrived. Why do you come?" With a note of urgency in his voice, Li Ping responded, "I beseech the mountain deity. An outsider has intruded into our village, lingering without intention to depart. The village chief fears that he may be a malevolent force, coveting our sacred secrets, and has sent for your guidance on how we should proceed." Lin Yan concealed himself several zhang away atop the tree. Although there was a considerable distance from the cave, the valley remained silent and serene. The voices of Li Ping and the mountain deity resonated clearly and powerfully throughout the valley, and Lin Yan listened intently. After Li Ping posed his question, the mountain deity fell into silence. However, Lin Yan sensed an undercurrent of wrath brewing within the deity. Sure enough, a thunderous reprimand echoed from the cave. "Wretched creature, such a grave matter. Why has it been delayed until now?" Li Ping hastily prostrated himself, explaining, "The sacrificial offerings are imminent. I dare not disturb you, esteemed mountain deity." His forehead repeatedly struck the ground, causing it to bleed, yet he persisted, producing a dull thud with each impact. The villagers of Jiuzhou harbored an ingrained reverence for the mountain deity. "Enough," the deity's voice finally commanded, imbued with an austere authority. "Go and capture that evil spirit, bring it before me." Li Ping, his body pressed to the ground, replied with trepidation, "Esteemed deity, we shall exert our utmost efforts, but that individual wields a long sword, likely a wandering warrior, and we—" The mountain deity's resounding voice interrupted him. "I bestow upon you an item. Have it consume this, and it will be paralyzed, devoid of any resistance." Upon hearing this, Li Ping bowed deeply twice, then raised his upper body, cradling his hands atop his head. From a distance, Lin Yan observed clearly as a small monkey bounded out of the cave, a bamboo tube hanging from its neck. The monkey approached Li Ping, opened the tube, and poured a brown elixir into his palm. "Thank you for your benevolent gift, esteemed deity." The monkey emitted a quick sound before scampering back into the cave. "Go forth." Li Ping rose slowly. Suddenly, the mountain deity's majestic voice echoed once more. "Once this evil is dealt with, do not allow outsiders into the village. Should the sacrificial ceremony be disturbed, it will jeopardize the fortune of Xianxia for a century. Remember this, remember well." Li Ping froze momentarily, then bowed respectfully. "I shall faithfully heed the mountain deity's command." Carefully, he departed with the elixir in hand, while Lin Yan remained concealed among the trees, motionless. The valley returned to tranquility. Li Ping retraced his steps, hastily climbing back. A year prior, he had stumbled upon this valley, awakening the slumbering mountain deity within the ancient cave. At the moment of the deity's revival, the skies thundered and the barren trees blossomed anew. Li Ping, filled with conviction, knelt in worship, becoming the conduit between the mountain deity and Jiuzhou village. The deity commanded the beasts and could summon spirits. Through numerous miraculous manifestations, the villagers grew increasingly steadfast in their beliefs, convinced that their home was divinely protected and would be blessed for generations to come. Yet, such fortunes were not destined to last. Not long after, a severe plague swept through Jiuzhou village, affecting all, young and old alike, leaving them bedridden. The elderly succumbed to the illness, passing away without reprieve. The itinerant doctors, who roamed the streets, dared not set foot in Jiuzhou village. In desperation, the villagers ascended the mountain to seek aid from the mountain deity. The deity consented to assist the villagers, but warned that doing so would severely deplete his vitality, rendering him vulnerable to malevolent forces. Thus, he stipulated a condition. 1 year hence, Jiuzhou village must offer a pair of young boys and girls as a sacrifice to the mountain god. Thereafter, the deity would fully restore his strength, ensuring that Jiuzhou village would never again suffer from calamity or disease. Time was of the essence. The village chief convened with the villagers, and they acquiesced to the mountain god's terms. Subsequently, the deity bestowed upon them a miraculous elixir. Not only did it eradicate the plague, but it also imparted a secret method of cultivation, enabling the villagers to hone their martial skills and strengthen their bodies. From that moment on, the faith in the mountain god was indelibly etched in the hearts of the villagers, and the deity's existence became Jiuzhou village's greatest secret. Li Ping, clutching the elixir, made his way back to the village. He reminisced about Lin Yan's youthful countenance, and a wave of guilt washed over him. However, according to the mountain god, if the adversary were indeed malevolent, their arrival in the village would surely be driven by a desire to covet the deity's power. They must assist the mountain god in dispelling this threat. Steeling himself, he resolutely approached the chief's abode. The valley of the mountain god lay silent and deserted. save for the gentle sound of cascading water echoing through the stillness. The bright moon ascended above the peaks, its silvery light cascading like water from the heavens, transforming the hanging waterfall into a resplendent river of stars. Within the depths of a dark cave, a figure gradually emerged. It was an ascetic, gaunt and hollow-eyed, resembling a piece of withered wood. He was cloaked in a black Taoist robe, enveloped in a faint mist of darkness. The ascetic approached the water's edge, cupped the clear water in his hands, and drank deeply. He then seated himself upon a green stone platform by the pond, aligning his heart to the heavens as he began to cultivate. In the quietude, it seemed as though a subtle moon halo flowed from above, entering his being, akin to the legendary absorption of lunar essence. All was tranquil and serene until, at the moment the ascetic entered a state of meditation, a barely perceptible shadow stealthily approached from beneath an ancient tree in the distance. Suddenly, a gust of wind stirred the air. The ascetic's previously closed eyes snapped open, and the surrounding darkness coalesced around him, culminating in a muffled sound akin to a bellows being pierced. A chilling and eerie childlike wail resonated through the still valley, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Lin Yan's eyes glimmered with astonishment as his previously unstoppable sword light was intercepted by the black specter formed from the ascetic's gathered essence. The sword's force pierced through. The ghostly figure emitted a piercing and mournful scream, as if it were a sentient spirit. Lin Yan murmured, "Is this the art of ghost taming and spirit driving of the Xianxia sect?" The Taoist form suddenly leapt back several paces, his eyes wide with terror as he fixated on the unexpectedly appeared youth clad in green. "Who are you?" Lin Yan narrowed his gaze. He observed the dark mist surrounding the Taoist coalesce into several ghostly figures, faintly revealing the semblance of children within. The apparition snarled at Lin Yan, unleashing a series of sharp, ear-piercing howls. Recalling the intelligence regarding Lu Sideo, Lin Yan's conviction deepened as he spoke softly. "You, the wicked disciple of the Xianxia sect. Lu Sideo, do you truly believe your heinous acts of slaughtering 47 children in Dongzhou have been forgotten?" Lu Sideo's pupils constricted sharply. "You are from Xianxia?" "No. Your martial prowess is not of my sect." Lin Yan scoffed. "Indeed, I am not a Taoist of the Xianxia sect. I am merely an assassin. But do take a guess. Have any of the Taoist masters from Xianxia accompanied me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Sideo's heart jolted, and he swiftly scanned his surroundings. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yan moved, darting towards Lu Sideo with a swiftness that was almost ethereal. The long sword danced in the night, akin to a gentle breeze sweeping in. Realizing the danger, Lu Sideo turned back. "Damn it, you deceived me. You followed Li Ping here. You are the outsider who intruded upon Jiuzhou village." Chapter 18. Martial Arts and Techniques. The path of the sorcerer differs from that of the warrior. They cultivate the primordial essence, emphasizing the perception and manipulation of the world's vital energies. They frequently employ ritualistic regulations and talismans to enhance their magical prowess. Both the Taoist and Buddhist traditions possess legacies of sorcerer's practice. The Maoshan Xianxia is a paragon of talismanic mastery. This was Lin Yan's first encounter with a sorcerer. Although he had taken the initiative, the ghostly children surrounding Lu Sideo moved in response to his thoughts. Two ghostly children, trailing rolling black mist, arced toward Lin Yan from either side. Lin Yan's gaze sharpened. He twisted his body, halting his forward momentum, and swiftly thrust his iron sword towards the ghostly children on both sides. Clang! The clash of sword and ghostly figure resonated simultaneously, producing a dull thud. Lin Yan's sword energy erupted with ferocity, yet it merely dispersed the ghostly aura surrounding the children. For a fleeting moment, the ghostly children appeared insubstantial, only to swiftly absorb the dissipating black mist, regaining their solid forms. Lin Yan clicked his tongue. "Is this the nefarious art of ghost taming you employed to perpetrate the slaughter of children?" Lu Sideo, with a single hand forming a seal, spoke in a hoarse voice. "Those antiquated fools of the Xianxia sect preach about cultivating truth and enlightenment, insisting on self-cultivation and eschewing the allure of talismans and external doctrines. In meditation and tranquility, I toiled in the fields and fetched water for a full 3 years before I was granted a single talisman. Had it not been for my clandestine acquisition of this forbidden art of spirit control, I would have languished for several more years to reach such a realm." As Lu Sideo spoke, he activated the incantation, summoning ghostly children that surged forth around him, shrieking as they charged towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan observed with clarity, 6 ghostly children surrounded him, their presence enveloped in a swirling mist that resembled a dark net, ceaselessly assaulting him. With gaping maws filled with fangs forged from the gathered ghostly mist, they clashed against the edge of Lin Yan's sword, producing a series of sharp metallic sounds. Should any of them sink their teeth into him, it would likely result in the immediate tearing of flesh. Fortunately, his movements were swift as a gentle breeze, navigating the confined space with precision to evade their onslaught. When evasion proved impossible, he unleashed a flurry of sword shadows, dissipating the ghostly children's attacks and repelling them. While Lin Yan remained unscathed for the moment, he could only manage to defend himself, lacking the strength to counterattack. The flaws in your ghost-controlling formation are evident, or else I would be grievously injured by now. Lucideo's voice dripped with malice. By extracting the souls of 49 young boys and girls, I could refine them into 7 formidable ghostly children, forming the constellation of the Big Dipper. At that point, I would fear no one. I was merely 2 offerings short from Jiuzhou village, and yet you have come to thwart my ambitions. Lucideo produced 2 talismans from his robe, seething with resentment. Let me show you the true power of the authentic Xianxia talismans. With a swift gesture, he chanted, 5 thunders arise. In an instant, 2 yellow paper talismans erupted with blinding lightning, transforming into serpentine bolts that twisted and roared towards Lin Yan. The might of the thunder instilled fear in the ghostly children, causing them to scatter and clear a path. As Lin Yan beheld the vanishing phantoms, he was soon confronted by the 2 bolts of thunder, both terrifying in their approach. Reacting swiftly, he channeled his inner energy like a surging torrent, advancing rather than retreating, leaping forth with hair and robes billowing as he swung his sword to meet the silver serpents of electricity. With a resounding crash, the force of his blade clashed with the thunder, yet Lin Yan staggered, plummeting from the air. The art of talismans relies on the use of these charms as a medium to connect one's own vital energy with the essence of the universe, manifesting various mystical effects. Ultimately, the potency of such magic is contingent upon the practitioner. Lucideo's cultivation was slightly superior to Lin Yan's, and with the instantaneous invocation of the 5 thunders spell via talismans, the force reached its zenith. Although Lin Yan managed to deflect the thunder with his sword, it was a near impossible feat, leaving his meridians severely injured and his form unsteady as he fell. Lucideo cackled viciously. You've consumed my last 2 precious talismans. You may take pride in that. Prepare to meet your end. He clasped his hands together, forming a series of mystical gestures. 6 spectral children manifested as ghostly shadows, rushing from behind with gaping mouths, intent on tearing Lin Yan apart. Lin Yan, kneeling on one knee with his iron sword as support, bore the faint scorch marks of lightning around him. At the precipice of life and death, he chuckled softly. It seems you have exhausted your trump cards. Now, it is my turn to play. Lucideo's pupils contracted in shock. What? Return to origin breathing technique. Characteristic, rapid energy recovery, remarkable healing effects. Lin Yan's internal energy surged like a mighty river, coursing through his limbs and veins, causing a visible increase in vitality. The damage inflicted upon his meridians by the lightning healed at an astonishing pace, even becoming more robust than before. As Lucideo launched his final offensive, Lin Yan had regained his full vigor, his condition even superior to before. At this moment, Lucideo stood before Lin Yan, with the 6 ghostly children pursuing him from behind, leaving no barriers between them. This was precisely Lin Yan's ploy to feign weakness and patiently await the opportune moment. As articulated in the Great Tome of the Tang sect, as an assassin, your hidden cards should only be known to the dead. A fierce wind rose. Lin Yan suddenly propelled himself off the ground, vanishing in an instant. He transformed into a shadow, swiftly evading the pursuit of the 6 ghostly children, hurtling toward Lucideo. This speed was incomparably greater than before. Lucideo's eyes widened in disbelief. This boy had been concealing his true abilities. He stepped back hastily, continuously wielding his hands to unleash the ghostly children to their utmost potential. The children shrieked piercingly, enveloped in a swirling mass of dark energy, as if unfurling a colossal curtain to obscure the sky. Yet, Lin Yan remained a step ahead. Lucideo was filled with dread. His martial prowess was meager, relying solely on his techniques. In no more than 2 breaths, Lin Yan would catch up, at which point he would be utterly defenseless against the boy's sword. Determined, Lucideo bit his own finger, using his blood as a sacrificial offering to amplify the ghostly children's power. In an instant, Lucideo's appearance grew increasingly haggard. The 6 ghostly children, as if imbued with a stimulant, swelled to twice their size, with heads as large as basins and bellies as round as drums, appearing even more grotesque and bizarre. Their speed intensified, swiftly encircling Lin Yan from both sides, reforming the encirclement. Lin Yan remained just a leap away from Lucideo. Watching the figure clad in green gradually engulfed by the swirling darkness, Lucideo's lips curled into a smirk. You are still one move short. Suddenly, a sound cut through the black mist, raining over the clouds. A fierce beam of sword light erupted, transforming into a torrential rain of blades, relentlessly striking the heads of the ghostly children in midair. In an instant, the oppressive darkness was pierced, revealing a gaping hole. A figure soared upwards like a great rock, ascending toward the heavens. Lucideo, in a state of terror, raised his eyes to behold a radiant moon hanging high in the sky. A figure clad in azure appeared in the very center of the full moon, garments fluttering like a celestial being descending from the heavens. Lucideo, I have come to claim your life in place of the innocent children who met with untimely deaths. Lin Yan swooped down from above, thrusting his sword with a resonant clang, akin to a gentle breeze whispering through the air, softly echoing. In an instant, Lin Yan landed behind Lucideo, and with a swift motion, sheathed his sword. Lucideo's head rolled off his body, the bitterness and resentment in his eyes gradually fading into darkness. With a thud, both head and body collapsed to the ground, his life extinguished, his path obliterated. Chapter 19. Descent from the mountain. The shadows of the 6 ghostly children howled as they descended. However, with Lucideo's life extinguished, Lin Yan made no further movements. The ghostly children suddenly emitted a chilling wail, dissolving like snow under the moonlight, ultimately leaving no trace behind. Lin Yan gazed up at the bright moon, pondering the disparity between celestial and earthly affairs. Lucideo's corpse lay sprawled on the ground, clad in a Taoist robe, his sleeves billowing in the breeze. A true representation of a man devoid of wealth. Lin Yan turned his gaze towards the mountain cave, stepping inside without hesitation. The cave twisted and turned, yet it was remarkably spacious. Deep within, there lay a natural stone chamber that connected to the outside world, though obscured by dense vines that allowed only a faint glimmer of light to filter through. Inside the cave were a smoothly polished stone table, stone platform, and stone bed, along with fruits and livestock offered by the villagers of Jiuzhou. Squeak! A small monkey clung to the vines, baring its teeth at Lin Yan. Indeed, it was the very creature that had assisted Lucideo in delivering medicinal pills, acting like an obedient lackey. Noticing the monkey merely chattering away, Lin Yan ignored it and began to rummage through his spoils, starting from the meditation mat where Lucideo had sat. Among his findings was a tome titled Beast Control Essentials, the core teachings of the beast control manner. Utilizing the spirit as a guide, employing sound, movement, and momentum as mediums, it aimed to achieve communication and dominance over wild beasts. The miracles witnessed in Jiuzhou village, where the mountain deity could command myriad creatures, stemmed from these principles. However, Lucideo had not mastered these teachings. He had only employed a few techniques to deceive the villagers of Jiuzhou before discarding the knowledge. In the end, he had only managed to tame a small monkey to continue his charade with Li Ping. In addition to beast control essentials, Lin Yan discovered several vials of medicinal pills. There were no alchemical tools present, suggesting these were concocted in secrecy during his time in the Xianxia sect. One vial was labeled plague, while another read plague cure. Clearly, the affliction that once plagued Jiuzhou village was also orchestrated by Lucideo, though Lin Yan remained unaware of the connections. Apart from these findings, Lin Yan uncovered nothing else, nor did he find any secret texts or scriptures from the Xianxia sect. It appears that Lucideo, having ruthlessly harmed the innocent and practiced forbidden arts, fled in haste when his treachery was unveiled, leaving behind the opportunity to gather the secrets of the upper clear. Within the cave, there were merely a few coins to scavenge, with nothing else of worth to carry away. As Lin Yan prepared to depart, a faint rustle interrupted the silence. A small monkey swung down from a vine, landing nimbly before him, baring its teeth in a menacing grin. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Do you seek vengeance for your master?" The monkey, revealing a fierce demeanor, bared its sharp fangs and let out a ferocious roar, now rendered mute as Lin Yan gently pressed the hilt of his sword. drawing a half-inch from its sheath. An intense aura coalesced, manifesting as an invisible blade that swept over the monkey's frail form. The creature's fierce expression abruptly stiffened. Its shrill growl silenced as if its throat had been severed. Unhurriedly, Lin Yan strode past the monkey, heading towards the cave's exit, leaving behind a single nonchalant remark: "You are free now. Do not hasten towards your demise." After a prolonged silence, the monkey suddenly collapsed onto the ground, supporting itself with its hands, panting heavily. It gazed towards the direction Lin Yan had departed, cautiously inching towards the cave's mouth. In Jiuzhou village, Li Ping arrived at the village chief's home to convey the mountain deity's edict. The chief, visibly anxious for the villagers' well-being, mirrored Li Ping's somber mood. A few individuals, burdened with complex emotions, awaited Lin Yan's return. According to his words, he would linger in Jiuzhou village for a considerable time. However, as the sun set and the moon ascended, Lin Yan remained absent, as if he had vanished without a trace. The chief, who had once wished for Lin Yan's discreet departure, now fervently hoped for his reappearance. Otherwise, they would be unable to fulfill the mountain deity's will, and should the deity unleash its wrath, Jiuzhou village would once again suffer misfortune. The chief rallied the entire village to search for Lin Yan throughout the night, with everyone scouring every corner of the village. As dawn broke, they had yet to yield any results. Speculation arose. Has he perhaps left? The chief reflected upon Lin Yan's words that night, doubting that the man's resolve could have shifted so swiftly. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Perhaps Lin Yan had ventured into the mountains alone to seek the mountain deity. He urgently instructed Li Ping, take the shortcut to report to the mountain lord. Ask him to employ his divine powers to locate the fiend's whereabouts. The village of Jiuzhou endured a sleepless night. Li Ping, cloaked in the morning star, ascended the mountain once more. He traversed perilous cliffs and crossed treacherous torrents, returning to the serene valley of the mountain deity. Yet, the scene before him instantly filled him with dread. The valley lay in utter disarray, with broken branches and scattered leaves strewn about, and a headless corpse clad in a black robe stood rigidly at the entrance of the mountain deity's cave. Beside the body, the ground bore an ornate inscription: "The wayward disciple Lu Sideo, who harms lives and practices malevolent arts in the name of the mountain god, deceives the faith of the villagers. The flying swordsman has slain him here, in reverence to heaven and earth." Li Ping gazed upon the phrase "in the name of the mountain god," deceives the faith of the villagers, and it struck him like a thunderbolt. Recent experiences flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. He could not help but turn his gaze toward the mysterious cave, staggering as he stepped inside. For the villagers of Jiuzhou village, they had yet to suffer dire consequences from their blind faith. Lin Yan did not wish to personally explain to the villagers. Entanglement had grown too deep, so he opted instead to leave the corpse inscribed with words, revealing the true face of the so-called mountain god. As for whether Jiuzhou village would awaken to the truth, and what path they would take after their faith crumbled, such matters were no longer within Lin Yan's contemplation. After all, sometimes the truth brings not enlightenment, but rather destruction and cruelty. Lin Yan circled back to Jiuzhou village, quietly leading his horse and descending the mountain with Lu Sideo's head. Following the rendezvous method described by Lu Ying, he successfully contacted someone from a Misty Rain Tower in a nearby town. After handing over Lu Sideo's head, the recipient would hasten to the Maoshan Qingping sect to collect the commission reward. This exemplified the benefits of organized collaboration. As an assassin, Lin Yan was solely responsible for the act of killing, while subsequent logistical matters were handled by others. Assassin achievement, entering the hall, 15. Note: 4 more successful contracts are required to unlock the next stage of achievements, with valid targets needing to be above the 2nd tier. Although Lu Sideo was a sorcerer rather than a martial artist, his true strength undoubtedly surpassed the 2nd tier. Thus Lin Yan's progress toward his achievement advanced slightly. Lin Yan had been away for nearly half a month, estimating that Lu Ying was still occupied with the construction of the Qinglu workshop. He felt no urgency to return and decided to wander nearby. Following the official road, the largest city in the vicinity was Wuling Prefecture. It was said that Wuling Prefecture was famed for its peach blossoms, which, when in bloom, adorned the city like a splendid tapestry of colors. At this time of the year, it was not the peak season for peach blossoms, but Lin Yan was content to see whatever he could. If there were none, it would not be a surprise. A day later, Lin Yan rode his horse to the grand city. The city walls sprawled endlessly, and the bustling entrance was filled with people the scene of vibrant prosperity. Above the city gate, two large characters proclaimed, Wuling. Chapter 20, Wuling Recruitment. Lin Yan entered the city on horseback. As far as the eye could see, merchants thrived, and tourists flowed like intricate brocade. Sitting upon his mount, he proceeded slowly, observing the lively marketplace with a sense of intrigue. Along both sides of the streets within the city, peach trees were in full bloom. Beneath the tree, petals fell like gentle rain, the peach blossoms having long since withered. Lin Yan arrived too late. He ambled along, eventually reaching a tavern. Tethering his horse, he ascended to the second floor and settled by the window, gazing out at the sparse few peach blossoms still swaying in the breeze. A young waiter approached with a warm bowl of wine, smiling as he inquired, "Is this your first visit to Wuling Prefecture, esteemed guest?" Lin Yan lifted the cup, taking a delicate sip. The wine's rich aroma mingled with a hint of peach blossom fragrance, invigorating his senses. It was delightful. "This is peach blossom wine, a specialty of our Wuling. Had you arrived earlier, the city would have been awash with blooming blossoms, such a sight to behold." Lin Yan offered a faint smile. "Indeed, it is a pity." The waiter continued, "If one seeks to admire peach blossoms, there's a peach blossom mountain 20 miles away, where the hills are blanketed with peach trees. Although the blossoms in the city have fallen, those on a mountain should be in full bloom." Lin Yan's interest was piqued. The waiter chuckled awkwardly. "Alas, there is a peach blossom stockade there, notorious for being a haven for bandits. While the stockade has rules, collecting only tolls from travelers and sparing lives, common folk tend to avoid courting danger. Thus, few venture there." Lin Yan replied with a grin. "I find myself intrigued to see it." The waiter grew anxious, waving his hands dismissively. "Dear guest, do not jest. Those bandits are no trifling matter. If you truly wish to go, it would be wiser to wait." "Wait for what?" Lin Yan inquired. The waiter leaned in closer, whispering, "It is said that the newly appointed governor, having caught the attention of the Duke of Jiangnan during the imperial examinations, has now been transferred to Wuling with intentions to rectify Peach Blossom Mountain, aiming to achieve merit and advance in rank, thus seeking the Duke's favor for a marriage proposal. Rumor has it that the government is currently recruiting heroes from the martial world to discuss the eradication of the bandits on Peach Blossom Mountain." The waiter filled Lin Yan's cup once more, cheerfully asserting, "The one most eager is the governor. Once he brings Peach Blossom Mountain under Wuling's jurisdiction, the townsfolk will be free to traverse at will. Dear guest, do not rush into this matter." Lin Yan felt a stirring within him. He sensed an opportunity for business. He swiftly drained his cup, rising to seize the iron sword from the table, strapping it to his waist. "Young waiter, pour me 2 flasks of peach blossom wine for the journey, and kindly point me in the direction of the government office." A quarter of an hour later, with one hand leading his horse and the other grasping the wine gourd, Lin Yan arrived at the imposing entrance of the government office. There, he noticed an aged wooden notice board, adorned with many remnants of torn pages. His gaze flickered across the board until he discovered a freshly posted notice in the corner, which read, "Recruiting martial heroes to resolve the bandit troubles of Peach Blossom Mountain." Lin Yan observed the upright constable standing outside the yamen and, pointing at the notice board, inquired aloud, "Gentlemen, are there still vacancies for this recruitment? Should the governor wish to commission the resolution of the banditry at Taosan, it could indeed be regarded as a contract for assassination, thereby enhancing one's accomplishments as a killer." Naturally, Lin Yan would not let such an opportunity slip by. As the saying goes, one should love the trade they engage in, setting aside the rewards for his killer achievements. He had begun to develop a fondness for the profession of an assassin, a vocation that provided a sense of peace for both body and soul. The constable, standing at the periphery, cast a glance at Lin Yan, noting his youthful and somewhat juvenile countenance. With a wine gourd in one hand, he bore the appearance of a drunkard, and at his waist hung a rough, long sword, raising doubts as to its efficacy in taking lives. In essence, he resembled a figure from the martial world, but little more than that. He did not exude the aura of a master. The constable responded casually, "Walk straight for 30 paces. There is a small door on the right. Knock to enter, and you will be greeted at the end." Lin Yan bowed, slightly in gratitude. "Thank you." Following the constable's directions, he soon located the small door. Upon entering, a young servant dressed in blue awaited him, having tethered a horse. The servant guided Lin Yan through a series of twists and turns before leading him to a corridor. Before him lay an expansive training ground, unmistakably part of the Yamen's rear courtyard. From a distance, he could see a group of individuals gathered in the center, amidst the sounds of combat and shouts. The air shimmered with ripples of energy, indicating that skilled fighters were engaged in a contest. At that moment, a servant clad in gray approached, taking over from the blue-clad attendant, and amiably inquired, "Are you, young hero, here to participate in the recruitment?" Lin Yan nodded, gesturing towards the gathered crowd. "Who are these individuals?" The gray-clad servant, while leading Lin Yan towards the throng, patiently explained, "Indeed, according to our allocation, participants will take turns facing off in pairs. The victors will advance, while the defeated shall be eliminated." The servant guided Lin Yan around the crowd to a small table, elucidating, "Young hero, please register here. Names will be called for the matches. Ultimately, the governor will make decisions based on the outcomes." Lin Yan chuckled lightly. "That simplifies matters. We haven't even discussed the rewards for the task, yet I find myself eager to step into the fray." The gray-clad servant grinned amiably. "Such is the nature of serving the public. Young hero, do adapt to it." The servant bowed and departed. At the small table sat a scribe in blue, who did not lift his head but swiftly drew forth a sheet of official paper, softly stating name, Lin Yan replied, "A fait. Martial skills? Swift sword. Martial arts proficiency? I suppose I would be considered second-rate." Lin Yan had yet to engage with top-tier masters, relying solely on current achievements for his assessment. The document clerk expressed mild surprise. A second-rate character in the martial world? Such a skilled individual would already possess a modest reputation and typically would not take on tasks from the local government, but rather accept commissions from the town's pacification office, had it not been for the local governor's urgent desire for results. The matter of the Peach Mountain Bandits would not have fallen under the jurisdiction of the government, but rather been coordinated by the pacification office of Huaiyang County. Of course, the pacification office is often overwhelmed with duties, and delays of 1 to 2 months, or even half a year, are not uncommon. However, such a scenario would utterly thwart the governor's plans, which is why he resolutely chose to recruit and eliminate the bandits himself. "Young man, do not boast excessively. Here, speaking grandly could lead to dire consequences." Lin Yan took a hearty sip of his drink, a wry smile gracing his lips. "No problem. I assure honesty in my dealings." The clerical figure nodded slightly, handing Lin Yan a small wooden plaque inscribed with the name a fin, the epithet quicksword, along with the number 36. This final figure indicated that he was the 36th martial artist to join the recruitment. "Wait over there and gather some experience. If called upon, step forward, for your opponent will be in the same position." Lin Yan nodded slightly and made his way to the outskirts of the crowd, peering inward. In the arena, 2 figures were engaged in combat, exchanging blows with fists and feet. Their strikes were swift as the wind, their kicks thunderous. A back-and-forth display that drew enthusiastic cheers from the onlookers. However, to Lin Yan's discerning eye, their movements appeared slow, indicative of practitioners who had merely begun to cultivate their inner strength at the level of third-rate martial artists. Chapter 21, A Sword. Lin Yan watched 2 consecutive matches. Although the spectacle was lively, most participants were of third-rate caliber. Stifling a yawn, Lin Yan felt a waning interest. If the strength of the Peach Mountain Bandit leader was akin to these fighters, then this endeavor held little significance for him. In the distance, at a finely crafted pavilion atop a rockery in the backyard, a scholar clad in blue stood with hands clasped behind his back, his penetrating gaze fixed upon the martial arena. Beside him stood a swordsman in fitted attire, a long blade hanging at his waist, its scabbard dark, but the hilt gleaming in gold, exuding an air of distinction. The blue-clad scholar furrowed his brow and inquired, "Lieutenant Li, have you discerned any capable individuals?" The swordsman replied with indifference, "I have only seen 2. The scholar sighed softly. The strength of that Peach Mountain individual should not be underestimated. The swordsman replied coolly, "Let us observe further." In the arena, a contest had just concluded, and a voice rang out, "Quicksword of Fei. Duel. One word, electric sword, Shui Fan." Lin Yan suddenly became alert. It was his turn. With slightly intoxicated eyes narrowing, he called out, "Please make way for me," accompanied by Lin Yan's words. A wave of intoxicating aroma surged forth, drawing the attention of the surrounding warriors. What is happening? This individual dares to engage in combat while inebriated? Yet, one cannot entirely fault Lin Yan. The Peach Blossom Brew, upon first tasting, offers no hint of intoxication, but its potency is remarkable. Lin Yan had been sipping it while strolling, feeling little effect. However, after standing amidst the crowd for a while, a gust of wind brought forth the waves of drunkenness. Intensifying with each moment, his thoughts oscillated, at times tumultuous like a raging sea, and, at others, he felt as if he were floating, ascending to the realm of immortality. He staggered along the path cleared by the onlookers, making his way to the center of the arena, where he stood, his body still slightly swaying. Ah, true inebriate. How did the officials allow such a person to enter? What swift sword? I suspect he practices the art of drunken swordplay. As the spectators murmured amongst themselves, a tall and stern swordsman, wielding a long sword, approached Lin Yan. Step down. I shall not take advantage of your predicament. Lin Yan's internal energy circulated within him, and his gaze suddenly sharpened, becoming clear and lucid. He hung the wine gourd at his waist, casually resting one hand on the hilt of his sword, standing there in a slightly disheveled manner, a broad smile adorning his face. It's all right. I'm sober now. Xuefan's eyes were cold as he regarded the relaxed youth before him, perceiving numerous flaws in his demeanor. You practice the swift sword? Indeed. How swift? I have yet to encounter anyone faster than myself. Upon hearing this proclamation, the surrounding spectators collectively gasped, whispering amongst themselves. What audacity! Lin Yan continued, of course. I have not encountered many swordsmen. The previously silent crowd erupted in laughter. Xuefan, however, remained stoic, furrowing his brow. You possess a keen sense of humor. Lin Yan shrugged. I speak only the truth. Xuefan replied nonchalantly. Coincidentally, my swordplay is renowned for its swiftness as well. Perhaps we could alter the terms of our contest. Lin Yan, intrigued, inquired, how so? Let us compete in speed. We shall stand opposite each other, and each strike once. The first to land a hit shall be deemed the victor. A middle-aged scholar with a dark complexion and 3 tufts of beard scoffed at this challenge. Xuefan's lightning sword technique is inherently designed for a swift victory, seeking to end the duel with a single strike. The first blow is the fastest and most powerful, but subsequent attacks diminish rapidly and cannot sustain. If he employs cunning in this regard, it lacks merit. It is unlikely he will achieve significant advancement in the future. Upon hearing this, the crowd murmured, does this mean our young friend has fallen into Xuefan's trap? The scholar narrowed his eyes, not necessarily. Observe how composed this young man remains. The essence of spirit coalesces, sharp as a blade, devoid of any trace of intoxication, perhaps not unlike a dragon traversing the river. Not only did the spectators around engage in fervent discussion, but even the middle-aged scholar atop the distant rock formation expressed intrigue. A serene smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Captain Li, in this contest, who shall emerge victorious? The swordsman dismissed, a mere word, electric swordplay, superficial in its grandeur. I could sever it with 3 strokes. The scholar gazed intently at the 2 swordsmen in the arena, his eyes deep and inscrutable. Yet they measure their prowess with but a single sword. Lin Yan surveyed the surroundings, since everyone is so enthusiastic. Let us proceed, as you suggest. 1 sword to determine the victor. A flicker of barely perceptible delight crossed Xuefan's eyes as he addressed the attendant who had called for the duel, speaking with a casual air, much obliged. The attendant, understanding the unspoken cue, positioned himself centrally between Lin Yan and Xuefan, proclaiming in a resonant voice, on my count of 3. You shall draw your swords simultaneously. Xuefan nodded, while Lin Yan smiled gently, voicing no dissent. 3. The crowd held its breath, eyes fixed upon the center. Xuefan's gaze lowered, his hand firmly gripping the sword hilt, feet poised in a bow stance. In contrast, Lin Yan appeared leisurely, exuding an air of calm. 2. Xuefan's focus sharpened, his attention heightened to an unprecedented level. The blade slowly emerged from its sheath, producing a prolonged, sonorous ring. Yet Lin Yan remained, his smile unwavering, his hand still unwrapped around the sword hilt. A collective sigh of disbelief rippled through the onlookers. Had this man resigned? 1. In a swift, blinding motion, Xuefan raised his arm and unsheathed his sword. It was the fastest strike he had ever executed since beginning his training. However, his pupils constricted in shock as Lin Yan's form flickered and vanished from sight. The resonant hum of the sword's song reached his ears only after the fact. Just as Xuefan's sword had emerged halfway from its sheath, he felt a sudden gust of wind sweep past him, accompanied by the rustle of the breeze. A sharp pain shot through his wrist, and with a clatter, his sword slipped from his grasp, clanging to the ground. His face turned ashen as he slowly turned to see Lin Yan still standing languidly, an iron sword slung casually at his side, as if it had never been drawn. Yet, the trembling of Xuefan's hands and the 2 crimson gashes on his wrist told a brutal truth. He had not only failed to perceive Lin Yan's sword, but had not even managed to draw his own. Silence enveloped the crowd. Fan muttered in disbelief, impossible. This cannot be. He staggered through the throng of spectators, babbling like a madman, hastily fleeing, leaving his sword behind. The middle-aged scholar sighed. Fan has succumbed to his inner demons. I fear I shall never wield the sword again. Upon the pavilion atop the artificial mountain, a middle-aged scholar stood equally astonished, then exclaimed with fervor, Commanderly, how does this sword compare to your blade? The swordsman remained silent for a long moment. That sword, I have seen clearly. Whether it can defend is something only through combat can reveal. The middle-aged scholar laughed heartily. Excellent. Such talented youth is precisely the person I seek. In the martial arts arena, Lin Yan felt the palpable weight of gazes upon him and could not help but mutter softly, Have I been too heavy-handed? He urged. The outcome is already determined, is it not? Only then did the judge's attendant seem to awaken from his stupor, proclaiming with clarity, The victor is the swift sword. A Fei. Chapter 22. Forming a faction in a spacious hall, Lin Yan leaned against a pillar, observing the figures either standing or seated within. A middle-aged scholar with a dark complexion wore voluminous sleeves that concealed his hands, leaving one to wonder what weapon he might harbor. A robust man, muscular and imposing, bore a broad, heavy stone sword upon his back, resembling a door plank from afar. A slender man, long-limbed and agile, carried twin swords at his waist, moving them in a flurry like a sudden rain of blossoms. You all are the victors of this recruitment. Please wait here. The governor shall arrive shortly. Spoke a servant from the government office before swiftly departing, leaving several strangers in the hall, exchanging bewildered glances. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged scholar spoke first. We are all comrades in the fight against bandits. Why not introduce ourselves? I am Feng Zhiru, known in the martial world as the Black-Faced Judge. Upon seeing the scholar's expression, Lin Yan realized that while the name might be mistaken, the title was indeed fitting. The burly man then introduced himself, his voice resonating like thunder. I am Hong Jinshan, known as the Stone Sword Diamond. The slender man stated coolly, twin swords breaking water, Xiao Dingyan. Lin Yan raised a hand in acknowledgement, a smile gracing his lips. A Fei, I call myself the Swift Sword. The other three exchanged glances, slightly taken aback. Self-proclaimed? I have never heard of such a title. Yet they had witnessed Lin Yan's swordsmanship, indeed swift as the shadow. Ha! It seems you all have already made each other's acquaintance. Laughter echoed through the hall. Soon after, a scholar clad in blue entered, followed closely by a formidable swordsman, exuding an aura of intensity. The blue-clad scholar offered a courteous nod, stating warmly, I am Sun Jin, the newly appointed governor of Wuling. He gestured to the swordsman behind him. This is Commander Li Kei of the Zhun-Nan Marquisate Guard, previously renowned in the martial world as the Golden Blade. The swordsman, with an air of arrogance, merely nodded in acknowledgement, letting out a dismissive huff. Fortunately, Governor Sun Jian was adept at navigating complex situations. He promptly continued, You all must have heard some news by now. I intend to eradicate the bandits of Taosan. However, the Peach Blossom Stronghold is situated in a perilous location, easy to defend, yet difficult to assault, making it challenging for our army to advance. Therefore, I invite you, esteemed martial artists, to take the lead, launching a surprise attack on the stronghold, capturing the bandits and their leader, and eliminating the chief of the Peach Blossom Stronghold. Once the leader falls, the remaining bandits will inevitably disband, at which point my troops will encircle them from below the mountain, ensuring a thorough eradication of the threat. The assembly nodded in agreement. Yet Lin Yan revealed a look of skepticism. I have heard that the Peach Blossom Stronghold adheres to a code of conduct, taking only wealth and sparing lives. Why then, Governor, do you advocate for their complete annihilation? Sun Jian smiled faintly, fixing his gaze upon Lin Yan. Do not dismiss even the smallest of evils. Both robbery and murder are forms of wickedness, and I am determined to eradicate all evil. His smile gradually faded. I advise young Master Fei not to indulge in misplaced compassion. Should you choose not to participate, you may leave freely. I shall not hinder you. Lin Yan raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, his tone laced with mockery. Your words are sharp, my lord. I yield in admiration. Lin Yan fell silent, refraining from further comment. The stern-faced judge, however, interjected with a question, May I inquire if you know the identity and strength of the stronghold's leader? Sun Jin narrowed his eyes, speaking in a grave tone. The leader's capabilities remain uncertain, but he has yet to enter the innate realm. He wields a lengthy, red-tasseled spear, moving with the grace of a dragon or snake, truly remarkable. The assembly could not help but frown slightly. The ambiguity of the leader's strength posed a significant concern. It was essential to recognize that the disparity between second-rate and first-rate martial artists varied greatly among individuals. For instance, while Lin Yan could effortlessly dispatch a second-rate expert, it did not imply he had ascended to the ranks of the first-rate. Ultimately, one's cultivation level was contingent upon the depth of internal power and foundational skills. Moreover, should the opponent indeed be an innate master, these individuals would have no choice but to surrender to avoid unnecessary suffering. As the crowd pondered in silence, Lin Yan spoke up once more. "My lord, if I may add a further inquiry regarding the remuneration." Sun Jian raised a finger. 100 taels. Each person will receive 100 taels of silver. The martial artists present brightened at the prospect and, without hesitation, chimed in unison, "When do we depart?" "Everything is ready. Tonight you shall rest at the government office, and at dawn tomorrow we shall set out. I will dispatch troops to follow shortly thereafter." Lin Yan murmured to himself. They truly are eager. The following morning, before dawn had broken, the four mounted the swift horses prepared by the government office and set forth towards the Peach Mountain. Located 20 miles away, as the sun began to rise, they could already discern the outline of the mountain's remnants in the distance. Continuing along the mountain path, they traveled for over half an hour, but the trail grew increasingly rugged and treacherous, rendering it impossible to proceed on horseback. After another quarter of an hour, the crowd gazed upon the narrow slope, which seemed to ascend steeply like a celestial ladder, its summit shrouded in mist, as if reaching into the heavens. Hong Zhinshan inquired with a rumbling voice, "Have we taken a wrong turn?" Feng Zhiru withdrew a scroll of the map from his waist, meticulously comparing it with their previous route, and replied, "It appears to be correct. What lies ahead is the most perilous stretch of passage. Even an army would find it impossible to advance an inch." Lin Yan pointed, "Look over there." A chain of iron dangled from the towering stone steps, cascading down the cliffside, easily overlooked if one did not pay close attention. Feng Zhiru stroked his beard and smiled faintly. This peach blossom village has indeed been located in a formidable place. Let us proceed. We are pressed for time. Xiao Dingyan urged, and with a leap, he deftly ascended the narrow stone steps. He continued to spring upward, using the rocky walls on either side for leverage, climbing to a height of several dozen feet. Then, with a graceful flourish, he executed a mid-air somersault and landed smoothly atop the cliff of the celestial ladder. Feng Zhiru exclaimed, "What exceptional lightness of foot!" Following closely, his sleeves billowed in the wind as he took to the stone steps, each bound propelling him 3 or 4 feet upward, and in the blink of an eye, he had scaled the cliff. Hong Zhinshan, more unassuming in his approach, was less adept at lightness of foot. He grasped the iron chain and swiftly clambered up the rock face with remarkable speed. His hands and feet left deep imprints on the surfaces he touched, a testament to his strength. As Lin Yan observed Hong Zhinshan nearing the summit, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, soaring skyward like a crane piercing the clouds. Without once leveraging his surroundings, he landed gracefully beside the other 3, fortunate that they were all captivated by the breathtaking scenery and did not notice his extraordinary agility. Before them unfolded a valley adorned in shades of pink, where peach blossoms blanketed the hillsides, radiant and vibrant, akin to ethereal mist. Lin Yan stood in awe, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is true. As the fragrance of April fades in the mortal realm, the peach blossoms begin to bloom in the mountains." Feng Zhiru suddenly paused, pondering the words thoughtfully before exclaiming in admiration, "What a splendid verse! I had no idea that Brother A Fei, despite his youth, not only possesses exceptional cultivation, but also has a profound understanding of poetry." Lin Yan sheepishly touched his nose, replying, "I have but a modest grasp." Feng Zhiru's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "We have now entered the territory of Peach Blossom Village. We must exercise caution." The group nodded in agreement. Under Feng Zhiru's guidance, they stealthily ventured into the peach forest, carefully maneuvering through the shadows of the trees. Whenever they caught sight of 1 or 2 burly men wielding rustic blades, they immediately concealed themselves. Eventually, the 4 arrived deep within the valley, where a grand mountain stronghold emerged, partially obscured amidst the sea of peach blossoms. They had arrived at Peach Blossom Village. Chapter 23, The Scroll. In the depths of the peach grove, Lin Yan and his companions conspired in hushed tones. Their primary target was the bandit leader. Beyond him, they were uncertain if there were other formidable opponents. Judging by the scale of the stronghold, the number of bandits was roughly estimated to be over 100. Perhaps due to the treacherous terrain, the patrols were not particularly vigilant, allowing for the possibility of stealthy infiltration. The group deliberated, but at this moment, aside from their mission to assassinate the bandit chief, they were utterly in the dark about other pertinent information. They did not even know the leader's appearance. With scant intelligence at hand, they had recklessly approached the enemy's lair, which left Lin Yan feeling somewhat out of sorts. Since joining the Misty Rain Pavilion, he had always operated with detailed intel from Lu Air, enabling him to act with certainty. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Now, returning to a state of blind recklessness, relying solely on instinct, Lin Yan felt an absurdity creeping into his heart. Hong Jinshan spoke in a coarse voice, attempting to lower his tone. Why overthink it? We wait until nightfall, sneak inside, find the leader, and eliminate him. That will complete the mission. Feng Zhiru and Xiao Dingyun remained silent. After a moment, Feng Zhiru slowly replied, in the absence of information, it seems we have no other viable options. Lin Yan shrugged. I have no objections. The four reached a consensus and nestled in the small grove, quietly awaiting the arrival of night. This evening, the clouds obscured the moon, creating an ideal atmosphere for stealth and assassination. Feng Zhiru's gaze burned with intensity as he watched the flickering lights of the stronghold, patiently waiting for each lantern to extinguish until the place succumbed to a slumbering darkness. With a wave of his hand, Feng Zhiru commanded, "Let us move." Instantly, four figures sprang forth from the bushes like untamed stallions, racing down the mountainside. Scatter. Once a target is identified, lure it out of the stronghold and resolve it swiftly. Do not waste unnecessary time inside. Understood. The four figures immediately dispersed, hastening toward the inky shadows of the stronghold. Lin Yan was assigned to search the eastern region of the stronghold, his form melding into the darkness as he moved stealthily. With each light footfall, he made not a sound. As he darted forward, he surveyed the surrounding pavilions and towers. Key figures within the stronghold likely did not reside in ordinary dwellings, so he specifically sought out the more prominent structures. As he scanned the area, a finely decorated loft caught his eye just ahead to the left. He leaped gracefully, alighting softly on the floorboards, pressing his ear to the doorframe and channeling his internal energy to enhance his hearing. He became acutely aware of the faint sounds of chirping birds and insects in the deep night. The room was eerily silent. There was no one inside. Lin Yan gently pushed open the wooden door and swiftly slipped inside, quickly shutting the door behind him. The decor within resembled that of study, complete with a writing desk and bookshelves. The shelves were adorned with numerous texts on strategies and military tactics, prompting Lin Yan to speculate whether there were indeed bandits in this stronghold who engaged in scholarly pursuits and martial training. Circling around a screen, Lin Yan found that the study connected to a bedroom. The room itself bore no remarkable features. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a painting hanging on the wall. It depicted a peach blossom grove, where a woman in a resplendent red dress leaned gracefully against the arm of a scholarly gentleman in a green robe, whose gentle smile radiated warmth. The pair, seated amidst the blooming trees, exuded an aura of celestial companionship. As Lin Yan stroked his chin, leaning closer to the painting, he couldn't help but murmur in doubt, "How curious. This figure bears an uncanny resemblance to Lord Sanjian." Just as Lin Yan pondered this resemblance, a faint sound echoed from below. Someone had entered. Remaining composed, he swiftly leaped to the wardrobe, employing a technique to shrink his form. A series of soft, crackling sounds ensued as he diminished in size. The footsteps on the staircase grew louder, quick and measured, indicating a martial artist was approaching. Hastily, Lin Yan pulled open the wardrobe and concealed himself within, leaving only a narrow crack for visibility. Almost in the next instant, the room was illuminated by a warm, dim light. A woman in red entered gracefully, one hand carrying a long spear and the other holding a lit candle. It was the very same woman from the painting. Lin Yan instinctively narrowed the gap of the wardrobe, holding his breath to render his presence nearly imperceptible. The woman, momentarily oblivious to Lin Yan's presence, placed the candle on the table and approached the wall, her gaze fixated on the painting. After a moment of contemplation, she took the painting down and settled beside the table, letting out a wistful sigh. "Brother, it has been 3 years. When will you achieve your ambitions and return to marry me?" She tenderly caressed her exquisite face, her tone tinged with melancholy. "If you do not come soon, Ling Shuang will grow old." Upon hearing that name, Lin Yan's heart raced. If his memories serve him correctly, the esteemed governor of Wuling was indeed named Sun Jian. The phrase knowing gratitude echoed in his mind. What was the nature of this situation? Was Sun Jian acquainted with this woman? Why had he engaged them to eliminate the bandit leader? He recalled the innkeeper's words about Sun Jian, the newly appointed governor, being the chosen son-in-law of the Duke of Southern Town, undertaking this campaign against the bandits to garner merit. Yet this woman harbored deep feelings for Sun Jian. The entangled relationships were becoming increasingly convoluted. Lin Yan caressed his chin, his thoughts swirling rapidly in his mind, inadvertently releasing a faint breath. Who goes there? A thunderous shout reverberated through the room. The voice struck like a bolt from the blue, akin to the rumble of thunder and the shattering of mountains. Had Lin Yan not glimpsed the silhouette of the woman, he would have never connected the voice to her image. Accompanying the explosive shout was a fierce projection of a firearm, swift as lightning, crashing down towards the wardrobe. Lin Yan's reaction was equally swift. In the blink of an eye, he channeled his internal energy with all his might. The iron sword in his hand unsheathed with a sharp clang, unleashing an onslaught of radiant swordplay like a torrential downpour. The wardrobe emitted a crisp crack before it was utterly obliterated. Amidst the flurry of wooden splinters, a multitude of raindrops coalesced into a singular point, with the sword thrusting forward. Clash! The sword tip collided forcefully with the gun's point, perfectly aligned. The woman in red, upon witnessing that a dwarf was concealed within the wardrobe, was instantly filled with shock and fury, realizing that her earlier musings had been eavesdropped upon. With another furious shout, her strength surged exponentially. A powerful force emanated from the long gun, bending Lin Yan's sword into a remarkable arc, producing a low, rustling sound. Indeed, this woman possesses immense strength. Lin Yan's entire body resonated, his bones cracking in response. He quickly regained his composure. Simultaneously, a torrent of overwhelming force surged forth, accompanied by a continuous flow of internal energy erupting at the sword's edge. The formidable rebound of the sword's energy deflected the woman's long gun aside, leaving her chest wide open. Gritting her silver teeth, she steeled herself to regain control over the trembling gun. Yet, a shadow darted before her eyes. Pain shot through her wrist, and the long gun slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. If only you could relinquish your grip on the gun. You might have held on for a while longer, Lin Yan remarked with a smile, the tip of his sword poised against the woman's neck, advanced just a fraction, and she would meet her demise. Chapter 24. The past, who are you? The woman demanded fiercely. Though her life was firmly within Lin Yan's grasp, she exhibited no fear, her temper as volatile as thunder. Lin Yan chuckled softly. I come as a purger of bandits. The woman's brow furrowed slightly, her skepticism evident. The Jinfu office? We have coexisted peacefully with them, fulfilling our obligations each year, and have never disturbed the common folk. Lin Yan shook his head and pointed at the scroll spread across the table. It is he, the newly appointed governor of Wuling, Sun Jian. In a bid to enhance his accomplishments and eradicate the banditry of Taosan, he has specifically recruited individuals from the Jianghu to assault Taohua village and eliminate the bandit leader. By bringing Taosan under Wuling's jurisdiction, he aims to claim credit and reward, positioning himself to formally propose to the Duke of Jinan. What? Lin Yan's brief words struck like an invisible sword, piercing the heart of the woman in red. She muttered to herself, the newly appointed governor, Sun Jian, suppressing bandits, proposing marriage. No, it can't be true. He promised that if he succeeded in the imperial examination, he would return in glory and marry me. You are deceiving me. The last sentence was a desperate shout. Lin Yan smiled faintly, remaining unfazed. Consider this carefully. Who is truly deceiving you, me or him? Or perhaps you are deceiving yourself. The woman in red abruptly stood, her pretty face cold as ice, exuding an aura of lethal intent. I must see him. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes, thinking how fierce she was. Just moments ago, his sword had been poised at her throat, had he not slightly shifted the blade. Her sudden movement would have led her to meet her demise upon its edge. Lin Yan remained non-committal, speaking softly. Initially, I came merely to kill. However, I've never been fond of being used as a pawn. Tell me your story with Sun Jian. If you're forthcoming, I might consider allowing you to meet him. Otherwise, my patience is finite. With a slight press of his sword, he drew a faint line of blood across her delicate neck. The pain momentarily quelled the fury in her mind, and she looked at Lin Yan with a gaze that was both detached and resolute. At that moment, she understood that Lin Yan was indeed a man of his word. Her eyes fell upon the painting on the table, and she felt her eyes involuntarily redden as she murmured, "My name is Han Ling Shuang." 3 years ago, Huaiyang suffered a severe drought. Dealing no harvest. Refugees filled the land, and mountain bandits roamed freely. At that time, Han Ling Shuang and her father, Han Faidu, were passing through Wuling and came upon the Peach Mountain, only to encounter a group of mountain bandits. These bandits were once refugees, forced into the mountains by disaster and left with no choice but to turn to banditry. Han Faidu and Han Ling Shuang were skilled martial artists and would naturally not fall victim to their plundering. However, rather than fleeing, Han Faidu conceived the idea of becoming the leader of the Peach Mountain bandits. He not only led the refugees into the mountains to hunt, but also imposed restrictions on their thievery, only collecting tolls from passing merchant caravans without harming lives. In this way, the group of refugees managed to secure their sustenance and gradually settled down. It was during this time that Han Ling Shuang met Sun Jian. Sun Jian was a scholar from a nearby village, orphaned and displaced, who sought refuge in a mountain stronghold. Han Faidu appointed him as an accountant. Sun Jian, with his handsome features, stood out amidst the rough men, exuding an extraordinary charm. At that time, Han Ling Shuang was in her youthful bloom, and as they spent time together, feelings blossomed between them. Han Faidu did not object, and even personally created a painting for Han Ling Shuang and Sun Jian in the Peach Blossom Grove. This painting rests upon the table. Lin Yan was astonished. He had not anticipated that this bandit chief, who sounded like a rugged hero, possessed artistic talent. Moreover, his brushwork was exquisite, truly lifelike. As time passed, under Han Faidu's stewardship, the mountain's stronghold flourished, bolstered by the imperial government's relief efforts. The impact of the prolonged drought gradually subsided. Initially, Han Faidu contemplated disbanding the bandits and retiring to the countryside. However, the bandits had grown so accustomed to a life of hunting, plundering, and feasting that the thought of returning to farming was nearly unbearable. Under the heartfelt pleas of his comrades, Han Faidu reluctantly decided to maintain the operations of the stronghold. There was, however, one exception, Sun Jian, who aspired to take the imperial examination, a dream he cherished as an educated man. Although Han Ling Shuang was reluctant to see her beloved depart, she understood the importance of the examination and recognized that her whims could not sway Sun Jian from his ambitions. In contrast, Han Faidu fully supported Sun Jian, acknowledging that a life of banditry was not sustainable. Thus, Sun Jian set off with a promise for Han Ling Shuang to wait for 3 years. Lin Yan was rendered speechless. Upon arriving in the capital, Sun Jian was captivated by the dazzling world before him. Coincidentally, he encountered a young lady from a noble family, and in his quest for greater heights, he sought to align himself with more powerful figures. He even felt the need to sever ties with his unsavory past, having been a bandit who robbed the populace and having grown up alongside bandits, which was a significant taboo. Han Ling Shuang was heartbroken. Was our previous bond merely a facade? Has he truly resolved to eradicate all ties? Lin Yan sheathed his sword, feeling no need to strike down such a pitiable soul. Perhaps there was truth in his actions, or perhaps it was all a ruse. A man willing to harm his lifesaver for the sake of his own future cannot be a virtuous stock. In a chaotic world, where else could a commoner like him find sustenance except by climbing the branches of the powerful? Perhaps he had not changed at all. He was the same in the stronghold as he was now in the capital. Lin Yan's words laid bare the harsh reality before Han Ling Shuang, rendering her in a state of shock, her gaze vacant for a long while. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from afar, rousing the entire stronghold. A furious shout resonated through the night. "Who dares to trespass my stronghold? Should you harm my brothers, I shall ensure you pay with your lives." Han Ling Shuang sprang to her feet. "It's father." She turned abruptly to Lin Yan, her almond-shaped eyes blazing with anger. Lin Yan shrugged. "I never claimed to come alone," he retorted, his tone laced with mockery. "It seems Master Jian truly wishes to eradicate all traces." Han Ling Shuang's fair face turned ashen. Time shifted slightly forward. When Lin Yan entered the attic, the other 3 individuals were cautiously searching in different areas. Similar to Lin Yan, they quietly approached the doors of grand structures, listening intently for any signs of life within. This process repeated itself, yet those imposing edifices primarily served as meeting halls or storerooms, yielding no trace of the chieftain's quarters. Hong Jinshan stood on the narrow path, scratching his head in utter confusion. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from a nearby courtyard. The courtyard wall shattered into countless fragments, hurtling towards Hong Jinshan, a robust man with a flowing white beard, wielding a red-tasseled iron spear, charged forth like a galloping steed. His figure surged alongside the flying debris, sprinting rapidly, the spear dancing like a dragon or serpent, pursuing Hong Jinshan relentlessly. Who dares trespass upon my stronghold? Chapter 25, 1 against 3. The sudden assault caught Hong Jinshan off guard. What he believed to be a stealthy approach had already been detected by Han Faidu. Nevertheless, Hong Jinshan was a second-rate fighter. Despite the unexpected advantage of his opponent, he remained composed. He grasped the hilt of the stone sword behind him, his already formidable right arm bulging like granite. The massive stone sword, akin to a wide door, was swung with one hand, instantly conjuring a whirlwind that howled ferociously. The incoming projectiles were swept away, reduced to mere dust. Yet, the flying stones served only to distract. Han Faidu's subsequent thrust of the iron spear was the real lethal strike. In close proximity, Hong Jinshan hastily brought the stone sword before him, using its broad blade as a shield. Just in time, he managed to deflect the serpentine spear's shadow. Bang! The spear's force crashed down like a landslide, sending Hong Jinshan's towering frame hurtling backward, rolling on the ground, and leaving a long trail behind. Han Faidu stood tall, his iron spear angled toward the ground as he slowly advanced upon Hong Jinshan. Around them, numerous figures burst forth from the buildings, loudly inquiring, "What is happening? Who has invaded the stronghold?" Suddenly, like a tidal wave, two figures leapt from the eaves. One, a middle-aged scholar with a dark complexion. The other, a slender figure equipped with twin swords. Fang Zhiru and Xiao Dingyun flanked either side, their internal energies surging, exuding an overwhelming presence. Fang Zhiru called out from a distance, "Is he dead?" After a moment, a harsh coughing sound broke through the air. "Not dead, just a bit injured. Even if not at the top tier, it is not far off." Han Faidu came to a halt, his spear crossed over his chest. These three were no ordinary bandits. They had come prepared. "You lot, what is your purpose here?" Surrounding them were numerous mountain bandits, brandishing crude blades, glaring fiercely at Fang Zhiru and his companions, ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. Xiao Dingyun surveyed the surrounding crowd, which resembled a mass of dark clouds. Apart from Han Faidu, they were mostly ordinary individuals unversed in martial arts. He scoffed, "The bandits of Taosan have gathered, summoned by the command of the Wuling government to eliminate us." The outlaws around him erupted in righteous indignation. Where was the government during the Great Drought? Who drove us out of the city then? Now they come to hunt us down. What audacity! We have only ever collected tolls and harmed no one, consistently paying our fees to the town's pacification office. By what right do you pursue us? Brothers, let's fight back. With so many of us, can we not handle just 3 of them? Han Feidu spoke coldly. Silence. Step aside. Boss. The bandits called out. You are no match for them. You will only impede me. Step back. Reluctantly, the bandits complied, clearing a space. A wise choice. Fang Zhiru praised aloud, his sleeves billowing as a judge's pen suddenly appeared in his hand, forged entirely from tempered iron, capable of cleaving stone and gold. Han Faidu replied nonchalantly, "With just the 3 of you, you are no match for me." Hong Jinshan struggled to rise from the rubble in the distance, a crack now visible along the enormous stone sword he wielded, a result of Han Faidu's earlier thrust. Heh. Hong Jinshan cracked his joints and tore off his tattered garment, revealing his well-defined upper body as he advanced towards Han Faidu, dragging his heavy sword. "We never said we came with just 3. Han Faidu's expression sharpened, and he shouted, "Jiang He!" A robust young man with a straightforward demeanor dashed forth, calling out, "Master, go find Ling Shuang, and if you encounter the enemy, defeat them." The youth, named Jiang He, quickly responded, "Understood." He then strode away, each step resonating with a thunderous impact. Fang Zhiru and the others were taken aback. The young man appeared unremarkable and emitted no internal energy fluctuations. Yet he commanded such formidable presence. As the youth departed, the battlefield unfolded. Han Faidu swept his spear, his resolute gaze passing over the 3 adversaries as he declared, "Come forth. If you seek my life, you must come and claim it yourselves." In a moment of silence, a thunderous explosion erupted. Hong Jinshan surged forward, leading the assault. His massive stone sword dragged across the ground, carving a deep trench as he leapt into the air. With a mighty strike, he aimed a downward slash. Fang Zhiru and Xiao Dingyun flanked from the sides, launching a coordinated attack. One wielded the judge's pen, creating a flurry of ink strokes, while the other brandished twin swords, their blades dazzling like a flurry of petals in a storm. Han Faidu bellowed, "Well done." He swiftly retreated, evading Hong Zhanshan's heavy sword strike. His muscular arms tensed, and with a vigorous shake, the crimson spear writhed like a colossal python, the tip coalescing with unmatched force, precisely striking against the judge's pen and the dual swords. The clash produced a crisp ring, merging into a singular sound. Fang Zhiru and Xiao Dingyun were instantly aware of an overwhelming force surging towards them, rendering their attacks intangible, compelling them to transition from offense to defense. They retreated several steps before managing to dissipate the pressure. "Do not conceal your prowess any longer. Otherwise, we shall all perish here," Hong Zhanshan bellowed, raising his stone sword, which unleashed a fierce and indomitable aura. Fang Zhiru and Xiao Dingyun exchanged glances and, in unison, nodded, channeling their internal energy with full force. One radiated righteousness, while the other was enigmatic and unpredictable. The three figures, brimming with surging energy, almost simultaneously lunged towards Han Faidu once more. Han Faidu snorted coldly, exuding an invincible presence. With a shake of his spear, akin to a dragon and snake rising together, he advanced towards the trio. The onlooking bandits were left speechless, witnessing the chaos of flying sand and collapsing buildings as the four figures intertwined like a whirlwind. It was impossible to discern who was who. Only the resounding clang of metal clashing filled the air. Amidst their astonishment, a deep-seated fear intertwined with their shock. They could not help but feel grateful that Han Faidu had instructed them to stand back. Had they rashly involved themselves in such a conflict, they would have been instantly overwhelmed by the unleashed internal force, possibly resulting in their demise on the spot. They were taken aback to realize that their usually affable leader, who guided them on hunts and ambushes, was in fact a formidable warrior capable of standing against three adversaries. Li Jianghe was anxious, his feet never ceasing as he rushed towards the loft where Han Lingshuang resided. In the entire Peach Blossom Village, only Han Lingshuang occupied the second-story loft. The others resided in single-story houses. That loft had been constructed by the villagers for Han Lingshuang and Sun Jian, envisioned as their future marital abode. However, little did they know that while Han Lingshuang awaited Sun Jian, the village had been besieged by wandering heroes on a mission to eradicate bandits. Although Li Jianghe was straightforward, Han Faidu's warning had made him aware of the gravity of the situation. Given the commotion, Han Lingshuang's spirited and fiery nature should have made her the first to appear. Yet, the prolonged absence of her presence indicated that something was amiss. He quickened his pace, each stride covering substantial ground, causing the earth beneath him to crack under the force of his steps. Suddenly, he spotted Han Lingshuang approaching swiftly in his direction, accompanied by a swordsman clad in green. Chapter 26. A Fierce Battle, Rescuing the Captive. The figure wore a conical hat and wielded a long sword, its hilt resembling two bamboo slips fastened together. Strikingly peculiar and rudimentary. Beneath the conical hat lay a youthful and striking stranger. Li Jianghe recalled Han Faidu's admonition. In mountains, one could trust only their own kind or face enemies. With a thunderous shout, Li Jianghe declared, "Release Ling Shuang." No sooner had the words left his lips than he propelled himself forcefully from the ground, generating a spiderweb of cracks beneath him, like an arrow released from its bow. He surged forward, a cloud of dust trailing in his wake, heading straight for Lin Yan. Lin Yan stood bewildered. He had only just spotted a man approaching when, to his astonishment, the stranger charged at him with a fierce cry. "Is this how your mountain stronghold conducts itself?" He mused. Yet, despite the reckless demeanor, Li Jianghe's lack of visible internal energy was deceiving. His vitality was as robust as boiling water, and when he clenched his fist, it seemed as though boundless strength coursed through his arm, poised to erupt. Han Lingshuang's eyes sparkled with intensity. Though her skirmish with Lin Yan was brief, she had suffered at his hands and thus yearned for retribution. Li Jianghe was the only disciple Han Faidu had accepted after Han Lingshuang, having recognized the young man's extraordinary potential. Li Jianghe's gift lay not in the manipulation of energy, but in the fortification of his physical form, endowed with innate strength. His constitution was such that it could not retain even a trace of the world's vital energy. Instead, it dispersed into his limbs, rendering his bones sturdier, muscles more powerful, and strength considerably greater than that of an ordinary person. Unfortunately, Li Jianghe remained an unrefined gem, with Han Faidu having only just begun to polish his brilliance. The time for his true potential to shine had yet to arrive. Confronted with Li Jianghe's ferocious punch, Lin Yan opted not to draw his sword but rather extended his palm, allowing his internal energy to flow like a river. If Li Jianghe's punch was characterized by raw power, then Lin Yan's energy was marked by profound gentleness. The swiftness of his breath allowed a continuous stream of internal force to emanate from his palm. Before Li Jianghe could make contact, he found himself ensnared, each step forward becoming increasingly arduous. With a mighty roar, Li Jianghe broke through the heavy resistance and unleashed his punch. The sound of impact echoed as Lin Yan firmly intercepted it with his palm. Grasping Li Jianghe's fist, Lin Yan directed his internal energy surging up the young man's arm. Twisting slightly, Li Jianghe was sent spinning through the air, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Lin Yan cast a glance at Han Lingshuang, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. "If you remain silent any longer, I shall draw steel," he warned. "Senior brother, do not engage. This one bears us no ill will." For the moment, Han Lingshuang interjected urgently, witnessing Li Jianghe struggle. In an instant, Li Jianghe sprang to his feet, his formidable physique having endured the fall as if merely tripping. With Han Lingshuang's intervention, he refrained from further conflict. Scratching his head sheepishly and bowing respectfully towards Lin Yan in apology, Han Lingshuang abruptly seized Li Jianghe's arm, declaring, "We cannot ascertain whether he is friend or foe. There is no need for such civility. Hurry, take me to my father." Lin Yan was rendered speechless. Li Jianghe offered an awkward smile to Lin Yan and hastily explained to Han Lingshuang, "Master is engaged in a confrontation. He sent me to find you." Han Lingshuang yid. "Let's go." The two hastened back along the path they had come, with Lin Yan trailing behind them, in the central clearing of the stronghold. For figures were entwined in a fierce struggle. Blades flashed, and the battle raged on without respite. Within just a few exchanges, Feng Jiru and his companions had become tattered, their bodies marred by numerous wounds inflicted by piercing strikes, blood flowing incessantly. In stark contrast, Han Faidu appeared only slightly breathless and scathed. Feng Jiru and his companions were filled with dread. Han Faidu's profound skills surpassed their expectations. Faced with the combined assault of 3 second-rate masters, he remained remarkably composed. His experience was not only seasoned, but his marksmanship and utilization of internal energy were exceptionally refined, his prowess merely a breath away from the pinnacle. Crucially, Han Faidu refrained from mercilessly eliminating his opponents, always leaving a sliver of hope with each lethal strike. Such a figure, why would he become a bandit in Taosan? This perplexity weighed heavily on their minds. Simultaneously, they cursed Lin Yan internally, wondering where he had vanished to, still failing to offer assistance. "3 of you, we are not mortal enemies. You cannot take my life without considerable effort on your part. Would you kindly depart?" Hong Jinshan, Feng Jiru, and Xiao Dingyun exchanged glances, a flicker of uncertainty creeping into their hearts. Yet, the code of the martial world and their expectations of Lin Yan led them to believe they could still make a stand. Feng Jiru sighed. "A gentleman's promise is heavier than Mount Tai. We 3 must continue to seek guidance from our senior. We humbly ask for your instruction." Han Faidu replied coldly, "If that is the case, I shall no longer hold back. Should you perish, do not lament." Xiao Dingyun and Hong Jinshan replied, "There is no need to worry." The 3 gathered their energy, raising their weapons, and with a surge of boundless force, leapt once more toward Han Faidu. Suddenly, an overwhelming and relentless aura erupted from Han Faidu, a commanding presence he had cultivated during his military service in the northern deserts. Fueled by a fierce will to kill, his spear thrust forth with lethal intent, destined to draw blood and shatter their ranks. Feng Jiru and his companions were jolted by surprise. Feeling the shift in Han Faidu's aura as he retracted his long spear and leaped into the air, his icy weapon striking with the ferocity of a dragon, an embodiment of sheer violence and resolute determination. Only those who have weathered the true storms of battle can cultivate such an intense, murderous aura. The 3 felt as if they were under the gaze of an unparalleled beast, their lives hanging by a thread. What sort of spear technique is this? As the 4 individuals leapt into the air, reaching a climactic moment, a sharp command echoed from afar. "Release the arrows." Suddenly, a dark-clad archery battalion emerged atop the distant rooftops, an uncountable barrage of arrows raining down from all directions. targeting not only Han Faidu, but also enveloping Fang Zhiru and the other two. Hong Jinshan abruptly realized the perilous intent and exclaimed loudly, "Damn it! That corrupt official aims to eliminate us all." However, the trio had already exhausted much of their energy from their previous confrontation with Han Faidu, and now, fully engaged in combat, they lacked the strength to counter the deluge of arrows. Fang Zhiru, in a moment of despair, cried out, "My life is forfeit." Xiao Dingyun, refusing to surrender, summoned his remaining strength and attempted a final counterattack. At that instant, an overwhelming force surged forth. Han Faidu wielded his spear, transforming the fierce and unyielding thrust into a gentle yet powerful sweep. In midair, Fang Zhiru, Hong Jinshan, and Xiao Dingyun were all swept away by the soft yet forceful spear energy, miraculously unharmed, as they were propelled out of the rain of arrows. Their eyes widened in shock as they gazed upon the towering figure that had just saved them from imminent peril, their former adversary, who had unexpectedly set aside enmity to rescue them. The clashing of metal rang out as Han Faidu, despite having saved others, was not content to await his demise. He unleashed a sweeping momentum with his spear, transforming the concentrated strikes into a cascading wave of motion, creating an intricate pattern of spear shadows that surged forth, meeting the relentless arrows. Instantly, a flurry of collisions echoed in the air. Fire again! The dark-clad archers drew their bows once more, unleashing another relentless barrage that blotted out the sky, a seemingly endless onslaught. Han Faidu danced with his spear, but having lost the initiative in his effort to save others and having expended significant internal energy in the prior battle, he was caught off guard and sustained injuries. Arrows striking his shoulder and calf, though fortunately avoiding any vital areas. As the relentless assault of arrows momentarily ceased, Han Faidu shouted, "Take cover!" Suddenly, amidst the panicked crowd, a flash of golden light from a blade surged forth unexpectedly, darting towards the retreating Han Faidu with incredible speed. In the distance, Fang Zhiru gasped in shock and called out, "Senior, beware behind you." Han Faidu's expression hardened as he finally noticed the figure behind him, along with the unavoidable edge of the blade. With a swift motion, blood erupted as the blade found its mark. Though Han Faidu had attempted to evade, a bright crimson bloom blossomed upon his abdomen. With a fierce glare, he pulled the remnants of his strength and swept his spear outwards. Clang! The assailant was instantly knocked back several paces. Han Faidu stumbled, one hand clutching his abdomen while the other propped himself up with a spear, struggling to avoid a fall. Before him stood a swordsman clad in black, wielding a peculiar golden long knife, its blade stained with blood, droplets falling to the ground. Fang Zhiru and his companions immediately recognized the identity of the approaching figure. Li Ke, the commander of the southern town Marquis' estate, known for his golden knife. Li Ke regarded the pale-faced Han Faidu with an indifferent expression, stating, "No wonder you are a veteran from the northern wilderness. You are indeed tenacious." However, this is where it ends. Surrounding them, the black-clad archers on the rooftops stirred, drawing their bows, this time aiming at all the bandits present. Though Han Faidu's voice was weak, it remained resolute. "Even if you seek my life, at least grant me clarity about your identities." You have obstructed the southern town Marquis' path. Han Faidu's pupils constricted. The southern town Marquis? I bear him no grudge. Lika, gruing impatien, raturta. It is not a matter of enmity. Your mere existence poses a threat to Lord Sunday. Now, it is time for you to depart. With his long knife angled, internal energy coursing, golden light flickering, he added, "I shall send your daughter along to accompany you." Han Faidu shouted in anger, "How dare you?" At that moment, Fang Zhiru stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Han Faidu, declaring, "Captain Xiao, was that rain of arrows just now intended to eradicate us all?" Li Ke's gaze turned icy. "What do you mean? Are you intending to assist this bandit leader?" Fang Zhiru crossed his judge's pen over his chest, stating, as a scholar, "I value gratitude and repayment. It is the principle of righteousness. The elders saved my life. I now repay it with my own." Lika Fronatsligli. Noticing Hong Jinshan and Xiao Dingyun standing motionless, understanding that they too harbored reservations. "I will explain this only once. The opportunity for battle was fleeting, and I could not ensure your safety. Success is imminent. If you know what is good for you, stay aside, and you shall not be deprived of your reward. Should you dare to intervene." A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Li Ke's eyes as he unleashed a fierce aura. "That shall be your death." Fang Zhiru glanced at the silent Hong Jinshan and Xiao Dingyun, who were evidently prepared to remain uninvolved. He calmly declared, "I speak only for myself." His stance remained firm, unyielding, a resolute expression crossing his dark face. Han Faidu struggled to speak, his strength waning further. "Friend, thank you. They wish to kill me. There is no need for you to follow suit." Li Ke, losing patience, waved his hand and commanded, "Release the arrows." Suddenly, a piercing gunshot echoed through the night sky. The figure in red, wielding a firearm, leaped onto the rooftop, crashing into the ranks of the black-clad archers, weaving through them with fierce agility as gunfire erupted around. Wherever he passed, crimson splatters erupted from the long spear he wielded, inciting chaos upon the rooftop. Simultaneously, a robust young man landed heavily, akin to a boulder, upon the roof, charging through the ranks of the archers, producing a series of dull thuds as their formation crumbled in an instant. What? The sudden turn of events caused the black-clad archers to release only a third of their arrows, aimed at the figure standing at the center, Han Faidu. Fang Zhiru, with a flash, approached Han Faidu's side. With a swift movement, he wielded a judge's pen, crafting an impenetrable net of ink that shielded them from the oncoming rain of arrows. However, Han Faidu felt a sense of foreboding. The tumult among the archers was undoubtedly instigated by Li Jianghe's return with Han Lingxiang. Yet Li Ke's prowess was no less formidable. None present could match him. They must escape swiftly. Yet, before Han Faidu could sound the alarm, Li Ke had already taken matters into his own hands to prevent unforeseen complications. With a resonant clang, a fierce golden blade sliced through the air. The blade's trajectory first targeted Fang Zhiru, then aimed at Han Faidu. The speed of the blade was blinding, akin to the golden light of dawn, descending from the mountains to the mortal realm in the blink of an eye. Fang Zhiru, preoccupied with the arrows, found himself utterly defenseless against Li Ke's onslaught. Moreover, the ferocity of the blade made him acutely aware of the disparity between them. Even with all his might, he could not hope to withstand it. Just as Fang Zhiru braced himself for his demise, a figure clad in green descended from the heavens. A resonant hum filled the air as a long sword was drawn, akin to a startled autumn swan emerging from the water. With a clang, the sword light, arriving after the blade, perfectly intercepted the swift golden strike. A youthful voice resounded, "I hope I'm not too late." Lin Yan, wielding an iron sword, appeared before Fang Zhiru, the blade radiating inner strength as it clashed with the golden edge, producing a cacophony of resonant collisions. "Brother A Fei, you finally arrived." Fang Zhiru felt the thrill of a narrow escape, his life swinging between peril and fortune at a dizzying pace. Li Ke, astonished, exclaimed, "It's you? Do not forget, you accepted the commission from the government office." As he spoke, he continued to exert pressure, yet the iron blade before him stood resolute, as if a dam holding back a river, preventing any advancement. Lin Yan held the sword horizontally before him, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I am aware. However, I believe that Lord Sun Jian's actions were rather unscrupulous. Therefore, I have turned against him." Upon hearing that name, Han Faidu froze momentarily, incredulity flashing in his eyes. The surrounding bandits echoed his surprise. "Is the Sun Jian he speaks of our Sun Jian, the magistrate of Wuling, Little Sun? Is it he who has sent someone to eradicate us? How could this be possible? Ling Shuang has waited for him for 3 years. Why would he wish to exterminate us completely?" Lin Yan chuckled lightly, saying why. "Lord Sun Jian once hailed from Taosan village and associated with bandits, a blemish that marks his life. Now that he has ascended to the emperor's court, it is only natural for him to hastily sever ties with his past to avoid any incriminating evidence. If my conjecture holds true, Lord Jin aims to eliminate all the bandits, including the Han family father and daughter, leaving no one alive. In doing so, he ensures that no one can cast aspersions upon his past, allowing him to rise to prominence with the assistance of the Duke of Southern Town, potentially becoming the favored son-in-law of the Duke's household." Han Faidu's complexion grew increasingly pale, and the surrounding bandits erupted in vehement curses, branding him as ungrateful and treacherous. Even Fang Zhiru, Hong Jinshan, and Xiao Dingyun wore expressions of alarm, having not anticipated such hidden secrets behind this extermination of bandits. Chapter 28, Another Sword. Observing the astonished reactions of the crowd, Lin Yan smiled faintly. This operation to eradicate bandits from Taosan was indeed a scheme to silence witnesses and bury Lord Sun Jian's past. However, the secret of Lord Sun is now clear to all present. "Commander Li, what do you intend to do?" Are you truly going to eliminate us all? Expressions of horror spread across the faces of the assembly as they realized they had stumbled upon a perilous secret that could very well lead to their demise. Hong Jinshan and Xiao Dingyun, in particular, looked grim. They had initially planned to extricate themselves for a monetary reward, but even if they vowed to remain silent, Lord Sun would likely harbor suspicions and act against them. Even the black-clad archers on the rooftop, pursued by Han Ling Shuang and Li Jianhe, felt a surge of panic, fearing they might also be silenced upon their return. Li Ke, having been exposed in collusion with Sun Jian, suddenly wore an uncomfortable expression, his demeanor fluctuating as if weighing his options. Just as Lin Yan was about to speak, a fierce glint appeared in Li Ke's eyes. Thanks to you, I now have no choice but to comply with your wishes. Xuanjia Dao guards, he my command. With that declaration, a resounding noise erupted from the periphery, akin to a tidal wave. A crowd clad in black armor surged forth from the surrounding buildings, encircling everyone present. These individuals were outfitted in dark, lightweight armor, wielding standard long knives and exuding an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. The black-clad archers and the Xuanjia Dao guards represented the two personal elite forces of the Duke of Southern Town. With the archers occupying the high ground and the Dao guards advancing on the ground, the escape routes for Taohua village had been completely sealed off. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes. Commander Li, are you truly willing to risk mutual destruction? Li Ke merely waved his hand coldly, and the Xuanjia Dao guards began to advance slowly, tightening their encirclement. Han Faidu, aware of the terror of a disciplined military force, leaned on his spear and shouted urgently, "Everyone retreat, move to higher ground and secure the terrain." Upon hearing the command of Han Faidu, the mountain bandits hastily gathered, retreating in a frenzy towards higher ground. Fang Zhiru, under Lin Yan's guidance, swiftly assisted the severely wounded Han Faidu in following the crowd's retreat, leaving only himself to confront Li Quebec. Hong Jinshan and Xiao Dingyun swiftly appeared beside Fang Zhiru, retreating together up the slope. Hong Jinshan let out a dry chuckle, saying, "Brother Fang, let's look out for one another." Fang Zhiru merely snorted in response, offering no further comment. Li Ke cast a cold glance at Lin Yan and then bellowed to those around him, "Kill without mercy. Leave out a single soul." As Li Ke issued his command, the Xuanjia blade guards swiftly drew their long blades, producing a crisp metallic sound before charging towards the mountain bandits. Meanwhile, the black-clad archers adeptly divided the battlefield. Some engaged the aggressive Han Ling Shuang and Li Jianhe, while others dispersed to the heights to support the Xuanjia blade guards. The two teams of soldiers, well-trained and disciplined, faced the panicked bandits, whose morale was plummeting. In an instant of contact, piercing screams echoed through the canyon, as arrows and blades left behind a trail of lifeless bodies. Fortunately, Fang Zhiru and his companions stood resolutely at the front, holding their ground against overwhelming odds, managing to persist for a while without complete collapse. In the central clearing of the bandit stronghold, Li Ke smirked at Lin Yan, saying, "What now? By revealing the secret, you have only harmed them." Lin Yan retorted, "Ah? Don't blame me for your misfortunes. It is not I who has harmed them, nor the truth, but those who attempt to conceal it. Otherwise, I shall accuse you of slander." Li Ke furrowed his brow, resting a hand on the golden hilt of his blade. "Then what do you propose?" Lin Yan replied, "Initially, I believed it best to avoid conflict, allowing everyone to part amicably. However, it seems that Lord Jin is resolute, with no intention of negotiation. Li Kakudli affirmat inda. They must die for the great ones to feel at ease, and you too shall perish." Hearing the distant cries of agony, Lin Yan urged, "Then please expedite the process. Let us settle this as we did in the magistrate S arena. One move to determine life or death." Li Ke's expression hardened. "Since you were so confident, I shall oblige." Before the words had fully left his lips, Li Ke surged forward with the speed of lightning, akin to a striking serpent, aiming to catch Lin Yan off guard and seize the initiative. With a swift motion, he raised his powerful arm, unsheathing the golden blade with a resounding clang, releasing a peculiar ringing. The dazzling golden light of the blade emerged, cutting through the air as he executed two rapid slashes, creating vast, interwoven arcs of golden radiance that sealed off all avenues for Lin Yan's evasion. In stark contrast, Lin Yan remained motionless, as if a statue, unyielding in his stance. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to pause. The shimmering blade of Li Ke was perilously close, as if he could envision Lin Yan's severed form, a triumphant smile gracing his countenance. At that very moment, Lin Yan unsheathed his sword. The blade emerged silently, like a gentle breeze, yet swift enough to elude the eye. Lin Yan thrust forward with a steady, direct motion, his attack coinciding perfectly with the intertwining golden blade light. Suddenly, a strand of sword light burst forth, manifesting a torrential rain of blades that collided with the unmatched golden radiance. A peculiar, crisp sound resonated. Li Kei's golden blade force seemed to endure thousands of strikes simultaneously, resulting in a cacophony of continuous clashes that marred the golden light with cracks. A gust of wind blew, scattering the fragments as the brilliant golden energy dissipated explosively. Li Kei's eyes widened in disbelief. What manner of swordsmanship is this? Yet Lin Yan's assault did not waver. In a heartbeat, he transformed from stillness to motion, becoming a tempest that surged towards Li Quebec. With a flick of his iron sword, the boundless rain of blades coalesced into a whispering breeze, slipping past Li Kei's throat with an imperceptible grace. The movement was so swift that it left no time for realization. Lin Yan sheathed his sword, as Li Kei heard the soft whisper of wind at his neck. His arm, poised to block, froze in place. His consciousness began to fade rapidly, and he finally realized that it was not the sound of the wind, but rather the splattering of blood from his own throat. Li Kei's lips moved, and he murmured, "So, within a single sword stroke, there can be such myriad transformations." Truly an eye-opener. His eyes slowly closed. Lin Yan then gathered his energy and proclaimed loudly, "Li Kei is dead. Do you still wish to fight to the death?" The combatants, fervently engaged in battle, experienced a momentary pause as the armored blade guards and the shadow-clad archers turned to follow the sound. They witnessed Li Kei's form crashing to the ground, while the swordsman in green stood proudly beside him, unyielding. Li Kei was truly dead. The armored guards and the shadowy archers lost their anchor, their formation and assault descending into chaos. Those at the forefront, such as Feng Zhiru and Hong Jinshan, astutely seized the moment to unleash a series of devastating attacks, claiming several lives in swift succession. Ultimately, under the weight of the collective counterattack and Lin Yan's overwhelming pressure, the armored guards and shadow archers fled in disarray, abandoning their armor in their haste. Thus, the tumultuous night finally reached its conclusion. A faint blush of dawn appeared on the horizon. A new day had arrived. Chapter 29, The Path Ahead. Father. Han Ling Shuang's eyes brimmed with tears as she rushed towards the fallen Han Faidu. Just moments ago, in a desperate bid to fend off the assault, Han Faidu had pressed forward with his spear. Now, with his wound torn open, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Feng Zhiru examined Han Faidu's pulse and sighed helplessly. His injuries were severe, and he had lost too much blood. It was a grim prognosis. The crowd fell into a melancholic silence. Even the self-serving Hong Jinshan and Xiao Dingyuan felt a pang of sorrow. Initially adversaries of Han Faidu, they had been saved by him, and now they stood united in battle. Though their time together was brief, they were already captivated by Han Faidu's noble character. Such goodness was rare and seldom rewarded, making it difficult for them to aspire to his virtue. Li Xianxia stood frozen, appearing sumawat daza. Suddenly, he lunged towards Lin Yan. "Hero, I implore you, save my master." Lin Yan was taken aback. "Why seek my aid?" Li Jianghe's reasoning was straightforward. "You are the strongest here." The others turned to look, and Han Ling Shuang, her eyes glistening with hope, begged in a hushed tone, "Hero, I beseech you." Feng Zhiru sighed again. "Brother Fei, do you truly have a solution?" Lin Yan approached Han Faidu, gazing at the man with graying hair and closed eyes, yet still possessing a resolute spirit. "I shall give it a try. Help me lift him." Lin Yan settled behind Han Faidu, raised his palms, hovering them over his back. The energy of the returning Yuan technique began to circulate, flowing through his hands into Han Faidu's meridians. Retourning Yuan technique, proficiency, 40. Characteristic, rapid energy recovery. Remarkable healing effects. Internal energy can swiftly mend internal and external injuries. Although Lin Yan's internal power possessed the ability to heal, he was uncertain of its efficacy. He could only attempt it. His energy traversed Han Faidu's body, coaxing the scattered internal breath to flow in harmony. The damaged meridians began to mend gradually, revitalizing the blood and qi, infusing color back into his pale visage. Thus, the internal energy circulated through several cycles. Han Faidu felt as though he were enveloped in warm spring water, warmth washing over him, and the pain dissipated unnoticed. After an indeterminate time, he exhaled a long sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. Father! Han Lingshuang grasped Han Faidu's hands tightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears that flowed unbidden. She had endured too much today, having lost the beloved she yearned for, and could not bear to lose her closest kin. Upon witnessing Han Faidu's awakening, Li Jianghe's face lit up with joy as he knelt before Lin Yan. "Thank you, benefactor," he exclaimed, bowing repeatedly, his forehead striking the ground with a thud, creating a dent in the earth. Lin Yan was startled. Hey, please don't do that. It's rather frightening." The earnest Li Jianghe stood up, a sheepish grin on his face, with his forehead unscathed yet covered in dirt. Han Faidu's gaze transitioned from confusion to clarity. He had come to understand his circumstances. He was saved. Gently patting Han Lingshuang's back, his voice, though feeble, radiated tranquility and composure. "I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention. Should you ever find a need for my assistance, I shall not hesitate to risk my life." Lin Yan responded with a light-hearted smile that is unlikely. Han Faidu momentarily appeared taken aback, then revealed a sincere smile, turning to Li Jianghe to instruct, "Jianghe, gather our companions and collect the bodies of our fallen brothers. Let's find a proper resting place for them." Li Jianghe acknowledged and proceeded to rally the other bandits to clean up the aftermath. Remaining were Lin Yan, Feng Jiru, a few outsiders, and the father-daughter duo of Han Faidu. Lin Yan inquired, "Chief Han, what are your plans? You are being targeted by Sun Jian. It seems difficult for you to remain in Taohua village." In the face of Sun Jian's ingratitude, Han Faidu appeared remarkably accepting, aside from an initial shock. He embraced the reality with equanimity. "In this world, human nature is the most inscrutable aspect. I only seek a clear conscience. I shall disband Taohua village." Han Faidu said slowly. In truth, the village was meant to dissolve after the drought had ended, allowing everyone to return home and live as ordinary folk. Ultimately, no matter how many rules are established, banditry remains a disreputable endeavor. As for Sun Jian, we have no further ties. Lingshuang, consider him as having perished en route to the capital years ago. Lin Yan observed the fiery anger in Han Lingshuang's eyes. Yet, after enduring a night of tumultuous events, she had come to fully comprehend Sun Jian's heartlessness, and her gaze now held nothing but a desolate indifference. Feng Jiru sighed, "Given that gentleman's son's character, even if you disband Taohua village and depart Huaiyang County, he will likely pursue you relentlessly. Only by eliminating all who know of his past can his desires be fulfilled." A complex expression flickered in Han Faidu's eyes. "Then we shall journey to Lingnan. I had intended to retire from the northern front and travel with Lingshuang. I have heard of a paradise there, immune to the interference of the court. If Sun Jian continues to pursue us, we shall seek refuge there." Feng Jiru suddenly understood. "Are you referring to the legendary Valley of Villains?" Han Faidu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that very place." Curiosity sparked in Lin Yan's eyes. "The Valley of Villains? How can it be called a paradise when it bears the name of villains?" Feng Jiru explained. "Some say there is harmony and equality among all, while others claim it is a realm of chaos, where disputes can lead to life and death. Nonetheless, one fact remains. Within the Valley of Villains, only the forces of the martial world prevail. Absent is the shadow of the court. Legend has it that this custom was established 2 centuries ago between the Emperor of the Great Jin and the Lord of the Valley of Villains, and it has been upheld to this day." Lin Yan found it quite intriguing and thought to himself that he would indeed like to witness it firsthand. He stroked his chin and glanced at Feng Jiru and the others, stating, "Speaking of which, we are all aware of Sun Jian's past, and he is also one of the targets of this Lord Sun silencing. What are your plans?" Shouting Yun's lips twitched slightly. "Isn't it because of you, lad? You insisted on exposing his secrets to the public. Otherwise, how would they find themselves in such a passive predicament? Truly a case of the cat weeping for the mouse." Hong Jinshan replied in a low voice, "I plan to leave Huaiyang County and head north." He appeared to be quite at ease, exclaiming, "Even if that Lord Sun leverages the influence of the Duke of Southern Defense, I do not believe he can truly extend his reach across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces to locate me." Feng Jiru, however, was different. A flicker of indignation crossed his darkened face as he waved his sleeve and declared sternly, "It is intolerable to allow such an ungrateful wretch to roam freely. I must go to the capital, the Dali Temple, the Supervisory Court, and the Pacification Office. I shall find a means to lodge a formal complaint and expose his sordid deeds to the public." Lin Yan chuckled and gave a thumbs up, saying, "Mr. Feng, you are truly remarkable. Is this not precisely the matter that Lord Sun has been dreading?" Chapter 30. The only skill is killing. The others turned to Lin Yan in unison, asking, "What about you?" Lin Yan smiled and replied, "As for me, I excel solely at killing." In the Wuling prefecture office, Sun Yin paced anxiously in the courtyard, having received news from his personal guard sent to suppress the bandits at Taosan. However, the tidings brought two pieces of grim news. The bandits of Taosan were unharmed and had already discovered that he was the mastermind behind it all. The second piece of news was that Li Ke had died, struck down by the swift sword of a Fey, whom he had recruited. He vividly recalled asking Li Ke in a moment of bravado whose blade was swifter, a Fey's sword or his own knife. Li Ke had responded with calm confidence. "You won't know until you compare." Li Ke's death had now provided the answer. At this moment, Sun Jian was engulfed in trepidation. Li Ke had been his aide assigned by the Duke of Southern Defense to manage the affairs concerning Taosan. When he initially became involved with the young lady of the Duke's house, the Duke had already thoroughly investigated his background. They could even trace Han Faidu's origins. The Duke had once told him that to become the son-in-law of the Duke's household, he must completely resolve his past affairs. From then on, he could only aspire to the Duke's princess, and there could be no lingering ties to the red-clad women of Taosan. Otherwise, even if he were to enchant the princess to the point of obsession, the Duke would never permit him to cross the threshold of his home. Sun Jian had been resolute at that time, convinced that with Li Ke's assistance and 2 teams of personal guards at his side, eliminating the Taosan bandits would be a simple task. If only it weren't for the genuine complications posed by Han Faidu. He would neither recruit skilled individuals from the martial world, nor would he have summoned the calamity that is Lin Yan. At this juncture, not only had he failed in his endeavors, but even the commander of the Marquis's residence had perished. The black-clad Arrow Squad and the Xianxia Blade Guards had also suffered significant losses. The magnitude of the wrath that the Marquis of Jiuzhou would unleash upon learning of this debacle was beyond his estimation. Moreover, the most pressing concern at present was his fear of retaliation from Han Faidu and Han Lingshuang. Ultimately, it was his own ingratitude that had incited their murderous intent, which was entirely understandable. He paced restlessly within the hall for some time before retreating to his study. There, he composed a letter, affixing his official seal, and then summoned a servant, instructing him to deliver the missive post-haste to Huaiyang County, seeking assistance from the local pacification office. At this moment, Sun Jian was no longer concerned with the reputation of the government office. Faced with a life-and-death crisis, he chose to prioritize survival above all else. After dispatching the letter, he still felt uneasy. He ordered everyone in the office to be on high alert, with the Xianxia Blade Guards patrolling day and night, and the black-clad Arrow Squad stationed atop the lofty towers. Even the recently recruited martial artists were not dismissed. Instead, he had them remain at the residence to safeguard his well-being against the potential vengeance of the Taosan bandit leader. He would not relax until the pacification office sent personnel to assume his protective duties. Once these arrangements were made, he breathed a slight sigh of relief and began to meticulously re-examine the sequence of events. After a while, he sighed deeply, unfurled a sheet of rice paper, and picked up his brush, yet he hesitated to put it to paper, whether to complete the unfinished business of Taosan or report the death of Li Ke. He had no choice but to inform the Marquis's residence, unless he truly wished to abandon his political career. However, he struggled to find the right words, contemplating them repeatedly without success. Sun Jian understood that to continue earning the Marquis's trust, he must shift all blame onto others. Li Ke had been obstinately self-willed, while a Fei was fickle, and even Feng Zhiru and others had been unproductive and duplicitous, leading to this predicament. His own role was merely that of a leader. He would also need to implore the Marquis to dispatch capable individuals once more, ideally innate masters, to capture Lin Yan and others in one fell swoop. Sun Jian pondered this intricately, jotting down his thoughts as they flowed, and after a lengthy interval, he penned several lines. Looking out the window, he noted that dusk had fallen. The remnants of the sunset spilled across the horizon, reminiscent of a toppled crimson dye vat, saturating the sky with fiery clouds. Sun Jian set down his brush, stretched his hands, and, after loosening his muscles, prepared to have a bite to eat. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. "Sir, the kitchen has sent some pastries for you." As Sun Jian's heart stirred, he realized that these servants were quite perceptive. Approaching the study, he opened the door to find a young servant in a green tunic, bowing respectfully with his head lowered, holding a food box. "Please place it on the table." "Sans instructive." The servant nodded obediently and carefully entered the room, setting the box down before standing upright. Sun Jian stood by the door, which remained ajar. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and leave." Suddenly, the servant chuckled softly, raising his head to reveal an unremarkable face. Yet, Sun Jian was certain he had never encountered this servant before. Abruptly, a thought struck him, causing his pupils to constrict as he pointed at the servant. "You? Who are you?" In an instant, it felt as if a tempest had arisen, slamming the wooden doors shut and plunging the room into darkness. The green-clad servant vanished, replaced by a young swordsman in similar attire. "I had intended to slay you with a single thrust," he mused. "However, that would be too merciful. Thus, I deemed it more appropriate to meet you in person." The swordsman waved a human skin mask in his hand, revealing beneath his green robe a fitted outfit and an iron sword at his waist. "A fe—" Sun Jian gasped in shock, his complexion draining of color. He instinctively opened his mouth to scream, but in a flash, an iron sword pressed against his throat. He was unaware of how Lin Yan had drawn his sword or appeared beside him. The blade, though crude like a piece of iron, emanated a razor-sharp aura that firmly locked onto him. Should he dare to cry out, the sword's edge would surely pierce his throat before he could utter a sound. "Do you dare to attack a court official?" Lin Yan tilted his head slightly. "What do you think?" Sun Jian's thoughts raced. "You initially accepted my commission. Why have you suddenly turned against me? This is treachery." Lin Yan smiled faintly. "Ah, Lord Sun, when it comes to betrayal, I could never outdo you." Panic began to set in on Sun Jian's face. "Is it Han Lingxiang who sent you to kill me? Ah Fei, do not act, and I will offer you tenfold in silver, 1,000, 10,000. Silver, gold, whatever you desire, I can procure it for you. Just help me eliminate Han Faidu and Han Lingxiang." Observing Lin Yan's indifferent and disappointed expression, Sun Jian quickly amended his words. No, you need not kill them. They are of no concern to you. Ah Fei, you need only take the riches and flee, living a life of abundance and luxury. What could be more delightful?" Lin Yan sighed. "How dull. A person like you truly exhibits no remorse." He smiled faintly, declaring, "I desire not wealth. I seek but one thing." Sun Jian's eyes widened in horror, as if he anticipated Lin Yan's next words. Ignoring the peril to his life, he was about to cry out, but alas, the sound caught in his throat, abruptly silenced. "I seek your life." Blood flowed from his neck, staining the ground beneath him. Chapter 31. Rainy Night at the Mountain Deity Temple. Lin Yan dragged Sun Jian's lifeless body and discarded it upon the chair before the writing desk, where he noticed a few lines of writing on a sheet of Xian paper. He let out a soft exclamation, swiftly tearing the paper from the desk and crumpling it into a ball, preparing to take it away to destroy it. The art of war teaches that speed is of the essence. Indeed, this holds true. Before Sun Jian could even report his demise to the Duke of Zhennan's residence, Lin Yan had already dispatched him, thus sparing the need for 2 notifications of death. Lin Yan searched the study, but found no silver. He remained undeterred. He had come with the intent to kill and had not anticipated amassing a fortune. He donned the human skin mask once more, crafted by Lu Ying, which bore the countenance of an ordinary face, facilitating his disguise for infiltration. Had it not been for the mask's aid, coupled with the fact that Sun Jian's guards had yet to be fully deployed, breaching the heavily fortified residence would have proven quite challenging. After adjusting his attire, he donned his green robe, concealing the iron sword at his waist. He straightened his back, opened the study door, and stepped outside. Retracing his steps along the corridor, he observed squads of black armor guards beginning their patrols in the courtyard. From a distant tower, archers clad in black armor scanned the surroundings intently. Lin Yan maintained a composed demeanor, focusing his mind as he walked through the side door of the residence with forthright confidence. His exit was remarkably smooth. After traversing the main street for a while, he turned into a narrow alley, casually discarding his green robe. He retrieved his horse from beneath a gnarled tree, leading it slowly out of the city. That night, the magistrate of Wuling was discovered dead by his servants within the confines of his residence, sending shockwaves throughout the city. In the deep of night, the sky was cloaked in heavy clouds, and the air was thick with moisture. A trio of riders galloped along the official road, their horses' hooves ringing sharply, creating a symphony of sound as dust swirled and settled in their wake. The 3 figures atop their steeds were clad in dark brocade garments, adorned with embroidered white cranes amidst cloud patterns, and each bore a long black-sheathed sword at their waist, exuding an air of cold authority. An experienced wanderer of the realms would recognize their identities at a glance. They belonged to the Zhenfu division, the Xiani Guard. One among them called out, "Boss, it seems a storm is approaching. We've been riding hard for an hour now, and our horses are weary. Should we not seek shelter from the rain until it passes before continuing our journey?" Ding Qing abruptly spurred his horse with a fierce nudge, cracking the whip. causing the steed to whinny and quicken its pace even further. The governor of Wuling has called for assistance, urging us to hasten our journey with utmost speed. How can we afford a rest? Moreover, the letter mentions a swordsman whose technique is both swift and lethal, often striking with a single blade to the throat. This characteristic bears a striking resemblance to the case at Huaiyang Tower. We must rush to ascertain if the same individual is responsible. Suddenly, a silvery flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a thunderous roar that seemed to shake the very heavens. Another rider pressed on closely, his tone hesitant but the weather. Ding Qing cast a glance back at his two companions, snorting coldly. You fret over the rain before a drop has even fallen? I must have been too lenient with you. The two men shook their heads in unison, exclaiming, Absolutely not. We shall make our way to Wuling through the night. Once more, a blinding flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed closely by a deep rumble of thunder that echoed ominously. It felt as though the earth and sky were on the verge of splitting apart. Torrential rain cascaded down, creating a vast curtain that cleansed the world of its filth. Ding Qing and his companions' garments were instantly drenched, only to be dried by the inner energy they summoned. The two men in dark robes exchanged awkward glances. Boss this. Ding Qing's expression darkened, yet he did not linger. Seek shelter. Rest. Understood. I know of an abandoned mountain temple up ahead. One of the men in dark robes pulled on the reins and redirected their course, hastening towards a narrow forest path. Before long, through the relentless downpour, the silhouette of a temple emerged, shrouded in mist and vapor. The three riders arrived at the temple entrance. Is anyone there? They noticed a fine steed tethered under the eaves, crouched low to evade the pouring rain. Dismounting, they brought their horse to the same shelter, tying it to a post, and proceeded towards the mountain temple. The main hall's wooden door was tightly shut. A flicker of firelight and the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the cracks of the door and windows, causing the two men in dark robes to swallow hard. Ding Qing called out, Good sir, we three have encountered rain along our journey and seek refuge in your establishment. Might you grant us this favor? A voice soon responded from within the hall. Please, make yourselves at home. I'm merely a passerby as well. The voice was youthful and vibrant, akin to a ray of warm sunlight in the dim, rainy night. Ding Qing pushed the door open and entered. Raising his eyes, he beheld a young man in green attire seated beneath the colossal statue of the mountain deity, roasting meat with a bamboo-handled iron sword, which impaled a wild hare. The hare sizzled slowly over a roaring bonfire, its golden, glistening surface releasing an enticing aroma. The fire crackled softly, casting a warm glow that illuminated his profile, exuding a sense of vitality and artistry. Several officials, would you care for some roasted rabbit meat? Lin Yan cast a glance at Ding Qing and the others, smiling. He recognized the identity of the visitors from the town protectorate. The two men in dark uniforms were visibly eager. However, Ding Qing slightly nodded, gracefully declining. I appreciate the offer. The other two appeared resigned. In a corner of the temple, a pile of dry firewood was stacked, conveniently placed for travelers seeking shelter from the rain. The three of them gathered some firewood to kindle warmth, then formed a circle to sit down, retrieving provisions from their pockets to satisfy their hunger with the aid of fresh water. With a satisfying gulp, the two dark-clad men watched Lin Yan indulge in his meal. Swallowing hard once more, Ding Qing remained composed, his gaze fixated on Lin Yan, his attention seemingly locked onto the rabbit meat. One of the dark-clad men prodded Ding Qing. Boss, perhaps you should restrain yourself a bit. He shared with you, but you declined before. Now you're staring. It's rather conspicuous. Indeed, another chimed in. We have had roasted rabbit before. There's no need to appear so inexperienced. We are from the town protectorate. Ding Qing retorted in a hushed tone. I'm not observing the rabbit. I am watching his arms, his sword. Sword? One laughed softly. Two bamboo strips sandwiching a piece of iron. Does that even qualify as a sword? Ding Qing replied. What defines a sword is never the material or craftsmanship, but the wielder. Moreover, his swordsmanship must be formidable. Curious, another inquired. How can you tell? Ding Qing elaborated. An ordinary person, when lifting their arms, will invariably exhibit slight tremors due to muscle and habitual factors. This is instinctual. However, observe him. From the moment he roasted the meat to when he consumed it, his arms remained perfectly level, unwavering. This indicates his sword control is exceptionally steady, a testament to years of training that has allowed him to transcend the natural disadvantages. While his speed is unknown, his precision and accuracy are undoubtedly unparalleled. The two dark-clad men turned their gaze back to Lin Yan, whose youthful visage seemed relaxed, wielding the iron sword as one might a dining fork. It appeared rather unusual for a swordsman to be so nonchalant. Ding Qing, however, was resolute. A true master does not reveal their prowess. Chapter 32. The reward. The night rain poured relentlessly, the incessant droplets drumming upon the ground, the eaves, and the leaves, creating a symphony of nature's melody. After Lin Yan finished his rabbit, he stepped out of the hall, rinsing his hands in the rainwater, gazing at the curtain of rain that enveloped the landscape. He sighed. This rain seems unlikely to cease. Ding Qing, commander of the dark-clad guards of Huaiyang Prefecture, confidently gripped the hilt of his embroidered spring knife and stepped out before the hall, joining Lin Yan to admire the scenery amidst the downpour. Recently, the case he has been investigating has led him to subconsciously pay attention to every swordsman wielding a blade. Among the multitude of swordsmen, he finds Lin Yan to be remarkably distinct, though the nuances of this difference are ineffable, akin to his own use of a knife. Most individuals remain at the superficial level of the instrument throughout their lives, while true masters delve into the essence. Lin Yan, it seems, subtly evokes a sense of profundity in Ding Qing, prompting him to seek an acquaintance. In response to Ding Qing's self-introduction, Lin Yan feels a sense of helplessness. He is reluctant to engage with officials, especially given that his profession often puts him at odds with the local authorities. However, with Ding Qing standing before him, avoiding him would only arouse suspicion. Thus, Lin Yan clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Captain Ding, I am Lin Yan. Where are you headed? To the county town? To visit relatives?" Ding Qing replied, glancing at the sword in Lin Yan's hand. "Your swordsmanship must be quite commendable. May I have a demonstration?" Without hesitation, Lin Yan declined, smiling as he said, "I am merely a farmer's apprentice, self-taught, and unworthy to spar with you." Although he was unaware of Ding Qing's precise level of skill, he instinctively sensed his formidable strength and keen insight. Having previously worked on cases in Huaiyang County, Lin Yan was resolute in his decision not to draw his sword. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, the unsheathing of a knife, followed by a flash of blinding steel, akin to a startled swan. Lin Yan's leg muscles tensed. His fingers twitched, as if preparing to retreat and draw his sword, but he halted abruptly. The blade's gleams sliced through the torrential rain, creating a neat fissure that was soon rejoined by the cascading droplets. Lin Yan's pupils constricted. This was the essence of the blade. To sever water with a drawn knife is not something one can comprehend without exceptional talent. "This is my blade," Ding Qing declared, sheathing his knife with a clang. "I hope to witness your swordsmanship next time." Lin Yan responded earnestly, "Your mastery of the blade is unparalleled. I could never aspire to reach such heights." Ding Qing countered, "I believe you can." Lin Yan was left speechless. This man truly spoke his mind without reserve. Standing side by side with Lin Yan, Ding Qing remained silent as they both gazed at the pouring rain. Half an hour passed, the sound of rain gradually diminished, and soon the clouds dispersed, revealing a sky adorned with twinkling stars and a moon peeking through the lingering clouds. Ding Qing and his companions readied themselves for departure. The two other dark-clad guards bid farewell to Lin Yan, saying, "Young brother, we are leaving." Ding Qing nodded slightly to Lin Yan, leading the two guards out of the temple. With a warm wave, Lin Yan called out, "Farewell, brothers, until we meet again." Once the trio's figures had vanished beyond the temple's threshold, Lin Yan exhaled deeply. From their fragmented conversation, he had gleaned that Ding Qing and his companions were summoned by the governor of Wuling to attend to matters there. Lin Yan was instantly drenched in sweat. This truly was a nest of cats and mice, an astonishing coincidence indeed. Clutching his sword, he leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and soon began to emit faint snores. There were no outsiders around. At last, he could enjoy a peaceful slumber. After the tempest, the skies were clear and bright. Lin Yan ventured into the forest to gather some firewood, replenishing the supply he had used the previous night, and then mounted his horse to depart. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed on the damp official road. After riding for the entire morning, the sprawling city walls of Huaiyang County came into view. He galloped into the city, gazing at the familiar streets, where vendors called out amidst the bustling, vibrant atmosphere. A sense of coming home washed over Lin Yan. This journey had lasted nearly half a month, and he had not returned to a small courtyard, but had headed directly to Baiwa Street. By the banks of the clear water river, a delicate and elegant pavilion stood prominently, its entrance sign draped in crimson silk. Passers-by curiously eyed the towering structure, unaware of its significance. Lin Yan knew that beneath the silk, the plaque bore 3 grand characters, Qing Lu Fong. He tethered his horse at the entrance, and a narrow seam opened in the otherwise closed door, allowing him to slip inside. While the exterior appeared tranquil, the interior buzzed with activity. Craftsmen were bustling about, refining the intricate details of the decor. Ah, Brother Lin has returned. Little Lin, some familiar old craftsman greeted him, recognizing his presence. A melodious female voice echoed from the upper floor. This needs to be smoothed out. It cannot be left rough like this. Moreover, the designs must be carved out as planned. It feels too empty now, lacking character. The voice was all too familiar. Lin Yan called out, "Sister Lu." A figure leaned out from the second floor, clad in a red dress, her long black hair casually tied with a hairband, exuding an air of efficiency. "You've been wild outside for half a month, and you're finally back. Feel free to look around. I'll be busy for a while." Lin Yan ascended the stairs. The framework of the pavilion had been nearly completed. Only the finishing touches remained, and it was estimated that it would officially open in about a month. Standing at the highest point of the pavilion, he gazed out, taking in the entire Baiwa Street, with the clear water river winding gracefully on the other side. "I'll head back and wait for you," Lin Yan said as he descended, traversing Baiwa Street until he reached the alley leading to his small courtyard. He casually purchased some vegetables at the alley's entrance, having been away for so long and wishing to prepare a simple home-cooked meal. As he ignited the fire, Lin Yan cooked 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetable, along with a large pot of rice. There was a knock at the door. Lu Er had arrived first. Like an inconspicuous commoner in a bustling marketplace, it is precisely this unremarkable nature that ensures safety. Lin Yan dove into the kitchen once more, stating, "We still have to wait a bit. Do you need any help?" Lu Er, with a gentle voice, washed his hands and entered the kitchen. "Let's serve the rice." In a short while, 3 bowls of rice and 4 plates of hot dishes were laid out on the table, with chopsticks arranged in perfect order, as if choreographed. The knock on the door sounded again, and Lu Ying arrived as promised. Lin Yan feigned indifference. "Goodness, you never seem to help out. But you always manage to arrive just in time for a warm meal." Lu Ying smiled brightly, pulling out a stack of silver notes and waving them playfully. "I came to deliver money, yet here you are, casting aspersions on me." Lin Yan's expression shifted instantly, warmly welcoming Lu Ying into the small room. "Hey, Sister Lu. How courteous of you. Let us eat first." Lu Ying extended her long, fair fingers and playfully poked at him. "You sly one." Lu Er sat at the table, resting his chin on one hand, watching the two banter with a faint smile. They savored their meal slowly, with Lin Yan recounting his encounters in Jiuzhou Mountain and Wuling, while Lu Ying spoke of the changes in Huaiyang County and the progress of Qing Lu Workshop. After finishing their meal, Lu Ying handed Lin Yan a stack of silver notes, cheerfully saying, "You handle the matter with Lu Si Dao splendidly. The Taoist from Qingcheng is immensely grateful and has rewarded us handsomely. The reputation of Yanyu Tower has soared in the northern prefectures. The owner is quite pleased and has prepared a special reward for you." Lin Yan glanced at the silver notes, noting there were 300 taels. Curiously, he asked, "What is the reward?" Lu Ying extended her delicate hand, holding up 3 fingers. "A sword, a martial art manual, or a bottle of elixir?" Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. "All of them?" Lu Ying elegantly rolled her eyes at him. "Dream on, you must choose one." Chapter 33, The Choice. When Lu Ying arrived, she brought a package containing the special reward from Yanyu Tower. The 3 tidied up the bowls and chopsticks, clearing the table, and Lu Ying placed the package before them, signaling Lin Yan with a glance. Lin Yan smiled and personally opened the package. As Lu Ying had described, it contained 3 items: a sword, a martial art manual, and a bottle of elixir. The sword appeared ancient and unremarkable. Hefting it in his hand, he found it to be of a suitable weight. Resting his hand on the hilt, he drew the sword from its sheath. The sound was crisp and clear, the blade shining as white as snow, emanating a faint chill. Lu Ying spoke, "This sword is forged from cold iron, capable of severing hair and slicing through flesh, with remarkable resilience. It is a recent masterpiece from the renowned Shui family, worth a fortune." "A fortune?" Lin Yan exclaimed in astonishment. He had never even seen gold. It seemed that Yanyu Tower indeed had substantial means. "Does this sword have a name?" "Han Shuang," she replied. Lin Yan nodded slightly, sheathing his sword before turning his gaze to the other 2 items. One was a martial arts manual, a slender book with a blue cover, inscribed with the tidal essence of the cloud and rain technique. Lu Ying remarked, The cloud and rain technique is one of the esteemed martial arts of the Misty Rain Pavilion, encompassing a complete system of skills, including mental, body, sword, and palm techniques. This exceptional skill set is awarded to assassins within the pavilion who demonstrate potential and make significant contributions. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow and picked up the thin volume, inquiring, "Is this the complete set of mental techniques?" Lu Ying shot him an exasperated glance, saying, "Do you always imagine things so beautifully?" Lin Yan shrugged. "Well, that is certainly better than not daring to dream at all." Lu Ying chuckled. "This book contains the first 3 levels of the Misty Rain mental techniques, perfectly corresponding to the 3 stages of postnatal development. Mastering it can lead one to the innate realm. It is particularly suited for wanderers like you, lacking a formal sect. Should you continue to excel in the future, the pavilion will reward you with subsequent techniques." Lin Yan set the mental techniques aside and picked up the final item, a small porcelain vial containing a pill from the Tianqing Temple. Not only could it heal severe injuries, but it also enhanced one's abilities, making it equally vital for bloodthirsty assassins. Lu Ying smiled. "Choose one." Lin Yan pondered for a moment and asked, "Once I make my selection, will the other 2 be taken back?" Lu Ying raised an eyebrow, playfully pressing her lips together. "No." Lin Yan smiled brightly. Lu Ying continued, "You're like a worm in my belly. I specifically requested this for you. Once you advance to the yellow rank, the remaining 2 items will be awarded to you as a bonus. So, go ahead and select one. The other 2 will merely be temporarily stored with me. It's just a matter of a single transaction. I have faith in you." Lin Yan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I'll choose the Frostblade. My crude iron sword with a bamboo handle is too easily recognizable." He picked up the unassuming Frostblade and twirled it in a flourish, declaring, "From now on, I shall carry this Frostblade in my dealings." Beyond the reasons he articulated, Lin Yan kept silent about another. He possessed an innate breathing technique guided by the system, which held boundless potential and could even lead him towards the path of transcendence. Moreover, his internal energy inherently had healing properties, likely rivaling the small pill in efficacy. Thus, he did not find himself in urgent need of the other 2 items. However, he contemplated that when he eventually acquired the cloud and rain technique, he could slowly comprehend it to see if there were any insights to glean. After Lu Ying had settled the payment for a previous transaction, she added, "The death of Jiuzhou was not traced back to any useful leads by the town guard, so you need not worry. There are currently no new dealings." Lin Yan could take a brief respite, which would allow him to assist in addressing the various trivial matters related to the opening of Qinglu Fang. He cast a sidelong glance at the yawning Lu Ying, harboring serious doubts that Lu Ying was merely seeking his help. Consequently, he had postponed his own affairs. However, he lacked any evidence to substantiate his suspicions. Lin Yan's hectic life finally reached a pause, entering a phase of leisurely recuperation. Yet, during this period of tranquility, tumultuous events continued to unfold in Wuling City. Initially, the Xianxia guard of the town protectorate, led by Ding Qing, arrived at the yamen only to discover that they were late. They swiftly transitioned from protective duties to investigation. Upon examining the corpse of Sun Jian, Ding Qing noted that the fatal wound was a slash to the throat, revealing nothing particularly distinctive. After interrogating the yamen servants and personal guards, it became evident that Sun Jian's only significant conflict during his lifetime was related to the pacification of bandits in Taosan, where he had gathered 2 teams of personal guards in an attempt to capture the entire group. Unfortunately, this endeavor had failed miserably. The 4 hired Jiuzhou guests and the bandits from Taosan naturally bore a high degree of suspicion. Furthermore, according to the testimony of the Marquis's personal guards involved in the bandit suppression, one among them was a swordsman who had slain the Marquis's commander, Li Ke, with a single strike. His unparalleled swordsmanship and decisive nature rendered him a prime suspect. However, Li Ke's body had vanished in Taosan, and by the time they led a contingent to the mountain, it was nowhere to be found. Without a body for comparison, further identification became impossible. Compounding the issue, the 4 Jiuzhou guests and the father-daughter duo of Han Faidu had scattered, rendering them difficult to track. Consequently, the investigation stagnated, leaving Ding Qing and his team at an impasse. The emissaries from the town's South Marquis residence arrived belatedly, conducted their own round of inquiries, and then recalled the 2 squads of personal guards before departing without further ado. Even if the town's South Marquis wished to pursue the matter, he would not rely on the power of the town protectorate. They had their own methods of resolution. Days later, the newly appointed governor of Wuling hurriedly assumed his duties. commencing the management of accumulated affairs. Coincidentally, with the bandits of Taosan having been cleared out, Wuling was poised to incorporate Taosan into its jurisdiction, an opportune moment for the new governor to showcase his capabilities. This governor felt a certain gratitude towards the nameless assassin, pondering how such immense wealth and fortune could have fallen into his hands had it not been for that individual. Therefore, the new governor showed little interest in pursuing the true culprit, even subtly issuing a decree to the town protectorate to vacate the premises. Days later, Ding Qing, his expression grim, urged his two subordinates to hasten their return to Huaiyang County. Midway through their journey, he suddenly recalled the sword-wielding youth he had encountered, whose simple attire belied an underlying sharpness. An idea flashed through his mind. Could that Lin brother be the swordsman who had clashed with Li Ke, or even the one responsible for Sun Jian's demise? Ding Qing shook his head. Regardless of whether it was him or not, he possessed no evidence. The town protectorate required proof to apprehend anyone. At present, Ding Qing had not a shred of evidence. Even if Lin Yan stood before him, he could not effect an arrest. Perhaps within the entire town's governing body, only Ding Qing adheres to its established codes of conduct with unwavering fidelity. However, at this moment, Ding Qing finds himself unhurried. According to Lin Yan's assertion, should he establish a foothold in Huaiyang County, their paths would inevitably cross again, if he continues his nefarious ways. He is bound to leave behind traces that will ultimately reveal his true nature. Contemplating this, Ding Qing experiences an inexplicable sense of anticipation, as if he were facing a worthy adversary. With a flick of the reins, he urges his horse to hasten towards Huaiyang County. Let's be off. We must return to Huaiyang County tonight. The two black-clad guards trailing behind him called out, "At your command." Chapter 34. Matters of the South City every morning. Lin Yan saunters through the streets, offering assistance to his beggar friends, and in the afternoon, he lends his hand at the Qinglu workshop, leading a rather leisurely existence. Huaiyang County is vast, and having remained discreet and unremarkable, he has not encountered Ding Qing again. This, of course, is precisely what Lin Yan desires, for being under the watchful eye of the governing body would render his future endeavors considerably inconvenient. After a spell of idleness, Lin Yan begins to feel boredom creeping in and inquires with Lu Ying about any potential business opportunities. Lu Ying is well aware of Lin Yan's preferences. He does not place much value on monetary reward, but rather on the prowess of the task's target, ideally someone of at least second-rate skill, truly a martial arts enthusiast. Yet, observing Lin Yan's usual demeanor, tranquil and leisurely, rarely practicing martial arts, preferring instead to meander through the streets, seems at odds with the behavior of a martial arts fanatic. Lu Ying, puzzled, remarks, "Has only a few days passed? Surely you haven't developed a bloodthirsty disposition?" Lin Yan chuckles. "How could that be?" After a brief pause, Lu Ying contemplates and responds, "Recently, I haven't come across any clear opportunities that meet your criteria. However, there are two lead with uncertain targets." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's eyes brighten. "Uncertain targets? Pray, elaborate." Lu Ying waves his hand dismissively. "It's not something I can clarify at the moment. I shall have Lu Air compile a dossier for you to review by tomorrow." The following day, upon returning from supervising at the Qinglu workshop, Lin Yan discovers a letter nestled within a wooden box beneath his bed. He cannot help but admire Lu Air's impressive efficiency. Ripping open the envelope, he extracts 2 sheets of paper, each representing a business opportunity. Lin Yan is taken aback. Lu Ying is indeed forthright. When he mentions 2 leads, there are precisely 2. The papers detail the identities of the clients, the backgrounds of the commissions, the target individuals, and the corresponding rewards. Lin Yan gently shakes the sheets and scans the contents. The first business opportunity originates from a woman who has commissioned the targeting of her gambling-addicted father. Lin Yan raises an eyebrow, intrigued to delve further. Her residence is located in the dilapidated alley of Zaomi Street in the southern part of the city, where her father is affiliated with the nearby Jiuzhou gang, responsible for collecting monthly dues from the neighbors, arrogant and domineering, wielding power under the guise of authority. The individual harbors a penchant for gambling, and each month, the salary received from the Emerald Bamboo gang is squandered within a mere 2 days at the gold and silver gambling den. He often spends 10 days or more away from home, but upon his return, he invariably demands money, rummaging through every corner as if a swarm of locusts had passed through, leaving chaos in his wake and nothing untouched. Should he fail to find the desired funds, he does not hesitate to resort to violence, berating and assaulting both mother and daughter. The woman's mother, striving to protect her daughter, has exhausted every effort to navigate the situation, yet still suffers grievous abuse, leaving her nearly lifeless. Meanwhile, the father remains oblivious, indulging daily in debauchery and frequenting the gambling den. One fateful day, in a drunken stupor, he succumbs to base instincts, committing an unforgivable act against his own daughter. Even more horrifying is his indifference, as if she were no different from the common courtesans in his eyes. The daughter, overwhelmed with anguish and unable to endure any longer, begins to discreetly inquire about hiring an assassin to take her father's life. Lin Yan remains silent, a leader of the Emerald Bamboo Gang, regardless of his unclear capabilities. Would not be of lesser rank, perhaps merely a common thug. The offered payment is a single piece of broken silver, painstakingly saved through her arduous labor in weaving and sewing. Besides purchasing medicine for her mother, this is the entirety of her savings. Of course, should her father decide to raid her again, this solitary piece of silver may not remain hidden for long. The establishment, Yanyu Tower, initially hesitates due to the meager compensation. Yet Luing takes note. She understands Lin Yan, a man who can kill without a flicker of remorse, yet possesses a heart of compassion. Regardless of the payment, such a person would fulfill the task. As the sun sets and dusk envelopes the surroundings, Lin Yan folds away the letter, gathers his hair into a bun, dons a gray cloth garment, and adorns himself with a human skin mask prepared by Luing. Utilizing the technique of bone contraction, he diminishes his stature, appearing slightly hunchbacked, resembling an ordinary middle-aged man. He does not carry a sword, stepping out directly. With both hands tucked into his sleeves and his head bowed, he walks briskly. The streets are sparsely populated, shrouded in darkness and solitude. Only the moonlight offers a glimmer of illumination. In truth, aside from places like Baiwa Street, which never cease their revelry, other areas remain tranquil. Lin Yan navigates the shadows, swiftly arriving at the southern part of the city. Unlike the bustling, affluent northern district, where merchants and dignitaries congregate, the south is home to common folk and itinerant traders, as well as various underground factions and small gangs, predominantly composed of ruffians. As night falls, the streets of the south become fraught with danger, often revealing wandering drunks or beggars leaning against alley walls. Lin Yan is well acquainted with this environment, having emerged from the depths of the Mountain God Temple and Qinghe Bridge, a place of the lowest strata. His stealthy movements render his presence nearly indistinguishable from the night itself, even as he brushes past figures at the alley's entrance. The other party was almost oblivious. In the narrow alley of Jiuzhou Mud Street, Lin Yan ventured deeper, his keen senses picking up the faint sounds of scolding. As he pressed further into the depths of the alley, the voices grew increasingly distinct. A coarse middle-aged man was berating someone. "You ungrateful wretch. I brought you into this world. You dare to hire someone to kill me." A sharp crack echoed, the sound of a slap resounding through the air. "Stop! Do not strike her!" cried another voice. "Wretch, you still defend her. I should have choked the life out of this cursed soul from the very start." A thud reverberated, akin to the clash of furniture. Lin Yan sprang forward, like a swift hawk, towards the source of the commotion. "Did you not wish to kill me? Allow me to show you my might once more." A ripping sound followed, accompanied by a dull thud as a wooden door splintered under the force of his entry. Lin Yan's figure surged like a tempest, crashing into the room. Inside, a fierce-looking man with unkempt facial hair was pinning a young girl against a wooden table. The girl bore an expression of despair and numbness, her face swollen and bruised from a recent slap. Her garments were violently torn, reduced to tattered strips that clung to her, failing to conceal her sudden vulnerability. On the floor lay a middle-aged woman, her face marked with bruises. Attempting to rise and intervene, Lin Yan's abrupt intrusion stunned both the man and the woman. A glimmer of hope ignited in the girl's vacant gaze. "Who the hell are you?" The man's brutish voice faltered as a powerful arm seized his throat. "Indeed, merely a common thug," Lin Yan remarked to the woman sprawled across the table. "I have accepted your commission." The girl, wiping the blood from her lips, finally regained her senses. "Kill him! Kill him!" she cried, tears streaming down her face, her voice hoarse with desperation. The middle-aged woman's expression turned frantic as she stumbled towards Lin Yan, grasping his arm in an attempt to persuade him to relent. "Near, he is your father." The girl stared at the woman in despair, incredulously asking, "He is?" Lin Yan coolly responded, "Enough." As his internal energy coursed through his arm, he exerted a slight pressure. The middle-aged man suddenly found it difficult to breathe. his hands clutching Lin Yan's arm in a futile struggle, flailing like a fish out of water. Gradually, he succumbed, breathless. But under the restorative influence of Lin Yan's inner power, no marks were left upon his neck. He was dead. The middle-aged woman appeared to lose all her strength. Collapsing onto the ground, the girl picked up her tattered outer garment and draped it over herself, her voice now imbued with a hint of exhilaration and vitality. Mother, without men, we can still survive. Chapter 35. The Beast Within. Lin Yan gazed at the woman, who appeared to have been reborn. A relieved smile broke through her tense expression. Suddenly recalling something, she exclaimed hurriedly, "The reward. Wait for me." With that, she rushed toward the inner room. Lin Yan replied, "There's no rush. I shall collect the reward later. I will take the body away to dispose of it." With that, he hefted the man's corpse and swiftly departed the premises. All returned to tranquility. The woman stared blankly at the open wooden door, as if caught in a dream. Lin Yan dragged the man's body out of the dilapidated alley. The city gates had closed for the night, and the street was occasionally patrolled by night watchmen. Although there was no strict curfew in the county town, anyone loitering suspiciously would undoubtedly be apprehended for questioning. Fortunately, Lin Yan was well acquainted with the southern part of the city and knew precisely where to dispose of the body. Navigating through several narrow lanes while evading the flickering light of the patrols, he arrived beneath Qinghe Bridge, where a number of homeless beggars huddled together. It was unclear whether they were awake or asleep. It mattered little. Lin Yan propped the man's corpse as though it were a drunken, slumbering individual, feigning comfort as he murmured, "Brother, rest here for the night. Tomorrow, we shall return." He chose a vacant spot and laid the man down before rising to leave. During his nights spent at the Mountain God Temple or under Qinghe Bridge, it was not uncommon for someone to lie down and never awaken again, either perishing from hunger or succumbing to the cold at night. Such occurrences were hardly surprising. By tomorrow, the man's corpse would be discovered and unceremoniously tossed into a mass grave by the officials, a virtually routine procedure. His death would not create any ripples. As for the reward, the mother and daughter duo were already burdened with enough hardship. Lin Yan naturally would not seek it. Upon completing this task, Lin Yan felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Upon returning to his small courtyard, he peacefully retired to bed for a restful sleep. The following day, Lin Yan rose, washed up, and after breakfast, he retrieved the second note left by Lu Er. The second job, the employer, known as Jiuzhou, was the scion of a wealthy merchant family hailing from Changning Town in Huaiyang County. He sought vengeance against the head of the Changfeng escort agency and his accomplices for the murder of his father. Zhou Zhibai's family was engaged in trade and was backed by the Changning Mountains, dealing in jade and stone mining. Recently, their mine had yielded a particularly exquisite raw stone. Experienced gamblers at stone betting could discern its exceptional quality at a glance. Zhou Zhibai's father, Zhou Li, seasoned in his craft, surmised that this stone would yield a jade of immense value. However, it could not fetch a good price in Huaiyang County. It had to be sent to the capital's Linglong Yuhua Pavilion for auction. The journey ahead, fraught with towering mountains and flowing waters, inevitably encounters those with nefarious intentions. In addition to the protection of his own guards, Zhou Li enlisted the services of the Changfeng escort agency from the county city for added security. Having long been acquainted with Qi Changfeng, the head of the agency, Zhou Li placed immense trust in him. He confided in Qi the details of the cargo they were to escort and promised a substantial reward upon successful delivery. However, as Zhou Li and his party set forth, traversing the first mountain ridge, they were suddenly ambushed by a band of masked mountain bandits. Without any negotiation over tolls, the assailants brandished their blades and ruthlessly attacked Zhou's guards. In a moment of desperation, Zhou Li looked to Qi Changfeng for assistance, only to witness the tragic sight of a blade piercing his heart. This harrowing scene was witnessed firsthand by Zhou Zhibai, who was positioned at the rear of the group. Within a mere quarter of an hour, all members of the Zhou family, along with their escorts, were mercilessly slaughtered, leaving even Qi Changfeng and his 10 escorting men without a single survivor. The only ones left standing were Qi and the bandit leader, who laughed with abandon. "Brother, you have slain even your own. Truly, you are more ruthless than I." Qi Changfeng sneered, his demeanor shifting from amiable to sinister. "Of course I must. If the authorities and the local magistrate were to discover our connection, my agency in the county would be untenable. At that point, I would have no choice but to seek refuge in the mountains with you." The bandit leader roared with laughter. "You are most welcome." The bodies of the Zhou family and their guards were unceremoniously discarded in the woods, as long as they remained hidden from the main road. Once the bandits, and Qi Changfeng departed, the thoroughfare and surrounding forest fell back into a somber silence. The only testament to the brutality that had just transpired being the pungent scent of blood. After a prolonged moment, a bloodied hand suddenly emerged from the corpses. A figure, unsteady yet alive, rose from the heap, surveying the grim aftermath and unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. Upon reaching this juncture, Lin Yan could not help but feel a deep sorrow. Zhou Bai, whose heart was situated on the right side, a deviation from the norm, had miraculously survived, yet Qi Changfeng remained a looming threat. If Qi were to discover that Zhou Bai was still alive, it would surely spell doom for him. As for reporting to the authorities, Zhou Bai was well aware of Qi Changfeng's extensive connections and influence, which extended even to the local magistracy. He feared that he might be intercepted before he could even reach the officials. Daring not to return home, as the Zhou family now consisted solely of women, children, and the elderly, any whisper of his survival could invite calamity upon his kin. Death itself was not terrifying. What was truly fearsome was the thought of unresolved vengeance while the perpetrators roamed free. Fortuitously, the well-informed Yanyu Tower sought out Zhou Bai. A person harboring such deep-seated hatred was precisely the type of client Yanyu Tower desired. Regardless of whether Qi Changfeng had attained a reputation in the martial world, Lin Yan was resolute in his intention not to let such a treacherous individual escape justice. Without hesitation, he accepted this lucrative assignment. According to the intelligence from Lu'er, Qi Changfeng has long been stationed at the escort agency, rarely departing unless tasked with the transport of significant valuables. However, engaging in combat within the county city necessitates vigilance towards the local enforcement, ultimately leading to a sense of constraint. Moreover, an escort agency is not like a brothel, bustling with comings and goings, making it difficult to blend in. As Lin Yan pondered, he inadvertently caught sight of the frost blade hanging on the wall, and a thought began to take shape in his mind. He sought out Lu Ying, requesting her assistance in crafting a human skin mask, one that exudes a frail and timid demeanor, replete with the essence of a scholar. Additionally, he required a set of luxurious robes, which should appear modest and somewhat aged, yet be fashioned from the finest shoe brocade. When donned, this attire should unmistakably convey the image of a down-and-out scion of a wealthy family to the discerning eye. Intrigued by the proposition, Lu Ying inquired about his plans. Lin Yan replied with a slight smile, "Since Qi Changfeng is so avaricious, I shall entice him to escort yet another treasure, this time to the capital, to the Linglong Yuhua Pavilion." Lu Ying proved to be remarkably efficient. The very next morning, she personally delivered the items to Lin Yan. Upon unwrapping the package, he revealed a cream-colored brocade outer robe, showing signs of wear the sleeves and collar. Alongside a human skin mask, Lin Yan donned the mask with practiced ease, instantly softening the angular lines of his face, imbuing it with a scholarly air. He then activated his bone-shrinking technique, producing a series of crisp sounds as his figure grew even more slender. Finally, he hunched slightly, allowing his gaze to become evasive, embodying a cultured yet somewhat timid demeanor, creating the impression of a gullible and destitute young master. Lu Ying stifled a laugh, playfully pinching Lin Yan's cheeks. "Little fellow, in this guise, even I am tempted to take advantage of you." Lin Yan feigned a vacant expression. Careful, don't break it." "Silly, how can I not know the way to the mask I made?" Ignoring Lu Ying's teasing, Lin Yan retrieved the frost blade from the wall, cradling it in his arms as he stepped towards the door, declaring, "I am off." Chapter 36. Changfeng Escort Agency. The Changfeng Escort Agency is situated on Anyang Street in the eastern part of the city, featuring a grand entrance and expansive courtyard. A massive sign prominently displays the 4 characters of Changfeng Escort Agency, while flags flutter in the breeze, producing a resonant sound. The flags themselves bear the same 2 characters of Changfeng, elegantly inscribed. In front of the agency, the broad Anyang Street bustles with activity, and a scholarly figure clad in green attire emerges at the street corner, cradling a long sword in his arms. He appears hesitant, his steps slow and measured as he approaches the entrance of the Changfeng Escort Agency. At the agency's threshold, a muscular man in a fitted short shirt stands guard, his robust arms flexed with strength as he scans the throng of passers-by. Having served as an escort for many years, the man remains vigilant. Having accumulated a wealth of experience, one can typically discern the presence of business merely by a fleeting glance at the demeanor and gestures of passers-by. Of course, for the common folk, the demand for escorting goods is rather scarce. The commissions received by the escort agency are predominantly from affluent merchants or powerful nobles, representing a business model that may remain dormant for 3 years, yet flourish for the next 3. The robust man casually surveyed the street and immediately spotted a young scholar clad in blue. The young man's fidgety, yet hesitant demeanor clearly indicated that he was a novice seeking to engage in the escorting trade for the first time. In the face of such an inexperienced individual, one cannot afford to wait passively for opportunities to arise. Rather, one must take the initiative. Without a moment's hesitation, the man took 3 swift strides, closing the distance to the scholar in a matter of moments, and with a hearty smile inquired, "Brother, are you here to arrange an escort?" The scholar, visibly timid, tightened his grip on the sword he clutched and nodded slightly. "Yes, I wish to go to the capital." The man replied candidly, "We are well acquainted with the routes to the capital. Shall we step inside and discuss this in detail?" The scholar feigned hesitation, reflecting for a moment before finally consenting. The man led him into the Changfeng escort agency, not directly to the conference hall, but rather on a preliminary tour of the agency, elucidating its origins and strengths. Particularly captivating was the martial arts training ground, where a throng of escort masters practiced their skills. Some were engaged in hand-to-hand combat, others wielded swords, spears, and halberds, while a few lifted heavy stonelocks, honing their foundational strength. At a glance, there were approximately 100 skilled practitioners, each adept in their craft. Our escort masters are all remarkable fighters, and our chief escort, Chi Changfeng, is exceptionally skilled, having formed alliances with heroes from all corners in Huaiyang County. Friends from both the Green Forest and the underworld often pay us some respect when they see the Changfeng banner. Noticing the flickering light of interest in the scholar's eyes, the man felt a surge of confidence and extended an invitation. "Esteemed sir, regarding your desire to arrange an escort, shall we proceed to the conference hall for a detailed discussion?" 15 minutes later, a voice echoed from the conference hall, filled with astonishment. "Esteemed sir, are you saying that the sword you possess is a masterpiece from the renowned Shui family?" The scholar's countenance darkened as he replied, "My father has passed away, and the family wealth I once held was lost in a gambling den, leaving only this treasured sword, purchased at a great price. I intend to go to the Linglong Yuhua Pavilion in the capital to convert this sword into silver. I must reclaim everything I have lost from the gambling house." As he spoke, the scholar's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his fervent determination evident in his hoarse voice, resembling a desperate gambler who would stop at nothing. The man understood the gravity of the situation. A weapon crafted by the Shui family is a coveted treasure in the martial world, its worth immeasurable. He could not decide unilaterally. "Please wait, sir. I shall fetch our chief escort immediately." The scholar nodded slightly, and when the man departed, a faint smile crept across his lips. The bait was set, and the fish were beginning to bite. Not long after the man departed, he returned with a burly, rugged figure sporting a thick beard, who strode into the entrance hall. The bearded man cupped his hands respectfully and proclaimed, "Greetings, young master. I am Chi Changfeng, the head of Changfeng Escort Agency. I have heard that you are to transport the treasured sword forged by the Shui family to the capital." Chi Changfeng appeared to be a hospitable and forthright man, yet beneath his courteous tone lay an unmistakable eagerness. His gaze was fixed intently on the ancient long sword held by Lin Yan, revealing a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. Lin Yan did not keep him in suspense. "I am Yan." With a resonant sound, he drew the sword from its sheath. In an instant, the room was illuminated. The gleaming blade sparkled like snow cascading over 1,000 mountains, casting dancing shadows and emanating a subtle chill. The brilliance captivated all present. Lin Yan flicked the blade with his fingers, producing a clear, melodious sound that lingered in the air. Chi Changfeng was particularly exhilarated. He extended his hands, momentarily holding them aloft in restraint, and murmured, "The blade is as frosty as snow, and its song reaches the heavens. This sword is indeed worth its weight in gold." With a clang, Lin Yan sheathed the resplendent sword, concealing its brilliance within a simple scabbard. "Head escort, can I entrust you with this delivery? What would the fee be?" Chi Changfeng waved his hand grandly, replying, "Absolutely no problem. We are well acquainted with the route to the capital, as long as we make the necessary arrangements. The people of the Green Forest along the way will surely grant me face. I will select 4 or 5 capable escorts to ensure your safe passage to the capital." He continued, "As for the fee, given your current difficulties, we shall not charge excessively. 10 taels of silver will suffice. Should you find success in the future, perhaps you could refer more business my way." Had Lin Yan not been aware of Qi Chongfeng's true nature. He might have perceived these sincere words as those of a warm and trustworthy older brother. Lin Yan exhaled with a sense of relief, clasping his fists together in gratitude. That is splendid news. Thank you, head escort. When shall we depart? Qi Chongfeng pondered for a moment. How does the day after tomorrow sound? We will set off early in the morning, providing food and a cart. You need only bring 2 changes of clothing. Lin Yan expressed his appreciation. Thank you, head escort. I shall return the morning of the day after tomorrow. You are our employer. It is too kind of you. After their conversation, Qi Chongfeng and the earlier attendant escorted Lin Yan out of the escort agency, smiling as they watched him disappear at the end of Huaiyang Street. Once Lin Yan was gone, Qi Chongfeng's smile faded, and he remarked coolly, "This is a lucrative opportunity. Gather 2 or 3 trustworthy brothers." The burly man grinned, a glint of cunning evident on his face, indeed. Time swiftly passes, and the dawn of the day after tomorrow approaches. Lin Yan, donned in scholar's attire, carries a simple satchel, while his cold frost sword is wrapped in a piece of gray cloth and tucked close to his chest. Upon reaching the entrance of the Chongfeng Escort Bureau, he spots a sturdy horse-drawn carriage stationed at the foot of the stone steps, flanked by 4 escort guards, each wielding a broadsword and leading a fine brown steed. At the center of this quartet stands Qi Chongfeng, clad in black and adorned with light armor, who greets Lin Yan with a smile. "Master Chun, we are fully prepared and ready to set forth at your convenience." Lin Yan, taken aback, inquires, "Is this all the people you are bringing, Qi escort head?" Qi Chongfeng chuckles. "Quality trumps quantity in battle. These individuals are all adept hands from my bureau. Rest assured, Master Chun." Lin Yan, merely asking in passing, smiles in response and steps onto the carriage. "Then, Qi escort head, let us depart." At his command, the 5 men promptly mount their horses, while another escort guides the carriage, and they set off towards the northern gate with a rumble. Chapter 37, Hidden Motives. The procession of horse and carriage exits the city, traveling north along the official road. Lin Yan closes his eyes within the carriage to rest and refine his sword intent. After traversing approximately 40 to 50 miles, Qi Chongfeng guides his horse closer to the carriage and signals the driver with a glance. The driver, understanding the cue, pulls on the reins at a fork in the road, and the carriage veers swiftly onto a smaller mountain path. Inside the carriage, Lin Yan feels a sudden jolt as the road begins to shake violently. Feigning surprise, he raises his voice. "Qi escort head, what is happening? Why the roughness? Are we not on the official road?" Qi Chongfeng's rugged voice responds, "No worries. We are taking a shortcut that will save us half a day's journey." Lin Yan detects a hint of impatience in Qi Chongfeng's tone and realizes that the truth is about to be unveiled. After bouncing along the mountain path for nearly half an hour, Lin Yan feels like a toy trapped in a box, tossed about within the carriage. Had it not been for his solid footing, he might have suffered considerable injury. Suddenly, the carriage comes to a halt, and an eerie silence envelopes the exterior. Lin Yan speaks up, "Qi escort head, why have we stopped?" After a prolonged pause, Qi Chongfeng's voice, now unusually hoarse and sinister, comes through the carriage. "Master Chun, we have arrived." Lin Yan coolly questions, "I am heading to the capital. It has barely been half a day. How could we have arrived at the capital?" Another escort's voice cuts in. "You will not be going to the capital. We are taking you to another place." "What place?" Lin Yan inquires. "Hell." Lin Yan feigned sudden realization and exclaimed in anger, "Do you seek to seize my sword?" As he played his part, he leisurely began to unravel the cloth that enveloped the frostblade. The band of mountain bandits seemed yet to arrive. Or perhaps Qi Chongfeng believed that his companions were sufficient to subdue Lin Yan, thus neglecting to call for his fellow brigands. "Young Master Chun, step forth. We are in a desolate wilderness. No one shall come to your aid." Qi Chongfeng's voice was frigid, more chilling than the blade of the frostblade itself. Lin Yan focused intently. Outside the carriage, the breaths of several individuals varied in rhythm. He discerned their positions and stances in his mind with a mere moment's thought. The coachman stood closest, right beside the yoke, while 4 bodyguards were mounted, flanking the wagon. Qi Chongfeng stood at a distance, directly opposite the cart. "Very well. I shall emerge." Lin Yan's youthful voice brimmed with vitality, dispelling his earlier despondency. Qi Chongfeng and the bodyguards sensed something amiss, yet they had no time to ponder further. In an instant, the curtain billowed, and a figure clad in azure surged forth like a swift gale, an astonishing and fierce sword intent swiftly enveloping the scene, akin to an invisible tide, overwhelming them all. The air crackled with energy as the frostblade was unsheathed mid-air, its radiance reminiscent of the evening snow on countless mountains, emanating an icy chill aimed directly at Qi Changfeng's vital points. To capture the thief, first seize the leader. Everything transpired in a blur, leaving the onlookers momentarily paralyzed. Only Qi Changfeng managed to react, drawing upon his past prowess in Huaiyang County, where he earned renown wielding a golden-ringed saber. Despite years of abstaining from combat since establishing his escort agency, he had never relinquished his mastery of swordplay. In a flash, a resounding clash reverberated through the air. Qi Changfeng drew his saber, the golden blade glimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, while the copper ring emitted a sharp, ringing sound. With a surge of inner strength, he unleashed an unparalleled force, scattering leaves and dust across the sky. Yet, inexplicably, he noticed his tightly gripped saber slipping away from his line of sight. "Master! Head escort!" The shouts of those around him jolted Qi Changfeng back to reality. A searing pain radiated from his right side, penetrating to the core of his being. He saw his right arm hanging limply, blood gushing forth like a fountain. With a loud clang, the golden-ringed saber spiraled to the ground. The hilt still attached to Qi Changfeng's severed arm, the cut clean and precise. Ah, the frost blade indeed slices through steel as if it were mud. Lin Yan lightly tapped his toes upon the head of Qi Changfeng's restless black steed, his figure rising and falling slightly with the horse's agitation. Ah! The excruciating pain coursing through Qi Changfeng's body, coupled with the psychological blow of losing his arm, compelled him to unleash a heart-wrenching wail. "Be quiet," Lin Yan exclaimed, delivering a forceful kick to Qi Changfeng's head, sending him sprawling to the ground. With one arm severed and another brutal blow to his head, Qi Changfeng succumbed to unconsciousness. The series of actions undertaken by Lin Yan may seem lengthy when recounted, yet from the moment he leapt from the carriage to the swift severing of an arm, it transpired in mere moments. The remaining 5 bodyguards and 1 coachman finally became aware of the dire situation. Overwhelmed by fear, 4 of them drew their knives and charged towards Lin Yan, while 2 others, in a moment of clarity amidst terror, turned and fled. Lin Yan lightly tapped the horse beneath him, soaring into the air, executing a graceful flip before diving towards the 4 bodyguards. They had never witnessed such extraordinary agility. Their gazes fixed upwards in awe. Lin Yan brandished his sword, the frost blade, as if summoning a tempest, and with a single stroke, transformed it into a myriad of glimmering sword shadows. As the rain fell and frost settled, a crimson mark appeared on the foreheads of the 4 men. The blood yet to flow, solidifying into frost under the chilling aura. 2 others continued their flight. Lin Yan deftly flicked a knife into the air, executing a precise side kick that struck the hilt, sending the blade hurtling like a dark shadow towards the fleeing man's back, akin to a crossbow bolt. A scream pierced the air, followed by the thud of another body hitting the ground. Another life extinguished. The coachman, desperately pushing through the underbrush, ran with all his might, envisioning the official road and the bustling presence of passers-by. If only he could reach the road. Surely, no one would dare to kill him there. Just as hope surged within him, he felt a shadow descend from above, a gleaming blade poised at his throat. "You!" Thud! The blade sliced through, warm blood gushing forth. The coachman fell lifelessly to the ground, his hand reaching desperately forward. Yet, before him lay nothing but an expanse of forest. To ensure a clean getaway, they had driven the carriage deep into the woods. There was no way to swiftly reach the official road. All of this was but an illusion in the coachman's mind. With a resounding clang, Lin Yan sheathed the frost blade, returning it to its ordinary form. Time passed, though how much he could not tell. Qi Changfeng awoke from the depths of darkness. Surrounded by dense woods, the air filled with the scent of flowers. Yet a heavy stench of blood permeated his senses. "Awake, are we? I have a question for you. Approximately 9 days ago, you conspired with a band of mountain bandits to ambush the Zhou family of Changning Town. Where's the stone? And where are those bandits?" A youthful voice reached his ears, accompanied by the sight of a refined yet somewhat timid face. A wave of dread surged within Qi Changfeng. The more he gazed upon that delicate countenance, the more it resembled that of a demon. Chapter 38. The Counterfeit, a Missed Opportunity. A flicker of astonishment and confusion crossed Qi Changfeng's eyes. He was perplexed as to the origin of Lin Yan's information. He remained silent, the pain from his severed arm causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Lin Yan chuckled. There is no need for such bravado. It will only lead to great suffering. Clang! A flash of cold light appeared as he sheathed his sword. Ah! Qi Changfeng let out a piercing scream. Lin Yan had severed one of his left-hand fingers with a single stroke. Immediately, a surge of internal energy flowed from Lin Yan's fingertips, enveloping the wound and staunching the bleeding in an instant. You see, my internal power possesses formidable healing properties, allowing you to experience the agony of 1,000 cuts while remaining conscious and alive. Feeling the newly inflicted, excruciating pain in his finger, Qi Changfeng's heart sank. He realized Lin Yan spoke the truth. In truth, I do not relish tormenting others. Life is fleeting. With eyes closed in eternal slumber, one can pass through without suffering, clean and unencumbered. However, if I cannot elicit the answers I seek, I shall have no choice but to make your existence a living hell. Cold sweat streamed down Qi Changfeng's face as he cursed, "You bastard." Clang! Lin Yan pushed his sword from its sheath with a crisp, resonant sound. The stones have been taken by the mountain bandits and sold for profit. I can lead you to that band of brigands. In an instant, Qi Changfeng capitulated, realizing the futility of his stubborn resistance. Who exactly are you? Lin Yan smiled indifferently, drawing a badge from his waist and flashing it before Qi Changfeng's eyes. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the flying swordsman of the Misty Rain Tower. I have been commissioned by Jiuzhou to avenge the 18 souls of his family. Despair filled Qi Changfeng's gaze. Jiuzhou, he is still alive. He was acutely aware that the Misty Rain Tower was the largest assassin organization in the southeastern region of the 9 provinces, filled with countless skilled practitioners, even bold enough to assassinate masters. Yet, he had never imagined that Jiuzhou, against all odds, had not only survived, but had also managed to find the Misty Rain Tower. Lin Yan shrugged. Even after meticulous planning, one can still overlook certain details. Perhaps it is fated that villains like you cannot roam freely. With a melancholic smile, Qi Changfeng replied, "Villains? There are countless worse than I. Why have they not faced retribution?" Lin Yan became displeased. If you wish to engage in comparisons of depravity, there is little merit in that. Are you perhaps feeling reckless? With that, he reached for his sword. Terrified, Qi Changfeng hastily begged for mercy. Lin Yan sealed Qi Changfeng's internal energy, compelling him to lead the way while he followed closely behind. Qi Changfeng was already at the end of his rope. Lin Yan was unperturbed by the prospect of any further upheaval. The two ventured deeper into the mountains, where the forest grew dense, and soon the path was entirely obstructed. The band of mountain thieves consisted of 34 men, led by a man named Li Wuduan. It was during my ventures in Huaiyang County that I met them, and we later became sworn brothers. They established a hideout upon this mountain, yet their presence was not guaranteed. In times of prosperity, they would venture into the city to squander their wealth. Lin Yan remarked nonchalantly, "It matters not. If they are absent, we shall await their return. You can still survive a few more days." Qi Changfeng forced a bitter smile, uncertain whether this could be deemed good news. As they traversed the dense forest and ascended a slope, a modest stronghold emerged in the valley, housing no more than 40 souls. The fortifications were rudimentary, merely a nascent form of a stronghold. At the dilapidated gate, there was even a lack of a guard. With a powerful kick, Lin Yan shattered the gate, entering with Qi Changfeng's sword sheath resting against his back. The resounding crash echoed through the valley. As they crossed a weedy square, they encountered 4 figures hurrying towards them. Lin Yan and Qi Changfeng halted in the middle of the path. The approaching bandits froze in astonishment. "You, old brother Qi, what brings you here?" One of them, noticing Qi Changfeng's pallid complexion and the vacant space where his arm once was, exclaimed in shock, "What happened to your arm?" Upon observing the long sword resting against Qi Changfeng's neck and the frail scholar wielding a sword beside him, the bandits' limited intellect began to falter, leaving them bewildered. Qi Changfeng's expression darkened. "Where is your leader?" The bandits, seemingly realizing something, cast wary glances at Lin Yan while responding. The leader took the brothers to the county to capture women. Those who played before are dead. They're also raiding for food and supplies. Qi Changfeng's countenance turned grim. Having anticipated their grim fate, Lin Yan spoke coolly. "Are you the only 4 left behind? When will Li Wuduan return?" One of the bandits frowned and gruffly replied, "Who are you? A frail scholar?" Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp, clear sound of a sword unsheathing rang out. The sword flashed like the wind, then swiftly returned to its sheath, as blood erupted from the neck of the bandit who had spoken, a scream echoing as he fell lifeless to the ground. "Answer my question. Spare me the superfluous." Lin Yan's icy gaze turned to the remaining 3. "Abiao, One of the bandits cried out in despair. "Damn it, you!" Fury ignited the bandit to draw his knife, but as the blade was barely raised, the sword flashed again, returning to its sheath. And blood sprayed forth as another soul was claimed. "You have 2 more chances to answer." The 2 remaining bandits exchanged terrified glances, one of them shrieking in panic and attempting to flee. Qi Changfeng sighed inwardly, foolish. The light of the sword re-emerged as Lin Yan simply wielded his blade, eschewing flamboyant techniques in favor of pure swiftness. With a sheathing motion, he dispatched the mountain bandit, who stumbled 2 steps before realizing that his strength was swiftly dissipating like melting snow, blood trickling down his neck and pooling on the ground. The bandit collapsed, a deep gash marking his throat, and in the blink of an eye, only one of the 4 bandits remained alive. The last bandit fell to his knees with a thud, nearly breaking down in despair. "I'll tell you everything. It's just the 4 of us left guarding the hideout. According to the plan, the leader will return tomorrow. I've divulged all I know. I beg you. Spare my life." Lin Yan nodded slightly and replied, "Spare you? Ask the tormented souls you have toyed with until death if they would agree." The bandit stood frozen in horror, and then he beheld a flash of the sword, akin to falling snow. Blood blossomed from his chest, resembling crimson plum blossoms amidst the snow. Thud! The final bandit succumbed completely. Qi Changfeng felt a deep sense of foreboding. He understood that he, too, could not escape the fate of becoming mere bones in the desolate mountains. He only hoped that when his time came, Lin Yan would grant him a swift end, as that would be the greatest mercy. Lin Yan swept past the 4 corpses and walked inside. "Show me around. We shall wait for their return here in the hideout." Qi Changfeng remained silent. He had once been a guest in the hideout, and now led Lin Yan through the familiar rooms. Lin Yan paid particular attention to the storeroom. Yet it contained only some rice and a few weapons, devoid of any gold, silver, or jewels. There was no trace of the original stone. As Qi Changfeng had mentioned, after plundering the Zhou family's original stone, they had directly transported it to the city and sold it off. The stone could not be reclaimed, and the riches obtained had been squandered by the bandits, leaving uncertain remnants. All Lin Yan could do was ensure that those who deserve hell would indeed descend into it. Nothing more. Chapter 39. Slaughtering the Hideout. As dawn broke and birds chirped in the mountain streams, Lin Yan reclined in the main seat of the assembly hall, facing the entrance, practicing his qi meditation, having not slept a wink throughout the night. Qi Changfeng leaned against the wall, dozing. The frost-cold sword lay on the side table, within easy reach. Lin Yan and Qi Changfeng shared no words. The assembly hall was steeped in silence. Time flowed like water in that stillness. Qi Changfeng, with a heart full of trepidation, endured a long and harrowing night in a state of half-sleep. For the first time, he realized that awaiting death could be an excruciating ordeal. He did not know when death would arrive, but he was utterly convinced that it would come. After an indeterminate period, the sunset's warm orange light streamed in at an angle, casting a golden veil across the floor of the assembly hall. From dawn till dusk, time swiftly passed. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices echoed from afar. Lin Yan's eyes flickered, and Qi Changfeng tensed, straightening his posture. Someone shouted, "The gate has been breached. Intruders have entered." Moments later, another cry rang out. "Biaozi and the others are dead." A commanding and robust voice immediately issued orders. "Abandon the women and supplies. The enemy might still be here. Arm yourselves." Qi Changfeng jolted in alarm. Li Wuduan. He stood upright, eager to investigate. But a sword sheath swiftly swept past and struck his acupoint, causing him to collapse back into his chair with a thud. "Stay here and watch. Do not make a sound or move," Lin Yan said coolly. Qi Changfeng sat rigidly to the side, his gaze fixed on a swirling mass of golden light in the entrance hall. As the clamor grew, he observed dark shadows encroaching into the hall. Someone was approaching. "Who are you?" A voice boomed from the doorway, but from his vantage point, Qi Changfeng could not discern the figures, only surmising from the shifting shadows that there were many. Lin Yan remained silent. He reached for the hilt of his frost-laden sword. His figure flickered and he dashed forward, drawing the blade with a swift motion. In an instant, the sword gleamed with a chilling brilliance, reminiscent of an ageless glacier, its icy aura spreading ominously. Then, outside the hall, the sounds of metal clashing, shouts, and anguished cries resounded relentlessly. Qi Changfeng desperately attempted to lean forward to glimpse the battle, but his acupoint remained sealed, leaving him to helplessly observe the chaotic dance of dark shadows on the ground, a testament to the perilous and treacherous conflict. Suddenly, the clamor of swords and blades subsided, and a figure stepped into the hall. Qi Changfeng recognized a silhouette clad in azure garb and let out a deep, resigned sigh, the last vestiges of hope extinguished. Li Wuduan's strength was comparable to his own, and his subordinates were merely of mediocre skill. How could they possibly withstand the wrath of Lin Yan, the harbinger of death? His once hopeful aspirations were nothing but a delusion. Lin Yan sheathed his sword and released Qi Changfeng's acupoint. Go outside and take a look. With a heavy heart, Qi Changfeng trudged out of the hall. The open ground outside lay strewn with corpses. At the forefront, the leader, with a twisted beard and a malevolent visage, wielding a broadsword, was none other than Li Wuduan. The blade was shattered to fragments, and his body was riddled with bloodied wounds. Qi Changfeng imagined the scene. Lin Yan had struck first, a sword thrust akin to a torrential downpour, unleashing a multitude of sword shadows. Not only had he shattered the blade with a single blow, but he had also left Li Wuduan's body festooned with numerous sword wounds, fatal injuries to the throat and heart. The remaining bandits lay defeated, either with pierced throats or swords embedded in their hearts, scattered haphazardly on the ground. Qi Changfeng discerned a few items and attempted to flee. However, he barely took a few steps before a sword pierced his back, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Thus, the entire stronghold fell victim to Lin Yan's slaughter. Stepping out of the hall, Lin Yan stood shoulder to shoulder with Qi Changfeng and spoke coolly. Care to venture a guess as to when you shall meet your demise? Qi Changfeng remained silent, then slowly replied, You intend to take me to see Zhou Zibai? Not at all. With a swift motion, the frost blade unsheathed and in an instant, glided across Qi Changfeng's throat before returning to its scabbard. Qi Changfeng stared in disbelief at Lin Yan. Escorting you through mountains and rivers is far too troublesome. Instead, I shall deliver your head to Zhou Zibai. Rest in peace. Qi Changfeng chuckled. Rest in peace? How could he ever find peace? With a thud, Qi Changfeng fell, lifeless, beside Li Wuduan. The task assigned by Zhou Zibai was thus completed. What followed was the cleanup operation, releasing all the women captured by the bandits. Next came the grim task of searching the corpses. Beginning with Li Wuduan, Lin Yan meticulously examined each body, moving from one to another. After thoroughly searching over 30 corpses, he proceeded to comb through the rooms within the stronghold, continuing until darkness enveloped the land. Only when the moon hung high in the treetops did he finally finish inspecting the entire stronghold. The outcome revealed that Li Wuduan and his companions had indeed squandered the majority of the wealth acquired from the raw stones. Lin Yan managed to recover 5 gold ingots from Li Wuduan, while the remaining wealth consisted of scattered silver coins from the various bandits. In total, the value approached 1,000 taels. He found a sturdy piece of cloth to wrap all the silver, securing it into a bundle. Then, he entered the kitchen and prepared a couple of simple dishes, uncorking a jar of daughter's red wine to drink and indulge himself. After the fierce battle, it was only fitting to take a moment to unwind. That night, Lin Yan chose a tidy room to sleep in, fully clothed, and slumbered until he awoke naturally. Only then did he take up the 2 bundles and depart from the stronghold. One bundle contained gold and silver treasures. The other held 2 severed heads. The more than 30 corpses left behind would soon be claimed by wild beasts or decay, returning to the embrace of nature. Outside Xianxia Town, there stood an abandoned earth god temple, its walls and hall showing signs of repair. This spot had become a gathering place for beggars in Xianxia Town, once a place of crumbling walls and leaky roofs. Later, the Zhou family financed its restoration, not to honor a deity anew, but to provide a refuge for the destitute. 10 days prior, a new face appeared among the beggars, a youth clad in tattered robes, unkempt and disheveled, bearing a scar that stretched from the corner of his eye to the side of his nose. When questioned by others, the youth merely stated that he had encountered mountain bandits along the way, narrowly escaping with his life, and sought to earn some fare in Xianxia Town to return home. The land temple occupies a considerable area, yet the beggars do not exhibit any exclusivity. Rather, they warmly welcomed him. The beggars informed him that this land temple was funded for restoration by Lord Zhou, Li of the Zhou family, who engages in mining ventures in Xianxia Town. Whenever the mines sought laborers, the Zhou family would visit the land temple to inquire, providing the beggars with opportunities to earn a living. Many young souls have seized this chance to depart from the land temple, amassing wealth and establishing homes in Xianxia Town. The remnants within the land temple are predominantly the elderly, infirm, and disabled, who lack the capacity for labor and can only subsist by begging. The elderly beggars advise the youth, Young man, you are strong and vigorous. When the Zhou family calls for workers, you should give it a try. Soon enough, you will gather sufficient fare. Yet, the elderly beggars remained oblivious to the tears streaming down the young man's face, concealed beneath his disheveled hair. Zhou Zhibai's thoughts wandered. Recalling the moments spent with his father, the land temple was restored alongside Zhou Li. The method of recruiting laborers for the mines was also his suggestion to Zhou Li, and they both believed it to be a mutually beneficial approach. However, now, that person has passed away, leaving him with a deep-seated vendetta. Uncertain of when he might seek retribution, he dared not return home, fearing it would alert the Changfeng escort agency and provoke Qi Changfeng into silencing him. All he could do now was wait for the promise of the Misty Rain Tower. On this particular day, a scholar clad in green arrived at the entrance of the land temple, wielding a simple long sword and carrying 2 bundles on his back. Lin Yan observed the frail, ailing beggars, but in the corner, he spotted a disheveled figure. Though the individual was filthy, rendering it impossible to ascertain their age or gender, their breathing was steady and robust, indicating they were likely a youth. Lin Yan recognized he had found the right person and said calmly, "The Misty Rain Tower has fulfilled its promise. Please speak with the employer in the grove outside the temple." With that, he departed the land temple and awaited in the nearby grove. Before long, the disheveled youth emerged. His voice was hoarse as he stated, "I am Zhou Zhibai." Chapter 40. The opening of Qinglu Fong. Lin Yan gazed at Zhou Zhibai, who appeared utterly ragged and in disarray, and felt a wave of sympathy. He removed the 2 bundles from his back and opened the first one. This contains all the gold and silver belonging to the bandit Li Wuduan. It should be the remainder from your family's stone. Opening the second bundle revealed 2 severed heads, stained with blood, presented side by side. Lin Yan pointed to one, saying, "Qi Changfeng," then indicated the other, Li Wuduan. "The remaining bandits have all been eradicated. There were too many heads to bring for your inspection. Your commission has been fulfilled. You may return home now." Zhou Zhibai trembled, collapsing to the ground, pressing a hand against Qi Changfeng's severed head, emitting a sound that resembled both laughter and weeping. Ultimately, it culminated in a mournful wail. The emotions, long suppressed, were finally released at that moment. Lin Yan, silent, turned to leave. "May I inquire the name of my benefactor?" As Lin Yan's figure gradually receded, he waved his hand dismissively. "Just a transaction for payment. Not a benefactor, but the Misty Rain Tower, the Flying Swordsman. Assassin achievement, entering the threshold, 35. Note, there remain 2 business ventures to unlock the next stage of achievements, with valid targets needing to be above the 2nd-tier realm." The series of melancholic dealings had left Lin Yan somewhat despondent. Yet there was one reason for joy. Both Qi Changfeng and Li Wuduan were masters above the 2nd tier, counting as 2 points toward achievement progress, according to the system. Lin Yan returned to the small courtyard. Lu Ying informed him that the Qinglu workshop was nearing completion and urged him to assist during his rest. Eager for a change of mood, Lin Yan readily agreed. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and another month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Baiwa Street was bustling with activity. Firecrackers exploded, and the sound of gongs filled the air. Dragons danced and lions leaped. Red silk cascaded from the Qinglu workshop, its golden plaque shining brightly, revealing its hidden mysteries to Baiwa Street. Unlike the resplendent Zuihua Tower, Lu Ying's creation of the Qinglu workshop exuded a more elegant and ethereal quality. The decor eschewed gold leaf in favor of translucent jade, and the overall color scheme favored serene azure rather than ambiguous reds and pinks. Stepping inside and surveying the surroundings felt akin to entering a celestial palace rather than a lavish earthly abode. The foundation of Qinglu workshop was largely comprised of those from Zuihua Tower. The courtesans were not only skilled in graceful song and dance, but also in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. However, unlike Zuihua Tower, Lu Ying placed greater emphasis on refined leisure rather than fleeting encounters. In essence, it sought to provide emotional value for cultured gentlemen rather than mere physical pleasure. As for whether to perform or to offer oneself, that was left to the courtesan's discretion. No one could coerce them against their will. Though Qinglu Workshop was an old wine in a new bottle, it introduced a fresh blend of flavors. This immediately piqued the interest of the visiting literati, and on the opening night, it was already bustling with patrons. Some came seeking the familiar allure of Zuihua Tower, while others were drawn by the novelty. Eager to explore what new delights awaited them, Lin Yan seated himself at a solitary table by the window on the first floor, where the view was expansive. Inside the workshop, he could perfectly observe the enchanting dance performances on stage, while outside, the clear river flowed gently, illuminated by lights with flower boats drifting by, accompanied by melodies that wafted through the air. It was a splendid scene of vibrant charm. Alone, Lin Yan had no attendant by side, only a bottle of Huaiyang wine and a few dishes of snacks, enough to last him through the night. This was the exclusive spot arranged for him by Lu Ying, who declared herself the proprietor while designating Lin Yan as a distinguished guest. It sounds quite sensational, yet, in essence, it merely serves as the enforcer for the Qingluo Pavilion, assisting in managing some unreasonable and unruly patrons, especially during the initial opening of the brothel. There are always rival competitors or street gangs attempting to create trouble and provoke conflict. Their motives are twofold: to test the strength of the establishment and to undermine your business, thus allowing their own clientele to flourish. What kind of brothel is this if one cannot even touch? A gruff voice emanated from the left front. The moment for action had arrived. Lin Yan seized a handful of peanuts, drained his cup of wine in one swift motion, and ambled toward the source of the voice. Upon arrival, he beheld a table occupied by a group of burly men clad in blue attire, who appeared not to seek pleasure, but rather to instigate trouble. What was more troubling was their stinginess. They had only invited one woman to accompany them, yet they sought to take liberties with her, each attempting to exploit the young lady's vulnerability. Several guards were already by the table, attempting to mediate and quell the disturbance, but the raucous men continued their tirade. If you can't perform, then don't be a courtesan. Perhaps you shouldn't even run a brothel. They bellowed. What kind of wretched establishment is this? Spending so much money just to listen to a tune? Am I to be a fool? Surrounded by cultured gentlemen, all lamenting the coarseness of the intruders. No one dared to confront them, their arms as thick as tree trunks. Lin Yan approached them with a smile, inquiring, "What seems to be the trouble?" One of the burly men seized the serving girl, gripping her delicate wrist with a hand like a vice, leaving visible red marks. "How have you trained them? They come out to be singers, yet all they bring is displeasure to us gentlemen." The young girl furrowed her brow, tears streaming down her face, her voice quivering as she protested. "I'm here to sing and perform, not to sell myself. I made that clear from the very beginning." The man retorted gruffly, "What do you mean you don't sell yourself? Are you not merely dissatisfied with the money offered? This brothel, TSK, lures people in only to rob them blind. Greed knows no bounds. I have money, and I intend to see if you truly refuse to sell yourself." With that, he brazenly reached for the young lady's waist, attempting to commit an act of indecency right there. Suddenly, a hand shot from the side, gripping the man's wrist with a force akin to iron, preventing him from advancing even an inch. "Here to cause trouble, are we?" Lin Yan spoke without further ado, channeling his internal strength, causing the man's entire arm to emit a sharp crack as it dislocated. The brute's face paled instantaneously, cold sweat trickling down his brow, and he opened his mouth to scream in agony. In a flash, Lin Yan delivered a swift strike to the man's neck, and he collapsed onto the table, his eyes rolling back. "Let us not disturb our guests," Lin Yan remarked coolly, casting a glance at the remaining frightened men. "Is there anyone else with objections?" A scarred-faced man suddenly rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Yan, his voice laced with fury. "You!" In an instant, Lin Yan flickered before the man, striking his throat with astonishing speed. "Ugh, oh, cough, cough." The man's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, his hands instinctively clutching at his throat as he stumbled backward, eventually collapsing to the ground with a thud. The remaining 3 burly men felt as though they had struck an iron wall, their expressions morphing into one of terror as they trembled. "What do you want?" Lin Yan slightly shook his head, gesturing, "Follow me." He then dragged the unconscious brute towards the entrance. The remaining 3 men promptly stood to attention, obediently trailing behind Lin Yan, an oddly surreal sight. Upon reaching the threshold, Lin Yan tossed the man aside as if discarding a sack, sending him crashing onto the stone steps with a resounding thud, stirring up clouds of dust. The other 3 hastily scurried out, anxiously checking on their fallen comrades, relieved to find them merely unconscious. On Baiwa Street, a constant stream of passers-by gathered around the entrance of Qinglu Fong, whispering and pointing at the fallen man and Lin Yan. Lin Yan proclaimed loudly, "If you dare to cause trouble again, it will not simply result in unconsciousness. I may have to inflict some lasting injuries to ensure you remember this lesson." His words were not only directed at the men, but also intended for the ears of those idling in the street. After resolving the matter, Lin Yan returned indoors, resuming his indulgence in wine and music. This was merely a minor episode, yet such incidents unfolded almost daily during the establishment's opening days. Beyond direct provocations, there were complaints about subpar meals, undrinkable wine, and unpleasant music, all in attempts to evade payment. Additionally, there were attempts to bribe kitchen staff to create chaos in the kitchen. Although Lu Ying was adept at countering these challenges, she found it increasingly tiresome. Yet Lin Yan understood she had her own plans. One late night, as Qinglu Fong was closing, Lu Ying summoned Lin Yan to the elegant quarters on the 5th floor, stating there was a matter of importance to discuss. Upon entering, Lin Yan found Lu Er and Lu Ying already present. Lu Ying was swiftly reviewing a stack of letters, and after finishing, she handed a portion of the papers to Lin Yan. "Take a look," she urged. "These are the findings Lu Er has gathered regarding the various forces targeting Qinglu Fong." Chapter 41. A continuous stream of troubles. The rustle of paper echoed through the air as Lin Yan perused the documents. Names like Xiaoxiang Pavilion, Nongyu Pavilion, Huaiyang Building, and Hongxiu Pavilion appeared, alongside factions such as the Qinghe Gang, the White Lion Gang, and the Rakshasa Gang. As he flipped through the pages, Lin Yan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. "Have we stirred a hornet's nest? A multitude of fiends has emerged." Lu Ying raised a teacup and took a sip. "Look at the last page," she said. The relationship between the Huaiyang Tower and the Qinghe Gang was intricate, and many other brothels were also instigated by it. This was the local power. Behind the Baisher Gang and the Luosha Gang stood the Nuchao Gang, a formidable force from across the river. Lin Yan felt a sense of familiarity and pondered that. However, it seemed Lu Ying already anticipated his words and smiled, saying, "The Qinghe Gang has been expanding in the towns surrounding the county. The Zhao Yuxing you previously killed was one of their disciples, and you also eliminated one of their hall masters." Lin Yan's expression shifted to realization. The Nuchao Gang was a significant player in the Changhe River and Dongting Lake regions, where several gangs fiercely competed, and the Nuchao Gang had begun to show signs of decline. They had originally sought a retreat to the north. The Yanyu Tower was their foothold, but with Jin Yu's death, this stronghold was uprooted by the local garrison, catching them off guard. Half a month ago, the Nuchao Gang dispatched a home master with 10 core members, disguising themselves to infiltrate the county town, secretly investigating the events surrounding the Yanyu Tower. Now, with the Qinglu workshop opening its doors atop the ruins of the Yanyu Tower, the Nuchao Gang inevitably turned their hostility towards us. In fact, they likely suspected that the assassination of Jin Yu was connected to the Qinglu workshop. Lin Yan tossed the letter aside and replied with a smile, "Well, they are rather astute. They haven't guessed wrong, have they?" Lu Ying shot him a glance, replying nonchalantly, "But we cannot admit to it. We are merely intermediaries, and we cannot disclose the identity of our employer. That is the code of conduct of a killer." Lin Yan raised his hand. All right. "So, you called us here because you have a plan? What shall we do?" Lu Ying snorted lightly. "We must resolve the local powers issues ourselves. I plan to make an example of them. As for the formidable force, the tower will take charge. I suspect they will issue competitive commissions to address it." Lin Yan asked curiously, "What is a competitive commission?" Lu Ying explained at that time, "Any assassin from the tower who can eliminate the Nuchao Gang's intruders will receive a reward from within the tower. This is a show of strength. A warning to the Nuchao Gang not to extend their reach too far or provoke us." Lu Ying inquired, "What? Are you interested?" In response to this straightforward business, Lin Yan eagerly urged, "Count me in." The next day, Lin Yan rose early. He donned a set of flexible black attire, tucked a bamboo-handled iron sword at his waist. He carried the iron sword openly while concealing the frost blade, with clear delineation of roles. Stepping out, he arrived at Baiwa Street. At this hour, the Qinglu workshop and other brothels had yet to open, leaving only a few roadside breakfast stalls, with intermittent calls echoing through the air. Lin Yan traversed the sparsely populated street and chose a shop to have breakfast, enjoying soy milk and youtiao along with 2 buns. Opposite the breakfast shop stands the imposing Huaiyang building, its doors firmly shut. Lin Yan is engrossed in his bowl of congee when, from a distance, he spots the formidable figure of Lu Ying striding confidently, flanked by several tall guards. With a furrowed brow and hands on her hips, she casts a disdainful glance at Lin Yan, who is still nibbling on a youtiao. "Have you finished? Hurry up." At her command, Lin Yan hastily shoves half a youtiao in his mouth and gulps down a mouthful of congee. In an instant, he leaps to his feet. Tossing a few copper coins aside, he strides over to Lu Ying, signaling with his eyes, "I'm ready. Let us go." The reason for his silence is the food still in his mouth, making speech impossible. Lu Ying approaches Lin Yan with a look of distaste, pulling out a plain, white handkerchief to wipe the grease from the corner of his mouth before thrusting it back into his hand. TSK, how messy. She then turns to face the Huaiyang building and, with an authoritative wave of her hand, commands, knock on the door. One of the guards promptly jogs to the entrance and knocks forcefully, the sound of which striking against wood reverberates loudly. Soon, the door creaks open, revealing a sleepy servant who, grumbling, squints out. Let me see, which fool. His words are abruptly cut off as he catches sight of the imposing figures outside. A group of burly men stands before him, and at their center is a fierce-looking young woman, flanked by a sword-wielding youth with crossed arms. The servant's curses die on his lips. The visitors bear an ominous presence. Alarmed, he swiftly slams the door shut, producing a heavy thud as he exclaims, Manager, trouble. His legs move frantically as he rushes inside. Lu Ying remains unfazed, standing with her hands on her hips at the entrance. In no time, the doors of the Huaiyang building swing open once more, this time revealing a burly man clad in brown attire. With a stiff bow and a cold voice, he announces, Manager of Qinglu Workshop, our master requests your presence. With a dismissive snort, Lu Ying waves her hand, saying, Let us go. The group files into the Huaiyang building. The heavy thud of the door, closing echoes behind them. On the street, news swiftly spreads among the various establishments of the Qinghe Gang, Xiaoxiang Pavilion, and Longyu Pavilion. The sight of the Qinglu Workshop's manager leading a contingent into the Huaiyang building signals a reckoning for the recent troubles. In an instant, those who have been watching from the sidelines, those who have cast underhanded moves, and those who have set traps, all focus their attention on the Huaiyang building. However, most believe that the Qinglu Workshop is overstepping its bounds, as the Huaiyang building boasts powerful allies among the brothels of Baiwa Street. Amidst the external commotion, the atmosphere within the Huaiyang building remains tense. In the center of the hall, a long table was set with Lu Ying and the proprietor of the Huaiyang building, Xianxia, seated on opposite sides. Behind Lu Ying stood Lin Yan, who stood tall with a cold expression, flanked by 8 imposing men, creating an intimidating presence. Xianxia, a middle-aged woman adorned with heavy makeup, wore a grim expression, yet internally she was rife with confusion. Despite having sent individuals to disrupt the situation through several intermediaries, Lu Ying still managed to trace her to the Huaiyang building. The only plausible explanation was that Lu Ying had her own clandestine forces supporting her, akin to the past upheaval at the Huaihua building. Indeed, had she not possessed considerable skill, she would not have dared to take over the Huaihua building's operations during such tumultuous times. However, with the adversary at her doorstep, Xianxia could not show any sign of weakness, for how could she maintain her position on Baiwa Street otherwise? Behind her stood 2 rows of Huaiyang building's guards, filling the space and projecting a formidable aura. Furthermore, on either side of her, there were hired mercenaries of notable skill, specifically engaged to resolve disputes within the Jiuzhou. She had also dispatched word to the Qinghe Gang, whose leader, Yang was her paramour and a formidable figure in the Huaiyang region. Surely he would come to her aid. With these thoughts, Xianxia felt emboldened. Her voice, however, was somewhat grating. Lu Ying, the proprietor of Qinglu Workshop, what exactly brings you to my Huaiyang building with such a display of force? Chapter 42, Drawing the Line. Dressed in crimson, Lu Ying leaned back in her chair, exuding an air of haughty confidence, and replied coolly, What do you think I have come for, Qian? Although her tone was calm, it resonated with a power that reverberated through the air, akin to a thunderclap in the ears of those present. The guards, lacking internal martial skills, were left disoriented and shaken by the sonic waves. Xianxia had practiced for several years, barely crossing the threshold of martial arts, and managed to remain somewhat composed. Yet, she could distinctly feel the profound strength emanating from Lu Ying's few utterances, realizing she had indeed encountered an insurmountable challenge. Xianxia's demeanor faltered, overwhelmed by Lu Ying's presence. She stammered, Lu Ying, I truly do not comprehend your intentions. She still sought to obfuscate the matter. With an icy gaze, Lu Ying took a slender booklet from her guard, tossing it with a graceful flick so that it arced perfectly onto Xianxia's table. You have the time of an incense stick to summon all your allies and supporters. I have no leisure to prolong this conversation. Lu Ying's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable and formidable aura that instilled a chilling apprehension deep within. Unbeknownst to Xianxia, her resolve was already wavering. A fine sheen of cold sweat had already formed on her forehead. Her arms trembled slightly as she picked up the small booklet thrown by Lu Ying, leafing through its pages with meticulous care. As her gaze swept across the text, her pupils suddenly constricted. The booklet detailed, item by item, all the unscrupulous tactics she had employed against Qing Lu Fong in secrecy, the timing, the individual she had commissioned, the methods employed, and the outcomes achieved. It even specified the promised reward upon success and the collusion in testimony should she be apprehended. Every minute detail was meticulously documented, and Xianxia was instantly enveloped by an intangible dread. How could this be possible? The depth of detail in this booklet suggested that Lu Ying had eyes following her every move, observing her daily actions. Xianxia, startled, abruptly turned her gaze towards all the individuals behind her, her expression a mix of shock, fear, and suspicion. Could there be a traitor among them? She then glanced at the composed Lu Ying across from her. In just a few words, Lu Ying had nearly shattered her composure. This woman, regardless of her methods or cunning, exuded an unfathomable mystery and menace in every word and action since her entrance. Xianxia's gaze shifted to the two guest fighters beside her. At this moment, words were futile. They could only rely on force. Gentlemen, do you possess the confidence? The guest fighters of Huaiyang Tower included one swordsman from the Huaiyang Five-Tiger Gate, skilled in the Five-Tiger Breaking Door Blade, and a pugilist from Yuhang, who had trained at Lin Yan Temple and learned some internal martial arts. They looked towards Lu Ying, although the manager of Qing Lu Fong wielded considerable authority. Her position meant she likely would not personally engage. The real threat was the young swordsman, who appeared quite young, seemingly inexperienced, and wielding a sword with a simple bamboo handle and sheath. The two fighters felt a glimmer of hope and bowed in deference. Rest assured, we shall exert our utmost efforts. Xianxia nodded slightly, steadying her nerves. As per the manager's words, it ultimately depends on whether our strength is sufficient. Coincidentally, I have two friends in my establishment who are eager to lend their support. How about we engage in a friendly contest? If we manage to win even a single move, we can consider the matter settled, and henceforth, we can conduct business amicably. Xianxia cautiously observed Lu Ying's expression as she gradually proposed a solution she deemed a concession. A slight smirk crept onto Lu Ying's lips. That is acceptable. However, should you lose? Her tone turned cold. You may as well close Huaiyang Tower. She was not negotiating. It was a display meant to instill sufficient intimidation. Xianxia's face instantly drained of color, and she stammered, I did not say that losing would mean closing down. Lu Ying leaned forward. Master Qian, let's be realistic. Do you believe that a mere apology can suffice? Xianxia was momentarily rendered speechless by this statement. At this moment, Lin Yan boldly stepped out from behind Lu Ying, signaling the commencement of this wager. A radiant smile adorned his face as he fixed his gaze upon the guests flanking Xianxia. You may come at me together. I am pressed for time. The two men exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting hesitation. This tone was undeniably arrogant, reminiscent of Lu Ying. Rumors on Baiwa Street suggested that the two were siblings, and indeed, it seemed that like attracts like. How disgraceful, they thought, two grown men picking on a youth. They hesitated, contemplating whether to confront him one at a time. However, Xianxia, sensing the confidence emanating from the opponent, felt a foreboding dread. If you do not advance together, your chances will dwindle. She urgently pulled a guard from behind her and urged, hurry and find Master Yang. We need him to bring more people. The two guests, noticing Xianxia's anxiety, interpreted it as a denial of their own strength, which incited their displeasure. They stepped forward to stand beside Lin Yan. The trio found themselves in a cleared circular space, surrounded by a chaotic arrangement of tables and chairs, facilitating combat. The swordsman and the pugilist clasped their fists in greeting. Lin Yan smiled, returning the gesture. With a resonant clang, a long blade was unsheathed. The sound of two brass rings clashing echoing through the air. The swordsman brandished his weapon. With a powerful thud, the pugilist adopted a fighting stance, his vital energy surging, causing his muscles to tremble with a crisp crack. The pugilist initiated the attack. Both men shouted in unison, "Please enlighten us." Lin Yan stood with his sword, his posture relaxed, seemingly exposing numerous vulnerabilities. "Come, strike first. You shall have the opportunity to reveal your skills." His calm, yet audacious words pushed the two men to their limits. "You brat!" they exclaimed in unison, leaping towards Lin Yan. The swordsman's blade swung swiftly, its momentum twisting like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, the force resonating with a heavy thud akin to a tiger's roar. The pugilist, suppressing his strength, took 3 decisive steps forward, each step amplifying his momentum, ready to unleash a powerful punch that stirred the air like a dragon's call. Amidst the thunderous roars of dragon and tiger, Lin Yan made his move. A barely perceptible hum resonated as his long sword leaped from its sheath. He grasped the sword, executing a seamless spin and thrusting forward. The blade's shadow danced like a sudden gust of wind, leaving the onlookers bewildered as they struggled to discern his actions. In an instant, a dark figure zipped past. 2 streaks of sword light sliced through the air, piercing between the swordsman and the pugilist. The previously vibrant atmosphere, filled with the echoes of dragon roars and tiger howls, abruptly ceased, as if choked. Lin Yan's figure appeared like a gust of wind, abruptly materializing back in his original position, as though the preceding events had merely been an illusion to those present. However, 2 muffled groans abruptly roused the crowd. The swordsman and the pugilist knelt on the ground, clutching their chests, crimson blood dripping through their fingers. They struggled to utter, "Thank you, please show mercy." Their voices were hoarse and low, yet clear enough for all present to hear. Defeated? So soon? The 2 had not withstood even a single strike from Lin Yan. Qianhong felt a chill wash over her. Just as the hall fell into silence, a tremendous force slammed open the tightly closed wooden doors, followed by a booming voice that resonated. "I wish to see which fool dares to cause trouble at Huaiyang Tower." The voice arrived before the figure did. It was Yang, the leader of the Qingha gang. Chapter 43, Yang. Yang hailed from Huaiyang County and, in his early years, traveled across the 9 provinces, eventually arriving in Sichuan, where he apprenticed under the Jiuzhou Wang family for 3 years. However, due to his ruthless and capricious nature, he was expelled from his master's tutelage. Upon returning to Huaiyang County, he single-handedly established the Qingha gang from nothing with just a sword in hand. To this day, the Qingha gang has flourished, boasting 6 hall masters and nearly 1,000 members, united in purpose, with influence spreading across the surrounding towns of Huaiyang County. Not long ago, they lost a hall master in Qingtian town, leaving only 5 in attendance. Fortunately, Yang had forcibly extracted a monetary compensation from Zhao Yuanwei, managing to balance the losses. On this occasion, Yang was accompanied by 3 hall masters and followed by a dozen men clad in black, exuding an intimidating aura, clearly seasoned warriors. As he pushed the door open, an overwhelming presence filled the room, not merely a matter of skill, but the gravitas developed from years of holding power. Lin Yan could not help but admire the display. Qianhong, upon seeing Yang, finally felt a sense of reassurance. With her eyes reddening, she sprang to her feet and, in a theatrical manner, rushed into Yang's embrace. "Master Yang, they bullied Huaiyang Tower, as if we are without protection." Her voice was sweet, like honey past its prime, and tears streamed down her cheeks, smudging her makeup, rendering her a vivid character from a play. Lin Yan felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight. However, Yang was evidently enamored by this display. He wrapped his arms around Qianhong, gently patting her as a gesture of comfort. A bold and unruly expression appeared on his rugged face as he pointed his sheathed long knife at Lu Ying. "Are you the manager of Qinglu Workshop?" He then turned his gaze toward Lin Yan. "And you must be her cousin from her maternal side." "Half-brother," Lin Yan interjected. Yang nodded sleekly, "Right?" His brow lifted, finding Lin Yan to be a compliant and gentle individual. His tone grew increasingly domineering. "You siblings wish to establish yourselves on Baiwa Street. One must adhere to the rules of Baiwa Street." Lu Ying leaned against the table with one hand, resting her chin, and smiled playfully. "The rules of Baiwa Street, or merely those of your esteemed leader, Yang?" Yang chuckled softly, nodding in acknowledgement. "You grasp the situation well." His tone suddenly turned icy. "However, you have violated the rules and dare to flaunt your power at Suihong Lu. Let each of you leave behind a hand, and remember this lesson." Yang's voice was chilling, and the dozen or so men behind him swiftly drew their blades, the sound ringing out ominously, as if blood were about to be spilled in Suihong Lu at any moment. The guards behind Lu Ying had never witnessed such a display and trembled in fear, stammering, "Shopkeeper, what shall we do?" Yet Lu Ying remained unfazed, her voice clear and melodious. "What is there to panic about? The town guard is stationed in the county. Does Yang truly dare to unleash a massacre?" Yang snorted coldly, replying in a somber tone, "You possess courage. While I may not take lives, I can certainly sever limbs. So you desire a hand? Go ahead and take it from him." He gestured towards Lin Yan, who was stifling a large yawn from waking up too early that morning. Yang Ji eyed the seemingly inconspicuous young man with suspicion, just as he heard Qian Honghong's cautionary words. That lad's swordsmanship is swift. His techniques are elusive. Both of the capable fighters we employed have fallen. Yang Ji turned to see the boxer and swordsman standing within the crowd, both sporting fresh wounds on their chests, gashes mere inches from their vital points, indicating that their opponent had deliberately shown restraint. A trace of disdain flickered in Yang Ji's eyes as he scoffed. I've always said those two are as fragile as porcelain. One cannot rely on them. Why waste money? Qian Honghong, in a sweet yet pouting tone, retorted, you cannot always be by my side. I must have someone to protect my interests. Delighted by her sugary voice, Yang Ji waved his hand lightly, his gaze darting towards Lin Yan. Take him down, sever hand. In an instant, the group of men surged forward, their blades gleaming, akin to wolves scenting fresh prey, moving with remarkable speed. The men of Qinghe Gang were seasoned fighters, muscular and vigorous, the elite of their faction. While one or two may not match the earlier swordsman and boxer, a dozen would easily overwhelm them, rendering them into mere shreds. This time, however, Lin Yan did not remain passive. With a swift movement, he vanished from his spot, reappearing amidst the crowd of black-clad figures. The sound of the sword was crisp, its brilliance flashing into existence. The blade struck with the ferocity of rain upon floating leaves, sending ripples through the air. Just before the blade could descend, it deftly deflected onto the wrists of his assailants. A faint sound echoed, and 7 or 8 men suddenly felt excruciating pain in their wrists, their tendons severed. The hilt of the knife slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground with a sharp, crisp sound. A powerful gust of wind surged from behind. Lin Yan instinctively lowered his body, evading a horizontal slash from the knife that had been aimed at him. With a swift twist in midair, he dodged the blade aimed at his legs. The sound of the wind whistled incessantly in his ears. While suspended in the air, shadows of swords darted like the wind, slicing through the wrists of 4 or 5 men, unleashing a spray of crimson akin to falling petals. The cacophony of blades echoed again as another long knife fell to the ground. In a mere exchange, only 5 out of a dozen men remained holding onto their weapons. Lin Yan was not one to pause mid-battle. As his feet touched the ground, he propelled himself forward like a shadow. The flickering sword shadows danced through the chaotic gleam of knives. Then, with a resounding clang, the long sword returned to its sheath. Lin Yan gracefully landed back in his previous stance, leaving all 5 long knives scattered on the ground, their owners rendered helpless, their tendons severed. Remarkably, Lin Yan had only drawn his sword 3 times. Had these black-clad men not been resolute warriors by nature, the red and green pavilion would be filled with wails of despair at this moment. Yang Ji was taken aback, abruptly pushing away Qian Honghong, who had been leaning against him. He stepped forward slowly, clasping his fists and speaking in a deep voice. I am Yang Ji, the abandoned disciple of the Golden Blade Wang family. May I inquire from whence you hail? With his declaration of lineage, Yang Ji grew serious. Lin Yan was far from an ordinary wanderer of the martial world, and this was no mere skirmish among common rogues. Memories of his training days surged in his mind. Though he belonged to the outer sect, he often witnessed the inner disciples sparring. They were similarly youthful, equally swift, and undeniably formidable. Yet, he had dedicated 20 years to his craft, a solitary cultivator without a school or sect. Lin Yan replied calmly, I am but a wandering practitioner. Yang Ji's expression turned to one of shock. Regarding the matter of the red and green pavilion, I offer my apologies on behalf of my inner disciple's injuries. I am willing to let bygones be bygones. Shall we conclude our grievances here? Lu Ying slightly retracted her smile, observing, you demonstrate both flexibility and strength, Master Yang. A true embodiment of a formidable leader. However, the wager proposed by Manager Qian was to cease operations at the red and green pavilion. And you just mentioned leaving a hand. How can you go back on your word? Qian Honghong exclaimed, I did not agree. Yang Ji struck Qian Honghong sharply across the cheek, then seized her throat with one hand, coldly stating, quiet. I shall handle this. Tears streamed down Qian Honghong's cheeks as she slowly nodded. Chapter 44. The Force of the Blade and the Force of the Sword. What do you say, manager? Yang Ji's expression was grave as he returned the conversation to Lu Ying. Lu Ying regarded Yang Ji with admiration. Master Yang, your ruthless nature is evident. You are one who prefers to eliminate threats entirely. The rent for the tenants outside the city has increased by 10% monthly, burdening countless farmers to the point of abandoning their homes. On Baiwa Street, numerous brothels have opened, only to be forced to withdraw within a month due to your pressure. Today, I will borrow the words of Chief Yang. I shall not take your life, but will leave you with a hand as a warning. Moreover, with a smile, Lu Ying pointed at Qian Hong. The conditions promised by Manager Qian must not be disregarded. Sui Hong building shall withdraw from Baiwa Street. Yang Ji nodded in agreement. No problem. He then stepped forward, unsheathing his sword with a resonant sound. What followed would reveal the true skill of his hand. The three hall masters behind Yang Ji looked anxious and urged, Chief, think carefully. If we all rush together, we may still have a chance. Yang Zi reprimanded sternly. In these years of peace, have you forgotten your strength? You are merely of that caliber. What difference is there between rushing together and confronting me alone? The swordsman and boxer who had been pointed out in the distance stiffened, retreating further into the crowd. Yang Ji held his sword, angled toward the ground, a distance of several paces from Lin Yan, exuding a formidable and domineering presence. Lin Yan's eyes brightened. Merely standing there, Yang Ji was evidently no ordinary fighter. He must have learned true skills from the renowned Jin Dao Wang family. My swordsmanship is called Jin Dao, learned from the esteemed sword masters of Sichuan. I am grateful to my mentor for allowing me to leave with my skills. Yang Ji spoke calmly, slowly raising his long blade, pointed directly at Lin Yan. His aura surged, emanating a sense of authority and dominance that seemed to reverberate in the air. The spectators felt as though a heavy stone pressed upon their hearts. Overwhelmed by an intense pressure, could swordsmanship truly wield such might? The hall masters and members of the Qinghe gang were utterly astounded. They had never anticipated that their usually reserved chief concealed such profound depths. Unlike the collective astonishment of the crowd, Lu Ying instinctively straightened her posture, her expression turning serious. The Yanyu building possesses extensive intelligence, and it naturally has detailed information on the Jin Dao Wang family of Sichuan. While the Wang family may not compare to the ancient eminent clans with millennia of legacy, they have produced masters over a century ago. The current head of the Wang family is a formidable expert in the outer gang realm, making the Wang family one of the foremost martial families in Sichuan. The Jin Dao is renowned for its overwhelming and domineering nature. It is said that one trains the form externally, the momentum internally, and the intent above, seeking inwardly from the outside. For disciples of the Jin Dao, achieving the unparalleled might of the Jin Dao's intent is a natural progression leading to innate outer gang mastery. Even the realm of the masters, standing above millions, is not beyond reach. From Lu Ying's perspective, Yang Ji's talent may not be exceptional. However, after 2 decades of meticulous honing, his swordsmanship has barely transcended the training of form and reached the level of mastering momentum. At this moment, though the blade had yet to be drawn, the momentum had already begun to build. The overwhelming aura instilled a chilling dread even before the battle commenced. Lin Yan possessed extraordinary talent, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Yet, in the face of Yang Ji's seasoned experience, Lu Ying harbored concerns that Lin Yan, still quite youthful, might suffer from his inexperience. Regardless of the speculations of others, in the arena, Lin Yan remained singularly focused. His mind was unprecedentedly concentrated, as if drawn into a singular thread, tinged with a hint of exhilaration. He could acutely sense that at the moment Yang Ji initiated his strike, an inexplicable sense of crisis enveloped him. Reflecting on the numerous warriors Lin Yan had encountered, aside from the unfathomable Ding Qing, perhaps only Han Faidu, when unleashing his lethal intent and battle spirit, could rival Yang Ji. Suddenly, the two energies collided, and the intention to determine victory sparked like a flash of fire, erupting instantaneously like a firework. In that moment, Yang Ji let out a fierce roar. Please instruct me. As his voice faded, his robust form abruptly propelled off the ground, shattering it beneath him. Like the legendary Kwa, Fu chasing the sun, he swiftly traversed several yards. Raising his long knife, he executed a downward slash with tremendous force. Lin Yan's pupils constricted slightly. A fine approach, he thought, as he moved like a shadow, swiftly darting forth with his sword in hand. The ringing of the blade resonating just in time. The golden light of the knife shimmered, while the sword's edge gleamed like frost. The two figures converged with a surging internal force, colliding in the center of the arena, producing a resounding clang. The force of their clash surged forth, deafening to the spectators who instinctively covered their ears and retreated, fearing the aftermath. The golden knife exuded a domineering presence, its power formidable. Lin Yan had no intention of engaging in a brute force struggle. His sword tip made contact and withdrew in an instant. Like a fleeting shadow, he circled around Xianxia, the overlapping sword light rippling forth from cunning angles, targeting the vital points on Xianxia's body. Xianxia's mind was intensely focused. Aware that he lacked speed, he stood firm like an ancient pine. With his long knife swung, he unleashed a dazzling display of golden light, successfully deflecting the incoming sword strikes and occasionally retaliating. However, he soon realized that this could not last. Through first-hand experience, Xianxia discovered that Lin Yan's movements were astonishingly unpredictable, and his swordplay resembled a tempest. It was overwhelmingly swift. After parrying only a dozen strikes, sweat beads began to roll down his forehead, not from fear, but from the immense mental exertion required to maintain focus. The battle must be resolved quickly. Clang! Once more, the knife and sword met in collision. Xianxia let out a light shout, and with a sweeping motion of his blade, he generated a sense of adhesion. A domineering and powerful knife intent surged along the edge of his blade, enveloping Lin Yan with an overwhelming force that seemed to obscure the sky. This was the culmination of 20 years of arduous training, refined into the essence of the golden knife technique. Lin Yan suddenly felt an invisible binding force, rendering him immobile. Unable to stir, Xianxia bellowed, recognizing it was the moment to retaliate. With the momentum of his swing, his blade flashed like a streak of golden light, coalescing into a golden line aimed at Lin Yan's neck. Lin Yan let out a soft grunt. Indeed, the martial path resembled ascending a tower, with each level revealing new vistas. His internal energy surged like a mighty river, then abruptly erupted into an astonishing aura. With a resounding crack, the invisible bindings were shattered, and he swiftly retreated. Xianxia's blade relentlessly pursued him, closing in perilously close to Lin Yan's throat. Suddenly, he was struck by the deafening roar of a tempest, akin to a torrential downpour crashing within the red and green pavilion. You wield the might of a blade. I possess the force of a sword. As Lin Yan retreated, he deftly retracted his long sword, capturing the overwhelming force of the tempest within its blade. When the storm was confined to its zenith, Lin Yan's retreat came to an abrupt halt. With a light tap of his toes against a pillar, he propelled himself back towards his original direction with even greater speed. With a sweep of his sword, he met the piercing golden light. In an instant, the cold blade became drenched in the rain of 1,000 storms. For the first time, Xianxia's resolute and fierce gaze reflected a glimmer of shock. The clash of blades rang out in rapid succession, clang, clang, clang. With a resonant sound, Lin Yan sheathed his sword, lightly landing on the ground as his flowing garments descended gently. Meanwhile, Xianxia was left battered with sword wounds, notably a significant puncture in his chest, though it spared his heart. Lin Yan had shown restraint. After all, to kill publicly would mean he could no longer remain in Huaiyang County. I have lost. Xianxia exhaled deeply, struggling to utter the words. Chapter 45, Settling the Score. Silence enveloped the green and red pavilion. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Around Lin Yan and Xianxia lay the chaotic aftermath of a whirlwind, with shattered furniture and scars from blades marking the surroundings. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the breathtaking, overwhelming duel that had unfolded before their eyes. As if it belonged to an entirely different realm, Xianxia panted softly. The intensity of the confrontation had drained his vitality significantly. Yet, he had not emerged empty-handed. Lin Yan's sword had opened a gateway to a new world for him, offering profound insights into the art of blades and their power. The crowd remained entranced, but Lin Yan and Lu Ying fixed their gaze firmly on Xianxia. It was time for him to fulfill his promise. Xianxia spoke gruffly, "Rest assured, young. Am a man of my word." The blade shimmered once more, gold gleaming, but this time it was aimed at himself. His left arm soared into the air before crashing down to the ground. "Leader!" The members of the Qinghe gang exclaimed in horror. Xianxia grunted, pressing several acupoints along his arm. With a swift stroke, he tore through the fabric, severing his sleeve. With a piece of cloth, he tightly bandaged the wound of his severed arm and secured it firmly. The gaze of Lu Ying flickered slightly. "Master Yang, you're indeed discerning." Xianxia, with a pale countenance, managed a smile and remarked, "Survival after losing an arm, indeed. Shopkeeper Lu has granted me a chance to live, serving as a stark reminder. How could I possibly be ungrateful?" He then turned to the motionless Qian Hong Hong, standing beside him, and said in a low voice, "The Suihong building is closed. Come with me. If you wish to continue operating a brothel in the future, I will arrange one for you on another street. However, you must never set foot in Baiwa Street again." Qian Honghong nodded like a soulless being. Yang Ji sheathed his long knife, grasped Qian Honghong's arm, and strode swiftly towards the door. The members of the Qinghe gang exchanged glances before following closely behind. The Huaiyang building's doors were tightly shut. The street bustled with people, merchants calling out incessantly, among whom were numerous spies from brothels and gangs, all intently observing the direction of the Huaiyang building. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door swung open. Yang Ji pulled Qian Honghong through the threshold and swiftly made his way down the street, followed closely by the members of the Qinghe gang. They moved like a surging tide of darkness, quickly disappearing from Baiwa Street, leaving behind a crowd of stunned onlookers. In less than half an hour, Yang Ji of the Qinghe gang had entered the Huaiyang building and exited with its proprietress, having sacrificed an arm in the process. It became evident that rather than aiding Qian Honghong in reclaiming her dignity, Yang Ji had instead lost a limb himself. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped the crowd as they pondered the true nature of the Qinglu workshop. Inside the Huaiyang building, Lu Ying rose abruptly, ignoring the remaining guards. She turned and walked towards the door, casually stating, "Next, the Xiaoxiang Pavilion." Thus, this day was destined to be anything but tranquil for Baiwa Street. Lu Ying and Lin Yan, accompanied by a dozen guards, visited every renowned brothel along Baiwa Street. These establishments had all previously conspired against the Qinglu workshop. However, having witnessed the fate of the Huaiyang building, none dared confront Lu Ying directly. Upon meeting her, they seemed eager to bow their heads in submission, pleading for her to spare their lives. Fortunately, Lu Ying had no intention of eradicating them completely. The Huaiyang building was the principal villain, while the others were merely instigated. Furthermore, if Lu Ying truly forced all brothels to shut down, the local government would inevitably intervene, leading to the desolation of Baiwa Street, which would tarnish its illustrious name. Having expelled the Huaiyang building, Lu Ying did not wish to become a second tyrant. After all, her principle had always been to foster prosperity through amicable relations. By evening, the Qinglu workshop was in full operation, attracting scholars, wealthy merchants, and dignitaries who reveled in merriment, composing poetry and enjoying the vibrant atmosphere. With the local strongman issue resolved, the next chapter awaited. Is the dragon crossing the river? In the dead of night, the lights along Baiwa Street extinguish one after another, and the once bustling thoroughfare returns to a state of tranquility. Within the loft of Qingshu Fong, Lin Yan, Lu Ying, and Lu Er congregate, where Lu Er has meticulously gathered and organized all the intelligence regarding the Angry Tide Gang. However, due to the support of the White Lion Gang and the Rakshasa Gang in the county town, their movements remain shrouded in secrecy, leaving many clues unclear. The names of the White Lion Gang and the Rakshasa Gang may sound intimidating, yet they are merely a collection of street thugs engaged in brawls, with few skilled martial artists among them, and their leader being of mediocre reputation. Their strength lies in their deep roots within the streets, making them well-informed, which is precisely why the Angry Tide Gang sought their assistance. Recently, members of the White Lion and Rakshasa gangs have been lurking around Qingshu Fong and Baiwa Street, occasionally causing disturbances, precisely to investigate the secrets of Qingshu Fong. I had captured a couple of their lackeys to inquire about the situation, but unfortunately, they were ignorant of the whereabouts of the Angry Tide Gang. Now that news of your sweeping actions in Baiwa Street has spread, the Angry Tide Gang will surely suspect a connection between Qingshu Fong and the demise of Jinyu. Lu Er, seated upon a chair, summarizes the collected intelligence before lifting a cup of tea and drinking it down as if it were mere water. Lin Yan inquires, "What about the details of the Angry Tide Gang? Surely you must have something." Lu Er hands Lin Yan a stack of letters, stating, "The Angry Tide Gang has long established itself along the Changhe River and Dongting Lake, with its leader, Zhou Zijiang, known as the Iron Lock crossing the river, being a master of innate prowess. He commands 2 vice leaders and 8 hall masters, all possessing martial arts skills above the first tier, each a seasoned warrior." First tier? Lin Yan has yet to encounter a first-tier expert. Han Faidu, at his peak, had once entered the first tier, but due to lingering injuries from the battlefield, his vitality waned, causing him to fall from grace. Although Yang Ji stands as a pinnacle among the second tier, he ultimately lacks a certain finesse and comprehension. Should he fully integrate his combat experiences against Lin Yan, he might indeed aspire to breach the first tier. Currently, Lin Yan can be said to be invincible beneath the first tier, contemplating that even against a first-tier master, he might still have a chance. Moreover, he is an assassin. To create the most favorable circumstances for assassination, leveraging the environment and timing to triumph against the powerful is the very essence of being a killer. Lu Ying leans against the window, where the moonlight shines outside. The commission from the building has also emerged. A hall master from the Angry Tide Gang, along with 10 elite members. The reward for eliminating one would count as a completed task until the grasp of the Angry Tide Gang is entirely eradicated from Huaiyang County. Lin Yan expresse mille de surprise, as this marks his first encounter with the Smoke and Rain Tower's large-scale operation. If we proceed with such killings, won't the Angry Tide Gang become enraged? Lu Ying chuckles. You still underestimate the power of our tower. In the vastness of heaven and earth, with 13 esteemed leaders, even if you are the pinnacle of the second tier, you are merely a yellow character in comparison. It was none other than Zhou Zijiang, the leader of the Angry Tide Gang, who managed to eliminate several formidable assassins of the Xian character. The Misty Rain Tower represents an entity they dare not provoke. However, we must remain hidden in the shadows, unable to boast about our deeds. Thus, instilling fear through our actions and shaking the Tiger's Mountain is sufficient. Lin Yan was enlightened. Lu Ying continued, that being said, the current situation of the Angry Tide Gang is rather bleak. They have suffered severe losses in their conflicts with the Hidden Flood Gang. Coupled with the opportunistic assaults from various river factions, such as those from Taihu and Yang Lake, the territory of the Angry Tide Gang has drastically diminished. Their attempts to extend their reach into the Huaiyang County along the Changhe River are merely a desperate search for new avenues. Chapter 46. Luring the Snake from its hole. Lin Yan sighed. The struggles within the martial world are indeed fierce. Having dwelled in the county city for so long, I have become somewhat narrow-minded. Lu Ying chuckled lightly. It is good that you understand. In the county city, there's only one faction worth our attention. Lin Yan inquired which one. Lu Ying pointed toward the sky. The Tian family, the supervisory office. They are responsible for monitoring the martial world, and their ranks are filled with skilled individuals. Even innate masters are not uncommon. Do you know why there are so few major sects or martial families in the county city? It is due to the presence of the supervisory office. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot share one mountain. Residing within the county city means constant surveillance. Who can endure such scrutiny? The key is that the supervisory office represents the imperial court, and no faction is willing to sever ties lightly. Hence they all keep their distance. Many have fled to the famous mountains and wilds to establish sects and pass down their traditions, maintaining a separation from the court and the martial world. Only those like us, engaged in the business of assassination, cannot escape the need for urban intelligence. Otherwise, we would not bother to establish a foothold in 100 Flower Street. After Lu Ying's explanation, Lin Yan felt a profound realization dawn upon him. Lu Ying slowly approached from the window, but fret not. If you truly possess extraordinary talent, you will not remain buried within the Misty Rain Tower. Should you seize a prominent position one day, your name will resonate throughout the martial world. Lin Yan sipped his tea. I have no interest in fame or fortune. I find my current life quite satisfying, drinking and taking lives. It offers both pleasure and a place within the martial world. Lu Ying laughed. At such a young age, you are so carefree. Perhaps you should consider a monastic life. Now let us discuss the Angry Tide Gang. If you intend to involve yourself in this endeavor, what are your thoughts? Let me be frank. There are many eyes on them, all skilled individuals from the tower. If you hesitate, you might end up with nothing. Lin Yan, understanding the stakes, stroked his chin. I still have an advantage. We are close to the source. The Angry Tide Gang is targeting us and currently fixated on Qinglu Workshop. So let us entice them out of their lair. Lu Ying smiled, taking a sip of tea. Drawing the snake out of its hole is permissible, yet one must tread carefully to avoid capsizing in the gutter. Lin Yan chuckled softly. If I do capsize, Sister Lu, I hope you'll lend me a hand. Lu Ying shot him a glance. I have taken residence at Qinglu Fang for the past few days, and my brother Lu Er is keeping an eye on my tail. Lu Er sat silently, sipping tea, and nodded in acknowledgement. The following day, business at Qinglu Fang proceeded as usual. In the evening, Lin Yan held court at the establishment, indulging in music and wine, while during the day, he leisurely strolled through the streets. Behind him, a few rats stealthily followed. Their affiliations uncertain. Whether they belonged to the White Lion Gang or the Rakshasa Gang mattered little, for they had taken an interest in him, which was precisely his intention. Lin Yan had recently cultivated a new hobby, fishing. The clear waters of the Qinghe River flowed into the city from the west, only to exit from the east, eventually merging with the shimmering Luyu Lake after a 10-mile stretch. Luyu Lake, abundant with fish, was an ideal fishing spot. Each morning, as the sun ascended, blazing like a furnace and radiating warmth, Lin Yan would hoist a fishing rod over his shoulder and carry a basket as he strode confidently out of Qinglufang, making his way along East Street toward Luyu Lake. In order to maintain an air of authenticity, he did not visit daily, but rather every other day, establishing a rhythm to his outings. Soon, whispers circulated along Baiwa Street that the proprietor's cousin at Qinglufang had become infatuated with fishing. On one particular morning, Lin Yan yawned as he retrieved his fishing gear from the storeroom of Qinglufang. He donned a straw hat, draped a raincoat over his shoulders, slung the basket onto his back, and finally hoisted the fishing rod. Exiting through the side door, he made his way to the main street, traversing the bustling city gates and winding through the densely wooded mountain paths. Upon reaching the end of the road, he beheld a crystalline lake, glimmering under the fervent sunlight. Along the way, he encountered a few familiar fishermen, engaging in light-hearted banter as they walked together. However, while their fishing was for sustenance, Lin Yan's endeavor was purely for the joy of the sport. Upon arriving at Luyu Lake, the fishermen dispersed. They headed south around the lake to board boats and cast their nets, while Lin Yan ventured north, seeking a tranquil shoreline where he could fish in solitude. He had recently discovered a delightful spot where a stretch of the bank extended into the heart of the lake, graced at its end by a drooping willow. Its myriad branches cascaded down, brushing the lake's surface, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Lin Yan strolled along the bank until he reached his favorite spot, a flat, azure stone shaded by the willow's canopy, kissed by a gentle breeze, rendering the heat less oppressive. He meticulously arranged his fishing gear, then boldly settled down, picking up the rod, baiting the hook, and casting it with a vigorous flick, the hook tracing an arc before plunging into the water. From that moment onward, Lin Yan sat in tranquil meditation, akin to an ancient monk in deep contemplation, embracing the serenity of the days that had passed. Lin Yan has developed a fondness for the pastime of fishing, which not only allows him to cultivate tranquility and enhance his mental state, but also offers him a glimpse into the cyclical nature of existence as he gazes upon the rippling waters of Luyu Lake. He sits there, lost in time, when suddenly the fishing line in his hand trembles vigorously. He has caught a fish. With a swift tug on the rod, a sizable carp thrashes in the air before landing precisely in his basket. Just then, a voice calls out from behind. Lin Yan? The renowned Jiuzhou of Huaiyang, along with 2 of my brothers from the New Chao gang, were ambushed a month ago. Does this have anything to do with you and Qinglufang? Upon hearing the voice, Lin Yan is not taken aback. He slowly turns to face the source. 3 figures stand about 10 paces away, all clad in fisherman's garb, their rugged, sun-kissed faces betraying their identity as elite members of the New Chao gang. Lin Yan chuckles. Indeed, it is related. I was the one who ended Jinyu's life with a single stroke to the throat. The 2 members of your gang sought to kill me, so I ambushed them first and sent them to hell. The trio is momentarily stunned, taken aback by Lin Yan's unexpected honesty, leaving them at a loss for how to respond. Lin Yan raises 2 fingers, kindly suggesting, you may either turn around and report to your leader, or apprehend me now and take me to him. What will it be? The 3 elite members of the New Chao gang fall silent, and in unison, they draw weapons concealed beneath their raincoats. One wields a pair of pistols, another a slender sword, while the last produces a harpoon. It is evident they have chosen to subdue Lin Yan. New Chao gang bears no grudge against you. Why then have you slain our brethren? One of them inquires once more. Lin Yan rises to his full height, slowly shedding his raincoat. The report from the Zhenfu Sea was quite clear. Huaiyang has been trafficking in human lives, leading to the ruin of countless families. Jinyu's death is not unjust. The New Chao gang has condoned the actions of Huaiyang without remorse. It seems you 2 share in this culpability. The swordsman among them swings his slender blade, producing a sharp whooshing sound as it cuts through the air. There exists a way for both man and spirit. In the realm of the Jianghu, one must prove themselves through action. He warns, do not hold it against us for using our numbers to overpower you. Lin Yan responds with a faint smile. Who is to say who is greater in number? The trio has no time to ponder Lin Yan's words. A gust of wind rises, and Lin Yan's figure transforms into a fleeting shadow as he darts towards them with remarkable speed. Chapter 47. The Encirclement. The 3 elite members of the New Chao gang are seasoned fighters, possessing ample experience in combat. The lakeshore where Lin Yan stands extends into the lake, forming a narrow strip that can barely accommodate 4 people side by side. The 3 have effectively cornered Lin Yan at the heart of the lake. Originally, the advantage lay with them. However, they did not anticipate that, in such circumstances, Lin Yan would dare to take the initiative. His figure moved like a tempest, appearing almost instantaneously. With a clang, his sword was drawn, as if the wind itself sang and whispered, though the blade was swift. The trio from the Rage Tide gang were no mere novices. Their narrow sword play was agile. With a flick of the blade, they parried, blocking the howling gusts. The arms wielding the spear expanded, unleashing a surge of force akin to turbulent rivers, converging upon the iron sword's edge. The final harpoon was particularly elusive. One of them leaped, soaring several meters high, diving downwards. With a flick of the spearhead, it resembled a dragon leaping from the depths, baring its fangs as it aimed for Lin Yan's brow. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. The trio's coordination was impeccable. Should he not alter his tactics? Even if he were to severely wound the swordsman and the spearman, he would still be pierced by the harpoon. Without hesitation, Lin Yan extended his arm. With a retraction of the blade, he swept it aside. In an instant, a myriad of sword rain erupted from the tip of his sword. Clang, clang, clang. The sword swept like a relentless downpour. Almost simultaneously, it collided with the harpoon, narrow sword, and dual guns, resulting in a cacophony of metal clashing. 1 against 3. The three from the Rage Tide gang were taken aback. Such swiftness in swordplay. The force unfurled like a torrential storm, obscuring the sky. Despite their numerical superiority, they felt as though they were on the verge of being overwhelmed and counterattacked by a violent tempest. Just as the four were locked in a stalemate, whoosh! 3 arrows whizzed from the lakeside thicket, accompanied by a sharp sound that cut through the air, arriving in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, a shadow darted swiftly from the lakeshore. 3 flying daggers were hurled forth, stealthy and swift as lightning. The trio from the Rage Tide gang was filled with dread. An ambush. I'll handle this. The dual guns spun and twisted, creating a luminous whirl of gunfire, producing a series of sharp sounds. As the arrows and daggers met, an explosion resonated, sending shockwaves through the air. The dual guns managed to deflect the 3 arrows and daggers, but their arms felt an immediate ache. Both were formidable fighters. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, the 3 shifted from offense to defense, retreating rapidly towards the shore. In the distance, whoosh! 3 more arrows came hurtling toward them. The figure at the shore launched another 3 daggers, and simultaneously revealed 2 short swords, emitting a peculiar laugh as they charged toward the trio from the Rage Tide gang. The situation had drastically changed. Lin Yan understood the implications. The 2 intervening individuals were undoubtedly associates from the Misty Rain Tower. Earlier, Lu Er had informed him that 2 assassins were also watching him, lying in wait for the perfect moment. As a competent assassin, this was indeed their optimal opportunity to strike. Thus, Lin Yan was certain that someone would make a move. As the situation unfolded, it was precisely as Lin Yan had anticipated. Naturally, he would not relinquish his business without a fight. As the trio from the Angry Tide retreated hastily, he pursued them relentlessly. With a deft step, he vanished into thin air, closing the distance to the swordsman at the rear, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. The long sword was drawn, resembling fleeting light, and in an instant, it unleashed a radiant aura, rendering the sword's trajectory indistinguishable. The swordsman from the Angry Tide, with trepidation, thrust his sword into the shimmering light, only to be met with a series of crisp clashes. After barely parrying a few strikes, he found himself unable to match the iron sword's swiftness, succumbing like an avalanche. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, a chill enveloped his neck, and blood gushed forth. Assassin achievement, entering the realm, 45. Note, 1 more business transaction is required to unlock the next stage of achievement. The target must be above the 2nd-tier realm. Meanwhile, the Angry Tide expert wielding a harpoon had just cleared the arrows and darts, lifting his gaze to find the assassin's dual swords closing in on his vital points. With a swift spin of the harpoon, he swung it like a whirlwind, striking down with the force of a mountain. The dual sword assassin chuckled, dividing his arms to counter. Clang! 1 sword deflected the harpoon's might. In a flash, the other sword pierced through, striking directly into the throat of the Angry Tide expert. In an instant, both men lay lifeless. At this moment, only the dual gun wielder faced a pincer attack. In that fleeting second, the dread of death left him drenched in sweat. A cacophony of crossbow bolts echoed like thunder, with 9 arrows dividing into 3 waves, each consisting of 3 arrows, howling towards him. The archer assassin, eager to claim a victory, aimed for the kill. However, Lin Yan and the dual-sword assassin would not allow this lamb to escape unscathed. Launching their swords in unison once more, the wind whispered ominously as a tempest approached. The dual guns of the angry tide expert danced with fierce energy, emitting a series of howls as he desperately defended against the onslaught of blades. Yet it was all in vain. Following a series of rapid clashes, Lin Yan and the dual-sword assassin brushed past each other. Thud, thud, thud. Arrows struck the angry tide expert squarely in the forehead, followed by a relentless barrage of 8 arrows, each penetrating his vital points. The expert collapsed without uttering a sound, kneeling in defeat, his spirit having departed. The fatal wounds were found in his throat, 2 in total, a sword mark and a gaping hole. As the wind stilled and the rain ceased, Lin Yan sheathed his iron sword, and the system promptly delivered a notification. Assassin achievement. Entering the realm, 55. Note, the achievement of entering the realm has been completed. The next stage is unlocking. A faint smile graced Lin Yan's lips. He had seized the final head. Your sword is indeed swift, flying swordsman. The dual-sword assassin chuckled, twirling his blades before returning them to their sheath with a resounding clang. The figure before them was slender, clad in simple cloth, wearing a bamboo hat, and possessing an unremarkable visage, likely not his true appearance. Lin Yan offered a faint smile, inquiring, "May I ask your name?" The man known as Biaosheng responded. "And who might that be?" Lin Yan pointed into the distance, where a man emerged from the thicket, wielding an iron bow and carrying a quiver on his back. Biaosheng smirked. "I have never seen him before." The bowman appeared to walk with composure, yet each step covered a considerable distance silently, quickly approaching the duo. Perhaps due to not having claimed a life, he bore an expression of vexation. "You two are quite ungracious," he remarked, "while you feast on meat. At least leave me some broth." Lin Yan replied nonchalantly, "Next time, I promise." "What do you go by?" The bowman clasped his fists, declaring, "Lu Guang." Lin Yan responded, "A splendid name, truly befitting." The trio proceeded to introduce themselves. Biaosheng and Lu Guang were both of the Huang rank, primarily operating around Huaiyang County, though they seldom resided within the county seat. After receiving a commission from within the building, they had been the first to arrive at Huaiyang County, shadowing Lin Yan, waiting for the opportune moment to act. After patiently waiting for several days, they indeed lured out 3 elite members of the Rage Tide gang. Biaosheng consoled Lu Guang. "Though 3 have perished, counting the Hall Master, there are still 8 left for you to divide." Although the assassins of the Misty Rain Tower operated independently, such cooperative ambushes were accounted for collectively. Therefore, Lu Guang's complaints were merely casual. The actual loss was not significant. The Misty Rain Tower emphasized mutual assistance, strictly forbidding deceit and backstabbing among its members. Any transgressor would face a relentless pursuit until they were utterly eradicated. Thus, despite it being their first encounter with Lin Yan, Biaosheng and Lu Guang managed to collaborate and communicate effectively. Chapter 48. Outstanding on the lakeshore, a gentle breeze swept through, dissipating the aura of bloodshed and death. Lin Yan gazed down at the 3 corpses. "We must first dispose of the bodies," Lu Guang suggested. "Should we cast them into the mountains?" Lin Yan replied, "I propose we bind them with stones and sink them into Liyue Lake." Biaosheng chuckled. "Why go to such trouble? Allow me." He retrieved a small porcelain vial from his pocket. Corpse-dissolving liquid, a unique secret of the one family from Lin Yan. Just a drop is enough to cleanse the body entirely. As he spoke, he poured a drop onto one of the corpses, and, with a sizzling sound, the body rapidly transformed into a puddle of foul liquid. Lin Yan and Lu Guang watched in astonishment. Biaosheng proceeded to dispose of the remaining 2 bodies in the same manner. Lin Yan then gestured, and Liyue Lake erupted with a column of water, thoroughly washing away the remnants of the foul liquid. The 3 elite members of the Rage Tide gang vanished completely from existence, leaving no trace behind. The 3 individuals exchanged knowing glances, their objectives aligned in pursuit of the business of the Angry Tide gang. Liu Guang proposed, "As far as I know, masters from neighboring counties are hastening to Huaiyang County. Why don't we join forces to ensnare the Angry Tide in one fell swoop? We shall divide the spoils, leaving the remaining individuals with nothing but a fruitless endeavor." Biaosheng chuckled. "I concur. The more participants, the smaller the rewards. It's best to strike quickly." Lin Yan observed the camaraderie between the 2 and remarked with a smile, "I am most agreeable. We possess the advantage of proximity. With 3 of the Angry Tide's elite missing, they will undoubtedly send others to investigate. We shall replicate our previous tactics, capturing them as if they were turtles in a jar. However, let it be known, once or twice is permissible, but a third time must yield a bait to draw out their leader. Though Liu Guang and Biaosheng noted Lin Yan's youth, they were impressed by his maturity. Nodding in unison, understood. Lin Yan gestured to his fishing gear. I will continue fishing. Liu Guang and Biaosheng nodded slightly. You need not concern yourself with us. With that, the two swiftly vanished into the woods, concealing themselves once more. Lin Yan donned his raincoat and tucked his long sword into his bosom, settling upon a stone of jade. In his fish basket, a lone carp swam languidly. He reattached the bait, casting his line with a swift flick, sending the hook back into the lake. Now he found the opportunity to assess the changes within his system. Name, Lin Yan. Internal skill, return to source breathing technique, proficiency. 50, traits, rapid energy recovery, remarkable healing. Flower and tree technique, utilizing the opponent's force against them, discerning the source of their true energy, seizing the initiative before their power can manifest, redirecting their strength. Swordsmanship, secret records of the sword path, proficiency. 50, traits, wind whisper, rain cover, interweaving strategies, possessing extraordinary talent, integrating strategic maneuvering into swordplay, traversing all directions. 100 steps, flying sword, uniting and separating, unfailingly advantageous. Lightness skill, light body technique, proficiency. 50, traits, like a shadow, cloud soaring. Treading snow without a trace, light as a feather, moving like a startled swan, leaving no trace behind. Assassin achievement, exceptional, 05. Notes, 5 transactions remain to unlock the next stage of achievement. Valid commission targets must be of the first-class realm or higher. The proficiency in internal power, swordsmanship, and lightness skills had all advanced the stage, and Lin Yan's actual experience felt remarkably different. Firstly, his internal energy had nearly doubled, expanding from a mere stream to a vast lake, with the meridians in his limbs and bones becoming broader and more robust. The energy flowed within his dantian like the ebb and flow of tides, displaying myriad phenomena. Additionally, a new characteristic had been added to his internal skill, flower and tree technique. In simpler terms, Lin Yan could now anticipate the direction of his opponent's internal energy and intercept it preemptively, retaliating in kind. From a practical standpoint, Lin Yan's internal energy operation now exhibits the characteristics of swift recuperation and seamless adaptability. He shows almost no fear of protracted battles or skirmishes. Furthermore, concerning his swordsmanship, after achieving a proficiency level of 50, Lin Yan's sword momentum has reached a state of perfection. He has also refined a strand of sword intent, embodying the essence of the raging tempest, the ability to manipulate clouds and rain, and a newly acquired principle of strategic maneuvering, all of which can be transformed into swordplay. The secret records of swordsmanship have also introduced a new feature, strategic maneuvering, which Lin Yan comprehended as the quintessence of the Ghostly Valley School's sword techniques. The horizontal sword attacks focus on technique, seeking advantages, while vertical sword attacks depend on momentum, striving for reality. The principles of maneuvering are the ways of heaven and earth. The horizontal and vertical sword techniques complement each other harmoniously. In comparison to mere horizontal or vertical sword techniques, the combination of both presents an impeccable form, embodying the profundities of traversing all directions and the art of the 100-pace flying sword. This evolution renders Lin Yan's swordplay even more unpredictable. Lastly, regarding his lightness skill, with the enhancement of his light body techniques, Lin Yan's physique has become lighter, his speed swifter, and his leaps higher. He has acquired the new feature, footprints unseen in snow, which, as the name suggests, is succinct and clear. His speed is akin to a soaring swan, leaving no trace in the snow where he treads. In summary, Lin Yan's strength has undergone a qualitative leap. If he were to confront someone like Yang Ji, he feels confident in placing his long sword against the adversary's neck before they have even drawn their blade, achieving a new milestone. In high spirits, Lin Yan lightly taps his thigh, humming to himself, "Today is a splendid day." Suddenly, a splash indicates that another fish has taken the bait. In the depths of Maolin Alley within Huaiyang County, there lies an independent courtyard. In the exquisitely constructed hall, at its center, Su Wanglong, the leader of the Angry Tide gang, sits in the middle, a hint of anxiety flickering across his resolute, authoritative countenance. To his sides, 7 formidable figures, each exuding an extraordinary aura of martial prowess, either sit or stand. Old 7 and the others still have no news, Su Wanglong states in a deep voice. Not as a question, but as a declaration. According to reports from the Rakshasa gang, that Lin Yan returned to Qinglu Fong unscathed, bearing a basket of fish. Surely, they haven't been killed? Someone quietly voiced this unspoken concern. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Su Wanglong inhaled deeply, remarking blandly, "Haven't we yet fully investigated Qinglu Fong?" A voice responded, "The White Lion gang has been inquiring from multiple sources, even bringing in the original builders for questioning. All we know now is that Lin Lu and Lin Yan are siblings who recently arrived at Baiwa Street. Lin Lu is quite affluent, lavishly spending and swiftly consolidating the foundation of the Drunken Flower Tower while hastily erecting a brothel." Su Wanglong slammed the table, his voice rising in anger. "Do you really need to reiterate this? From whence does Lin Lu acquire her resources, and what forces lie behind her? What is Lin Yan's lineage and prowess? Are these inquiries known? Alas, you remain entirely uninformed." Su Wanglong, infuriated by the lack of ambition, answers himself. A voice murmurs from the crowd, "Boss, we are but outsiders here. This is not our territory. The White Lion gang and the Rakshasa gang are both at the lower echelons, their capabilities limited." A hush fell upon the hall. Su Wanglong spoke gravely. "If we wish to establish ourselves in Huaiyang County, we must ascertain who opposes us." With a flourish of his sleeve, he commanded, "You few, go and capture Lin Yan." The fate of the three underlings is inextricably linked to Lin Yan. Whether alive or dead, we must witness it. The 7 individuals below rose in unison, bowing with fists clasped. "Understood." Chapter 49. The Net of Heaven and Earth. Lu Ying furrowed her delicate brows, circling around Lin Yan, 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right, as if examining a rare curiosity. She stroked her chin and murmured, "I can't shake the feeling that you are somehow different." Lin Yan spread his arms wide, resembling a clothes hanger, and, amused, replied, "What's different?" Lu Ying lightly tapped her own jaw with her slender, fair fingers, each tap eliciting a word: form, aura, essence. "Oh." Lu Ying's enchanting eyes widened in disbelief. "Could it be that you have reached the first tier?" Lin Yan chuckled softly, "As you surmise." A rare expression of exaggerated astonishment graced Lu Ying's typically cheerful face. "This is astonishingly swift. Even those prodigies from major sects may pale in comparison." Lin Yan felt a flicker of surprise and contemplated how to navigate the conversation. Lu Ying, brow knitted in thought, mused, "It is said that reclusive sages enjoy fishing. Could it be that fishing truly aids in enlightenment?" Lin Yan clapped his hands, seizing the moment. "You might be onto something. Fishing genuinely helps in calming the mind. It feels as though inner strength flows with divine assistance. Care to give it a try?" Lu Ying squinted her eyes and scoffed, "Humph, not a chance. With the Angry Tide gang watching you, don't think I'll be dragged into this. I'll remain safe in Qinglu Square." Lin Yan chuckled. "You make a valid point." With that, he slipped away to evade further questioning from Lu Ying. 2 days later, Lin Yan donned his fishing gear once more and set off with a group of fishermen through the eastern city gate. With the enhancement of his return to origin breathing technique, his senses had sharpened significantly. He could discern the intricate patterns of a leaf from several paces away. The sounds of insects rustling through the grass and dew cascading down leaf veins reached his ears, and with a deep inhale, the surrounding scents flooded his nostrils. Each identifiable: the fragrance of grass, the sweetness of blooming flowers. Even the skin and palms seemed to more acutely perceive the direction of the air. Thus, as Lin Yan turned onto the mountain path, aside from the jovial banter of several old fishermen beside him, he sensed 2 silhouettes trailing him from a distance. One moved gracefully and silently among the trees, while the other hastened along the ground, concealing itself behind the trunks. These 2 figures were none other than the assassins from the Misty Rain Tower, Liu Guang and Biaoxing. However, Lin Yan subtly cast a glance toward the thicket ahead. Among the towering trunks, he detected the presence of 7 additional figures, emanating a completely unfamiliar aura. The Angry Tide gang. Lin Yan mused inwardly, astonished that they could not even wait until reaching Liyue Lake. "You all go ahead. I need to take care of something," he said. The accompanying fisherman laughed and scolded. "A lazy donkey takes longer to relieve itself. We won't wait for you." They continued their light-hearted conversation, passing through the ambush zone unscathed. Lin Yan smiled, casually found a tree, feigned a need to relieve himself, and then, with his fishing rod in hand, ambled forward. In the silent woods, the only sound was the crunching of dry branches and fallen leaves beneath his feet. Lin Yan boldly stepped into the clearing along the mountain path, and stood still. This should be the center of the ambush. If you do not act now, I shall take my leave, his voice echoed through the forest. The 7 hidden figures were shaken. Had they been discovered? What keen perception this person possesses. The elite members of the Angry Tide Gang felt a mix of surprise and doubt, their thoughts surging like tumultuous waves as they struggled to gauge Lin Yan's true capabilities. But at this moment, with the arrow on the string, they had no choice but to strike. With a rustling sound, the leaves stirred. The 7 shared a silent understanding and leaped from the treetops. A massive fishing net suddenly unfurled in the air, with each of the 7 grasping a corner. Their internal energies intertwining to form an impenetrable web, akin to a heavenly net. This was the renowned formation of the Angry Tide Gang, the Celestial Web Formation, utilizing the fishing net as its primary instrument. The threads were crafted from red copper and gold, impervious to blades, designed to ensnare and eliminate masters, proving effective in every encounter. Lin Yan raised his gaze, surveying the radiant red copper and gold net that blotted out the sky. 7 figures surrounded him, armed with an array of weapons, sealing off all avenues of escape. Lin Yan, surrender willingly. In the distance, Liu Guang and Biaoxing sensed the urgency of the situation. Should Lin Yan be captured, they would surely be unable to contend with the 7 elite members of the Angry Tide Gang. With a swift whoosh, arrows and flying daggers were unleashed, striking towards the airborne members of the Angry Tide Gang with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. Is there an ambush? The elite members of the Angry Tide Gang were taken aback, their previously seamless formation momentarily faltering. A glint of brilliance flashed in Lin Yan's eyes as he smiled faintly. You 7 are in no position to safeguard yourselves. With those words, Lin Yan formed his fingers into a sword and pointed into the void. A resounding clang echoed forth. The long sword suddenly leapt from its sheath. In an instant, the sound of the blade resonated, echoing through the heavens. A fierce sword intent surged forth along the blade's edge, as the iron sword soared like a white rainbow. 100 paces of flying sword. The radiant brilliance of the blade gleamed like snow. In a heartbeat, it struck the very center of the descending fishing net. With a sharp thrust, the fierce light of the sword pierced through the thick, impenetrable web of internal energy, creating a gaping hole in the copper net. The power of the sword was terrifying in its might. Simultaneously, a powerful backlash of energy radiated outward from the fragmented net. Instantly, the 7 individuals nearby emitted muffled groans, blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. They were taken aback. A single sword had penetrated the celestial net. Could it be that the opponent was a congenital master? No. Upon observing the fluctuations of internal energy, it was evident that the opponent had yet to condense innate true energy. However, the might of this sword had already transcended the boundaries of acquired levels. The thoughts of the 7 varied, but they were also struck by the internal energy backlash, rendering their reactions sluggish. Meanwhile, arrows and flying darts came hurtling from a distance, resulting in a series of sharp metallic clashes. 2 agonizing cries followed in quick succession. 2 lives extinguished. The flickering light and the sound of darts revealed their forms. One drew a bow, releasing a barrage of arrows, while the other, wielding twin swords, darted close to the ground, charging at the remaining 5. Despite the numerical advantage of the Angry Tide Gang, the inscrutable Lin Yan stood in front, with a fierce onslaught of flickering light and dart sounds behind. The members of the Angry Tide felt a sudden chill of fear, their will to fight back dissipating, replaced instead by a paralyzing dread. They began to flee in panic. The hellish echo of the sword's cry resounded once more. Lin Yan's figure flickered, appearing in midair. With his hand grasping the sword, held before him, the surging internal energy coursed through the blade, emanating a formidable sword presence. He leapt forward, cutting through the air in all directions. A fierce sword flash surged forth in an instant, and 2 heads were severed, blood spraying forth like blossoms falling in spring. Tragically beautiful, yet cruel. Lin Yan remembered to leave a chance for the flickering light and dart sounds, allowing the remaining 3 to narrowly escape the sword's arc. Just as they managed to evade the sword's edge, they found themselves confronted by the flickering light and dart sounds. The flickering light unleashed a volley of 9 arrows, whistling in rapid succession. The elite of the Angry Tide wielded their blades in a desperate counter, slicing through 8 arrows, yet the final arrow pierced through one's brow. The flickering light exclaimed with delight, 2 down. Meanwhile, the dart sounds spun their twin swords like petals in the wind, launching a flurry of thrusts, as if merging the beauty of falling flowers into their rapid assault. The dart sounds, and the elite of the angry tide, armed with twin blades, exchange blows in a swift duel of 21 strikes. The opponent failed to keep pace with the dart sound speed, ultimately receiving a fatal thrust to the neck. At that moment, a figure scrambled and rolled, breaking through the encirclement, exerting every ounce of strength to flee towards Huaiyang County. Lin Yan sheathed his sword with a clang. A smile graced the corners of his lips as the bait was set. Now it was time to observe the 6 ears. Chapter 50. The escape. The dark figure gradually faded into the distant thicket. Biao Sheng remarked, "Hee, the net of heaven and earth possesses remarkable power. Flowing light, and I could hardly withstand it. Yet you seem so unfazed. Have you made a breakthrough?" Lin Yan responded with a subtle smile. "Hee, merely luck." Biao Sheng's expression shifted, filled with awe. "In such a short time, you have already reached the first tier. Ascending to the profound level is surely just around the corner. Truly, you are the one chosen by Lu Ying." Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. "Sister Lu, is she quite renowned?" Biao Sheng was momentarily speechless. "Renowned, but she has erred. That is why she was sent to Huaiyang County to start anew." Lin Yan inquired, "What error?" Biao Sheng chuckled. "I cannot disclose that. Otherwise, she would flame me alive. You might as well ask her when you have the chance, if she is willing to share." Lin Yan silently noted this. Flowing light, with the iron bow slung across his back, approached from the distance. "I did not expect the enemy to go all out. 7 elite members have emerged with the net of heaven and earth. Yet the leader has still not shown himself. Such boldness, coupled with caution." Biao Sheng added, "This battle has cost the Angry Tide Gang dearly. Given the leader's prudence, it is unlikely he will strike again. Instead, he will likely retreat." Flowing Light's eyes sparkled with determination. "Then we must pursue relentlessly. We cannot let the biggest deal slip away." Lin Yan chuckled. "Fear not. Let us return to Qinglu Workshop and await good news." With a crash, Su Wanglong shattered a teacup into fragments. The once thriving hall was now reduced to a scene of desolation, with but one person half kneeling on the ground, gravely injured, clutching his chest with one hand. Blood seeping from his lips as he recounted the horrors of the ambush in the forest. Su Wanglong fell silent, ultimately releasing a long sigh. The depths of Qinglu Workshop are unfathomable. Lin Yan's prowess must surely surpass the first tier. I fear I cannot contend with him. We must abandon Huaiyang County and withdraw tonight. This outcome came at a dire cost to the Angry Tide Gang, in their already precarious situation. This battle only compounded their woes. Su Wanglong could already envision the harsh reprimands he would face upon returning to the Angry Tide Gang. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Quick, have a Rakshasa gang prepare a pen and paper for me. I must write a letter to the gang requesting assistance." The underlings stared in disbelief. "Leader, with such heavy losses, will anyone come from the gang? And is Qinglu Workshop truly capable of total annihilation?" Su Wanglong cast a cold glance. "What is your level of cultivation?" The underling was perplexed, but replied meekly, "Above the 2nd tier." "And how do you compare to your fallen brothers?" "In the realm of uncertainty. Have you pondered why you managed to return?" The individual below displayed a hesitant expression. "Could it be due to my cleverness?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanglong fell into a profound silence, followed by an explosive outburst. With a resounding clap, he slammed his palm down, shattering the sturdy table with formidable force, and then unleashed a torrent of invective. "What nonsense! How is it that you, the fool, returned while others did not perish outside?" The man below immediately bowed repeatedly, not daring to utter a word. Su continued his tirade. "Your survival is merely due to the mercy of the adversary. Consequently, they have been able to track us here, fully grasping our movements, ready to ensnare us all." The man below was taken aback, realization dawning upon him as he broke into a cold sweat. "Master, we have been exposed. What will we do?" Su Wanglong sighed in frustration. "Do not panic. We are not without defenses, with the town suppression office in place. They dare not act brazenly in the county city." He urged, "Do not waste time. Quickly fetch paper and ink." The subordinate complied without delay. Once the materials were presented, Su penned a letter, then retrieved a pigeon from the coop, binding the message to its leg for swift delivery. "Master, what shall we do next?" Su Wanglong ziplit sholemni. "We wait. There are too many eyes outside. We cannot ascertain the enemy's surveillance. If we rashly leave the city, we will undoubtedly fall into an ambush." "And how long must we wait?" "Until the dead of night." Su Wanglong's voice was cold. In the King Lefeng, atop the highest floor, Lin Yan, Biao Sheng, and Lu Guang gathered in a refined chamber. The red-clad figure of Lu Ying presented a platter of delicacies and a pot of Huaiyao wine. You two have come to indulge in my hospitality. Biaoxing chuckled. I have long heard of Sister Lu Ying's generosity. Today it has proven true. My gratitude knows no bounds. Lu Ying placed the treats on a rosewood table. I seem to recall that the establishment speaks of me as one who repays grievances in kind. Whose tongue have you borrowed? Biaoxing replied with a grin. In response, Sister Lu Ying, it is the sparrows of Suha Prefecture. Lu Ying chuckled lightly. No wonder they chatter so incessantly. Lu Guang, being more action-oriented, rose with cupped fists, respectfully bowing to Lu Ying. I am with the Qinglu from Chunlu Prefecture. Lu Ying's lovely face broke into a gentle smile. At least one of you is sincere. That Qinglu fellow is rather taciturn, so your company must be peaceful. With a graceful wave of her sleeve, Lu Ying gestured toward the table laden with delicacies. Do indulge yourselves first. News from Lu Air has just arrived. The lair of the Angry Tide Gang is situated in Malin Alley. According to the reports from our watchers, the adversary remains quiet, showing no signs of movement. Biaoxing remarked lightly. This leader possesses remarkable patience. Lin Yan chuckled softly. Indeed, this leader is far more astute and cautious than we had anticipated. Under the broad daylight, with numerous eyes upon him, he fears being tracked and falling into an ambush. Lu Guang interjected, it matters not. If he continues to hide in that courtyard, we shall resort to poison and assassination. We will inevitably force him out. Lin Yan shook his head. Given this leader's prudence, I doubt he would allow himself to be caught in such a passive position. He will soon make a move. Lin Yan offered a faint smile towards Lu Ying. Sister Lu, I must trouble you to have Lu Air diligently keep watch. We must not overlook any trace. Lu Ying nodded in agreement, understood. The trio continued to sip their wine and nibble on snacks, remaining seated for several hours. Nightfall arrived as anticipated, enveloping Malin Alley, where Su Wanglong's courtyard lay. The courtyard door creaked open, and two shadowy figures hurriedly emerged, slipping out of Malin Alley and moving along the shadow of the towering walls towards the east. Across from Malin Alley, two sentinels observed the departing figures. One of the sentinels swiftly darted from the loft in pursuit of the distant shadows. After a while, two more shadows quietly exited the courtyard, hastily moving along the wall towards the west, vanishing swiftly. The remaining sentinels felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. Indeed, it was a ruse. He glanced back at the darkened courtyard door, but decided to descend and chase after the two departing shadows. One by one they left, and the street returned to its tranquil state. At this moment, at the entrance of the courtyard, Su Wanglong, clad in black attire, along with an elite member of the Angry Tide Gang, finally stepped out. Su Wanglong surveyed his surroundings attentively, his ears slightly twitching, absorbing the ambient sounds. He gestured. They have all been diverted. Let us proceed. After a while, a shadow slowly emerged from the loft, revealing an unremarkable middle-aged man. He was positioned far from Su Wanglong, moving silently, nearly breathless, following the traces left behind. Chapter 51, Assassination. The moon hung bright, yet sparse amidst the darkened night. Only a solitary lantern in Qinglu Fong flickered faintly. The Angry Tide Gang has slipped away. Our men were led astray by the White Lion Gang in two waves. Fortunately, Lu Air managed to keep up. They are currently hiding in a cottage on Fenglin Street, Rainfall Alley. Lu Ying leaned against the window, her arched brows and eyes reminiscent of a painting, glancing towards the three assassins seated at the table. Look at you all. Biaoxing, Lu Guang, and Lin Yan exchanged glances, raised their cups, and drank in unison. Biaoxing and Lu Guang stood up, grabbing their weapons before leaving Qinglu Fong. At this time, the horizon began to reveal a hint of dawn's light. Lin Yan stifled a yawn and remarked, I shall take a brief rest. Dear Shadow, smile gently. Are you not afraid they might seize your business? Lin Yan chuckled. They do not reside in the county city. If they strike swiftly, they can escape far away. But we are different. Qinglu Workshop is situated right in Huaiyang County. If I were to act within the city, I would need to consider how to evade the subsequent investigations by the local authorities. It's far too troublesome. Dear Shadow was taken aback. You wouldn't dare to let this business slip away, would you? Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. How could that be? There is no need for haste. If this hall master truly possesses first-class skills, the escort and the fleeting light are not so easily obtained. In the small courtyard, Su Wanglong sat in the hall, gazing at the gradually brightening sky outside. Though it appeared he had shaken off his pursuers, a tinge of anxiety lingered in his heart. A faint sense of crisis akin to a sword hanging above his head. Every moment was crucial. He only hoped that once the main hall received the message, they would dispatch someone to assist him immediately. As dawn broke, smoke from cooking wafted through the air, heralding the awakening bustle of the marketplace. Thud, thud, thud. Su Wanlong, who had been resting with closed eyes, silently opened them. The rhythmic knock, 2 short and 1 long, was unmistakably the signal agreed upon with the White Lion gang. Old 8, go open the door. Be cautious, he instructed. The remaining elite of the Fury Tide gang responded promptly, picking up a nearby iron rod as they approached the entrance. Old 8 grumbled, what is it? Delivery of the morning provisions, came the familiar voice of a young servant from the previous night's rendezvous. A low-ranking member of the White Lion gang. However, the tone and manner seemed subtly transformed, lacking the previous trepidation, replaced instead with a hint of steadiness and assurance. Old 8, without a second thought, unlatched the wooden door. With a creak, a brilliant flash of a blade surged through the narrow opening, and in a swift motion, the short sword pierced Old 8's throat. Gasp! Old 8's pupils dilated in shock. He desperately tried to make a sound to alert his companions within the hall, but could only manage short, labored breaths. The escort chuckled coldly, slipping an arm beneath Old 8's to support him, preventing his body from collapsing. He remained motionless, concealed behind Old 8. Old 8, why is it taking so long? Su Wanglong, noticing Old 8's prolonged absence, sensed something amiss and called out urgently. Just then, at the entrance of the hall, a towering figure stepped forth, and Su Wanglong emerged to investigate the situation. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the morning air. 9 arrows, like shooting stars, shot forth from a distant rooftop, hurtling directly toward Su Wanglong's chest. Su Wanglong's gaze sharpened with the swiftness of lightning as a bronze hammer appeared in his hand, crashing down with ferocity. A muffled thud echoed as the foremost arrowhead shattered into fragments. Clang, clang, clang. Su Wanglong swung with urgency, ready to confront the impending threat. A cacophony of rapid, thunderous sounds erupted as the subsequent arrows were obliterated by the bronze mace, reduced to mere powder carried away by the wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After 9 arrows, the luminous projectiles continued ceaselessly, akin to a barrage of cannon fire, relentlessly striking forth. Su Wanglong bellowed with ferocity, his vitality surging like the roar of a tiger or leopard. With a decisive stride into the courtyard, he swept the mace with great force. A powerful internal energy surged forth, producing a resounding crash as the stone pedestal was sent flying, colliding with the incoming arrows. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds echoed as the arrows shattered, the momentum of the stone pedestal unabated as it soared towards the distant rooftop. Lu Guang's gaze sharpened. He had no choice but to retreat, temporarily quelling his assault. Such ferocity. Lao Ba. Su Wanglong turned his attention to the figure at the entrance, letting out another commanding shout. Suddenly, with a dull thud, Lao Ba was hurled back towards Su Wanglong, crashing directly into him. Su Wanglong's expression darkened. Lao Ba was dead. Nevertheless, he waved his hand, redirecting the force of Lao Ba's flying corpse aside, endeavoring to prevent his subordinate from being left in a state of dismemberment. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of a sharp blade erupted from behind Lao Ba, illuminating Su Wanglong's eyes. Biaoshen crouched behind Lao Ba's form, launching a surprise attack. With lightning speed, dual swords emerged from his waist, aimed at Su Wanglong's throat. Clang! The sword's edge clashed against the mace, one sword stalling the heavy blow of the bronze weapon, while the other darted like a flash of lightning towards Su Wanglong's jugular. This dual sword maneuver had claimed countless lives. Su Wanglong found himself without time to defend. A smile began to form at the corner of Biaosheng's mouth. However, his smile quickly froze. The sword's blade was caught by a hand guarding the throat, an unexpected resistance that felt like a collision of metal against stone, rendering it incapable of advancing. Biaosheng gasped in shock. Golden Bell Shield? Su Wanglong loomed large, resembling a demonic deity. From above, he cast a colossal shadow over Biaosheng, instilling a sense of dread. With keen precision, Su Wanglong's hand shimmered with golden light, the overwhelming internal force sending Biaosheng's short sword flying. Immediately following, Biaosheng felt an immense power radiate from the bronze mace, his short sword unable to withstand it. Boom! Suddenly, the mace swept horizontally. Biaosheng was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the courtyard wall with a thunderous roar, causing it to collapse and enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Su Wanglong let out a cold snort. kicking aside the scattered debris as he approached the fallen stones of the courtyard wall. Biao, struck by the mace upon his head, bled profusely, feeling dizzy and unable to rise for the time being. Meanwhile, in the distance, Lu Guang had finally dislodged the stone pedestal, landing safely on the rooftop to avoid collateral damage. Biao was in dire peril. As the light flowed, a swift hand grasped an arrow from the quiver. Drawing the bowstring taut, energy coiled yet restrained. Then, with a sudden release of the string, the arrow surged forth, cascading like a rain of blossoms towards Su Wanglong. Merely a display of trivial skill, Su Wanglong wielded his bronze mace, creating an impenetrable barrier, deflecting every incoming arrow. Outside the courtyard, a middle-aged man appeared beyond the wall, a shadow darting forth towards Su Wanglong with a wave of his hand. Su Wanglong, with a decisive swing of his mace, shattered the final arrow, relying on his protective golden bell technique. He reached out with his radiant golden palm towards the shadow. To his astonishment, the shadow lacked formidable force, akin to an ordinary object tossed his way. It was a spherical item. Just as Su Wanglong's curiosity piqued, the orb in his grasp erupted with a thunderous explosion, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. Realizing the peril, Su Wanglong held his breath, retreating rather than advancing, and dashed through the smoke to the collapsed stone wall. He swept his mace, clearing away the rubble, but the figure had vanished without a trace. In the distance, the light had also disappeared. Su Wanlong snot dit daifun. The Qinglu workshop was indeed formidable. Despite his utmost caution, he had still revealed his presence. The commotion would soon attract the attention of the local authorities. A thought struck him, and he leapt gracefully from the courtyard, darting towards the bustling street beyond. Chapter 52, Pursuit. Having suffered a setback, the Qinglu workshop would require time to regroup and respond. This was the opportune moment for retreat. Su Wanglong contemplated this as he set off without waiting for a reply from the angry Tide Gang. He had arrived with 11 companions, full of vigor, yet now only one remained, fleeing in haste. Su Wanglong felt a pang of reflection but pressed on, navigating through the lively streets towards the southern gate. In the early morning, the bustling Baiwa street was sparsely populated, and the Qinglu workshop had yet to open. 3 figures slipped through the side door of an alley and swiftly ascended to the top floor via a concealed staircase. Lu Ying had prepared bandages and medicinal herbs in Lin Yan's room, where Lin Yan carefully placed the unconscious figure of the courier onto the bed. It was quite a predicament. Clearly, that leader was no ordinary opponent. Lin Yan placed a hand on the courier's pulse, his pure internal energy flowing through the meridians, rapidly healing the injuries. Lu Guang remarked, the adversary wielded a bronze mace, employing a forceful approach. With vigorous vitality and abundant internal energy, likely a top-tier expert honed over many years. Under Lin Yan's nurturing of internal power, the courier coughed violently, gradually opening his eyes. With a deep sigh, he uttered this time, I truly met with calamity. That old fellow possesses the golden bell shield and the esoteric techniques of Tianxin Temple. He likely reaches the level of the 6th gate. I wonder where he acquired such skill. Lu Ying handed a damp cloth to Lu Guang, urging him to assist in wiping the blood from the courier's forehead. Leaning against the bed curtains, he spoke calmly. 2 centuries ago, Tianxin Temple inherited the legacy of the Buddhist Heart Zen Institute, establishing its own sect and earning the reverence of martial artists across the land. The initial secrets of the Golden Bell Shield had indeed circulated through the martial world, yet the complete and authentic techniques remain preserved within the scripture pavilion of Tianxin Temple. It remains uncertain whether this Golden Bell Shield is a product of this individual's own fate or a deliberate acquisition by the angry Tide Gang. Liu Guang wiped the blood from his forehead and wrapped the wound in gauze, displaying a sense of helplessness. It is said that the practitioner who masters the 6th level of the Golden Bell Shield is already a top-tier expert, impervious to any sharp blades. Only by striking the practitioner's vital points, the gates of life, the eyes, the ears, the mouth, the lower regions, or other crucial acupoints, can one achieve a fatal blow. My archery is nearly entirely countered. I fear I must concede. The sound of pain escaped from Biaoxing. In my current state, I shall need to lie down for 2 or 3 days. That rascal's business has also cost me dearly. Both Liu Guang and Biaoxing turned their gazes towards Lin Yan, silently inquiring. Lin Yan withdrew his internal energy, rising to his feet. With a slight smile, he replied, no matter. As Liu Guang said, the 6th level still harbors many vital weaknesses. Besides, I possess a sharp weapon in hand. I do not believe his defenses are insurmountable. Liu Ya. standing by the window, was suddenly graced by the cheerful chirping of a small bird that alighted upon his arm. He extracted a note from the bird's claw. Su Wanglong has set off, heading toward the southern gate. He likely intends to flee to Huaiyang County while we are caught off guard. Lin Yan formed his hand into a claw, a surge of internal energy coursing through him, and a frost blade hanging on the wall was instantly drawn into his grasp. He donned the conical hat hanging by the door and remarked with a smile, "He is finally making his exit. I shall go bid him farewell." With a creak, the wooden door opened. "Remember to conceal your identity," Lu Ying's voice echoed from afar. "Understood." With a swift motion, Lin Yan vanished from sight. On the official road, Su Wanglong galloped on horseback, swiftly navigating the fork in the road and turning towards the direction of Luo Lake. The thunderous sound of hooves resonated like a roaring storm. Fishermen, who had never witnessed anyone racing so wildly along the mountain path, were startled by the approaching hoofbeats. Before they could react, Su Wanglong had already surged past them. "Get out of the way," he bellowed. The fishermen hurriedly dove aside to evade him, but some were caught off guard, struck by Su Wanglong's whip, sending them crashing into the nearby bushes, nearly losing their lives. As Su Wanglong sped past, he left behind a chorus of gasps and wails. After traversing the mountain path, Luo Lake came into view. Luo Lake is part of the Changhe River system, connected to Dongting Lake via tributaries. When Su Wanglong and his companions arrived, they had traveled by water. Now, he felt that as long as he could set sail from Luo Lake, he would be truly safe. Perhaps along the way, he might encounter some helpful allies. He rode southward around the lake, swiftly arriving at a dock. There, a swift vessel lay anchored. It was the very boat used by the Rage Tide gang. With a sudden leap, Su Wanglong sprang from his horse, landing deftly on the gangplank. The fishermen nearby, preparing to set the boat in motion, gasped in astonishment and stood frozen, unable to make a move. Su scanned his surroundings. Aside from his swift vessel, there were 4 or 5 small boats moored to the dock. A sinister smile crept across his face. Like a sparrow taking flight, he darted onto one of the small boats, causing the fishermen aboard to stumble and fall onto the deck in fear. "Who are you?" The fisherman stammered, trembling. Su regarded him with disdain, replying coolly, "Abandon the boat, and I shall spare your life." The fisherman, alarmed, protested, "No, this boat is my livelihood." Su, however, had no time for further discourse. With a powerful strike of his palm, he smashed a hole into the canopy-covered boat with a resounding crash. Water gushed in, swiftly submerging the vessel. The fisherman let out a wail of despair. Su scoffed dismissively before leaping onto another small craft, repeating his previous actions without regard for the fisherman's desperate pleas. One by one, he punctured the surrounding boats, sinking them into the depths of the lake. Finally, he bounded back to his swift vessel and set sail, the boat gliding slowly towards the heart of the lake. He felt a slight sense of relief. Even if the Qinglu faction had sent skilled pursuers, they could not catch him without vessels of their own. In the thicket along the mountain path, 3 fishermen lay unconscious, struck by Su's whip, gasping for breath. A few others crouched nearby, lamenting their plight, uncertain of what to do next. Suddenly, they felt a gentle breeze and heard a youthful voice beside them. What has transpired? They looked up to see, seemingly out of nowhere, a figure clad in green. A frail-looking scholar. The fisherman, helpless, explained, a madman galloped towards Luo Lake, and these 3 were caught off guard, struck by his whip. The force was immense, alas. I fear they may not survive. The green-clad scholar gathered the unconscious fishermen, drawing in a deep breath as he channeled his inner energy, enveloping them in a soothing warmth akin to a hot spring. In mere moments, the pallor of their faces improved, and they gradually regained consciousness. Just as the fishermen began to express their gratitude, the scholar had vanished without a trace. Lin Yan pursued the path to the Luo Lake dock, only to find a scene of wreckage and disorder. Fishermen were drenched, some desperately paddling through the water towards the shore. "Where has he gone?" Lin Yan's voice resonated, heavy with concern and depth. The fishermen, in unison, pointed towards the depths of Luo Lake. There, a veil of mist enveloped the area, and a shadow of a boat flickered in and out of sight, disappearing into the fog. Lin Yan nodded slightly, his figure flashing as he glided across the lake's surface, treading the waves like a divine apparition. Chapter 53. The Sword Stirs Luo Lake. The vast expanse of mist and wave shimmered like gold. Su Wanglong piloted his swift vessel, cutting through the water as he sped southward, soon to leave the confines of Luo Lake. Suddenly, he sensed a profound and piercing intent emanating from the mist, a force akin to an invisible tide sweeping toward him. Su Wanglong's gaze sharpened, his pupils narrowing in alarm. In the distance, within the swirling mist, a figure vaguely materialized. Upon closer inspection, a figure clad in azure appeared to float above the waves, light as a fleeting swan, each movement bringing it closer by several zhang. Su Wanglong was struck with a chilling fear. He had never witnessed such ethereal agility. Even their leader, a genuine innate master, could not traverse Luiyue Lake with such grace. What extraordinary lightness of skill and immense inner strength did this opponent possess? A sense of dread enveloped Su Wanglong as he felt an intense focus locking onto him. The waters of Luiyue Lake stirred by this intent, surging violently like ocean tides. Qinglu Fang, I, Su Wanglong, vow that the Fury Tide Gang shall withdraw from Huaiyang County. I hope for mercy where mercy can be found. Lin Yan's voice resonated from afar, filled with vigor, yet chilling in its implications. Promises pale in comparison to intimidation. Striking the mountain to scare the tiger. You are the last to face this. Lin Yan's figure's soared, as if riding the wind, swiftly ascending into the air. Then, a resounding clang of his sword echoed. The frost blade unsheathed like the evening snow across 1,000 mountains, chilling the very air. The intent of the overcast rain sword stirred the waters of Luiyue Lake, raising a tremendous wave that surged forth, lifting Lin Yan's form toward Su Wanglong's vessel with overwhelming force. Su Wanglong beheld this earth-shattering sight, his heart pounding in disbelief. How could someone, clearly not innate, stir the lake's tides so effortlessly? Despite the shock that coursed through him, years of battle experience prevented him from yielding easily. He immediately channeled all his inner strength, wielding his copper mace as if lifting a mountain, harnessing immense power as he struck toward Lin Yan, who rode the crest of the wave. Bring it on. Lin Yan, perched upon the wave, laughed heartily. With a flick of his sword, the intent of the surging tide transformed and converged into his blade. A wave spiraled around the sword, directed at Su Wanglong, crashing down with thunderous force. Clang! The long sword met the copper mace in a fierce encounter. The entirety of the tempestuous intent coalesced into that single strike, reaching an apex of concentration, before bursting forth explosively. Crack! A series of twisted fissures began to spread from the top of the copper mace, shattering into powder with a resounding crash. With a single stroke of the sword, the mace lay in ruins. Su Wanglong felt the backlash of his internal energy, letting out a muffled groan. However, the momentum of the icy frost showed no signs of abating. The sword's tip twisted, continuing its assault towards Su Wanglong's chest. Golden Bell Shield. Su Wanglong Bao Lao, crossing his arms in front of his chest, radiating a brilliant golden light. A thunderous clang resonated from the point of impact, as Lin Yan sensed the frost colliding against a solid iron surface. Yet, while the Golden Bell Shield was formidable, the frost sword was equally adept at slicing through iron as if it were mud. Not to mention the enhancement of the rain-covering sword intent, which rendered the blade exceptionally sharp. Lin Yan twisted his sword, its tip embedding into flesh, then made a horizontal slash. He spun gracefully in midair, landing lightly on the opposite side of the deck. Sword held aloft, he stood in silent opposition to Su Wanglong, whose arms were drenched in blood. Drops fell onto the deck, seeping into the lake. In a single exchange, Su Wanglong was not only disarmed, but also severely injured. The tide continued to surge violently, the swift boat rocking with the waves, causing Su Wanglong and Lin Yan to bob unsteadily. Su Wanglong, feeling the intense pain coursing through his arms, found his agility significantly impaired, a bitter expression crossing his face. Must you pursue total annihilation? Lin Yan replied with a calm smile. Put yourself in their shoes. If the angry Tide Gang were to triumph, what then would you do? Su Wanglong's gaze suddenly sharpened. After a moment, he slowly uttered 3 words. I understand. With a resounding clang, Su Wanglong summoned his internal energy, a faint golden silhouette of the bell emerging around him. Simultaneously, Lin Yan's sword intent surged anew. The blade stirred, drawing upon the tempestuous currents of the river, ascending into the sky. A sword technique descended from above, transforming into myriad forms. An endless rain of swords erupted from the tip, relentless and fierce, pounding upon the very apex of the Golden Bell Shield. It resembled a cascade of pearls falling onto a jade plate, dense and melodious. In an instant, cracks marred the surface of the Golden Bell Shield. However, the recoil force from the shield also surged back, shaking Lin Yan's vital energy and internal strength. The situation teetered on the brink of life and death. Either Lin Yan would shatter the protective golden bell and claim Su Wanglong's life, or the backlash would scatter Lin Yan's energy, allowing Su Wanglong to counterattack and reverse the tide of battle. At this critical juncture, a glimmer of determination flashed in Su Wanglong's eyes. With a mighty roar, he summoned all his internal power, conjuring the illusory image of the golden bell shield above him. He merely sought to withstand Lin Yan's relentless sword energy. As the opponent crossed the flowing moonlit lake, the sheer force of his sword would undoubtedly take a toll on his internal energy. He bided his time, hoping to endure. Unfortunately, though Lin Yan's internal strength flowed ceaselessly, he had no intention of engaging Su Wanglong in a direct confrontation. The initiative has always resided with him. His rainfall sword descended merely to divert Su Wanglong's internal energy and attention upwards. Yet, the true lethal strike is about to unfold. Lin Yan's figure flickered, vanishing from midair, as a sharp and piercing sword intent rapidly coalesced. In an instant, he reappeared directly in front of Su Wanglong. Raising his hand, the frostblade was released, propelled by the intent of a soaring sword, accelerating to its utmost in the void. Suddenly, it transformed into a shadow, as swift as lightning, hurtling towards Su Wanglong. A single blade severed the throat, 100 paces of flying sword. Lin Yan's figure flickered again, closely following the long sword, a single palm thrust forward. Just as Su Wanglong had no time to react, the edge of the frost blade pierced through the slightly weakened golden bell shield, thunderously penetrating and continuing its momentum. It then pierced through Su Wanglong's throat. The energy surrounding Su Wanglong abruptly dissipated. Clutching his throat tightly with one hand, he emitted a sound akin to a broken windbag. Rasping, "I have one last question. Who precisely are you? Who is behind Xinglu Workshop?" Lin Yan smiled faintly. "Yanyu Tower. The flying swordman, Lin Yan." A flicker of relief appeared in Su Wanglong's eyes. "So, it is. I see now." With that, Su Wanglong collapsed, eyes closed. Lin Yan sheathed his sword and, as per custom, inspected the body. Ahead, the mist gradually cleared, revealing the end of Luiyue Lake, where the Su River flowed. A massive silhouette of a black ship emerged faintly in the distance, resembling a colossal beast. In a flash, Lin Yan stepped upon the waves, returning. As the monstrous ship approached, the mooring ropes descended. Two agile figures grasped the ropes, effortlessly swinging onto the small boat adrift in the murky waters. Suddenly, a figure exclaimed, "It's Master Su. Master Su is dead." On the giant vessel, several figures sprang up, leaping directly onto the small boat. A voice, authoritative and severe, resounded, a sword through the throat. Moreover, it directly pierced old Su's golden bell shield. "This is a master swordsman." Another voice remarked, "Old Su and all his elite have perished. Are they declaring war on us?" "No, this is a warning. The Qianjiao gang is tightening the pressure. Huaiyang Prefecture is not a place we can meddle in any longer. Take old Su's body. We must depart." Chapter 54. The Final Formula and Elixirs. Morning. The dawn light is soft and heat rises. The mist over Luiyue Lake gradually disperses. A group of fishermen sits by the dock, sighing in despair. Their fishing boats have all been shattered by Su Wanglong, leaving them bereft of their means to earn a living, and they find themselves in a state of melancholy. "Look, what is that?" Following the exclamation, the crowd gazed toward the lake. A fleeting azure shadow glided swiftly across the lake, its speed astonishing. It appeared to be a person. How could this be possible? Doubts began to fade as the shadow drew closer, covering nearly 100 paces in mere moments. The onlookers soon discerned that it was indeed a person, gracefully traversing the waves. With each delicate touch of their toes against the crests, the figure seemed almost weightless, leaping effortlessly across a distance of several dozen feet. In the blink of an eye, they executed a graceful somersault, landing lightly on the dock. Clad in a scholarly azure robe, the individual exuded an air of fragile elegance. Those with keen eyesight recognized him as the blue-clad scholar who had inquired about directions not long ago. "Here are some silver coins," Lin Yan announced, retrieving a silk pouch from his waist containing over 10 taels. He tossed it to the group of fishermen. "This is compensation for the damage to your boat. Courtesy of the one who attacked you. Use this money to acquire another fishing vessel." The sum, although trivial to Lin Yan, represented a fortune for the fishermen. Without further ado, he vanished from sight once more. The fishermen rubbed their eyes in disbelief, as if the azure figure had been a mere figment of their imagination. Yet, the weight of the pouch in their hands confirmed its reality. As for whether fortune would follow misfortune, or if obstacles would yield to opportunities, the killer achievement stood out 15. Note, 4 more transactions were required to unlock the next stage of the achievement, with valid targets needing to be of top-tier status. With progress made, Lin Yan felt quite pleased. Before noon, he returned to the county city, entering the Qinglu Fong through a side entrance. Upon his arrival at the top-level loft, the golden bell in the Deer Shadow room chimed, signaling the entrance of anyone through the hidden passage. As Lin Yan ascended the stairs, Deer Shadow, clad in a fiery red attire, appeared, her eyes alight with curiosity. "So, did you catch up with him?" Lin Yan retrieved an iron token and tossed it casually to her. It was a piece of cake. Deer Shadow examined the token, recognizing it as the emblem of the Fury Wave gang, with the words Fury Wave engraved prominently on one side and Su Wanglong's name and title as Hall Master etched on the reverse. She tucked the token away, beaming. "Impressive. I can assist you in claiming your reward for the commission. Also, please hand over your waste token." Lin Yan removed the waste token of the Misty Rain Tower and tossed it to her. "What is this for?" she asked, her smile unwavering. "Your current accumulation is sufficient. I will help you apply for promotion to the Yellow Grade A rank." Lin Yan's interest was piqued. Achieving Yellow Grade A rank would grant him access to the Misty Rain's heart method teachings, although he possessed various skills from the returning essence breathing technique. Having an abundance of knowledge is never a burden. The system's rewards would serve as a solid foundation, and beyond that, he could explore other martial arts to enrich his repertoire. Upon hearing of Lin Yan's successful completion of the commission, Lu Guang expressed his admiration before taking his leave. Upon his arrival in the county town, he indeed made significant gains. He became acquainted with the formidable Lin Yan, marking a fruitful expedition. While Biaosheng was recuperating at Qinglu Fong, he temporarily resided in Lin Yan's quarters, while Lin Yan returned to his humble abode. After a few days, Biaosheng regained his ability to run and jump, essentially unscathed. He took Lin Yan on a delightful 2-day escapade along Baiwa Street, before reluctantly departing. The reason for his departure was none other than Lu Ying, who, upon noticing Biaosheng enjoying free lodging and meals at Qinglu Fong, attempted to flirt with the local maidens. Consequently, she wielded a feather duster to expel him from Qinglu Fong, instructing him to return to Suho Prefecture. The local bullies and interlopers were swiftly dealt with, allowing Qinglu Fong to resume its normal operations, flourishing with business once more. However, news of the Anger Tai Gang setback in Huaiyang County, including the death of their leader, spread rapidly through the Dongting water system and Huaiyang. It was rumored that the perpetrator was a swordsman of extraordinary skill. Eyewitnesses described him as a young scholar clad in green. He had intervened in a dispute at Luo Lake, striking down Su Wanglong on the spot. Prior to this, the individual was unknown in the martial world. Yet through word of mouth, a moniker emerged, the scholar swordsman in green. Setting aside previous skirmishes, Lin Yan had truly entered the realm of the 9 provinces martial arts. When Lu Er conveyed this news to Lin Yan and Lu Ying, Lin Yan merely smirked. "I find the title of flying swordsman far more appealing." Lu Ying chuckled. In due time, when your name resonates throughout the martial world, Lin Yan's days fell into a brief tranquility. He began tending to the flora in his courtyard, having neglected the seedlings and saplings Lu Ying had previously brought him. Armed with a hoe, he cultivated the barren yard, creating a small garden on the left and planting a banyan tree on the right. He laid down pebbles in the center, forming a quaint stone path. Finally, he arranged a stone table and stools beneath the tree, accompanied by a rocking chair, envisioning evenings spent sipping tea under the moonlight, leisurely and carefree. For 5 consecutive days, Lin Yan scarcely ventured outside, engrossed in his horticultural endeavors. At last, he had arranged the flower beds, pathways, saplings, and stone furniture to his satisfaction. One day, unable to contain her curiosity, Lu Ying visited Lin Yan's small courtyard to discover what he was up to. As she pushed the door open, she abruptly halted, promptly retreating and closing the door behind her. Glancing around the neighborhood, she murmured to herself, "I haven't taken a wrong turn." She then opened the door once more and stepped into the courtyard. This time, Lin Yan emerged with a teapot and cups, placing them on the stone table just as he noticed Lu Ying's arrival. "What are you doing? Entering and exiting twice?" Lu Ying smiled brightly. "You sly one. Sneaking around and pulling off such a grand endeavor. I barely recognized you." Lin Yan poured 2 cups of tea, sliding one towards Lu Ying. Taking a sip, He savored the flavor. This is merely idleness, is it not? What brings you here? Lu Ying placed the newly crafted waste token upon the stone table. This is the new waste token, marked with yellow characters, a first-class ranking. Lin Yan picked it up and glanced at it. The only change was the designation from B to A, with no other alterations. And he tucked it away into his garment. Lu Ying then produced 2 additional items. One was a tome, the heart method of the cloud and rain falling secret technique. And the other was a small porcelain vial containing the small elixir from Tianxin Temple, capable of healing both internal and external injuries, as well as enhancing one's power. As for the small elixir, Lin Yan regarded it with indifference, not even bothering to inspect it before depositing it into his attire. However, he was quite intrigued by the tome, lifting it to peruse its contents carefully, and casually inquired, "Are there any recent business dealings?" Lu Ying scoffed. "Your current ambition is to become a top-tier master. Such progress cannot be rushed." Lin Yan pondered for a moment. Other business ventures would suffice. After all, earning money is not shameful. If it involves illicit activities that provoke public ire, all the better. There is a certain satisfaction in dealing with such individuals. Lu Ying smiled slightly. "I shall keep an eye out for you. However, I happen to have a request for your assistance." Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" Lu Ying replied, "Qinglu Workshop has stabilized. I intend to recruit another assassin to expand our operations. I have already discussed this with Lu Er, and I would appreciate your assistance in this matter." Chapter 55. The Vagabond. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. Lu Ying had indeed mentioned before that she would not be exclusively coordinating with him, and now, given his prowess had surpassed the top tier, it was not ideal to assign him targets of lower caliber, which felt rather like underutilizing his talents. Hence, Lu Ying sought to recruit another individual. Lin Yan inquired, "Are there any specific requirements?" "Cleverness, agility, and talent are essential. A clear background, free from entanglements, and a pure and unblemished disposition would be ideal." Lin Yan feigned ignorance. "Are you recruiting an assassin or a disciple? Such standards are quite lofty." Lu Ying elegantly waved her slender, fair hand, revealing a charming smile. "Simply seek someone akin to your own caliber. I have great confidence in you." Lin Yan felt a surge of encouragement. No one enjoys flattery more than he. With a slight smile, he responded calmly, "Very well, I shall keep my eyes peeled." Lu Ying took a sip of tea, a subtle smile gracing her lips. In the days that followed, Lin Yan's life adopted a more structured rhythm. During the mornings, he would typically sit in a rocking chair basking in the sunlight, one hand holding the Heart Method tome while the other cradled a purple clay teapot. He would read a few lines, sip his tea, and savor the tranquility. After perusing the first 2 pages of inconsequential preface, Lin Yan gradually delved deeper, uncovering the profound mysteries of the Rain and Mist Heart Method. First and foremost, the inner strength cultivated through the Rain and Mist Heart Method. The practice of the Rain and Mist Heart Method is fundamentally distinct from the return to origin breathing technique. If the inner strength cultivated through the latter resembles a mighty river, then the inner force derived from the former is akin to the ethereal mists of the mountains, formless and elusive, subject to constant change. Intriguingly, within Lin Yan's dantian, these 2 currents of inner energy neither clash with one another nor merge. Instead, they exhibit a remarkable independence, while also possessing the ability to transform into one another. Much like the lakes below and the clouds above, when one aspect diminishes, the other can replenish it, allowing the mist to condense into water or the river to evaporate into clouds, thus establishing a perpetual cycle. Moreover, the Rain and Mist Heart Method possesses various extraordinary applications. Beyond bestowing lightness of body and breath akin to drifting clouds, it can conjure a mist-laden fairy realm using internal energy. In the midst of battle, Lin Yan can effortlessly create a shrouded paradise of swirling fog, obscuring the vision and senses of his adversaries. This not only affords him advantageous moments for assassination and escape, but also enables him to catch even innate masters off guard. However, at this juncture, Lin Yan has only managed to produce a wisp of mist. A gentle exhalation of internal energy from his fingertips releases a faint, delicate fog that drifts aimlessly, an enchanting sight, yet still lacking practical application. Further accumulation and refinement are necessary. Consequently, after thoroughly studying the threefold heart method, Lin Yan began to channel his inner strength throughout his limbs and meridians. Initially, he required a meditative posture, immersing his mind within his body to precisely guide the cloud energy through his channels. As he gradually became accustomed to the flow of energy, He was able to maintain the operation of the rain and mist heart method, even while walking or sitting. This advancement nearly doubled the speed of his cultivation compared to ordinary practitioners. This remarkable progress is attributed both to Lin Yan's exceptional talent and to the advanced mastery of the return to origin breathing technique, which provided a solid foundation that facilitated his study of the rain and mist heart method. In the afternoon, Lin Yan would often practice his inner cultivation while strolling through the streets, frequently visiting taverns and tea houses to listen to storytellers recount tales of the martial world. These establishments were often frequented by those from the Jiuzhou, allowing him to assist Liu Ying in scouting for promising talents. However, despite his efforts over the past few days, aside from absorbing numerous legends from across the 9 provinces, he had made little progress in finding companions. Notably, he had recently engaged in deeper conversations with the old beggar. One afternoon, as Lin Yan wandered through the alleyways, he accurately tossed a coin of silver to the old beggar resting by the wall, exchanging a knowing glance before preparing to continue on his way. Unexpectedly, a voice floated to his ear. "Lin, you were a brawler at Qinglu Square. And it was you who killed Su Wanglong of the Angry Tide Gang, wasn't it?" This voice, imbued with internal energy, directly reached Lin Yan's ears, leaving the surrounding crowd blissfully unaware, a secret transmission. Lin Yan's steps came to an abrupt halt as the old beggar, for the first time, openly employed his inner strength before him. Lin Yan immediately turned and positioned himself at the base of the wall, sitting down beside the old beggar. "Speak. What do you wish to discuss?" he inquired. The old beggar replied, "You young rascal, are you not surprised by my means of conveying thoughts? Did you already suspect it?" Lin Yan chuckled. "I sense you weren't particularly concealing it." The old beggar gritted his teeth in frustration. "You little brat, I have been waiting for you to inquire. Yet, from the very first day I met you, living amongst beggars, you remained calm and composed, never displaying curiosity. Despite your youth, you possess an uncanny insight into the world, coupled with an enigmatic martial prowess that is utterly inscrutable." With one hand resting on his chin, Lin Yan responded, "In times of insufficient strength, unwarranted curiosity can be perilous. I am not curious now, as I sense you could easily dispatch me with a single strike." The old beggar chuckled heartily. "Your mindset alleviates my concerns. I had thought that after killing Su Wanglong, you would become arrogant." Lin Yan assured him, "Rest easy. I fully comprehend the principle that there are always greater forces beyond oneself." The old beggar's expression turned serious. "Previously, I could not see through you. I assumed you were a disciple from a prestigious sect. Although I still find you elusive, I can at least ascertain that you lack a master. I formally ask you now, would you consider taking me as your teacher and embracing the life of a beggar?" Lin Yan, intrigued, asked, "What exactly is your true identity?" The old beggar, brimming with pride, was about to introduce himself. "Could you be the long-vanished elder of the beggar clan, Yu Gai, also known as Guanimoyu?" Lin Yan interjected. The words the old beggar intended to utter suddenly caught in his throat. He glared at Lin Yan, puffing out his cheeks in indignation. "I see you are deliberately trying to vex me." Lin Yan laughed. "How could that be? The reputation of the dragon-subduing palm echoes throughout the land. Who does not know of it? To take you as my master would be a tremendous honor, but to become a beggar," the old beggar slapped his thigh, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "Fine. It seems my successor shall not be you. I have been in Huaiyang County for nearly a year now, and I am soon to depart. However, before I leave, I must caution you. Although I do not know who is behind Qinglu Fang, I am aware that it is certainly a place fraught with danger. If you find yourself financially secure, it would be wise to extricate yourself sooner rather than later." Lin Yan fell silent. The old beggar was aware of his role as a henchman for Qinglu Fang, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that it was under the influence of the Misty Rain Tower, and that he was at the very center of this turmoil. Furthermore, the Misty Rain Tower held significant implications for Lin Yan, and he would not be leaving just yet. "All right," Lin Yan feigned agreement, wishing to pacify the old man's good intentions, then asked, "Are you still in search of a successor?" The old beggar sighed deeply. "Indeed, this pertains to a promise. I am prepared to depart today. We may meet again in the future. Are you in such a hurry?" Lin Yan was taken aback. Chapter 56. Farewell, the Eastern Wanderer. The old beggar nodded and shot Lin Yan a glance. "I have already lingered in Huaiyang County for quite some time. It is essential that I move forward." Lin Yan rose to his feet, retrieving a few pieces of silver from his pocket and tossing them into the beggar's tattered bowl, advising him, "Make sure to eat something nourishing. When we meet again, do not be so thin that I cannot recognize you." The old beggar tapped his bamboo cane. At least you still possess a semblance of conscience. He tucked the bowl along with the silver into his embrace, stood up, waved goodbye to Lin Yan, and turned to depart, singing as he walked away. The sky is gray, the earth is dark. The sky serves as a quilt, the earth is a mat. In tattered clothes, I wear a smile. With no gold beneath my knees, my heart remains unfettered. Accompanied by the receding melody, his stooped figure gradually faded into the crowd. Lin Yan watched the old beggar's departure, memories of their first encounter flooding his mind. At that time, Lin Yan had just arrived in this world, suffering from hunger and cold, devoid of any possessions, forced to beg by the roadside. It was the old beggar who discovered him in a faint, bringing him to the mountain deity's temple, providing him with a morsel of bread and a sip of water, thus reclaiming his life from the gates of death. Indeed, the old beggar had saved him. Later, he joined the Misty Rain Tower and had entrusted Lu Er to investigate the beggar's background, revealing that the old beggar was not an ordinary man. He was the esteemed elder of the beggar's sect, Guanmayo, a master of unparalleled skill, renowned for his extraordinary dragon subduing palm. Lu Er not only uncovered the beggar's identity, but also discovered other related secrets. Within the beggar's sect, there existed a rivalry between the dirty clothes and clean clothes factions, both embroiled in conflict, each refusing to yield. This internal strife left the position of sect leader in a state of uncertainty, despite the sect's prominence in the martial world. Guanmoyo was in fact the de facto leader of the dirty clothes faction. In an effort to quell the discord, Guanmoyo reached an agreement with the leader of the clean clothes faction, Hong Yan, to each seek an heir. 5 years hence, they would meet at Mount Laojun in Jialing for a contest. The victor of this duel would, under the joint guidance of Guanmayo and Hong Yan, ascend as the true leader of the beggar's sect. During this 5-year period, both factions were to cease their hostilities until the agreement was fulfilled. Hong Yan consented. Thus, Guanmayo began to wander in search of a successor. Upon arriving in Huaiyang County, he recognized Lin Yan's innate talent and steady disposition and contemplated taking him as his disciple. Should Lin Yan agree, he could potentially become the leader of the beggar's sect, the king among beggars. Yet, Lin Yan had no desire to embrace that fate. He now possessed other avenues to explore. As night fell, Lin Yan primarily remained in the Qinglu Fong, indulging in wine and music. Although disturbances were rare in Qinglu Fong nowadays, there were still instances of drunken revelry. Moreover, the reputation of Qinglu Fong has been rising steadily, attracting numerous literati, influential merchants, and even martial heroes, which inevitably leads to occasional frictions. Thus, Lin Yan is not entirely without tasks at hand. One evening, as Qinglu Fong had just opened its doors, a middle-aged man clad in brocade garments stepped into the establishment, immediately inquiring for the manager, Lu Ying. He introduced himself as the steward of the Lu family, wishing to reserve the entire second floor for entertaining distinguished guests. Lin Yan had heard Lu Ying mention the Lu family before. They are one of the foremost merchant and martial clans in Huaiyang County, primarily engaged in long-distance and maritime trade, boasting immense wealth. The head of the Lu family, Lu Xinyan, along with his 2 sons, Lu Jiming and Lu Zhihui, are frequent patrons of Qinglu Fong. However, the Lu family had never before reserved the premises entirely, and the guests they are hosting this time hold a particularly special status, being nobles from the land of the rising sun, the Inoue family. This occasion marks the Lu family's initial venture into maritime commerce with Japan, thus they hold it in high regard, providing ample financial compensation. The steward inquired whether Qinglu Fong could accommodate their request. Lu Ying, shaking a stack of silver notes amounting to 1,000 taels, handed them back to the steward with a beaming smile, stating, "We welcome guests from all directions, and it would ordinarily be inappropriate to refuse Master Lu. However, as he is entertaining esteemed guests from the East, I fear our humble establishment may not meet their expectations. I kindly suggest that Master Lu seek a more suitable venue." The steward, taken aback, did not insist further and, after bowing respectfully, departed. Once Lu Ying had seen off the steward, she observed him entering the nearby Xiaoxiang pavilion and chuckled softly as she turned to Lin Yan's small table. "It appears we shall have an entertaining evening," she remarked. Lin Yan, resting his chin on his hand, asked, "Why did you decline this business opportunity?" Lu Ying pursed her lips, replying, "Dealing with the Japanese can turn sour. Even the most lucrative ventures. It is best to avoid such murky waters." Lin Yan chuckled, understanding her perspective. The relationship between the Great Jin and Japan is rather intricate. oscillating between conflict and peace. The last war occurred over a decade ago, when General Li Shichong led a fleet of 40 ships, forcing the Japanese to retreat to their islands in fear, ultimately compelling them to submit to the Great Jin. Consequently, many Japanese and Central Plains people harbor mutual disdain, their attitudes far from amicable. Nevertheless, driven by the allure of profit, both the Liu and Inoue families aspire to transcend these barriers, promoting a philosophy of mutual wealth. As Liu Ying glanced at the Xiaoxiang pavilion across the way, noticing the Liu family steward leaving with a sense of accomplishment, she mused. It seems the Xiaoxiang pavilion is untroubled by complications. I might pay attention to the events unfolding there tonight. It could prove to be quite lively. Lin Yan grabbed a handful of peanuts and tossed them into his mouth, responding, I shall keep an eye on it. Later that evening, as the lights of Baiwa Street began to illuminate, the crowd gradually thickened. Suddenly, the rumble of wheels echoed through the air. Two splendid carriages approached slowly from the distance, unmistakably part of the Liu family's entourage. The surrounding crowd halted in curiosity. The driver of the second carriage, clad in a gray warrior-esque robe, possessed a gaunt and indifferent visage, with a slender sword hanging at his waist. Among the crowd, a discerning onlooker exclaimed, that garb and sword belong to the Easterners. Is there an Eastern person in that carriage? Another added, this is the Liu family's carriage. Without a doubt, the occupants must be from the East. Could they be guests of the Liu family? As the murmurs swirled among the spectators, the procession of carriages gradually came to a halt before the Xiaoxiang Pavilion, situated directly across from the Qinglu Square. The entrance of the Xiaoxiang Pavilion had drawn a multitude of onlookers, even diverting those who initially intended to enter the Qinglu Square. Among the crowd, some voiced their sentiments. These Easterners are truly audacious, daring to come to Huaiyang County. To which another retorted, you know nothing. The Great Jin and the East have been at peace for over a decade. They are invited by the Liu family, who will undoubtedly protect them. Lin Yan, possessing keen eyesight, leaned against the entrance pillar with an apple in his mouth, gazing at the unfolding scene. He noticed someone disembarking from the carriage. Leading the way was Liu Xinyan, the head of the Liu family, accompanied by Liu Jiming and Liu Jiuzhou, the family's young masters. Following them was a middle-aged man dressed in ornate kimono and a warrior from the east clad in a black robe. Liu Xinyan jovially addressed, Mr. Inoue, this street in Huaiyang County is the most bustling, and the view from a high pavilion overlooking the Qingshui River is truly remarkable. His words, spoken in Eastern dialect, were largely incomprehensible to the assembled crowd, save for the Liu brothers. Mr. Inoue reciprocated with polite remarks. The attendants of the Xiaoxiang Pavilion, though somewhat bewildered, heeded the subtle cues from the Liu young masters and promptly approached to greet their guests. Lin Yan observed that Mr. Inoue maintained a relatively calm demeanor. Yet the two warriors accompanying him exuded a formidable presence, their faces marked by arrogance and indifference. Particularly, the gray-robed warrior, acting as the driver, displayed an exceptionally cold demeanor towards the approaching attendant. With a disdainful snort and a fierce glare, he seemed to wield a gaze as sharp as a blade, causing the attendant to stagger back in alarm, nearly losing his balance had he not been supported by those around him. The crowd erupted in indignation. Hey, what are you doing? The gray-robed warrior turned his piercing gaze upon them once more, silencing the assembly with his intimidating presence. He then let out a derisive laugh, muttering a single word, coward. His tone was peculiar, yet discernibly from the Central Plains. The onlookers immediately grasped the implication. Coward. The crowd, now seething with anger, saw a bold figure from the martial world step forward, rebuking the warrior with fervor. The people of the East, foolish and extravagant, dare to be so audacious on the territory of the Great Jin. The warrior sneers, uttering a single word, coward. This time, his tone is particularly crisp and decisive. It seems you are asking for a beating. The man swings his hand like a fan, a powerful gust rushing towards the warrior's cheek. The warrior, quick-witted and agile, ducks just in time to evade the fierce wind above him. He then closes in, raising an elbow that crashes forcefully against the man's nose. Bam! Blood spurts from the man's nostrils, and he is suddenly dazed, swaying unsteadily before collapsing to the ground. The warrior retreats a step, disdainfully observing the onlookers who have backed away, and scoffs. Weak. A few individuals at the entrance of Qinglu Fang notice the commotion. Liu Xinyan narrows his eyes, yet remains silent. Liu Jiming and Liu Jiuzhou frown slightly, but do not speak. The crowd of onlookers around Qinglu Fang grows increasingly large, yet none dare to approach, recognizing the warrior's formidable prowess. Although the spectators hesitate, an invisible anger seems to be brewing among them. Mr. Inoue, maintaining a warm demeanor, finally speaks up, warning, "We cannot be rude, having come from afar." The warrior in the gray robe responds softly, "Yes." He then casts a sharp glance at the surrounding crowd, causing them to instinctively part, allowing him to swiftly ascend the stone steps to the entrance of Xiaoxiang Pavilion. Once the group enters Xiaoxiang Pavilion, the street, previously frozen in time, suddenly bursts back to life, filled with the cacophony of shouts and curses. Lin Yan rubs his temples and yawns, sensing that the evening's excitement has yet to conclude. The commotion at Xiaoxiang Pavilion quickly spreads through Baiwa Street. Coupled with the fact that the Liu family and the Easterners have reserved the second floor of the pavilion, the group brazenly strides through the hall and ascends. On the second floor, their party occupies merely a single table, while the rest of the seats remain empty. This situation instantly stirs discontent and complaints among diners who failed to secure a reservation. Some hot-tempered, wealthy merchants and chivalrous figures even block the entrance to Xiaoxiang Pavilion, demanding an explanation from the proprietor. The chaos is lively and tumultuous. "How is it?" Luing appears by Lin Yan's side, wearing a knowing expression. "Is this excitement to your liking?" Lin Yan chuckles. Xiaoxiang Pavilion is greedy for wealth, while the Liu family seeks to flaunt their status. Little do they expect that the Easterners are not easily subdued. Now, both Xiaoxiang Pavilion and the Liu family find themselves in a predicament. "TSK, I wonder how this will unfold." Lu Ying replies, "The Easterners are not foolish. They must have come with a purpose. Let's observe." As Lu Ying and Lin Yan were engaged in conversation, the proprietor of the Xiaoxiang Pavilion hurriedly approached the entrance, attempting to elucidate the situation to the gathered crowd. He explained that the second floor was reserved for the Liu family's private gathering and was not intentionally closed to the patrons. However, such reasoning might have sufficed on ordinary occasions. At this moment, however, the enraged assembly was unwilling to listen, erupting in shouts. "I have money too. Let me go up. Why should the Easterners monopolize a whole floor? Are you a spy for the East?" The proprietor of the Xiaoxiang Pavilion felt utterly flustered, realizing that the situation was rapidly deteriorating. At that moment, the so-called Mr. Inoue and Liu Xinyan unexpectedly emerged again from the pavilion's entrance. Mr. Inoue spoke loudly. "Dear friends, we have traveled from afar with no intention of causing offense. It is merely that my junior has heard of the remarkable talents of the Central Plains and wishes to witness the elegance of your martial artists, which has led to somewhat boorish behavior on our part. We hope you'll pardon us. We intend to engage in martial exchanges here at the Xiaoxiang Pavilion for a period of 2 weeks. We sincerely wish to spar and communicate with the esteemed martial artists of the Central Plains, aspiring to mutual advancement." His voice, infused with a formidable inner strength, resonated powerfully, echoing throughout Baijiu Street. Lin Yan and Lu Ying exchanged glances, both silently acknowledging that he was indeed a master. Liu Xinyan cleared his throat lightly and, observing the bewildered crowd, translated Mr. Inoue's words in their entirety. He then kindly added a reminder. Engaging in martial exchanges should come with stakes, and a life-and-death agreement must be signed. Those lacking in strength should refrain from stepping forward. I am saying this for your own good. After this, Liu Xinyan accompanied Mr. Inoue back into the pavilion. The crowd at the entrance fell silent for a moment before erupting into a cacophony of discussion. What? Lu Ying felt incredulous. She had not anticipated that the Easterners would journey such a distance with the intent of engaging in martial camaraderie, disregarding life and death. Lin Yan remarked nonchalantly, "The Xiaoxiang Pavilion, as a venue for martial contests, will undoubtedly enhance its reputation, and there is no reason for it to refuse." Voices rose outside the pavilion, with someone shouting, "Let us go. Who's afraid of whom? We cannot allow the Easterners to look down upon the warriors of Dejin, to disregard the martial artists of Huaiyang County. Let us go." The crowd surged forward, clamoring to enter the Xiaoxiang Pavilion. Lin Yan regarded Lu Ying, gesturing toward the pavilion and then himself, though he uttered not a single word. Nevertheless, Lu Ying understood. He was inquiring whether she wished to join in the spectacle. Go on, she thought, anticipating that the excitement of the forthcoming days would undoubtedly unfold within the Xiaoxiang Pavilion. Lin Yan grinned, waved his hand, and made his way diagonally towards the entrance. Not only Lin Yan, but many patrons from other establishments hurriedly rushed towards the Xiaoxiang Pavilion, drawn by the allure of the unfolding drama. By the time Lin Yan stepped inside the pavilion, it was already bustling with activity, thronged with people. Most individuals stood upon the ground, some even atop tables, encircling the central wooden platform. Mr. Jing and Lu Xinyan, among others, occupied the second floor, gazing down upon the central dais. Upon the platform stood a lone warrior clad in a gray robe, the very same coachman. He rested a hand upon the slender scabbard of his blade, standing proudly at the center, his gaze disdainful, as though regarding the multitude of heroes below as inconsequential. A voice rang out, inquiring loudly, what are the stakes of this contest? Lu Xinyan responded, the victor may choose to transcribe a martial art they have mastered or forfeit an arm. The Huaiyang Pavilion shall offer an additional reward of 100 taels to the ultimate champion. The crowd erupted in astonishment. To preclude any interference from the local authorities, those wishing to compete must sign a death contract. Those timid and apprehensive were advised to refrain from entering this fray. Lu Xinyan's words ignited the ire of the assembled martial artists. Let the contest commence. Who fears whom? In the midst of this exchange, a figure leaped forth, ascending the platform. Chapter 58. The Art of Unsheathing the Blade. The newcomer was a robust man, his physique formidable and countenance rugged, dressed in simple attire. His massive frame struck the high platform with a thunderous thud, akin to the tremors of the earth. Shouldering a colossal, unscabbarded blade, its spine gleaming gold and the blade itself deep and coarse, only the edge shone brilliantly, reflecting light with an ominous sharpness. I am Xianxia, he proclaimed, a name bestowed upon me by my friends in the martial world, the mountain-shaking Goldback. Today I have come to test my mettle against you. Below, the crowd buzzed with discussion, many voicing their support. Well done. Teach those Easterners a lesson. Lin Yan stroked his chin, recognizing Xianxia as the proprietor of the Xiangwei Martial Arts School in Huaiyang County. Years ago, he had roamed far and wide, learning from various masters. His golden-backed blade wielded with ferocity. However, the Xiangwei Martial Arts School had recently encountered difficulties, as its primary patron, the head of the Changfeng escort agency, had mysteriously disappeared, an act orchestrated by Lin Yan himself. Previously, the Changfeng escort agency and the Xiangwei Martial Arts School had enjoyed a symbiotic relationship, with the school training the agency's escorts while the agency helped draw in new clientele, enhancing the school's reputation and influence. Alas, with the escort agency now leaderless and on the brink of dissolution, the martial school faced a substantial loss of revenue, struggling to stay afloat. Xianxia aimed to gamble everything on this contest, seeking to forge friendships through martial prowess and restore the school's lost prestige, to mend the gaping hole in its finances. Yet, Lin Yan surmised that Xianxia was no match for the gray-robe warrior. He intended to voice a warning, but his words were drowned out by the cacophony of cheers for Xianxia, which only served to illuminate the flicker of newfound confidence in his hesitant gaze. He strode confidently to stand before the gray-robed warrior. The warrior was a head shorter than Xianxia. He lifted his gaze, looking up at Xianxia. Yet his eyes brimmed with disdain, as if he were the one looking down upon his opponent. The crowd surrounding them seethed with anger, their shouts and curses raining down incessantly. Lin Yan, channeling his inner strength, conveyed a warning to Xianxia, reminding him that he was not an equal to his adversary. However, the spirit of battle had already ignited within Xianxia, and he chose to ignore the caution. Lin Yan could not help but rub his temples, sighing, it is indeed difficult to dissuade a fool destined for demise. The attendants of the Huaiyang Pavilion presented a death warrant to both men for their signatures, then vacated the elevated platform entirely for the two adversaries. Xianxia gripped the golden-handled broadsword firmly, adopting a bow stance, ready to both attack and defend. His eyes fixated on the warrior opposite him. In that moment, the surrounding clamors seemed to fade into the background. Xianxia's mind entered a singular state of focus, undistracted by external noise. Before him stood the gray-robed warrior, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his posture low and poised. One foot forward and the other back, head bowed. Xianxia could not see the warrior's eyes, yet a sharp aura seemed to coalesce around the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, it felt as if an invisible force erupted between the two combatants. Xianxia advanced a step, swinging his broadsword downwards with ferocity. Then he witnessed the gray-robed warrior seemingly soar through the air, an intense gleam of blade erupting from its sheath, a flash like a streak of silver. Aiming for his throat, too swift for him to parry, the warrior smirked, a look of disdain crossing his face, and with a twist of his blade, boom, a shadow hurtled towards them, only to be cleaved into splinters by the warrior's strike, with fragments scattering. It was a wooden stool. Had it not intercepted the blade, Xianxia's arm would have surely been severed. The warrior's demeanor shifted sharply, his long sword now aimed at the crowd below. Who dares? The onlookers were left in astonishment, and Chen Sheng stood momentarily frozen. In their initial exchange, he had nearly lost his arm. Most spectators had not even discerned how the gray-robed warrior had delivered his strike. They merely saw a fleeting shadow, followed by the resounding crash of shattered wood. Who had thrown the stool? No one paid heed to that detail. Silence enveloped the arena. Who dares? The warrior bellowed once more, though his words were incomprehensible to the crowd. Lu Xinyan, slightly taken aback, cheerfully inquired, which brave soul intervened. Step forward and enlighten us. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes. Although the warrior's swordplay had eluded the comprehension of many, he recognized it clearly. It was the legendary technique of drawing the sword, where one's essence converges into a singular line, exploding forth in an instant of unsheathing. Strength, speed, and spirit all surged to their zenith at the moment the blade was drawn from its sheath. Before the opponent could react, a sudden and lethal strike was delivered. Lin Yan discerned that the gray-robed warrior had held back his true power. Otherwise, he would not have altered his course mid-attack to sever an arm instead of aiming for the head. Nevertheless, Lin Yan seized the opportunity, throwing a bench to aid Chen Sheng with a timely block. However, should he take the stage and reveal his prowess, he needed to consult with Lu Ying, for he now bore dual identities, and Qinglu Workshop was firmly rooted in the county town. Acting recklessly could expose him to the scrutiny of both the local magistrate and the martial world, presenting significant risks. In response to Lu Xinyan's inquiry, Lin Yan remained silent. Meanwhile, voices from the crowd began to rise in discontent. Isn't it possible to preserve one's martial skills? Why aim for severed arms? The gray-robed warrior sneered, dismissively stating, such futile actions abound. This technique bears no merit, nor is there any necessity to preserve it. Lu Jiming translated the warrior's words for the audience, inciting another wave of outrage. Lu Xinyan raised his voice, suppressing the crowd's dissent with his inner strength. According to our agreement, one must either retain their martial skills or forfeit an arm. Young friend Chen Sheng, you have already lost. It is now time for your decision. Chen Sheng's face fluctuated between shades of black and red as he indignantly declared, very well. I shall transcribe a technique. He descended the stage alongside the Lu family's attendant. Lu Jiming cautioned once more. The Jing family has immersed themselves in the art of the blade for many years. Their skills are exquisite, not to be trifled with by mere second-rate warriors. While you may indulge in idle talk from below, ensure you assess your own capabilities before stepping onto the stage. Clad in scholarly attire, Lu Jiming spoke earnestly, truly resembling a refined scholar. Yet, many in the audience remained unconvinced, having already branded the Lu family as self-serving and unscrupulous. Nonetheless, the Lu family maintained their composure, refraining from responding to the vitriol directed at them. Upon the high platform, the gray-robed warrior scanned the bustling crowd and, seeing no one willing to step forward, shook his head in preparation to leave for a respite. Wait, I shall give it a try. A figure leapt gracefully, soaring several feet into the air before landing lightly on the stage. It was a middle-aged man clad in scholarly robes, his exquisite attire resembling that of a teacher rather than a martial artist. With wide sleeves gathered behind him, he appeared unarmed. I am Chu Yuding. The majority of the audience did not recognize the middle-aged man and murmured in speculation. Only a few elderly individuals, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly realized. Could it be the renowned Confucian warrior, Silver Dragon of the Xianxia, who made a name for himself 20 years ago in Huaiyang? It must be him. It is said that he had long since abandoned martial pursuits for commerce. Yet today he dares to stand forth. Truly commendable. However, some express concerns. Has he not already withdrawn from the scene for many years? Why does he grace the stage once more? Can he still manage it? Chu Yuding bowed to the crowd, declaring, though I have partially retreated into seclusion, when faced with the invaders from the east, we are duty-bound to respond. I cannot allow them to perceive that there is no one to stand against them in the Central Plains. The crowd erupted in applause. The gray-robed warrior slowly turned, casting a glance at the imposing middle-aged man, a smirk playing on his lips. You appear to be stronger than the previous challenger. Do not disappoint me. Chu Yuding smiled faintly. I shall drive you from the Central Plains. Having signed a death pact, the two took their positions on opposite sides. Chu Yuding gathered his sleeves, then suddenly unleashed a formidable aura. A tempest swirled, howling fiercely. The gray-robed warrior's pupils constricted slightly, and he swiftly leaped to the side. Just as he jumped away, a silver chain darted up from the floor with a resounding crash, splintering wood in its wake. It was as if a silver dragon had surged up from the depths of the river, baring its fangs at the warrior. Had it not been for the gray-robed warrior's keen perception and swift reflexes, the chain could have pierced his vital points in that instant. The chain, indeed, was Chu Yuting's renowned weapon, capricious and unpredictable, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. The gray-robed warrior landed nearby and chuckled. How intriguing. Now, this is entertaining. Chapter 59, Severing One's Own Arm. A single strike had not yet succeeded. Chu Yuting let out a light snort, renewing his assault. As his sleeves billowed, he held the silver chain in hand, manipulating it with inner strength as it slithered like a serpent. With a flick of his wrist, the chain created ripples. Resembling a silver dragon dancing, its tip shooting forth with incredible speed toward the gray-robed warrior. The warrior struggled to gauge the chain as complex maneuvers, his eyes fixed intently on the rapidly approaching projectile, forced to retreat until he found himself at the edge of the platform. Excellent. The crowd erupted in cheers. That lad can hardly draw his blade. The warrior grinned mockingly, gripping the scabbard with his left hand and slashing it sideways to meet the whirling chain. With a whoosh, the chain entwined tightly around the black scabbard, and Chu Yuting, elated, yanked fiercely, intending to seize the long blade. Lin Yan sighed softly. This is bad. Suddenly, a resonant clang echoed. The scabbard was wrenched away by the chain, and the warrior, capitalizing on the momentum, unsheathed his sword, crouched low, and leaped off the edge of the platform. His figure flashed, and he unleashed a sweeping arc of light from his blade, instantly reversing the tide of battle. The sword-drawing technique was once again in play. His spirit surged like a volcano, erupting with a tremendous force. Chu Yuting went from joy to shock in the blink of an eye, hastily raising the chain to block. Bang! The warrior's blade. The chain whip shattered into two segments, leaving a diagonal gash across Chu Yuting's body. Blood dripped along the blade's edge, yet the wound was not fatal. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The tide of battle had turned, as sudden as a startled bird taking flight. Chu Yuting had lost. The gray-clad warrior remarked nonchalantly, "Not bad. You may preserve an arm by transcribing the martial arts." Chu Yuting stared blankly at the severed chain whip, feeling waves of anguish emanating from his wound. Upon hearing the warrior's frigid words, he felt as if awakening from a dream. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping audible. Was he truly to leave behind his martial arts? Chu Yuting's mind echoed with the question. His silver dragon whip technique was a treasured family legacy. Though it lacked the prestige of his sect's ultimate arts, it embodied the wisdom passed down through generations. He was a staunch traditionalist, having endured the harrowing years of war between the Great Jin and the East Japan. To relinquish his ancestral martial arts to the Japanese? Such an act of defiance against his ancestral teachings was utterly unthinkable. Chu Yuting struggled to assert, "I accept my defeat." With a swift movement, he gathered his internal energy into his palm, forming a claw, and abruptly seized his own arm, forcefully tearing it away. Blood gushed forth. "Take this." He hurled his severed limb directly at the gray-clad warrior. The warrior paused slightly, concealing his derisive expression, and replied coolly, "You possess valor, yet it is foolish." Chu Yuting scoffed and remained silent. He could only feel the relentless pain surging from his wound. The loss of blood rendered his complexion pale and his head spun. He hastily pressed on acupoints to staunch the bleeding. Stumbling, he made his way down the steps, but tripped, tumbling headlong to the ground. Gasps erupted from the crowd below. Suddenly, he felt a gentle breeze, and a pair of strong hands appeared, steadying him. A warm current surged within, invigorating his internal energy and swiftly replenishing his depleted vitality. Chu Yuting felt as though he were soaking in a hot spring. The excruciating pain from his severed arm eased considerably, and even his complexion improved. Turning to look back, he saw a throng of people converging around him, creating an impenetrable barrier. They inquired about his injuries, lauded his courage, and expressed concern over the East Japanese's brazen arrogance, lamenting the lack of anyone to rein them in. In anxious desperation, Chu Yuting scanned the crowd, asking several individuals for aid, but none were able to heal him. In a daze, he caught a glimpse of a figure in azure, parting the crowd and fading into the distance. Had that person saved him? The gray-clad warrior descended from the stage and returned to the second floor. Lu Jiuzhou addressed the crowd at the edge of the stage. The hour grows late. Let us conclude this gathering of martial camaraderie for today. If you wish to continue, please return tomorrow. In the days to come, for a duration of half a month, The esteemed masters of the Inoue family shall be graciously awaiting your presence at the Xiaoxiang Pavilion. This proclamation from the Liu family instantly incited a cacophony of astonishment among the onlookers. As the day's revelries drew to a close, Lin Yan was the first to depart the bustling Xiaoxiang Pavilion, making his way back to the Qinglu Fang. At the Jianga of Qinglu Fang, Lin Yan and Liu Ying sat by the window, where the moon hung in the sky like a silver disk, casting a luminous glow that made the waters of the Qinghe River shimmer. Liu Ying poured 2 cups of tea and inquired about the Eastern wanderer. Lin Yan savored the taste and remarked, "The sword-drawing technique bears a striking resemblance to the one I have previously encountered, known as the lightning blade. It possesses its merits." Liu Ying responded, "And what is strength? It must be of the first rank." He continued, "That black-robed warrior could indeed be formidable. As for Mr. Inoue, while he may not rival the old beggar, he too possesses an unfathomable depth." Leaning against the table with a posture as delicate as if boneless, Liu Ying mused. Such prowess is rare in the entire county. Only the town protector's office, the Huaiyang Academy, and the prominent Zhao and Zheng families can boast of masters who could hold their own against him. However, given the nature of this matter, which involves the martial world, neither the town protector's office nor the official Huaiyang Academy would intervene, lest it reignite national discord. Liu Ying further elaborated, according to intelligence from Liu Air, the Liu family is spearheading this collaboration with the East, with both the Zhao and Zheng families also involved. They are unlikely to send anyone to curtail this farce. Lin Yan gazed out the window, watching the gentle flow of the river, sipping tea in contemplative silence. Liu Ying continued, "The closest and most capable sect to manage the Eastern visitors would likely be the Xianxia sect. However, dispatching someone from here to deliver a message to them, and then having the Xianxia sect send a master down the mountain, would take over half a month. Time is of the essence. The remaining hope lies with the wandering cultivators in Huaiyang County, or those skilled individuals fortuitously passing through." Liu Ying sighed, alas. It seems that the limelight in the coming month will undoubtedly be monopolized by the Xiaoxiang Pavilion. I wonder how much silver we will forfeit. Lin Yan smiled subtly. "I am inclined to take action." Liu Ying straightened slightly, intrigued, and why is that? This gathering of martial spirits, though unofficial, is merely a trivial affair. The Easterners seek to save face, and the Liu family accommodates them for profit, fostering goodwill. Lin Yan replied, "Yet, I do not wish to grant them such courtesy. The warriors of Huaiyang County share my sentiments. I believe Chu Yuding is correct. While the Liu family profits immensely, they tarnish the honor of both the Great Jin and Huaiyang County. Such advantages must not be allowed to fall into the hands of those who are solely motivated by greed." Lin Yan's gaze turned to Liu Ying, who with a smile replied, "Your reasoning holds merit. Perhaps this is indeed the right course of action. Expel them, and the reputation of Xiaoxiang Pavilion shall also decline. Yet it shall not hinder our business." Lin Yan drained his cup of tea. "Very well, see you tomorrow." As night fell, the streets of Baiwa were sparsely populated. Lin Yan returned to the small courtyard, freshened up, and collapsed onto the bed, soon succumbing to a deep slumber, his rhythmic snores echoing the silence. However, for many, this night was destined to be sleepless. Chapter 60. Farewell to Ding Qing. The following afternoon, as Qinglu Workshop opened its doors, a figure began to loiter outside. Lin Yan, carrying a pot of tea, happened to pass by the entrance and instantly displayed a look of astonishment. He stepped outside and called out, "Is that you, Commander Ding?" Though the visitor was clad in plain clothes, a black brocade robe, and bore no weapons, Lin Yan recognized him at once. This individual was Ding Qing, the leader of the Xian E-Guard from the town pacification office. They had previously met at the mountain god temple outside the county town while seeking shelter from the rain, engaging in brief conversation. Yet, Lin Yan had not anticipated that Ding Qing would seek him out. Ding Qing fixed his gaze upon Lin Yan. The rigid expression on his icy countenance softened slightly as he clasped his hands in greeting. "Brother Lin, I have heard that a pair of siblings has arrived at Baiwa Street, establishing a Qinglu workshop that has not only dominated the brothels, but has also caused the Qinghe Gangxiangji to suffer setbacks. I came today to confirm it is indeed you." Lin Yan squinted slightly. The town pacification office was well informed. It was no surprise that Ding Qing could find him. What puzzled him was why he was sought out. "Commander Ding is looking for me?" Lin Yan gestured to himself with the teapot, seeking further confirmation. Ding Qing nodded. "Then please come inside." Lin Yan stepped aside, allowing Ding Qing to enter. They arrived at Lin Yan's usual seat. The daylight still lingered, and the workshop had yet to fill with patrons, save for the delicate young women adorned in light attire, flitting about. Ding Qing maintained his focus. Taking a seat opposite Lin Yan, Lin Yan filled Ding Qing's teacup and pondered for a moment. What type does Commander Ding prefer? Enchantingly alluring or ethereally refined? One who sells artistry but not herself, or one skilled in both beauty and talent? Speak freely, and I shall summon the sisters to accompany you. With a wave of his hand, several graceful maidens, each with varied figures, approached Ding Qing, bowing slightly. Sisters, this is Ding Qing, the commander of the town pacification office. Greetings, Commander. The air was filled with sweet, melodious voices, each resonating with an enchanting quality, as if delicate hands were teasing one's heart. Ding Qing remained silent, gripping the teacup tightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He had never encountered such an atmosphere. Lin Yan found the scene amusing. Ding Qing's demeanor was akin to that of a novice, as if he were Tang Sung entering the cave of the spider spirits, surrounded by alluring maidens. Caught in a dilemma, I did not come to indulge in frivolities. I have serious matters to discuss. Ding Qing's voice was low, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Lin Yan lightly coughed, bowing slightly toward the young ladies before him. Dear sisters, Commander Ding wishes to discuss matters with me, so I shall trouble you to entertain him on another occasion. The young ladies responded with polite nods toward Ding Qing. Unlike other courtesans, they refrained from indulging in suggestive banter, embodying the grace and poise of well-educated ladies of high status, before gracefully departing. Commander Ding, have you never partaken of the Flower Tavern's delights before? Ding Qing gazed pensively at the retreating figures of the young women. The last of them, adorned in a striking red garment, radiant as a peach blossom, exuded confidence. It was none other than the courtesan Shen Tao, the former courtesan of the Drunken Flower Pavilion, who had once been entrusted by Lin Yan to assassinate Jinyu, the original courtesan of the same establishment, following the death of her mother. Ding Qing snapped back to reality. No, I'm not accustomed to it. Lin Yan replied with a smile. In the bustling flower street, the brothels abound. While Qing Lu Feng may not claim to be exceptional, it possesses its own unique charm. Should Commander Ding find it agreeable, do join me for a drink and some music. I shall invite Miss Chun Tao to accompany us. She is proficient in music, chess, and the arts, and possesses a forthright nature. She holds admiration for those who serve the nation, such as you, so I believe you may find common ground. Ding Qing paused, a momentary flicker of embarrassment crossing his otherwise stoic face, but it quickly vanished. I sought you out for a serious matter. Lin Yan glanced toward the Xiaoxiang pavilion across the street and smiled. Very well, let us discuss business. Has Commander Ding come here regarding the Japanese? Ding Qing's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Indeed, it has come to our attention that a Japanese individual has been causing disturbances at the Xiaoxiang pavilion, injuring several people. This matter concerns the honor of the Huaiyang martial artists. The commander has instructed us to coordinate with the local warriors to bring an end to this contest of martial prowess as swiftly as possible. Lin Yan, intrigued, inquired, but what if there truly are no capable individuals in the county at present? Ding Qing replied, it is unlikely that there are truly no capable fighters. It merely depends on whether they are willing to take action. However, if no one is willing to step forward, we shall have no choice but to send skilled individuals from the command or students from the academy to challenge him, preventing further chaos. But that would be a last resort. Lin Yan remarked, so, you have thought of me? Ding Qing nodded. Among the warriors I know, besides my colleagues in the command, you are the most suitable. You are well-versed in the martial world and possess formidable skills. Lin Yan responded, hey, you have never seen me in action. How can you be so sure I am skilled? Ding Qing replied, it is instinct supplemented by a bit of testing. As his words fell, Ding Qing lightly tapped the table with one hand, channeling his inner strength to propel 2 chopsticks from a bamboo holder into the air. His movement was so swift it was nearly imperceptible as he deftly caught one chopstick, wielding it like a blade, a hidden aura of sharpness suddenly emanating from it. With a swift, silent slash, it seemed as if an invisible ripple spread outwards. Had Lin Yan not intervened, the furniture in Qing Lu Feng would surely have been destroyed. Lin Yan sighed. Commander Ding is indeed decisive. He arrived late, yet struck first. With a swift motion, the essence of the sword erupted forth. A chopstick seemed to materialize from thin air, deftly spiraling around his wrist before landing in his grasp. He positioned his sword horizontally to block, the sword intent resembling an insurmountable barrier, dissipating the ripples stirred by the knife's momentum. Bang! The 2 chopsticks clashed, producing a crisp, explosive sound. A flicker of excitement flashed in Ding Qing's eyes as he shook his arm, pressing down with the force of a mountain, intending to overpower. Lin Yan, in contrast, swiftly rotated his wrist, creating afterimages with his chopsticks, softening the relentless knife energy with a gentle yet firm touch. The two engaged in a rapid exchange. Ding Qing's knife techniques transformed in succession, akin to a tempest rising, surging forth in waves. Lin Yan stood like a steadfast pillar amidst the storm. His sword intent dissecting the intricacies of the knife's variations, the chopstick shadows resembling a downpour of rain. With calm composure, he deflected each successive knife strike. In a confined space, the chopstick shadows danced incessantly, producing a series of sharp sounds, emanating an aura of danger and precision. Their movements captivated the gathering crowd, particularly the young servants, guards, and ladies within the vicinity, who cautiously drew near, their eyes glued to the mesmerizing spectacle, instinctively gasping in awe. Ding Qing's internal energy surged, retracting his knife intent. Lin Yan understood and similarly dispersed his sword intent. The chopsticks touched and then swiftly separated, landing precisely in a bamboo holder, producing two crisp sounds. Ding Qing sighed. You have indeed grasped the essence. In just a few months, you are a true genius. Lin Yan chuckled lightly. It was merely luck. I appreciate your restraint, Commander Ding. Ding Qing shook his head, taking a sip of tea. I am now certain that the person from the east is no match for you. Will you take action? Lin Yan had intended to intervene, but he had not anticipated Ding Qing seeking him out for this matter. As he contemplated agreeing, a thought suddenly struck him. Grinning, he lifted his cup of tea. I have heard that the town protector's office occasionally commissions people from the martial world to handle matters they cannot intervene in. Is this task one such commission? Chapter 61. The Commission of the Town Protector's Office. Indeed, the Town Protector's Office will provide corresponding covert orders, and upon completion, there will be monetary and merit rewards. This particular commission offers 100 taels of silver and a first-class merit badge, which can be exchanged for elixirs and techniques recorded by the Town Protector's Office. Lin Yan's heart stirred. This mechanism resembled that of the Misty Rain Tower, with merit levels categorized similarly. He mused internally, speculating that the Misty Rain Tower likely borrowed from T. He needed to clarify the tolerance of the local authorities regarding the use of force. Ding Qing remarked, You may kill or spare their lives, as you deem fit in the heat of battle. The only stipulation is that they must not be able to set up their arena. Lin Yan chuckled. This is indeed a provocative task. Should Lin Yan slay the samurai of the Inoue family, not only would the distant Inoue clan in the East Sea harbor resentment, but even the nearby Liu, Zhao, and Zheng families in Huaiyang would likely hold a grudge against him. Yet, such an act would also garner him prestige and the support of the people. Ding Qing continued. The Liu family has already incited public outrage by allowing the Easterners to set up their arena. The warriors and citizens of Huaiyang will stand with you in Qinglu Square. He emphasized. And what are the local authorities? Ding Qing cast a penetrating gaze at Lin Yan. The local authorities will protect every law-abiding citizen. His words hinted at deeper implications, yet Lin Yan had disowned his character. Without evidence, Ding Qing would not take action against anyone. I accept this commission. I shall proceed tonight, Lin Yan declared. Ding Qing drained his cup of tea and replied simply, Thank you. With that, he rose and departed. Lin Yan saw Ding Qing off and returned to his seat, gently caressing the teacup as he pondered. His original intention was to wield the frostblade, disguised as the scholar of the Azure Garb, to ensure that the matter appeared unrelated to Qinglu Square, thereby cultivating an image of a chivalrous figure who despises evil. However, Ding Qing's visit had introduced unforeseen variables to his plan. Although Ding Qing seemed to suspect his identity, he lacked concrete proof. Lin Yan hesitated to challenge the arena under the guise of the scholar of the Azure Garb. Yet, as Ding Qing had pointed out, acting as a guest elder of Qinglu Square held both advantages and disadvantages. Unsure, Lin Yan swiftly ascended to the top floor of Qinglu Square, seeking the counsel of Lu Ying. Upon hearing his dilemma, Lu Ying did not hesitate. Do not underestimate the power within our establishment. Although the Liu, Zhao, and Zheng families possess great wealth, they are not top-tier martial families and should not be a concern. With the local authorities stationed in Huaiyang, what storm could the old Inoue stir up? Moreover, Qinglu Square has a renowned reputation. If we win the people's hearts, won't our guests come in droves? As she spoke, Lu Ying's eyes sparkled with ambition, revealing her eagerness for wealth. Lin Yan waved his hand in front of her face and snapped his fingers. Wake up. Your eyes have turned into coins. Lu Ying brushed his hand away and shot him a glare. Go ahead and take action. I shall join in the excitement. She had already procured a human skin mask, preparing to assume a different identity while humming a tune, clearly in high spirits. Lin Yan realized, so you are eager to witness my performance. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted from Baiwa Street. Lin Yan opened the window and leaned out to gaze. Two splendid carriages approached slowly from the street corner. The scene at this moment was as if yesterday had returned. It was the carriage of the Lu family. The people from the east had arrived. The two carriages moved at an exceptionally languid pace. Surrounding them was a throng of swordsmen and warriors, their gazes fierce, as if united in fury, igniting a blaze of indignation in every heart, united against a common foe. The crowd encircled the carriages, inching ever closer to the Xiaoxiang pavilion. Inside the second carriage sat three individuals, a middle-aged man and two young men clad in warrior robes. The middle-aged man was none other than Mr. Inoue Yuji, while the gray-robed warrior was Inoue Kai, and the black-robed warrior was Inoue General this time. Inoue Kai was not driving the carriage. Given his ever-present mocking demeanor, the Lu family feared he might provoke a brawl with the warriors along the way. From a fluttering curtain, Inoue Kai glimpsed the shadowy figures outside and couldn't help but sneer. The people of Jin are truly amusing. They are clearly no match for me. Yet their faces are filled with rage, a mere display of impotent fury. Inoue Jin, with a serious expression, replied calmly, Kai, do not be arrogant. The true masters did not appear yesterday. Our purpose in this journey is to engage with various martial artists and gather intelligence about the Jin. Upon hearing Inoue Jin, Inoue Kai's demeanor instantly shifted to one of utmost respect, for Inoue Jin possessed greater strength than he. Understood, General Inoue Yuji sat upright in the center of the carriage, exuding an air of composure. He observed Inoue Jin and Inoue Kai, a hint of satisfaction inadvertently flickering in his eyes. While Inoue Kai still exhibited some impetuosity, Inoue Jin remained unflappable and steady, his talent extraordinary. Both of these young men were exceptional among their peers, and they needed the crucible of blood and fire to mature. Given time, they would undoubtedly become the pillars of their family, redeeming the honor of the East and Jin. Accompanied by the surrounding clamor, the carriage gradually came to a halt. Lu Jiuzhou lifted the curtain and addressed the three within in the language of the East. Mr. Inoue, we have arrived. Inoue Yuji's expression transformed, his brows arching and lips curving into a warm smile. Thank you, dear nephew. Led by the Lu family, the Inoue party entered the Xiaoxiang pavilion. Inside, the venue was packed with people, yet it was eerily silent. Outside, countless onlookers gathered at the entrance, eagerly anticipating the sight of Inoue and the Lu family. Under the watchful gaze of many, the group ascended to the second floor at a leisurely pace. Today, the patrons inside and outside the Xiaoxiang pavilion drank no wine and listened to no music. They awaited the defeat of their enemies. Amidst the throng, the air was thick with anticipation. A figure clad in azure glided through the throngs like a nimble fish, weaving effortlessly amidst the crowd. Lin Yan raised one hand high and called out, Make way, make way. His voice resonated starkly in the hushed atmosphere. Surrounding onlookers cast disdainful glances in his direction, yet instinctively parted to create a passage. After all, in the presence of foreign adversaries, the people of Great Jin exhibited an unprecedented unity. At last, after surmounting numerous challenges, Lin Yan finally squeezed to the edge of the elevated platform, exhaling deeply in relief, reflecting on the sheer terror of the scene. The crowd today was more than double that of the previous day. At this moment, a servant from the Xiaoxiang pavilion ascended the platform and proclaimed, Tonight, heroes from all walks of life gather, presumably to engage in martial camaraderie. Thus, let us dispense with superfluous words. The event of martial friendship officially commences. With the servant's words, Jing Shanhai leaned against the railing, executed a graceful flip, and leapt from the second floor, landing soundlessly atop the platform. His gaunt and sharp visage emanated an air of arrogance that was decidedly unsettling, his elongated eyes surveying the assembly below with an aloof gaze, as if no one could hold his attention. Who dares to challenge me? Jing Shanhai inquired coolly. Meanwhile, members of the Lu and Jing families stood at the center of the second floor, looking down upon the platform and the multitude of martial artists gathered below. Almost simultaneously, a figure impatiently leaped onto the platform, his voice deep and laced with fury. I shall take my turn. This caused Lin Yan, poised to make his move, to pause momentarily. Following the sound, he beheld a young man clad in a dark blue scholar's robe, his furious gaze fixed upon Xianxia. As he flicked his sleeve to reveal a silver chain dart, reminiscent of a dragon or serpent re-emerging. It was none other than the scion of the Chu family. Yuding, son of the esteemed Chu Yuanwei. He had come seeking vengeance. Lin Yan focused intently, shaking his head slightly. He placed a hand on the edge of the platform and, with a slight exertion, propelled himself upward, landing gracefully. Young Master Chu, you're not his match. Allow me to intervene, lest you lose an arm in this encounter. Lin Yan's words, though somewhat blunt, were undeniably sincere. Chu Wangjin, consumed by rage, turned to regard him. A youth clad in rough hemp garments, brimming with vitality, wielded an iron sword with a bamboo hilt and sheath. Who are you? He demanded. Lin Yan replied. I am Lin Yan from Qinglu Workshop. Chu Wangjin, being a Confucian merchant, did not share his father's penchant for the bustling Baohua Street. He had merely noticed the Qinglu Workshop at the corner of the street, which, like the Xiaoxiang Pavilion, was merely an elegant brothel. Qinglu Workshop, Lin Yan, he echoed, the name sounding rather unremarkable. However, the wanderers frequently frequenting Baohua Street are well aware of the undercurrents at play. The swift establishment of Qinglu Fong in this bustling locale can be attributed to the astute maneuvers of Lin Lu and Lin Yan, whose persuasive prowess has enabled one brothel to flourish alongside another. Even the once mighty Cuihong Lu's closure and the retreat of the formidable Qinghe gang are testament to their influence. Moreover, on ordinary days, no matter how malevolent or domineering the ruffians may be, any who dare to cause a disturbance at Qinglu Fong will invariably find themselves unceremoniously cast onto the street by Lin Yan, without exception. People murmured in agreement. Young Master Chu, this is the deputy manager of Qinglu Fong. With formidable martial skills, he is surely capable. Upon hearing the consensus, Chu Wangjin appeared to regard Lin Yan as genuinely skilled. Just as he hesitated, a coarse voice boomed. Young Master Chu, they speak the truth. Come down. The voice belonged to a brawny man seated in the audience, surrounded by a dozen men in black, who formed a barrier to the throng around them. Remarkably, the man was one-armed, with only his right hand remaining, resting on the hilt of his sword at his side, exuding an aura of profound, oppressive strength. The crowd stirred, recognizing him as Yang Ji of the Qinghe gang. In an instant, the tension in the air was palpable, igniting an unprecedented exhilaration within Xianxia. He boldly raised his sword sheath, gesturing toward Yang Ji. You there? Yes, you two get down. The warrior cast a disdainful glance at Chu Wangjin and Lin Yan. Chu Wangjin, feeling belittled by Xianxia's scorn, was infuriated to the point of smoke pouring from his nostrils. He glanced back at Yang Ji. Well aware of the Qinghe gang's reputation due to his family's business dealings, which frequently intersected with gang activities. The Qinghe gang had a significant presence throughout the county, and past conflicts had arisen between the two factions. It was only through Chu Yuding's intervention that tensions were alleviated, leading to some collaboration. Chu Wangjin had heard his father remark on Yang Ji, stating his swordsmanship is overpowering and robust, a force to be reckoned with. Though he was unaware of the circumstances behind Yang Ji's loss of an arm, the man's presence seemed even more formidable than that of Chu Yuding. In this moment, Chu Wangjin's impulsive urge to fight was tempered by the realization of Lin Yan's presence in front and Yang Ji's looming threat behind. He understood he need not force his way into the fray. With his mind racing, he clasped his hands in salute towards Yang Ji, saying, "Then I shall wish you, Chief Yang, a triumphant victory." With that, he leapt down from the high platform. Xianxia regarded the middle-aged Yang Ji with a cruel smile, tugging at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he noticed that the unassuming swordsman remained atop the platform, smiling at him, igniting a surge of inexplicable anger. "Why haven't you left yet?" Xianxia taunted Yang Ji. "Are you afraid to come up?" Yang Ji retracted his imposing aura, lifted the teacup from the table, and took a sip, his expression serene as he spoke. I was indeed prepared to take action. However, as it stands now, he pointed at Lin Yan and smiled slyly. "Your opponent is not me. It is him." Xianxia's pupils narrowed slightly. Casting a doubtful glance at Lin Yan, a seemingly ordinary swordsman clad in simple attire, standing idly with a crudely made bamboo-handled iron sword, its grip worn and faded. He let out a menacing laugh. "Kid, don't say I didn't warn you. I will kill you first, and then duel him." Listening to the menacing words translated by the Lin family, Lin Yan chuckled lightly. "Kill me? Give a try." The attendants of the Xiaoxiang Pavilion presented the death warrant, and both Xianxia and Lin Yan signed and sealed it in turn. On the high platform, Only Xianxia and Lin Yan stood facing each other, the atmosphere thick with tension. The audience held their breath, their eyes fixed on the stage, seemingly more anxious than the combatants themselves. Lin Yan maintained an air of calm, standing tall, without even resting his hand on the sword hilt. In stark contrast, Xianxia entered a state of absolute focus, neither anxious nor arrogant, as if transformed into another being. He leaned forward, adopting a bow stance, gripping the sword hilt with one hand, a fierce aura coalescing around the blade sheath. The duel was on the verge of igniting. On the second floor, Xianxia suddenly inquired, "Yuan, what is your perspective?" He felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. Xianxia confidently replied, "High swordsmanship has undergone countless refinements. I have faith in him. The outcome may hinge on a single strike." Almost as if in response to Xianxia's assessment, Xianxia abruptly propelled himself off the ground. A cloud of dust swirling as he transitioned from utter stillness to explosive motion, nearly becoming a fleeting shadow. With a clang, he drew his sword. The blade glinted as it sliced through the air, accompanied by a chilling sound, aimed horizontally at Lin Yan's neck. He did not hold back. The previous day's restraint had left him feeling unsatisfied. Only by shedding blood could he truly feel invigorated. Suddenly, Lin Yan's figure flickered, akin to a phantom, and vanished in an instant. Xianxia's eyes shifted from excitement to fear. He could not perceive Lin Yan's movements at all. At that moment, a chilling voice emerged from behind him. "No need to search. I'm right here." The icy blade had somehow already pressed against Xianxia's neck. And with a swift motion, Lin Yan sheathed his sword, the sound resonating like a bell. In an instant, blood gushed forth, creating a soft, rustling sound, akin to the whisper of the wind. With a thud, Xianxia stumbled forward, propelled by his own momentum, before ultimately collapsing to the ground. Today, he had finally witnessed blood. The crimson liquid pooled beneath him, seeping into his unblinking eyes. However, it is merely his own blood. Chapter 63, Departing in Haste. Assassin Achievements, Outstanding, 25. Note: 3 more transactions are required to unlock the next phase of achievements, with the effective target needing to be above the first-rate realm. Lin Yan accepted a commission from the local government and subsequently eliminated Xianxia, successfully increasing his assassin achievements. Yet, as Lin Yan checked the progress of his achievements, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Everything transpired too swiftly. The tide of victory had turned abruptly. The warrior, once brimming with confidence, was now lifeless on stage, blood gushing forth in a gruesome spectacle. "Oberty!" A jarring voice shattered the stillness, as a burly man with a thick beard erupted in applause from a corner. Displaying great enthusiasm, Lin Yan could only exhale in exasperation. He did not recognize this bearded man, yet he was almost certain that this was Lu Ying in disguise. Under the man's exuberant encouragement, the crowd erupted into cheers. "Well done! Magnificent!" The praises cascaded, filling the air. Yang Ji, seated, suddenly straightened his chair, murmuring to himself, "He has advanced further. I had thought that after breaking through to the first-rate realm, I would redeem myself. Yet, it seems he has left me even further behind." Chu Wangjin stared in astonishment at Lin Yan on the stage, realizing that the vendetta for his father's severed arm had been avenged. The once elusive Eastern warrior had met his demise at Lin Yan's hand with a single stroke, a feat that was utterly inconceivable. Just as the crowd was lost in admiration, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted, descending upon Lin Yan like an immense weight. Lin Yan's expression changed. He could not afford to be negligent. Drawing upon all his inner strength, his vital energy surged. A thunderous sound, akin to a collision, resonated in the air. Lin Yan felt as though a small mountain had been placed upon him, the weight pressing down with an extraordinary heaviness, causing his bones to creak. He could not help but chuckle softly, raising his gaze towards the second floor. In the dim light, the smile had vanished from Xianxu's face. His eyes were frigid, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent. The pressure surrounding him was as solid as a mountain, unmistakably imposing upon Lin Yan. Simultaneously, Xianxu perceived 2 formidable presences locking onto him instantaneously. One emanated from the applauding bearded man, whose intent was like drifting clouds, ethereal yet imbued with a hidden menace. The other originated from a man clad in black in the corner, his intent sharp and unyielding, akin to a master swordsman. In that moment, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Inoue Yuji profoundly grasped the essence of concealment and the subtlety of hidden talents. Should he dare to strike at Lin Yan, he would undoubtedly provoke a swift and fierce retaliation for both parties. I ask you, Master Liu, is this a gamble worth taking? If you wish to engage in combat, step down. In Huaiyang County, we possess numerous experts who could ensure your eternal stay in the realm of Dejin. Lin Yan spoke slowly, yet each word resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Lu Xinyan could no longer feign ignorance, clearing his throat to interject. Mr. In no way. My esteemed nephew has just signed a life-and-death contract. Should you act upon it, it would indeed breach the rules. With that, he waved his sleeve, and an invisible surge of true energy swept forth, dispersing the heavy atmosphere like a sudden gust of wind. Inoue Yuji cast a deep glance at the two figures below and retracted the oppressive aura he had exuded, stating solemnly, "We have lost." At this moment, Inoue Yuan spoke up. "Uncle, I wish to give it a try." Inoue Yuji narrowed his eyes, his brow furrowing into a frown. "Can you not see? That speed, you're no match for him." Inoue Yuan fell silent for a moment before continuing. "To die by the hand of a top swordsman is not without its honor." Inoue Yuji rebuked him fiercely. "Nonsense. There is no honor in death. Death is simply death. Only by living can one accomplish more. Carry the body of Inoue high and follow me." With that, Inoue Yuji waved his sleeve and departed. The surrounding crowd erupted once more in a chorus of cheers, chanting in unison, "Get lost. Leave Dejin." Inoue Yuan remained silent as he leapt down from the second floor, retrieving Inoue Hai's blade and slinging it across his waist. He then lifted Inoue Hai's body and, facing Lin Yan with a calm demeanor, remarked, "You are formidable. Today is not your day, but I shall certainly challenge you again in the future, staking the honor of the Inoue family." Lin Yan could not comprehend his words, and the Liu family had no desire to translate. Thus, Inoue Yuan turned and departed. The two members of the Inoue family hurried away, closely followed by the Liu family. Curiously, Lu Xinyan appeared to be in good spirits, smiling as he addressed Lin Yan. "Young man, you possess talent." Lin Yan pondered the implications. Perhaps it was a matter of face for the town suppression office, or perhaps the actions of the Inoue family had backfired, leaving the Liu family in a precarious position. Hence, Lu Xinyan might even feel grateful to Lin Yan for helping them conclude this farce. In any case, the impromptu spectacle orchestrated by the Inoue family came to a sudden end just 2 days later, thanks to Lin Yan. Once the Inoue and Liu families had departed, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted within the Xiaoxiang pavilion. Regardless of past grievances, everyone came together in joyous celebration, reveling in the expulsion of the Easterners. The proprietor of the Xiaoxiang pavilion hurriedly ascended the elevated platform and proclaimed with a resounding voice, "Today is a joyous occasion, deserving of universal celebration. All beverages at the Xiaoxiang pavilion are complimentary." Lin Yan smirked, recognizing the deftness of this opportunist. In the corner, a burly man with a twisted beard appeared astonished, murmuring, "It can be done this way." He then swiftly slipped away from the throng, hastily returning to the Qinglu Fong. Before long, word of the complimentary drinks reached Qinglu Fong, prompting other establishments to follow suit. Today, Baiwa Street buzzed with exuberance, a true celebration for all. Yet, as everyone suddenly turned to look, they realized that the plain-clothed swordsman on the platform had vanished without a trace. "This is the town protector's office?" In a narrow alley, Lin Yan stood before a towering wooden door, facing the black-clad Ding Qing. This was the side entrance. Exiting this alley led directly to Zhenyang Street, where the main entrance was situated. Ding Qing opened the side door, allowing Lin Yan to enter. As they traversed the narrow passage, Lin Yan's vision expanded, revealing a garden replete with pavilions, flowing water, and rugged rocks, a true backyard oasis. Ding Qing guided Lin Yan along the corridor, explaining that the town protector's office was divided into 3 sections: Chengwu, Duke, and Tongming, each responsible for apprehending fugitives, supervising and intelligence gathering, respectively. The Jianghu travelers, commissioned by the town protector's office, were collectively known as the office's clandestine agents, tasked through the Tongming section, while under the jurisdiction of Chengwu during their assignments. "You're the one I am responsible for," Ding Qing indicated towards Lin Yan. "Now, I will take you to the Tongming section to accept your mission and receive your reward." Lin Yan nodded, resigned to his fate. He began to attentively observe the layout and direction of the town protector's office, noting that they were heading westward. "Is this the same configuration in all the district's town protector's offices?" he inquired. "Chengwu to the east, Tongming to the west, the main gate to the south. the prison to the north, and the dukkha station centrally. Essentially, it is so, Ding Qing replied swiftly. He led Lin Yan through a labyrinth of corridors and pavilions, occasionally encountering attendants in blue, silver-armored guards, and black-clad members of the Xuanyi Guard. Each individual was at least a formidable player in the Jiuzhou, with many possessing inscrutable depths, rendering the establishment as secure as a fortress. Here we are, Ding Qing announced as they entered a spacious courtyard, dominated by a prominent two-story pavilion, Tongming Pavilion. Chapter 64. The Town Protector's Office. The Tongming Pavilion was divided into upper and lower levels. The lower level handled the verification of assignments, while the upper level was dedicated to the exchange of merit rewards, specifically established for clandestine agents. Ding Qing succinctly conveyed this information while guiding Lin Yan into the pavilion. The first floor of the pavilion featured a vast hall divided into 4 distinct areas, arranged in the sequence of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, as expected. Each area was manned by an attendant in blue, responsible for verifying the completion of assigned tasks, a process requiring the presence of both the Xuanyi Guard and the respective clandestine agents. Ding Qing led Lin Yan to the yellow area. He extracted a sheet of parchment from his bosom and handed it to the attendant in azure garments at the counter, instructing him to initially register him as a Huaiyang character shadow investigator. Furthermore, this document pertained to a task commission that had been completed not long ago. He requested a verification of the information at the central pavilion. Indeed, one azure-clad attendant ushered Lin Yan aside to record his name, place of origin, mentor, and cultivation level among other essential details. Another attendant took possession of the parchment and began rummaging through the ledger and intelligence records behind the counter to confirm the completion of the commission. Before long, the azure-clad attendant finished registering Lin Yan. He then retrieved a bronze medal from beneath the counter and presented it to him. The front of the medal bore the inscription Huaiyang Guardian in large characters, while the reverse side was engraved with the number 107. Each bronze medal was unique, serving as a distinctive emblem for shadow investigators. Lin Yan was taken aback. Was it truly this simple? Had he become a shadow investigator for the Guardian's office? Ding Qing approached him to elucidate. Strictly speaking, shadow investigators of the Guardian's office were not considered official personnel. Rather, they maintained a cooperative relationship. After all, the vast expanse of the 9 provinces meant that the Guardian's office, tasked with overseeing the martial world, inevitably experienced lapses. Shadow investigators were established to compensate for the insufficiency of personnel within the Guardian's office, akin to the historical role of a hired sword in ancient times. Thus, as long as one was not a martial arts master who had committed crimes or an individual possessing exceptional skills, they could potentially become a shadow investigator. Lin Yan's martial prowess, corroborated by Ding Qing and the commission to eliminate the Easterners, required no further verification. Hence, his ascension to the role of shadow investigator was a natural progression. Commander Ding, the commission has been verified without error. Your and the shadow investigator's merits have been duly recorded. Other rewards may be claimed on the second floor. Ding Qing nodded slightly and addressed Lin Yan, who was glancing about with curiosity. Come, let us ascend. Upon reaching the second floor, they entered a small hall where another azure-clad attendant awaited. Surrounding them were various rooms, each marked with signs labeled as secret manuals, elixirs, treasures, and weapons. Ding Qing spoke calmly. Your bronze medal. Following Ding Qing's cue, Lin Yan handed the medal to the azure-clad attendant, smiling as he said, I appreciate your assistance. The attendant received it with both hands, verified it, and returned the medal to Lin Yan, respectfully stating 100 taels of silver, Huaiyang character A-class merit. The silver may be collected in the treasury, redeemable for cash or silver notes. Merits can also be exchanged for secret manuals, elixirs, treasures, and weapons, all located in their respective rooms. Ding Qing elaborated. Each room has a list for you to peruse, allowing you to determine if there are any desirable rewards. There is no requirement to exchange everything at once. Merits can accumulate. Lin Yan expressed his admiration. This system is remarkably comprehensive, perhaps due to the Guardian's office being an official institution. Its overall structure is more transparent compared to the Misty Rain Tower. Of course, this does not imply superiority or inferiority. The nature of the Misty Rain Tower as an assassin organization inherently precludes the same level of transparency as the Guardian's office. Various assassins maintain communication through logistics and within the building, ensuring the utmost secrecy and safety of the Misty Rain Tower. Take Lin Yan, for instance. To this day, he remains unaware of the tower's true headquarters. The only individuals he is familiar with in the Misty Rain Tower are Lu Ying, Lu Air, and a handful of other assassins he has collaborated with. This is primarily due to his brief tenure in the tower and his insufficient rank. Perhaps, upon his promotion to the Xian rank, he will be able to further unveil the tower's enigmatic veil. Secret manuals, elixirs, weapons, and treasures. Each chamber is overseen by dedicated stewards who assist dark operatives in exchanging merit rewards. Typically, the value of merit is delineated by the realms of heaven and earth, corresponding to the master, outer gang, innate, and acquired stages. Lin Yan's recent acquisition of yellow-grade merit allows him to exchange for techniques of the acquired stage. To attain the path to the innate realm, he must amass at least 10 yellow-grade merits, convert them into Xian-grade merits, and subsequently exchange for the corresponding innate techniques. The same principle applies to elixirs, whether they are those that assist in cultivating vital energy or those that heal and detoxify. The higher the merit level, the finer the quality of the elixirs available for exchange. As for weapons and treasures, they are merely embellishments compared to techniques and elixirs. They are not exceptionally rare and are easier to procure in the martial world. However, for Lin Yan, while he does not lack fundamental internal cultivation techniques, he harbors a keen interest in some unique skills. For instance, the thick volume he currently holds, The Art of Qimen Duanjia. According to the steward in green attire, this book presents the essentials of Qimen Duanjia in a clear and comprehensible manner, making it an excellent introductory text for novices, perfectly suited to expend 1 yellow-grade merit. Ding Qing remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "Are you certain you wish to exchange for this book?" Generally, only Taoist practitioners or experts in the study of formations delve into such texts. As martial artists, we should focus on our own advancement. Techniques, weapons, and elixirs are all commendable choices. If you do not find anything suitable this time, you can always exchange later without haste. Lin Yan smiled gently. "It's quite all right. I have a keen interest in this book. After all, I often need to pick locks and infiltrate discreetly. Understanding Qimen Duanjia would provide me with an additional skill set. Its utility may surpass that of mere martial prowess." Seeing Lin Yan's determination, Ding Qing nodded silently. Lin Yan exchanged his merit for the book, tucking The Art of Qimen Duanjia into his bosom, thereby concluding his business at the Transparency Pavilion. Beyond the Transparency Pavilion, dark operatives are not permitted to roam freely, thus extinguishing Lin Yan's desire to explore. Under Ding Qing's guidance, he retraced his steps and exited the town's governing office through a side door. Ding Qing paused at the entrance, stating, "I shall not accompany you further. Generally speaking, if a dark investigator wishes to redeem merit rewards, they need only enter through this side door and present their identity token. An attendant from within the office will then guide them through. However, to assess the completion of assigned tasks, it remains necessary for the Xian guards to accompany the dark investigator. Nevertheless, since you have already exhausted your merits, there is no immediate need for you to return." Lin Yan cupped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Commander Ding. Should there be similar assignments in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out." Ding Qing nodded. "I will. I shall come to Qinglu Fong to find you." With a creak, the side door closed. Lin Yan stood in astonishment. Ding Qing's straightforward nature made him easy to interact with, as long as one did not infringe upon his principles. However, should one cross that line and he discovers it, the consequences could be dire. Upon exiting the town suppression office, Lin Yan let out a long sigh of relief. It was now deep into the night, with stars and moon hanging high in the sky, the mournful hoot of an owl echoing through the desolate streets, where shadows of passers-by were few and far between, save for the occasional clang of a watchman's gong. Lin Yan emerged from the dark alley and found himself on the vast Jinyang Street, where most governmental institutions, including the town suppression office and Huaiyang Academy, were situated. He made his way back leisurely, showing his investigator's token to the patrolling soldiers, passing through without obstruction, no longer needing to concern himself with evasion. As he circled back to Baiwa Street and returned to his small courtyard, it was already past the hour of the pig. After washing up, he retired for the night, anticipating the promise of another beautiful day. Chapter 65. The Mysterious Challenger. The following morning, Lin Yan was watering the flowers in the courtyard when Lu Ying pushed open the door and entered. "How was your experience at the town suppression office?" she inquired, taking a seat at the stone table, which already held a pot of brewed hot tea, as if anticipating a visitor. Lu Ying poured 2 cups, sliding one across the table, while holding the other, pouting slightly and gently blowing on the steam. "Can a rat fare well in a cat's home? It must be quite nerve-wracking." After finishing with the watering, Lin Yan placed the watering can in the corner and approached the stone table, tossing an object toward Lu Ying. With a clap, she caught it effortlessly. It was the Dark Investigator token issued by the Town Suppression Office. She examined it briefly and smiled. You have quite the audacity. Others would avoid the Town Suppression Office like the plague, yet you have become one of their Dark Investigators. You'll be feasting from both sides. Lin Yan sighed with resignation. I did not wish for this. Ding Qing came to me directly. If I were to refuse, would that not raise further suspicion? There was another selfish motive that Lin Yan refrained from articulating, whether it was the assignments from Yanyu Tower or the Town Suppression Office. Any tasks related to murder could be counted as achievements for the system's assassin role. Now that he had become a Dark Investigator for the Town Suppression Office, Lin Yan effectively gained an additional channel for assignments, doubling his efficiency. Moreover, with Ding Qing's forthright character, as long as he managed the situation properly, this risk was indeed worth taking. The shadow of the deer flickered as it swiftly finished a cup of tea and rose to head toward the door. I shall take my leave. Remember to visit the workshop in the afternoon. You may find yourself quite occupied lately. Lin Yan, perplexed, could not comprehend the situation. In the afternoon, Lin Yan arrived at the Qinglu workshop, only to discover that it was not yet open. However, a few individuals had already gathered at the entrance. Lin Yan, a voice suddenly cried out, prompting all present to turn in unison. In that instant, Lin Yan's steps came to an abrupt halt. What was happening? Moments later, a throng of people surged forth like galloping horses, encircling Lin Yan entirely. A burly man spoke in a deep voice. Lin Yan, we have heard of your victory over the Eastern Samurai. We journeyed from afar for the very purpose of challenging him. And now that he has fallen to you, we cannot return empty-handed. We wish to challenge you. At this revelation, Lin Yan finally understood. The earlier mention of not being idle referred to this very circumstance. The Inoue family had made their presence known in the county, causing quite a stir throughout Huaiyang, and many martial artists had come to lend their strength. Although the Inoue family had retreated, numerous warriors from Great Jin were still en route, eager to confront Lin Yan so as not to have made the journey in vain. Of course, among these challengers were not only those who had genuinely arrived late, but also many opportunists. Those who had previously lacked the courage to confront the Inoue family now brazenly sought to challenge Lin Yan, emboldened by their shared identity as warriors of Great Jin. If they could manage to gain even a fleeting victory, they would revel in boasting and elevating their own reputations. Lin Yan's thoughts raced as he swiftly comprehended the intentions of the gathered crowd. Surveying them, he sensed their energy like a gentle breeze. 7 individuals stood before him, all robust and vigorous, yet the most skilled among them had only recently begun to cultivate their inner strength, barely qualifying as second-rate fighters, not even close to being Lin Yan's match, let alone challenging him directly. Gently massaging his temples, Lin Yan pondered for a moment. Are you all here to challenge me? The group exchanged glances and replied in unison, indeed. Lin Yan smiled calmly. Very well, follow me. With a subtle shift, he seemed to ripple like water, transforming into a blurred figure. In the blink of an eye, he found himself outside their encirclement, striding away with an air of nonchalance. To the astonishment of those surrounding him, one exclaimed, How did he get past us? Did you see that? No, I didn't. Someone murmured, a hint of nervousness in their voice. Incredible. Should we still challenge him? Well, since we're here, let us go and see. Compelled by their curiosity, the group followed Lin Yan to the entrance of the Qinglu workshop. There was merely a hint of arrogance missing in his demeanor, replaced by a touch of caution. Lin Yan instructed a servant from the Green Deer Lodge to fetch a bamboo pole, approximately 2 zhang in length, its tip almost level with the beams of the building. With a single hand, he grasped the pole and approached an open area diagonally in front of the lodge, as if wielding a pole vault. The commotion outside the Green Deer Lodge immediately captivated passers-by, who gathered in a circle, chattering with curiosity about Lin Yan's intentions. Addressing a few martial artists with a calm demeanor, Lin Yan stated, I shall perform this only once. If any of you can replicate it, I will engage in a match with you. As his words resonated, Lin Yan lifted the bamboo pole, and with a sudden burst of energy, leapt into the air. Resembling a great rock soaring upwards, in the blink of an eye, he ascended over 10 zhang. Wow! Gasped the crowd in astonishment. Holding the bamboo pole as if it were a sword, Lin Yan unleashed his internal energy, which flowed like a torrential river, permeating through the bamboo. With the intent of a piercing sword, he concentrated his formidable energy downwards, driving the pole straight into the ground. With a resounding thud, The 2 zhang long bamboo pole completely penetrated the bluestone slab and the hard soil beneath, as if it were thrust into tofu, vanishing effortlessly into the earth, leaving only a third of its length exposed above ground. Lin Yan descended gracefully, like a feather, landing softly on the ground. This strike not only tested the depth of his internal power, but also the meticulous control over it, with the crucial requirement that the bamboo pole remained entirely intact. Such a feat was no small challenge. Should one manage to accomplish it, they would be nearly his equal. Lin Yan glanced at the martial artists, who stood in stunned silence, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. If you can achieve this, then come back to challenge me, he declared, and with that, he hummed a tune as he walked into the Green Deer Lodge. Halfway through, he stopped the servant, instructing, bring in a batch of identical bamboo poles, 10 won each, to be sold at the entrance. If anyone can achieve it, they will receive an additional 10 won. The servant, enlightened, nodded eagerly, recognizing the brilliance of his deputy manager's entrepreneurial acumen. Since Lin Yan set the challenge, those seeking to duel with him had all turned their attention to the bamboo poles. The Green Deer Lodge not only enjoyed an unexpected influx of revenue, but also became a peculiar spectacle, with martial artists frequently showcasing their acrobatics, much to the delight of tourists. Consequently, business at the lodge flourished. Lu Ying, excited, grasped Lin Yan's shoulder and shook him, his eyes sparkling like coins as he exclaimed, "Your mind truly is remarkable. What extraordinary ideas you harbor. I clearly did not misjudge you." Lin Yan sipped his tea, feigning nonchalance, and replied, "That's not quite right. Why are you praising yourself in the midst of our conversation?" In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. As autumn waned and winter approached, the weather turned decidedly cooler. Travelers on the road wrapped themselves in cotton garments, while the affluent donned luxurious fur coats, accentuating their wealth. In front of the Qinglu Fong, the bamboo pole manipulators have nearly vanished, and for the past fortnight, Lin Yan has not made a single move. After all, true masters do not seek affirmation in a brothel. Over these past 2 weeks, Lin Yan did accept one commission. While it did not concern a target of superior skill, it involved a scoundrel who sold children for profit. The client was the man's wife, also the mother of the sold infant. Lin Yan executed the task meticulously and with increasing proficiency, ensuring that neither the magistrate nor the local constabulary took notice. Beyond this, his daily routine comprised of cultivating his skills, reading, and sipping tea. He practiced the clouds and rain falling technique, while immersing himself in the secrets of the mysterious gate and the art of beast mastery. His life was exceedingly regimented. That afternoon, before the Qinglu Fong opened its doors, Lin Yan held a cup of freshly brewed hot tea in his left hand and a scroll in his right. He greeted the sisters in the establishment as he made his way to his seat, pouring himself a cup of tea. The steam rose invitingly. Although Lin Yan had cultivated his inner strength and was unperturbed by the bitter cold, who wouldn't he long for something warm on such a frigid day? At that moment, a series of knocks echoed. Chapter 66, The Descendant from the Mountain. Lin Yan surveyed his surroundings. The young attendant who usually greeted guests seemed to have wandered off. The visitor was certainly not a regular from Baiwa Street, as the frequent patrons were well aware that it was still before opening hours. Lin Yan ambled to the door, stifling a yawn, and with a creak he opened it. Before him stood a youth, clad in a woolen hat, appearing no older than 15 or 16, with a remarkably handsome visage. His patched garments spoke of wear and tear, and his cheeks were flushed against the chill, presenting a rather awkward sight. Yet, his eyes sparkled with brightness. At his waist, 2 daggers hung, their sheaths exquisite despite his ragged attire, one of vivid crimson, the other a lustrous silver, indicative of something extraordinary. Upon seeing Lin Yan, the youth spoke with a clear, vibrant voice. "Are you Lin Yan? I challenge you." "Huh?" Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. "Young man, it has been half a month. Have you come from the countryside?" The youth paused momentarily, blinking his large eyes. "I am not from the countryside. I hail from the mountains." "What mountains?" "Kunlun Mountain." Lin Yan inhaled sharply, taken aback. "Kunlun Mountain? That was thousands of miles away." The youth before him distinctly resembled a novice, yet one of considerable strength. Intrigued, Lin Yan inquired, "What is your name?" The youth held his head high and proclaimed, "I am a Chi. And how long have you been down from the mountain?" A Chi counted on his fingers. "It has been 3 months." Lin Yan glanced at a Chi's hands and the daggers at his waist. "Who is your master?" "A master is indeed a master." "Does your master not possess a name?" "Well, I have never inquired. Now that you have descended the mountain, what of your master?" "My master has passed away, which is why I have come down." "Ah." Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. "How did he die?" of illness, perhaps feeling overwhelmed by the questions. Qi seized the opportunity to reiterate, "Are you Lin Yan? I wish to challenge you." Lin Yan found it amusing, leaning against the door frame, and replied with a smile, "Why do you wish to challenge me?" Qi, eager and spirited, responded, "I have heard that you triumphed over the Eastern Islanders. If I defeat you, it will prove that I too can conquer the Eastern Islanders. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Is defeating the Eastern Islanders of great significance to you?" Qi shook his head. "No, it is crucial for my master." Just as Lin Yan was about to probe further, he caught sight of a figure in red, gracefully approaching. With a creak, another door swung open. Lu Ying appeared, exuding warmth and kindness. "Oh dear, on such a cold day. Young brother, do not stand outside. Come in and have a seat." Lin Yan swore he had never seen Lu Ying display such a benevolent smile. There must be something amiss. With a stern expression, Lu Ying pinched Lin Yan's arm, feigning anger. "How could you let a guest suffer in the cold? Quickly, bring the guest inside." Lin Yan lazily straightened up, making an inviting gesture. "Come on, let us converse inside." Qi glanced at the exquisite and elegant Qinglu Fong, then at his own tattered clothing. Shaking his head, "I cannot afford the cost." Lu Ying chuckled softly, speaking gently. "There is no need for you to pay. My sister invites you to come in and sit." Qi hesitated, ultimately refusing. "My master said that debts of gratitude are hard to repay. I do not wish to owe anyone." Lin Yan shrugged, raising his hands towards Lu Ying. Lu Ying shot Lin Yan an exasperated glance. "Think of a way." Lin Yan tilted his head, observing the boy's stubborn yet youthful face, and smiled. "Did you not wish to challenge me? If you come in and sit, I might consider granting you that opportunity." Without waiting for the boy's response, Lin Yan opened the door wide, pulling Lu Ying's arm as they walked into the courtyard. Once seated, Lin Yan poured a cup of tea for Lu Ying. "What are your intentions? Do you know him?" Lu Ying glanced at the boy lingering hesitantly outside, leaned closer to Lin Yan's ear, and whispered, "I do not know him, but I recognize the twin daggers at his waist." Lin Yan remarked, "They do indeed appear extraordinary. What is their origin?" Lu Ying replied, "If I am not mistaken, those are the signature weapons of the Sun and Moon Isle in the Eastern Sea, the Sun and Moon twin blades, Jinwu and Yugui." Lin Yan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Sun and Moon Isle of the Eastern Sea? I have not heard of it." Lu Ying chuckled, her voice ringing like a bell. "You have undoubtedly never heard of it. 2 decades ago, the Eastern Empire invaded the vast realm of the Great Jin, initially seizing the island of Sun and Moon as their forward base. Although the island possessed considerable strength, how could the martial sects withstand the onslaught of an entire nation? They suffered devastating losses, with only a handful of disciples escaping with their lives, carrying the treasured dual blades of Sun and Moon and the sacred tomes of their lineage. Subsequently, the imperial court organized military forces, summoned the local governors, and rallied aspiring heroes from across the land to unite in the East China Sea to confront the Eastern Empire in a resolute battle. This conflict had far-reaching repercussions, stretching along the entire coastline of the East China Sea. The surviving disciples of Sun and Moon Island, driven by a thirst for vengeance for their fallen comrades, resolutely joined the fray. The war was arduous, lasting several years. Ultimately, the Great Jin emerged victorious. However, the surviving disciples of Sun and Moon Island vanished after the battle, leading the world to believe they had all perished on the battlefield. Lu Ying's eyes sparkled like morning stars, a smile dancing at the corners of her lips. "I never anticipated encountering their heir." Lin Yan sipped his hot tea. "You smile like a cunning fox. Do you intend to recruit him into the fold?" Lu Ying's brows arched like a crescent moon. "Indeed. You promised me earlier." "Presently. This young man appears to be of pure character and steadfast temperament, a promising candidate. Help me assess his skills. If he proves suitable, I shall take care of the rest." Lin Yan clicked his tongue twice, casting a glance towards the door. The hesitant Qi had already begun to step forward, entering the gates of Qinglu Square. Navigating past a throng of graceful young maidens, Qi arrived opposite Lin Yan and took a seat, his bright eyes curiously surveying the surroundings. Lin Yan poured tea and pushed it across the table. Qi waved his hands in refusal, but Lu Ying chuckled. "Tea is complimentary." "Oh," Qi exclaimed, seizing the teacup and drinking heartily, relishing every drop. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed. Someone's stomach growled, reminiscent of frogs in a rice paddy. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. "It wasn't me." Lu Ying added, "Nor was it I." They both cast mischievous glances at Qi, their eyes gleaming. Qi's face flushed. "It was me. Have you not eaten for days?" Lin Yan inquired. Achi replied, 3 days. Lu Ying waved over a maid with a gentle tone. Bring this young brother several signature dishes, along with a large bucket of rice. Achi was taken aback. Feeling increasingly indebted, Lin Yan remarked leisurely, if you wish to challenge me, you must first fill your belly. Achi's refusal caught in his throat. Lu Ying smiled. Having discerned Lin Yan's strategy to manage Achi, unable to contain himself, Achi finally asked, when will you fight me? Lin Yan glanced at Lu Ying. I can engage you, but what shall happen if you lose? Achi, defeat is defeat. What more can you expect from me? This remark from Achi rendered Lin Yan momentarily speechless. Lu Ying, unable to contain herself, chuckled softly. Let us set this aside for now and partake in our meal. At that moment, Qing Lu Fong had yet to attract many patrons, and the kitchen prepared the dishes promptly. Soon enough, a delectable array of 4 dishes and a soup graced the table, their rich aromas wafting through the air. Achi's mouth watered instantly, and his stomach began to rumble like a drum, the sounds echoing incessantly. Lin Yan handed Achi a pair of chopsticks, picking up another for himself. Here, let's eat together. Once we finish, we shall resume our sparring. Achi's limits had been stretched time and again, rendering him almost numb to the situation. He accepted the chopsticks and lifted the bowl of rice that Lu Ying had served. Thank you both. With remarkable speed, he began to eat, the rice and dishes piling high in his bowl, resembling a hamster storing its food. Lu Ying chuckled. No need to rush. No one is competing with you. Suddenly, she noticed Lin Yan beside her, consuming his food with equal fervor, as if a tempest had swept through, and she cleared her throat lightly. Except for him. The appetite of a martial artist is indeed considerable. Achi had been in a rush to travel these past few days, and with no money on hand. He was truly famished. Within a quarter of an hour, the table was cleared of its offerings, devoured entirely by the two. Achi held his bowl, gulping down the last of the soup with a satisfying thud as he placed the bowl and chopsticks down. His eyes brimming with gratitude as he expressed his thanks once more. Lin Yan had also finished his meal. As dusk settled, the number of patrons at Qing Lu Fong began to increase, and the attendants and young ladies busied themselves attending to the guests. The sounds of lively conversation and gentle laughter filled the air. Lu Ying instructed the staff to tidy up the scattered dishes, saying, if you wish to spar, you must do so in the back courtyard. Please avoid damaging anything and do not disturb my guests. Achi's eyes brightened at this, and he nodded obediently, casting a hopeful glance at Lin Yan. Lin Yan took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, stood up, stretched lazily, and picked up the iron sword resting beside him, heading towards the back door. Let's go. The back courtyard of Qing Lu Fong featured a relatively spacious square, with a stone path at its center connecting the quarters of the attendants, guards, and servants, as well as the storerooms, supply rooms, and stables. Lin Yan and Achi arrived at the square, standing on either side of the stone path. Lu Ying took her position on the path, assuming the role of referee. Achi appeared eager and ready, while Lin Yan maintained a relaxed demeanor. Let us begin, Lu Ying urged, eager to return to her duties after enjoying the spectacle. Lin Yan turned to Achi, offering a faint smile. Then let it commence. Draw your blade. At Lin Yan's words, Achi wasted no time. His hands descended slowly to the hilt of his waist, gripping it tightly. With a sharp clang, the duel was set to unfold. The dual blades suddenly unsheathed. In an instant, the fierce and unrestrained momentum of the knives surged forth like a tempest, erupting with a dazzling brilliance. Lin Yan and Lu Ying couldn't help but narrow their pupils. Achi held the blades in both hands. Although the design of the dual knives appeared similar, their might was strikingly distinct. The blade in his right hand gleamed with a crimson gold hue, as if enveloped in swirling flames, reminiscent of the true sun incinerating the heavens, akin to a golden crow soaring through the sky. The blade in his left hand shone with a bright silver, seemingly polished by the lunar jade, resembling a cascade of silver radiance cascading from the heavens. The dual blades moved slowly, akin to the interplay of the sun and moon, the yin and yang flourishing together. The momentum and techniques of the knives were still gathering, yet there was an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if the cycles of day and night were collapsing under their radiance. Lin Yan was astounded. He had once believed that the frost sword was a rare weapon, but now, before the dual knives of sun and moon, it appeared but a mere grain of rice compared to a pearl, utterly incomparable. He glanced at the iron sword in his hand, shook his head slightly. With such material, it would likely shatter into dust at the slightest touch. However, There was no need to change swords. It could suffice. The laziness in Lin Yan's eyes dissipated, replaced by clarity, tinged with a hint of excitement. Be careful, Qi shouted fiercely. His figure darted forward, akin to a bird diving into the forest, rushing towards Lin Yan. The dual blades accompanied him, their shadows dancing like two long tails of crimson gold and bright silver trailing behind. Amidst the interweaving of the knife shadows, their glint mirrored the brilliance of the sun and moon, slashing with lethal intent. Should Lin Yan fail to evade, he would surely meet a fate of being severed in half on the spot. Hey, this kid is striking with full force right from the start. He has the potential to be an assassin. Lin Yan's figure blurred instantaneously, as if he had retreated 3 feet into thin air. The extending blade light grazing the tips of his hair, narrowly missing him. Qi's eyes sparkled with intensity, spinning upward, the dual blades crossing. Crimson gold and bright silver merging into one. Following the momentum, he executed a horizontal slash. Lin Yan swiftly dove down, his body nearly parallel to the ground, evading the fierce blade light by mere inches. A gust of wind arose. The long sword was unsheathed abruptly, the sword light sharp as a shadowy wind, aimed at Qi's ankle. Qi quickly stomped the ground, flipping midair. The dual blades twisted, descending with a vertical cleave. The air erupted with a series of thunderous roars, fierce and unparalleled, as if Pangu was splitting the heavens. Lin Yan spun away, narrowly avoiding the strike. With a resounding crash, a deep chasm was carved into the blue stone slab. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a flurry of attacks and defenses, their figures weaving in and out, a dazzling display that left one breathless, with Liu Ying's eyes sparkling with wonder. The surprise brought by Qi continued to grow. Then, a sharp cry echoed. His dual blades became swifter. The shadows of the knives intertwined, the light tracing intricate patterns in the air, leaving behind a resplendent luminescence in the night, enchanting and ethereal, causing one to instinctively overlook the lurking danger within. Liu Ying marveled, what beautiful knives. She gazed once more at Lin Yan, who danced between the flashes of blades like a fragile boat amidst tumultuous waves, adrift and perilously close to capsizing. Yet, she always managed to evade the lethal edges by the narrowest of margins, appearing to dwell in danger while remaining unscathed. Such mastery of movement clearly surpassed that of Qi. Remarkable. After dozens of exchanges, Qi's relentless onslaught did not wane. Instead, it evolved into a harmonious interplay of gold and silver, creating an endless sensation of yin and yang. Liu Ying observed that Lin Yan never allowed her sword to collide with Qi's twin blades. She understood that Lin Yan's iron sword was of ordinary cast, and any direct contact with the twin blades would result in instant shattering. Qi had evidently grasped this as well, shifting her focus from Lin Yan's vital points to targeting the iron sword itself. Lin Yan found herself increasingly on the defensive. A keen sense of timing and innate combat talent. Having assessed the situation, Lin Yan's gaze shifted and a subtle aura began to flow. Akin to the brewing of a storm, dark clouds gathering with an escalating pressure. Amidst the relentless momentum of the blades, Lin Yan's figure soared like a swift swan, suddenly accelerating as her inner strength surged into her long sword. As the blade swept through the air, tendrils of mist began to swirl, enveloping the arena and obscuring vision. Liu Ying gasped. Goodness, is that the rain of mist? Has the second level already been mastered? Lin Yan's form flickered in and out of the fog, rendering Qi's attempts to lock onto her nearly impossible, causing her assault to falter. Clouds gathered. Rain fell. With a flourish of her sword, Lin Yan unleashed a barrage of densely layered sword energy, akin to a tempest or a torrential downpour, surging from all directions. Bang! Qi, transforming her twin blades from offense to defense, whirled like a wheel, shattering the rain-like sword strikes. In Lin Yan's eyes, amidst the sparse rain and swirling thoughts, she pivoted and raised her hand. The long sword became a streak of light, soaring away from her grasp. Lin Yan's figure flickered and followed closely behind. With a sudden thrust, the long sword pierced through the mist, hurtling towards Qi's face. Qi's eyes widened in shock. There was no time left to block with her blades. Chapter 68, The Errant Server. The figure in green arrived with the sword. As the blade found its mark at Qi's throat, Lin Yan grasped the hilt and twisted her arm, the sword's edge once more resting against her neck. Is this sufficient? Lin Yan's voice was like the clear breeze of a bright moon, floating into Achi's ears. The distance between Achi's twin blades and Lin Yan's iron sword was a mere inch. Yet, that inch could mean the difference between life and death. Achi, overwhelmed with despair, admitted, "I concede." Her arms fell disheartened. Lin Yan sheathed her sword. "There is no need for despondency, though you may not surpass me. You are certainly superior to the gray-robed warrior from the east." Lin Yan stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, "I wonder how the black-robed warrior fares." Ah, indeed, one must engage in battle to truly comprehend. Achi listened to Lin Yan's consolation, initially feeling uplifted, then disheartened, and eventually descending into confusion. Lin Yan stepped back a few paces and signaled to Lu Ying, "It is your turn now." Lu Ying smiled charmingly and approached with measured grace. "Achi, do not take offense. He is rather peculiar. From what I gather, your prowess is comparable to the young prodigies of esteemed sections. As long as you diligently cultivate your skills, a masterful future awaits you." Achi snapped back to reality, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Lu Ying continued, "What are your plans moving forward, young brother?" With his spirits lifted, Achi replied animatedly, "My master spoke of his homeland in the Central Plains. Thus, since my descent from the mountain, I have journeyed eastward, exploring various places and occasionally acting as a hero. A month ago, I heard of the appearance of Easterners in Huaiyang County, so I hurried here." A hint of uncertainty flickered in Achi's eyes. "As for my future destination, I have yet to decide." Lu Ying observed his tattered attire. "Do you lack funds?" Achi shook his patched sleeves and sheepishly scratched his head. "Indeed, I do." "Is there any place to stay?" "I was considering a dilapidated temple or an underpass." Lin Yan interjected, "Well, there's the mountain god temple in the south of the city, and beneath the Xianxia river bridge. Both are decent options." Achi exclaimed, "Oh." Lu Ying shot Lin Yan a sidelong glance, admonishing him softly, "Do not interrupt." Then, with a smile, she pointed at Lin Yan. "But do you wish to spar with him often?" Achi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Naturally. My master taught me that there are always those stronger than oneself, and one must humbly seek guidance from the powerful to grow." Lu Ying clapped her hands. "Sister has a fine opportunity for you. Our Qinglu workshop is in need of a server. We provide accommodation." She gestured towards a small courtyard at the back. "You would earn 10 taels a month, and occasionally there are charitable tasks that could earn you extra silver." The most crucial aspect, Lu Ying paused, allowing Achi to absorb the information, his expression revealing a flicker of interest. He had been taken in by his master from a young age, raised with care. They had relied on each other. And after his master's passing, he descended the mountain, enduring a life of hardship and wandering the rivers and lakes, calling the world his home. In 3 months, the trials had left their mark. In this vast world, he found no place to truly call home. The pivotal point was that Lin Yan was the deputy manager of Qinglu Workshop. Whenever he had leisure, he could seek counsel from him. "What do you think?" The words of Lu Ying, gentle and persuasive, stirred ripples in the innocent heart of Achi. It is worth noting that Lin Yan had once been a destitute soul, sleeping in the mountain god temple and at the base of the Clearwater Bridge. Now, he had entered the Qinglu Fong, where he not only enjoyed good food, warm clothing, and restful sleep, but his martial skills had also greatly improved. At an opportune moment, Lin Yan raised his hand and pointed, swearing an oath. "I affirm that every word spoken by Sister Lu is indeed true." Achi was instantly invigorated, exclaiming in excitement, "Great! I shall join Qinglu Fong." Lu Ying and Lin Yan exchanged knowing smiles, their conspiracy having succeeded. Subsequently, Lu Ying seized the moment, leading Achi to the top-floor loft, where she produced a contract. This was the employment agreement for the servants and attendants of Qinglu Fong, protected by the laws of the Great Jing. Bewildered, Achi, under Lu Ying's cheerful guidance, pressed his handprint onto the contract without hesitation. Lin Yan couldn't shake off the feeling of witnessing a merciless merchant luring an unsuspecting youth. Lu Ying took the contract, gently blowing on it to dry the damp red seal on the paper. Everything was settled. Lu Ying beamed a radiant smile and cheerfully said, "Come, call out to the shopkeeper for me." "Shopkeeper." Lu Ying, with her graceful figure, leaned against the second-floor window, gazing helplessly at the spirited young man before her. Achi, donned in a short blue servant's attire, with bright eyes, was reporting on his day's work. "I have cleaned all the tables, chairs, doors, and windows. I have watered all the flowers and plants. I have swept every floor and staircase across the 5 stories, and even wiped them down with a cloth." "Shopkeeper, is there anything else you need me to do?" Achi appeared to have boundless energy. Within just half a day's effort, He had completed the work of other servants and attendants for an entire day. The other servants were filled with anxiety, even questioning whether the shopkeeper intended to dismiss all the others now that this lad was around. Lu Ying, rubbing her temples in exasperation, said, "There's no need to be in such a hurry. Take your time with the work and rest when needed. Look at that one. Learn from him." A chief followed Lu Ying's gaze downward. Lin Yan was leisurely seated by the window, a small stove before him with a pot of hot tea gently simmering. In his left hand, he held a scroll, while his right cradled a cup of tea, sipping occasionally and gazing out at the scenery. "Go on," Lu Ying urged. Achi nodded emphatically, racing down the stairs to Lin Yan's side. "Brother Lin, the shopkeeper sent me to learn from you." Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what do you wish to learn?" Achi replied, "How to rest." "Ah, you mean to slack off?" Lin Yan realized, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Chi. "Well, that's quite simple. Are you currently unable to circulate your inner energy?" Achi scratched his head. "No, I am not," Lin Yan replied nonchalantly. "Give it a try. Whether walking or working, one must simultaneously maintain the flow of inner energy, allowing it to circulate unceasingly through the meridians, until it becomes as natural as breathing. This should keep you occupied for a while." Upon hearing the mention of cultivation, Achi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He immediately began to circulate his inner energy, the essence cultivated through the sun and moon heart method, flowing gently through his body along the meridians. Suddenly, he radiated a formidable aura that startled a passing servant, causing them to tumble to the ground. Lin Yan nearly choked on his tea. With a flick of his sleeve, a wisp of ethereal mist appeared, enveloping Achi's imposing presence and dispersing it. "I did not instruct you to engage in combat. I merely asked you to practice." Achi quickly complied, gradually retracting his aura, envisioning himself meditating with his 5 hearts directed towards heaven and earth, channeling his inner energy. He then took a few steps forward. It faltered, undeterred. Achi attempted again, yet after a few more steps, it broke once more. It was then that Achi finally grasped the challenge at hand. Cultivating the heart method was not akin to the aggressive nature of battle, where inner energy surged like wildfire, rapidly released and withdrawn. Instead, it required a slow and steady simmer, demanding a unified focus, with the inner breath flowing ceaselessly. This was indeed a formidable task. "Linga, do you have any tips?" Lin Yan replied with exasperation. "Do you think I sit idle every day for no reason? First, sit down. Begin by attempting to meditate, focusing your mind." "Understood."